Chapter 1. The eldest son never retreats. The Wei family is renowned in Yeqing for having 5 sons. Aside from the eldest, all the other siblings have achieved considerable success, garnering both fame and fortune. At this moment, Wei Xia, the eldest son, lies in a hospital room, coughing uncontrollably and expelling blood. The nurse looks at him with disdain, unwilling to save this unkempt, loathsome middle-aged man. Particularly, this man has a notorious past, having once traversed the gray and white areas of Yeqing, notorious for his misdeeds, a frequent visitor to the police station. Nurse Xia, feeling disgusted, hastily wipes away the blood and adjusts the respirator on Wei Xia. She then dons a more congenial expression and scurries to the corridor, where she spots 4 elegantly dressed individuals. The second son, Wei Pingsheng, chairman of Yeqing Glass Industrial Company, Limited, is 39 years old and at the pinnacle of his career, his personal fortune ranking 7th in the nation. Dressed in a luxurious suit, he exudes an air of affluence, his tall and robust frame complemented by striking features. He paces restlessly, muttering, "Is he dead yet?" Impatience laces Wei Pingsheng's tone. He cannot even bring himself to call Wei Xia elder brother, for he has witnessed, since childhood, how his elder brother would send him and his younger siblings to others, often demanding money from them. Wei Xia's disgraceful conduct has forever tarnished his reputation in the business world. Why is he still alive? How audacious to resist arrest with a firearm. The third son, Wei Pingzheng, strides back and forth. Unlike his affluent brother, Wei Pingzheng holds a prominent position as the Deputy Minister of Economy in Shihai City, commanding respect and authority. Before this elder brother, Wei Pingzheng feels nothing but contempt. With a bright future ahead and numerous accolades from state media, he is regarded as the most outstanding minister in Dongchang province, only marred by the presence of a criminal. Elder brother. The patient's current vital signs are weak. He may not survive the next few days, Nurse Chun Xiaoya whispers, unable to meet the gaze of the 4 individuals before her. Finally, he will be gone, and the Wei family will have a clear path, free from disgrace. The fourth daughter, Wei Pingyang, possesses a unique charisma. Though she is 35 and dresses modestly, her position is of utmost importance. As a senior director at the Research Institute, she leads a groundbreaking project in brainwave engineering, having made significant advancements at Alliance Forums, and is provided with bodyguards and security. Sister, the brainwave device your team has developed should be ready for testing. Let's experiment on him. I do not wish to witness his life of degradation and sin. I long to see our parents through the eyes of Wei Xia. The fifth daughter, Wei Pingling, 30 years old, is extraordinarily beautiful and a rising star in the entertainment industry. With her siblings' high status, she is often referred to as the Queen of Music. At this moment, she is not the confident, radiant figure on stage, but rather a tearful soul, yearning to understand who her parents truly were. What were her parents like? Why did they leave behind no photographs? Why did they cruelly entrust her and her siblings to the utterly irresponsible and incompetent elder brother? The brainwave device, scientifically referred to as Przednia, was developed by Wei Pingyang in collaboration with a Polish research team. This device connects the 2 hemispheres of the human brain, allowing for the extraction of memories. What is remarkable about this device is its ability to connect 2 individuals simultaneously, enabling one person to enter the body of the other during their childhood, thus altering and experiencing their life. Wei Pingling wishes to use this device to glimpse the parents through the perspective of her so-called elder brother, a familial bond she has never truly felt. Let's arrange for the brainwave device to broadcast its footage online. I want to become the young Wei Xia and simultaneously display his original memories for comparison. I will demonstrate to everyone what it means to be the eldest son. Wei Pingsheng interjects, having made a resolute decision. The brainwave device will be broadcast live at 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve. 1. Wei Pingsheng intends to lead the audience back several decades, allowing his consciousness to inhabit the childhood of Wei Xia, showing them what a true elder brother should. Embody point 2. Wei Xia's ordinary memories will be played, showcasing his irresponsibility and evasion, serving as a cautionary tale of an unqualified eldest son. The same individual, 2 distinct lives. A comparison will be made. Agreed. We will sequentially wear the device and become the young Wei Xia, allowing the audience to see how we, as the eldest sons, ought to conduct ourselves. Wei Pingzheng concludes, recognizing the significant promotional advantages this holds for his future endeavors. Wei Pingyang nods in agreement. With less than 2 days until New Year's Eve, they must act swiftly to prevent Wei Xia from passing away unexpectedly. Wei Pingsheng begins organizing the promotion of this New Year's program under the banner of the Business Association. Wei Pingxing swiftly arranges for the program to go live, leveraging his personal connections to broaden its official promotional reach. Wei Pingyang arrives at the hospital with the brainwave device and tech team, ready to equip Wei Xia. Meanwhile, Wei Pingling mobilizes her celebrity friend from the entertainment industry to promote the memory retrospection, a comparison of the eldest son's life live broadcast on New Year's Eve. Each member of the Wei family brings their entourage into the hospital room. While reporters swarm from various publications, by midnight, the program experiences an explosive surge in popularity. Memory retrospection. A comparison of the eldest son's life becomes the #1 trending topic on Weibo and Douyin, as it presents an unprecedented truth-telling program for New Year's Eve. The show features prominent figures from the business, political, scientific, and entertainment sectors, showcasing an impressive array of resources and representation from the Wei family. All visual elements converge upon the top-tier critical care unit of Yecheng's foremost hospital. The room is filled with cameras and recording equipment. Inside the room lies a frail, emaciated middle-aged man, his hair in disarray, tattoos covering his chest and back, his brow perpetually furrowed, as if burdened by countless sorrows. Wei Xia is in the final throes of life, his chest rising and falling weakly, his consciousness fading into a haze. He senses someone placing instruments on his head, linking his brain waves to his pituitary gland. He hears the familiar voices of his younger siblings and desperately wishes to open his eyes to see them, but he lacks the strength. Exhausted, he presses his lips together, having finally fulfilled his promise to his parents after decades. He has nurtured his siblings and brought the culprits to justice. To protect his siblings, no one knows of his actions, nor do they understand him, but that is of no consequence. The eldest son. I am the eldest son of the family, and it is my duty to uphold the sky above. After decades, Wei Xia finally realizes the weight of this responsibility. In the fleeting moments before his life ebbs away, he seems to return to the night of his parents' murder, hearing his childhood voice echoing. I am the eldest son, with no descendants, no riches, 2,000 miles from home. This life has been a relentless pursuit of vengeance, a life devoted to ensuring my siblings flourish. Have I succeeded? I am the eldest. I am to be the pillar of the family. I must grow strong, even if I must die on this path. As an elder brother, there's no retreat, only forward movement. I am the eldest son, and I shall perish on the road to revitalizing our family name, dying in the radiant nights of my siblings' lives, on the day when my parents' vengeance is avenged. Have I succeeded? Wei Xia's gaze becomes unfocused as the brainwave device emits a beeping sound, signaling the successful connection of the memory retracing apparatus. Chapter 2. The eldest son's life experience. On the evening of New Year's Eve, 25 years ago, the biting cold winds swept through the air. It was a day when families gathered to watch their phones and televisions, enjoying meals and drinks together. Even within the confines of a prison, inmates were engrossed in their own televised celebrations, marking one of the most joyful and reunion-filled days of the year. Trending on Weibo was the headline, "The Life Retrospective of Wei Family and Oppo's eldest son." Simulation begins as Wei Family and Oppo's 4 children experience the life of their eldest brother, allowing viewers to understand the true essence of an eldest son. On Douyin, the top trend read, "Wei Family and Oppo's second son claims he will simulate the life of the eldest brother, contrasting his brother's mistakes to illustrate what a model eldest brother should embody." Meanwhile, on today's headlines, the top story featured an interview with the Wei family's 4th daughter. "If I were to simulate the life of the eldest brother, I would be an exemplary eldest child." The Northern Morning News conducted an interview with the Wei family's 5th daughter, Wei Pingling, who declared, "I will simulate the life of the eldest brother, starkly contrasting his decayed existence, as I must embody the true essence of what an eldest son should be." At 6 o'clock on New Year's Eve, just 2 hours before the live broadcast of the show, over 200,000 people had already reserved their viewership online. More than 10 television stations postponed their recordings to air the program simultaneously. The moment the preview was released, 8 million viewers locked onto the channel. The program was officially titled Eldest Son Comparison, and it even garnered real-time broadcasts overseas, translated as Two Lives, the comparison of the eldest son. At 8:00 and Oppos, clock sharp, the brainwave research team activated their equipment. A brainwave projection device was set up in the hospital room, and Wei Xia donned the brainwave device. Soon, he would return to the body of Wei Xia 30 years prior, in the year 1995, and he would control his movements to reshape his destiny. A parallel screen displayed Wei Xia's original life trajectory, juxtaposing the simulated life of the eldest son with that of Wei Xia. The comparison commenced. After the professor's explanation, Wei Xia nodded calmly. As the second son of the Wei family and a business magnate, he was poised and prepared, determined to show the world what it meant to be the eldest son and lead the Wei family down a prosperous path. The equipment activated. The audience beheld the first scene. On the winter's New Year's Eve of 1995, fireworks and firecrackers resonated throughout the mining community in Baita Town. Wei Xia, inhabiting the body of the 18-year-old Wei Xia, began to experience the life of the eldest son. In this first act, Wei Xia witnessed his parents diligently making dumplings. Just as he felt an urge to call out to them, the sound of a car crashing into their door echoed from the entrance, followed by gunfire and angry shouts. A thunderous explosion ensued, shaking the very foundations of their home. Faced with such unrelenting violence, Wei Xia was rendered speechless. His father called out to him, but upon realizing he was in a stupor, he could only grab him and push him out through the back door, stuffing him into a corn husk. Crouched within the husk, Wei Xia, a business prodigy, had seldom encountered such direct brutality, especially not so suddenly. It took a long while for him to emerge, trembling, from the corn husk. He cautiously made his way to the front door, gazing at the shattered entrance as he entered the courtyard. What he saw next sent him into a state of shock. The interior of the house was in disarray, with shattered dishes littering the floor and the bedding ablaze, engulfed in flames fueled by gasoline. His parents lay inside, their faces bruised and bloodied, exuding the sickening scent of pesticides. His father had succumbed to death. A knife wound in his chest, the blood dark and congealed. With her dwindling strength, his mother crawled towards him, her icy hand reaching out to touch her eldest son. "My child," she whispered, "you must not cry anymore. You will go to your grandmother's house to take care of your younger siblings. You are the eldest. You must be strong. Look after them well. Do not seek revenge for us. Just survive. Do not engage with these madmen. You're the eldest." As she coughed and murmured, the pain overwhelming her, she struggled to expel her last breath. In her final moments, she held tightly onto her eldest son's hand. Wei Xia stood dazed, slowly regaining his memories as he gazed at the inferno before him, murmuring, "I remember now. That year, Wei Xia went to grandmother's house to fetch us. He said our parents were away and the house caught fire. But it wasn't just a fire. It was a deliberate act of revenge against our parents. Yet why did Wei Xia lie?" In that moment, a sense of calm washed over him. "You were afraid, weren't you?" Wei Xia shouted in anger, slapping himself to regain composure. He hastily knocked on the neighbor's door, but there was no response. Other neighbors, fearful and unwilling to attract danger, ignored his desperate pleas as he continued to pound on the door. The town was alive with the sounds of barking dogs and firecrackers, while fireworks burst in the sky. Exhausted, Wei Xia ceased his knocking, filled with resentment as he surveyed the town. Disgusted, "My parents helped the villagers so much, yet now they are all cowards." Determined, he mounted his bicycle to pedal the 8 miles to the police station, only to discover a flat tire. Gritting his teeth, he pedaled on, the wheels heavy with mud. He fell multiple times, yet his indomitable will pushed him forward. "I will show you what it means to be the eldest son," Wei Xia roared, summoning his strength to press on through the snow. Finally, after an hour's arduous journey, he arrived at the police station, his path obstructed by rain-soaked mud. He was taken aback to find only 2 elderly officers on duty. Upon hearing of the incident, their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried to call the county police, realizing the mining community was too remote and initially understaffed until 1998. It would take 3 hours for a police car to arrive, the journey hampered by the muddy roads. The elderly officers candidly informed him of the situation. Wei Pingxiang felt a surge of agitation. The journey had drained his patience, and at 18, his stamina was waning. He waited at the police station, borrowing the phone in preparation to call his grandmother's house. In that moment, he hesitated, pondering how to convey the tragic news to his grandmother and younger siblings. After considerable thought, he resolved to speak the truth. "Grandmother, grandfather, my parents have been harmed. Please come quickly and bring others." Wei Pingxiang remained remarkably composed, intending to leverage his business acumen to escalate the situation, confident that the truth could be uncovered swiftly. On the other end of the line, he heard the cries of his siblings echoing with despair. A complex wave of emotions washed over him. He questioned whether he had made the right choice as the eldest son. Yet it mattered not. Gritting his teeth, he reassured himself that he would not follow in Wei Xia's footsteps and choose to hide. He was determined to uncover the truth behind his parents' demise. He would take on the mantle of the eldest brother, caring for and supporting each of his siblings. This was the essence of being an elder. With renewed resolve, Wei Pingxiang decisively instructed the elderly officers, prepare medical masks, and gather fingerprint and footprint collection experts. We must mobilize the community for an extensive search, setting up checkpoints at every major route. Conduct visits and investigations amongst the villagers. Initiate a reward for information. We must collect physical evidence, secure convictions, and apprehend the perpetrators. The elderly officers at the town police station could not help but commend this remarkable youth for his calmness, decisiveness, and thorough consideration. In that moment, the life of the eldest son that Wei Pingxiang was experiencing began to captivate the entire audience. The unfolding scene resembled a cinematic narrative, filled with unexpected twists and turns, leaving viewers spellbound. The authentic dialogue, set against the backdrop of 1995, resonated deeply, allowing the audience to connect with Wei Pingxiang's emotional journey. On Douyin, the live broadcast garnered an avalanche of comments, soaring to the top of the trending list. In the manner befitting an elder brother at the tender age of 18, he rode a deflated 2/8 bicycle, traversing through muddy paths for an hour to report to the authorities. Despite being engulfed in profound sorrow, he swiftly devised a plan for the police, exemplifying the true essence of Wei Pingxiang, who is undoubtedly more suited to the role of an elder brother. I am intrigued to witness the memories of the eldest son, Wei Xia. Faced with the despair of his parents' tragic fate, what choices did he make? Why did he opt not to inform his maternal grandparents, instead choosing to conceal the truth? Is this not an act of timidity? If Wei Pingxiang were the eldest son, the Wei family would undoubtedly be stronger. He possesses the charisma of a leader, which explains his subsequent success in business. The comments flooded in like clouds. Now, the program transitions to a new scene, stirring curiosity and confusion among many viewers. Retracing Wei Xia's memories, the recollection returns to Wei Xia at 18. On New Year's Eve in 1995, at 8 o'clock, the brainwave imagery unfolds. Chapter 3. This year's New Year's Eve was particularly frigid. In the mining district of Baida Town, Yeqing, Dongchang Province, 1995, the chill of winter enveloped the night. The Wei Xia ancestral home was adorned with couplets, radiating the essence of the new year. 18-year-old Wei Xia was abruptly startled by the sounds of the front door and windows crashing. Wei's mother, who was in the midst of wrapping dumplings, turned pale, while Wei's father reacted with remarkable swiftness. Wei Xia hastily retrieved a knife from the kitchen, which his father seized at once, before forcing Wei Xia beneath the bed, urgently instructing him, "Do not come out. No matter what happens, remain hidden until you are certain the intruders have left. Do not call the police. I suspect they are watching your younger siblings. Their power is too formidable. Stay quiet and do not cry." Wei Xia, with reddened eyes, crouched beneath the bed, fiercely pinching his own flesh to stifle any cries, while he meticulously observed every detail of the assailants. He noted the style and approximate size of their shoes, the clothing they wore, their masked appearances, and the type of vehicle they drove. He watched helplessly as his father was assaulted, absorbing every detail of the criminal's actions. The assailant, pressing down on Wei's father's chest, demanded, "How much evidence have you uncovered? Because of you, our 3 drug trafficking routes along the border have been dismantled. Therefore, I offer you a chance, die together. With a sudden stamp, the masked thug shattered Wei's father's ribcage, turning his fierce gaze towards Wei's mother. Drink the pesticide, and I will spare your husband. Without hesitation, she opened the vial, casting a final, profound look at her husband, and swallowed it down, only to be met with relentless vomiting and a pallor that overtook her face. Wei's father roared in anger, but was restrained, his voice cut short as the assailant, devoid of any emotion, produced a triangular dagger and plunged it into Wei's father's heart. Blood sprayed forth, pooling beneath the bed as he relinquished his struggle, tilting his head weakly, silently expelling clots of blood. His gaze met Wei Xia and Amp, Oppos, as beneath the bed, filled with encouragement, a silent affirmation to persist. Even in his final moments, he exhibited no hint of malice or despair towards his child, continuing to inspire him. His last words echoed, "Keep hiding, you must stay safe." Wei Xia, in a daze, felt tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, having no time to wipe them away as he continued to scrutinize the assailant's every move. He noted their stature, the fact that 4 wore medical masks while 2 did not. They forced pesticide down Wei's father's throat, creating the appearance of a domestic quarrel gone awry, all while leaving behind a forged suicide note. Regrettably, their children were not present. Otherwise, they would have been killed as well. The lead thug, a menacing bald figure, forcibly positioned Wei's father's head, brutally pried open his mouth, and poured in the pesticide. With haste, the assailants doused the room in gasoline, leaving the fake suicide note at the door before igniting the interior. A thunderous roar erupted as flames consumed the space. Wei Xia did not flee. Instead, he shed his sweater and plunged into the icy water of a bucket, pulling the sweater over his head as he once again concealed himself beneath the bed, struggling against the suffocating smoke. The scene was utterly shocking, with families across the neighborhood rendered motionless, unable to fathom that such a horrific act of vengeance could occur on New Year's Eve of 1995. Online commentators were in disbelief. Wei Xia reacted too slowly. Why didn't he escape sooner? Gasoline soaked into the bedding. The old house could easily ignite, and the toxic fumes would be lethal. This is too dangerous. Wei Xia seems paralyzed by fear. A new scene unfolded as the sound of footsteps echoed within the gas-laden room. The bald thug resumed his search, kicking over various items until he gazed contentedly at the inferno, declaring, "Brothers, let in Amp. Amp, Oppos, Esco. There's no one left. They're all dead. The Wei family is no more." The sound an old van roared to life, departing the scene. It was only then that Wei Xia sprang forth from beneath the bed. Instead of fleeing the house, he dragged his parents outside with every ounce of strength within his frail, 18-year-old frame. In the yard, Wei's mother's complexion shifted from ashen to a deepening shade of black. She cast a final, fleeting glance at Wei Xia and said, "Xia, do you know why we chose the name Xia for you? It means a flawed jade is preferable to a common stone. Your father and I hope you will become a person of value, even if you are imperfect, to benefit the people. Remember this. My son, do not cry. When your father and I are gone, how can you still shed tears? You must not. You have your younger siblings to care for. You cannot cry for them. Your father and I were retaliated against for investigating the drug trafficking ring, and you must find a way to protect your siblings from further retribution. My son, what will you do now? I wish to see you married to witness." Her voice faded as she lost strength, her pupils dilating, and just before slipping away, she grasped Wei Xia and Amp, Oppos, as hand tightly. "You are the eldest. It's time to grow up." Wei and Amp, Oppos, mother's death was a tragic sight. Those who perish from pesticides do not leave behind a pretty corpse. Her body was a sickly hue, exuding a pungent chemical odor amidst the raging fire and billowing smoke. The neighbors cowered in fear, especially upon hearing the gunfire. Without hesitation, Wei Xia began to move his parents and Amp, Oppos, bodies, painstakingly shifting them, terrified of causing any damage. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers exploded, and fireworks lit up the sky, while others feasted on dumplings and watched the spring festival gala. It took Wei Xia an hour to conceal his parents' bodies within the corn stalks behind the house, ensuring they were hidden. He did not weep further. Ever since his mother urged him to grow up, He had not shed another tear, though his hands trembled violently as he buried them. He then rushed back into the blazing house, retrieving the stool used to beat his father, the rolling pin, and the pesticide bottle, one by one, placing them inconspicuously in a corner of the yard. The online commentary fell in a stunned silence, nearly frozen in disbelief. As the fireworks illuminated the sky over Yecheng on New Year's Eve, many families within their homes stared blankly at their televisions, struggling to comprehend the horrific fate that had befallen the Wei family. In the Yecheng police station, young officers watched the retrospective program, lost in thought. Why did he hide the bodies? What purpose does it serve? An older officer squinted, understanding dawning upon him as he sighed. This is no ordinary act of vengeance. It is a targeted extermination. The Wei parents were formidable figures, first-generation drug enforcement officers, and it is clear who they must have offended. Hence, Wei Xia must conceal the bodies and claim his parents are missing, forcing himself to endure this ordeal or later report it to the National Security Bureau. This is the best course of action he could take. The commercial center in Oppo's large screen also displayed scenes from the New Year in Oppo's retrospective, and many young couples stood before it, whispering to one another. Wei Xia feared retribution. He didn't end Oppo's. Dare report it to protect himself and his siblings, one remarked. The enemy is too powerful. The Wei family has 5 children. Wei Xia's actions could be seen as a form of compromise. Yet he ultimately betrayed his parents' hopes by failing to care for his siblings, straying onto a path of depravity and chaos. Another lamented, filled with complexity. Was this self-destruction? A descent into despair? And in that moment, a new scene emerged. Chapter 4. I Will Remember You Again and Again on New Year's Eve. The most sensational program was officially born. Billions of viewers sat at home, watching television, puzzled by Wei Xia and Oppo's actions, why he was concealing a corpse, what his next steps would be, and why he disregarded his parents and Oppo's instructions to care for his siblings. With brainwave memory extraction, the next scene appeared on the screen. Flames surged, searing heat engulfed everything. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky as explosions erupted from the Wei family and Oppo's ancestral home. Wei Xia withdrew a cloth bag from a firearm, taking out paper and pen. Alone, he sat desolately at the front door, immersed in writing amidst the swirling black smoke, oblivious to his surroundings. Time, January 30th, 1995, 8:02 p.m. As the Spring Festival program commenced, the criminal drove a well-used gray-white van and a nearly new black Santana that crashed through the gate, from which 6 individuals emerged. The leader, a bald man wearing a medical cloth mask, stood approximately 177 meters tall, spoke with a Yunnan accent, bore a red scorpion tattoo on his right hand, donned a suit and black pants, and wore a black jacket over a black cotton coat. The second individual threatened the mother to drink pesticide. He appeared around 25 years old, had long flat hair, stood about 173 meters tall, and was unmasked, speaking with an Inner Mongolia accent. With a scorpion tattoo on his right hand, dressed in jeans and a leather jacket. The other 4 wore medical cloth masks. Their features were generally indistinct, but one was small, approximately 40 years old, bald, male, wearing glasses with a black mole on the left side of his forehead, speaking in a muffled tone, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and leather boots. The others followed his commands. Weapons included a dagger, a triangular stabber, imitation firearms, and detonators. Wei Xia closed his eyes, his youthful face flashing with uncontrollable pain. Each recollection of his parents and Oppo's murder tormented him profoundly. The scene was heart-wrenching. In the hospital, connected to the brainwave device, Wei Pingzhong, the dignified 3rd son of the Wei family, was taken aback, suddenly questioning, is Wei Xia remembering those murderers? What is he planning to do? He was stunned. His elder brother had never mentioned the assailants. In the recollections of the 4 siblings, after the New Year and Oppo's Eve in and Oppo's 95, Wei Xia had told them their parents had gone missing. Their home had unexpectedly burned down, and they had become orphans, one by one sent away by Wei Xia. The siblings had subsequently inquired about their parents and Oppo's whereabouts, but he never spoke of them, only saying they were missing, and if pressed, he would remain silent. In the hospital corridor, A female journalist from Yecheng was left dumbfounded. A child witnessed his parents' murder, dragged and concealed the corpse while the house burned. Little Wei Xia had no time to grieve, no time to extinguish the flames, for he was focused on remembering every detail about the assailants. The journalist was astonished. This child possessed remarkable psychological resilience. On Douyin, the live stream title comparison of the firstborn lives had officially surpassed 4 million viewers. The comments flooded in. The first simulated firstborn was Wei Xia, who chose to brave the ordeal, report to the authorities, and face the truth alongside his family. The second firstborn was Wei Xia and Appo's original memory, who opted to conceal the corpse, letting the house burn without seeking help, meticulously documenting the criminal's characteristics. The Wei family was undeniably resilient. Logically, Wei Xia was the more suitable firstborn. His actions were commendable, facing the situation openly with his family. This is what constitutes a family. The comments abruptly halted as a new scene unfolded. 18-year-old Wei Xia sat on the doorstep, clad in a black cotton coat dusted with snow, before a house that had collapsed in flames, an explosive sound echoing around him. Neighbors finally arrived, trembling, attempting to extinguish the fire, with an elderly man kicking Wei Xia a few times, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Your house is on fire." Wei Xia remained unmoved, lost in his thoughts, appearing foolish to others. "Where are your parents?" inquired Mrs. Wang, a concerned neighbor. "How did your house catch fire?" shouted Mr. Zhao. "What a useless child. How could the Wei family produce someone like you?" Mr. Zhao angrily kicked him again, for Wei Xia and Appo's eyes held a calm derision. Indeed, no one had come before. Now, they were bustling about, asking questions, displaying their character. Previously, Wei and Appo's father had cleared the area of thugs and bandits, and many miners had expressed their gratitude. Now, it was the likes of Mr. Zhao, eager to take charge and direct the firefighting efforts, as if performing a grand deed. Meanwhile, the eldest son, Wei Xia, displayed a blank expression, seemingly absorbed in drawing. To the onlookers, it appeared he was merely sketching. But to the viewers watching the broadcast, Wei Xia was meticulously, bit by bit, creating a sketch. This was a criminal portrait. That was Wei Xia, lying beneath a bed, glimpsing the bald man's features through the reflection of an overturned kettle, the mask slipping for a brief moment while he assaulted Wei's father. The bald man's portrait, physique depiction, tattoo lines, hooked nose, dark skin, red-tipped nose, narrow eyes with black scars, a scar on his neck. Every detail meticulously captured. The Inner Mongolia accented man, scorpion tattooed, long flat hair, unmasked with Danfeng eyes, a flat nose, reddish complexion, 2 black moles on his forehead and right eye, short beard, and a small scar on his chin. Wei Xia, seemingly indifferent to the neighbors' inquiries, ambled to the yard, where he observed blood fingerprints on the rolling pin, fingerprints on the pesticide bottle, and the wooden stool used by the assailants. He began to record and document the evidence. The other 4 individuals, their physiques, attire, postures, the patterns on their leather boots, the tread marks, every detail meticulously inscribed on the aged yellow pages of his diary. The neighbors sighed and began to depart, some calling to inform Wei Xia's grandparents. Wei Xia buried the bloody evidence beneath the rubbish. Soon his grandparents arrived, accompanied by his siblings. His grandmother, aged 67, upon seeing their home in ruins, broke down into inconsolable sobs, unable to be comforted by those around her. "Little Xia, where are your parents?" "Where are they?" she cried, trembling. "They went out. They said they had to go on a business trip." Wei Xia replied calmly, having also hidden the envelope left by the assailants. "Who set the house on fire? Who did this?" His grandfather trembled with rage. Other villagers echoed the questions. "Yes, who did this? Was it you who played with fire?" In that moment, Wei Xia seemed poised to speak, but he caught sight of a short, bald man in the crowd watching him intently, sending a chill down his spine. It was one of the assailants. Thus, Wei Xia collapsed to the ground, crying, "I should and Appo's. Tia played with fire. I should Tia have lit the candles at home." Nearby, a blanket lay forgotten. Wei Xia wept uncontrollably, and the other neighbors, infuriated, kicked him once more. His grandparents, enraged, threatened to break his legs with sticks. Wei Xia stood motionless, allowing the blows to land, while his gaze inadvertently fell upon the hidden criminals in the crowd. The short, bald man, a fake gun bulging at his waist, the scarred bald man, squinting and appearing nonchalant like the rest, and the flat-haired man, feigning concern as he spoke of the fire. The assailants observed from the sidelines, ensuring nothing was amiss. I cannot expose myself. My siblings are here. They must not catch on. I must protect them. Wei Xia repeatedly reassured himself internally, and his voice echoed through the live broadcast, resonating across the nation on New Year and Damp. Oppos, Eve 30 years later. Many families were left in stunned silence. At the Yecheng police station, young officer Chun Xiaowen suddenly felt a profound sense of sadness. This child chose to bear it all. He was aware that the murderer was lurking nearby, yet he also understood that the assailant was armed. His siblings and loved ones were still present, which rendered him incapable of speaking out. In a desperate bid to shield his family, he even went so far as to claim responsibility for igniting the fire, willingly shouldering the blame for all the malevolence. Thus, he preferred to bear the ignominy of having burned down his own home, along with the disgrace of being deemed unfilial and foolish. Chun Xiaowen suddenly turned to the veteran officer and said, "Senior, I truly find it hard to fathom that Wei Xia and Oppos' future could lead him down a path of depravity and decay, becoming a habitual inmate. How could that be? He possesses a sense of responsibility and is remarkably capable." The old officer sighed, but in the times to come, this calamity may very well shatter him into despair, ultimately transforming him into a fiend. Chapter 5. Two choices 3 decades ago. Wei Xia and Oppos' parents met a tragic end. Their home engulfed in flames, the perpetrators right before him. Yet, he was unable to identify them, forced to feign ignorance and bear the blame for the arson. On that fateful night, 6 assailants lurked within the crowd, inconspicuous yet menacing, their eyes fixed on the Wei siblings, each harboring murderous intent, poised to extinguish their lineage. They awaited the opportune moment. Today, this harrowing New Year's Eve remains etched in the memories of countless families. Comments began to appear. Why didn't he call the police immediately and have them surround the area? But this was 30 years ago. Do you comprehend the rampant crime of the 1990s? The difficulty of gathering evidence, especially in a remote, abandoned mining area during winter when the roads were muddy. And the criminals were numerous and heavily armed? Do you grasp the challenge of apprehending them? If they felt cornered, the Wei family could have been annihilated. It was truly a desperate situation. I can hardly imagine what came next with the killers still watching. I suddenly recall that Wei Xia later was diagnosed with depression, bipolar disorder, and even schizophrenia. Could this childhood trauma have fundamentally altered his character? In the hospital room, Wei Xia, along with his memories, seemed to relive those moments. His expression contorted with anguish and frustration, his body writhing as the recollection haunted him like a nightmare. In the room, Wei Pingzheng, the third brother, furrowed his brow at the scene. Do we truly face an extermination crisis in our childhood? How do we survive? How is it possible that I was unaware? The fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, expressed her confusion. Wei Xia is truly foolish. He only knows how to cower. I am curious about how he resolved the situation. Wei Pingyang admired the actions of their second brother, Wei Pingsheng, who upon entering the role of the eldest son, promptly contacted the police, informed the rest of the Wei family, and united their efforts, a wise and decisive course of action. Indeed, he was more suited to be the eldest son. He would lead the police to apprehend the culprits and guide the Wei family out of the shadows. The fifth sister, Wei Pingling, appeared dazed, as though transported back to her childhood, relentlessly inquiring about their parents. The eldest son, Wei Xia, merely mumbled evasively. In retrospect, he had only shown cowardice. The mental imagery continued to unfold. Wei Pingsheng simulates the life of the eldest son. In Zhangji town, the police finally arrived through the falling snow. Wei Pingsheng calmly entered the vehicle and, in response to the officer's inquiries, recounted the details of his parents' demise with measured composure. Every intersection has been set up as a checkpoint. I suspect the criminals acted out of premeditated revenge. My parents held positions as public servants. Wei Pingsheng remained composed. outlining the apprehension strategy while emphasizing their parents and Oppo's public service roles to garner the police and Oppo's as full attention. As he spoke, the officers' expressions grew grave, and they began making calls for reinforcements. The wind howled cold and biting. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng radiated an extraordinary aura, although he inhabited Wei Xia's body. He exuded a businesslike demeanor, calmly directing operations. The police arrived and were met with the sight of their home engulfed in flames. They rushed inside multiple times, but found no bodies. The lead officer frowned, knocking on neighboring doors. Was there a shooting? Or have the assailants fled? The police questioned Old Man Zhao, who merely shook his head, looking perplexed. It was just a fire. Wei Xia's parents had gone to the county for supplies. They left long ago and weren't home. We tried to extinguish the flames, but it was futile, so I returned. The house was empty. Old Man Zhao waved dismissively. At that moment, the previously confident Wei Pingsheng's complexion changed drastically. He realized that during the time he was reporting to the police, the assailants not only destroyed the scene and evidence, but also threatened the neighbors, erasing all traces of their crime. Wei Pingsheng recalled his parents' warnings about the formidable enemy lurking in the shadows, urging him not to call for help. Now, he began to understand that, in this simulated life, as the eldest son, he must confront a powerful and malicious adversary. The police conducted further searches and questioned several households, ultimately concluding that it was merely an accidental fire. They left behind an old officer to assist with the investigation while the others rushed to address other homicide cases. At this moment, Wei Pingsheng felt a profound chill. Familiar faces emerged. His grandparents, his younger siblings, and even the innocent, bewildered version of himself from childhood, surrounded by a crowd watching the fire. Wei Pingsheng was engulfed in despair, contemplating a lie to protect his grandparents. The seven of them borrowed a neighbor's tractor, taking only essential money and supplies as they fled to Luoqiao County. After much deliberation, he chose to evade the threat. On the tractor, he gazed at his younger siblings, swathed in blankets, uncertain if he had made the right decision, overwhelmed by the pressure of the situation. Who were the assailants? The evidence had been obliterated. They had exposed themselves to danger, aimlessly fleeing to their aunt's home to escape the killers. As they traveled, his siblings wept inconsolably, unable to accept the reality of their parents' deaths. The two elders, fearful, looked around anxiously, with their grandmother continuously reciting prayers. The sky darkened. In this life, I am the eldest. I must remain steadfast. Wei Pingsheng's expression sharpened, reclaiming the poised demeanor of a business leader. Yet, internally, he remained restless and anxious. Wei Pingsheng was also curious about Wei Xia's original life, how he faced the threat, how he resolved the situation. Surely, he must have chosen to flee, to hide, to conceal the death of their parents, retreating into silence. Yet, I choose to confront the challenge head-on. I'm not wrong, Wei Pingsheng murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the original life of the eldest son continued to unfold. Simulating the life of the eldest son, Wei Pingsheng enters Wei Xia and Oppo's body as the eldest son, facing the future, choosing to expose the case, but the enemy is too powerful, forcing him to flee. Wei Xia and Oppo's memories. The assailants blended into the crowd, waiting for the right moment to strike. Wei Xia chose to hide the truth of his parents' deaths, accepting the blame for the arson. Two lives with similar circumstances, yet diverging choices, revealing a vast chasm in their paths. Today, numerous netizens commented, different personalities lead to different choices. Wei Pingsheng chose to reveal the deaths, confronting the killers and ultimately relocating his family. How would Wei Xia respond? Wei Xia would likely exhibit weakness. The enemy is too formidable, leaving them no choice but to succumb. The narrative of Wei Xia's life commenced. Chapter 6. Never back down. On the evening of January 27th, 1995. As the clock struck 9 on New Year's Eve, the flames consuming the Wei family ancestral home began to wane. Wei Xia lay on the ground, having been kicked several times by his grandfather, resembling a wild child in his dirty state. Neighbors, having learned that a young boy was responsible for the fire, began to disperse. Among them was a short, balding man who had lingered for some time before finally leaving with the crowd. Before the ruins of the old residence stood the Wei family, 7 members in total. Wei Xia, now lying on the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first act of feigning madness had been successfully executed, allowing him to evade the gaze of the killer. He now lay weak and exhausted. His 2 younger brothers and 2 sisters glared at him with eyes full of resentment and hatred. Wei Pingsheng, the second brother at 11 years old, spat out in disgust. "You've brought shame to our parents. What will they say when they return to find the house burned down?" The third brother, Wei Pingzheng, aged 9, coldly remarked, "From now on, we won't call you brother. You don't deserve it." The youngest sister, Wei Pingyang, merely turned away, while the 5-year-old Wei Pingling wept in their grandfather and aunt, Appo's, arms. The elders glared at Wei Xia, their expressions filled with fury, and everyone hurled harsh words in his direction. Yet, amidst it all, Wei Xia smiled. He was the eldest son, and for the moment, his siblings were safe. Thus, he remained indifferent to the hatred and scorn directed at him. It mattered not. As he lay there, his grandmother went to borrow a tractor to bring the children back to their old home, with his siblings following behind. In the ruins, Wei Xia found himself lost in memories. The skills he had acquired, his ability to sketch, to record information, to maintain composure, were lessons imparted by his parents. His mother had once told him that as the eldest son, he needed to learn as much as possible to serve the country and become an exemplary brother. The knowledge he had gained now found its application in the context of his parents' and Appo's tragic fate. Wei Xia was deeply pained, haunted by his father and Appo's words, "As a brother, there is no retreat, only forward." In that moment, he leaned against a wall, speaking to the empty, dark night, "I shall be the pillar of my family. I must grow strong. If I am to perish, let it be in pursuit of this path. I am the eldest, and I will die on the road to rejuvenating our family on the night of my parents' vengeance." At 18, Wei Xia repeatedly questioned himself, resolute in fulfilling his duties as the eldest son. Beneath the cloak of darkness, he felt utterly alone as the tractor departed with his siblings, while his grandfather, infuriated, ordered him to run home. There were no streetlights, only a worn-out flashlight to accompany him. No one paid him any heed. Villagers murmured disparagingly, calling Wei Xia a scourge, declaring that it would have been better had he been suffocated in infancy. His grandmother raged in the vehicle, vowing that once he turned 19, he would be sent to a brick factory or a mine, for he was a drain on their spirits. Disregarded and ignored, he was unanimously deemed a bad and incompetent child. The moonlight dimmed as Wei Xia sat weakly at the village's edge, refusing to return home. Exhausted, he lay in the straw to regain his strength, and in his hunger, he surreptitiously picked 4 frozen persimmons from the roadside, their taste bitter upon his tongue. Yet he persisted. He needed to replenish his energy. Significant endeavors awaited him. Wei Xia tightened the zipper of his pocket, filled with sketches of the killer, fingerprints, and shoe prints, evidence of the crime. His backpack held the weapon used by the assailant, along with DNA-laden saliva and blood samples. "My little siblings, I must ensure your safety. Yet I cannot leave. I must seek revenge. I am the eldest of the family." His eyes, tinged with a fierce red, reflected the anger of his 18 years. His slight frame brimming with the desire for vengeance. With determination, he retrieved a charred spring knife from the ruins of the old home, vigorously wiping the blade clean. In the shadows of the night, a solitary youth stood, polishing his weapon, a scene that left many spectators in disbelief. The barrage of comments flooded in on social media, with viewers expressing shock at his intentions, questioning how he planned to exact revenge. Meanwhile, Wei Xia's third sister, Wei Pingyang, frowned in a hospital room, reflecting on his absence that fateful day. She could hardly believe that her brother, known for his reckless lifestyle, could ever harbor thoughts of vengeance. The online platforms were abuzz, drawing in nearly 20 million viewers, all captivated by the unfolding drama on this new year and Appo's eve. The scene continued to unfold. In the mining town, under the cover of darkness, Wei Xia began to knock on the windows of every house, deliberately raising his voice to call out the name of the village head and amp, Appo's son. 8-year-old Xiao Dong emerged, confused by the commotion. Wei Xia repeated the tactic at each residence, coaxing children outside, inciting chaos among the village and Appo's livestock, and even venting his frustrations on the village head and Appo's old car. Finally, the village head and Appo's loudspeaker blared an alarm, urging everyone to wake up. Thieves have entered the village. Quick, wake up! Child traffickers are here. The sound echoed through the night as the villagers, alarmed, rushed out with makeshift weapons, sticks, shovels, and knives, their faces lit by flashlights and torches. With a population nearing 400, panic ensued as the men congregated, discussing the threat at hand. In the midst of the turmoil, Wei Xia cried out, trembling, "I saw the traffickers taking Xiaodong. They drove a gray-black Santana and a light gray van. One was bald, the other balding, and they had other children in their vehicle." The village head, Zhou Qiang, was taken aback, suddenly realizing the horrifying possibility that the fire at the way home had been a distraction orchestrated by the traffickers to facilitate their heinous acts. Over the past few months, several children had gone missing from the village, and the weight of that realization struck him with dread. In an instant, the village erupted into a frenzy as the men, young and old alike, rallied to protect their children, shouting for help, grabbing vehicles, and heading into the mountains in pursuit. The village illuminated by the chaos of New Year and Appo's became a scene of urgency and determination. Meanwhile, standing calmly before the village head and Appo's home, Wei Xia reached for the spring knife in his pocket, surveying the tumult he had orchestrated, his expression inscrutable. In that moment, the online commentary exploded, with thousands of new messages flooding in, marveling at the cunning of the 18-year-old. Wei Xia and Appo's methods are utterly terrifying. He understands that only by endangering the collective interests of the villagers can he galvanize them into unity. It is only through this chaos that he might seize the perpetrator or deter the culprit from remaining. Moreover, Wei Xia's audacity is staggering. If he can substantiate the existence of human traffickers, the surrounding villages, and even the entire county will descend into panic. In that tumult, the criminal syndicate will be compelled to flee, thus safeguarding the other members of the Wei family. This child is merely 18 years old, yet possesses the uncanny ability to subtly steer the entire situation, directing events toward his desired outcome. It is difficult to fathom why he has achieved so little while his siblings flourish in their respective careers. Chapter 7. The machinations beyond imagination in the hospital. Wei Xia's younger sister, Wei Pingling, was rendered speechless. The recollections of Wei Xia were beyond her belief. Could this truly be her elder brother from their childhood? However, in Wei Pingling and Appo's memories, Wei Xia had dropped out of middle school to lead a life of delinquency, offending many along the way. He had sent all his younger siblings to live with others, even demanding money from those families. Consequently, he was labeled a rogue in Luochio County. Wei Xia was devoid of cunning, often gambling and borrowing money indiscriminately. He lacked responsibility, resorting to flight when pursued for debts. During that time, Wei Pingling felt fortunate to be raised by another family. Otherwise, being nurtured by such a brother would have been a true misfortune. Thus, Wei Pingling furrowed her brow. Is this really him? The 18-year-old who orchestrated a manhunt throughout the village? This. Wei Pingling shook her head. On New Year and Appo's Eve, the viewership ratings soared for the program The Contrast of Life of the Eldest Son. The first life depicted was that of Wei Ping, the second son of the Wei family, who simulated the life of the eldest son. He, along with his younger siblings and grandparents, had fled to Luochio County to evade enemies. The second life was a recollection of Wei Xia, who chose to expose the footprint of human traffickers, instigating panic within the village and compelling everyone to search the mountains, utilizing the collective strength of the populace to confront the perpetrator. The contrast was stark and vivid. On New Year's Eve in 1995, police vehicles arrived at the mining town at 11 o'clock. At that moment, Wei Xia was hiding in the straw, observing the unfolding events. The police began their registration and investigation, and village chiefs from other areas gathered. The police car stood solitary at the village entrance. Wei Xia scanned his surroundings. Women and children had huddled together, awaiting news, while a meeting was convened at the village chief's home, with police in attendance. Thus, no one was near the police car. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Wei Xia struck the corners of the car windows with a sharp stone, then forcefully kicked the glass, unlocking the door. He had learned the ignition technique from his father and swiftly started the car, which roared to life. At the age of 10, Wei Xia had spent an afternoon in the county learning about large trucks. Hence, he was no stranger to manual vehicles. He had a passion for driving, and even his toys were models of cars made from mud. In that moment, as the police car roared to life, it startled many. Wei Xia drove the car up the mountain. Several police officers from the village chief's home rushed out in a panic. The village chief also hurriedly exited. At that moment, someone shouted, "It's over. The traffickers have taken a police car." They must have seen the police vehicle and, in their fear, seized the opportunity to escape. Damn those traffickers. Village chief Zhou Qiang felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder they hadn't found the traffickers during the recent search. They had been hiding, waiting for retaliation or to steal a vehicle. Realizing this, Zhou Qiang was filled with dread, as all the village officials were tense. Such ruthless traffickers were indeed rare. Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, Sun Haiyang, roared, "Call the Bureau. This is lawlessness. These traffickers are exceedingly arrogant. Intercept them, block the roads, set up checkpoints. We must bring these thugs to justice." Officers were making calls, and other village officials were also notifying the able-bodied villagers to assemble. Everyone united to block the roads and commenced the search of the mountains. No household should rest. They awaited the capture of the traffickers. Amidst the cacophony, the mining town, Zhangji Town, Chunliang Town, Zuoying Township, Datong Village, and Zhao Village. Dozens of towns and villages blared their loudspeakers. The broadcasts echoed, "Attention all villagers. Drop your tasks and gather at the village committee. There are reports of traffickers abducting children in the old mountains of the mining area. The traffickers are exceptionally rampant and deranged. We will cooperate with the police to search the mountains and capture the traffickers." New Year and Amp. Appos. Eve had become a scene of utter chaos. No one could sleep, and the village dogs barked hoarsely. Children in various villages were too frightened to sleep, while women and children clustered together, fearful of the traffickers suddenly appearing to snatch away their children. Elderly men armed themselves with sickles or machetes, gathering to search for the traffickers in the mountains. The old mountains of the mining area were illuminated with flickering lights, shouts, and incessant barking of dogs. All of this unfolded unbeknownst to anyone, all because of one child. An 18-year-old child was orchestrating everything from the shadows. In the hospital, Wei Xia's third brother, Wei Pingzheng, witnessed Wei Xia manipulating events, orchestrating a plan for the village to capture the thieves. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the hospital bed where Wei Xia, on the brink of death due to a gunshot wound, lay. In his heart, Wei Pingzheng had already found the answer. At just 18 years of age, his intellect had reached a level capable of designing a scheme for the entire village. Faced with devastating news, the murder of their parents before his eyes, he chose not to rely on the police, but to use them, seeking revenge personally. Thus began the path that led him into a life of crime. To him, it seemed that the foreshadowing of his life had commenced. At the Yeqing police station, the young officer Chun Xiaowen glanced at the screen with a complex expression, murmuring, "Why don't you trust the police?" The 18-year-old, in today's context, was merely a child stepping into university life. Did he truly believe he could confront such criminals with his own strength? He could not comprehend. Old officer Zhou sighed at his words, gazing with pity at the youthful figure on the screen. In 1995, in the remote mining area, the police force was still weak, especially against such organized and premeditated acts of revenge. The Wei siblings had already drawn attention, and Wei Xia was astute. He exploited the name of the traffickers to threaten the entire village and Appos' interests, consolidating power to escalate the situation. Only in this manner could he compel the adversaries to retreat or invoke the intervention of higher official forces. Many were increasingly curious, their eyes glued to the screen. The new footage began. Police cars accelerated along the muddy mountain roads, bouncing violently as shattered glass scattered. The 18-year-old pressed the accelerator, the roar echoing through the night. On the mountain, villagers carrying torches saw the police cars zooming by and waved their arms. The police are here. They will surely catch the traffickers. They shouted hoarsely, but the vehicle sped past without stopping. Unaware that the oppos, traffickers and oppos, had stolen the police car, they continued down the mountain road. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, flames flickered. The tires of the off-road vehicle were caked with mud, and the van was splattered with both mud and blood. A young man with flat hair opened a can and sat by the fire, devouring his meal. Beside him, a bald man was also eating, roasting himself by the fire while pulling out photographs. In the pictures, the 5 Wei children smiled innocently, making hand gestures. They drew out daggers, viciously stabbing the knives into the photographs. Wiping out the Wei family was merely the beginning of their mission. Their primary objective was to annihilate the entire household. Chapter 8. He is just a man gazing at the family portrait of the Wei clan. The youth with disheveled hair sneered softly to himself, murmuring about the impending slaughter at dawn. He casually discarded a can, when suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air. One of his companions, caught in the act of unbuckling his belt, stammered in disbelief. "Why is the mountain lighting up? Someone's coming." The youth, alarmed, tore himself away from his task, his eyes widening in shock. On the dark mountain path, a vehicle and oppos' headlights swept through the trees, speeding closer, accompanied by a torch-bearing entourage. The flashing lights on the vehicle were particularly striking, sending chills through the others present. Their expressions shifted to one of fear as the reality of the situation dawned on them. Had someone witnessed their heinous act? The gang leader bellowed for the scouts to return immediately. In mere moments, both the leader and the disheveled youth wore grim visages. Having learned from villagers that human traffickers were in the vicinity. Traffickers? The youth spat venomously. How dare they show up now? They dealt in drugs and looked down upon the lowly traffickers. As the vehicles drew nearer, panic set in. They split into 2 groups, hastily boarding an SUV and a van to make their escape. The police sirens blared as the patrol cars navigated the dark forest. Yet Wei Xia remained composed, refusing to slow down, with a multitude of pursuers in tow. Villagers armed with shotguns, identifying the van and SUV as belonging to the traffickers, began firing shots. The gang leader, undeterred, accelerated, plowing through 2 villagers without losing speed. As the 2 vehicles diverged on the mountainous road, Wei Xia, without hesitation, pursued the van. The rough terrain jolted the steering wheel violently in his hands. With a loud crash, Wei Xia collided directly with the disheveled youth's vehicle amidst his furious gunfire. The youth was violently thrown from the shattered window, while Wei Xia pressed the accelerator, sending him tumbling several meters into the mud, groaning in agony. The police sirens wailed on, but the van dared not halt, speeding away. At last, Wei Xia exited the vehicle, his expression void of emotion as he covered the disheveled youth's eyes and dragged him, with great effort, into the vehicle. Once more, the vehicle sped off towards a nearby cave, the fuel running low, and more villagers began to gather on the mountain. Wei Xia and oppos' face remained expressionless, his demeanor chillingly devoid of the innocence expected of an 18-year-old. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng, the 3rd brother, and his sisters, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling, stared in shock at the images emanating from the brain scan. Over the years, who had Wei Xia truly become? In their memories, he was timid and greedy, often approaching them with a sheepish grin, always asking for money. There was never a hint of malice. Even when angered, he merely sulked alone. Yet before their eyes, this 18-year-old had orchestrated a plan utilizing the entire village, the police, and the treacherous mountain roads to confront armed criminals. He was nothing like the Wei Xia they remembered. Wei Pingling gazed in disbelief. Is this really Wei Xia? Wei Pingyang adjusted her glasses, her brow furrowed in confusion. The boy before them exuded an intensity of malice, his expression machine-like in its calmness, a stark contrast to the tattooed, yet cowardly individual they had known. The scene continued. The police vehicle approached the cave, its doors slamming shut with a heavy thud. In the back seat, the disheveled youth, suffering from internal injuries, struggled to keep his eyes open. Wei Xia opened the door swiftly, covering the youth and oppos' head with a garment and binding his hands and feet with remarkable skill. The impact had fractured several of the youth's ribs, causing excruciating pain as he was dragged out of the car. Forgive us, forgive us. We shouldn't have poached the antelope. Please let us go. His voice, thick with a Mongolian accent, was raspy as he attempted to feign innocence. Wei Xia leaned closer, lowering his voice as he looked at the youth, now at the water's edge, and hoarsely inquired, on the evening of January 30th, 1995, at 8:02 p.m. The criminals drove a used gray and white van and an 8/10 new black Santana through the main gate. 6 criminals, led by a bald man, wearing medical masks, came to the Wei residence to commit their heinous act. Just after 8 that evening, one of the assailants threatened one of the victims to drink pesticide. Around 25 years of age, with long flat hair, standing approximately 173 meters tall, unmasked, speaking with a Mongolian accent, a scorpion tattoo on his right hand, dressed in jeans and a leather jacket. The other 4 wore medical masks. One was a small, bald man, about 40, wearing glasses, with a mole on the left side of his forehead, speaking in a muffled tone, his glasses framed in gold wire, clad in leather boots. The weapons included a machete, a 3-pronged dagger, a replica firearm, and detonators. Who sent you? With each detail regarding the assailants and their weapons, the disheveled youth grew increasingly fearful. At that moment, he clenched his teeth, refusing to speak beyond his pitiful cries. Wei Xia trembled, fear coursing through him, yet he would not retreat. Within the cave, the water was icy and biting. He laid the youth down and soaked the garment covering his mouth and nose in water. The cold liquid invaded his throat, and the youth writhed in agony, his lungs nearly ruptured by the broken ribs. This was water torture. Ignoring the youth and Appo's cries, Wei Xia continued his relentless actions. Finally, seizing an opportunity while Wei Xia fetched water, the youth gasped, "I'll talk. My name is Yang Daong, from Baiyanqi in Inner Mongolia." Yang Daong, 25 years old, was affiliated with a drug smuggling organization along the Yunnan border, where he served as an assassin, tasked with eliminating specific targets. This time, he had been hired by the bald boss Yang to annihilate the Wei family for 50,000 yuan, with an additional 100,000 for silencing any witnesses. Moreover, it wasn't just about extermination. They sought to extract confessions, but the Wei family remained resolute. In 1995, 100,000 yuan held significant purchasing power. He had brought 3 accomplices, while boss Yang led the bald man, totaling 6 individuals. The bald man was called Ma Bao, a local from the Yunnan border, connected to a drug village. As for Yang's boss, Chen Daong had no knowledge. "I only took the contract to eliminate the Wei family. I swear I know nothing else. Please don't kill me." The youth's pleas echoed in the cavern. Wei Xia, with a pale face and tears streaming down, took out a pen and paper, documenting the information while desperately wiping his tears, fighting against sorrow and despair. At the Yicheng police station, the scene froze, as the young officer Chun Xiaowin and the older officer Zhou observed in disbelief. They were momentarily stunned by the realization that the armed individual on the hospital bed had possessed such courage and intellect at a young age. Chun Xiaowin's astonished gaze fell upon Wei Xia, who was recording everything while weeping, suppressing his despair. My heavens, this young man chose not to flee but to seek vengeance. Not only does he intend to drive away his foes, but he also aims to remember everything about them. The young officer pondered deeply, struck by the complexity of the situation. An 18-year-old, whose parents had just been slaughtered before his eyes, left alone as his family abandoned him. After pursuing the criminals, he compelled himself to conduct a calm interrogation. Old Officer Zhou watched, equally shaken, though he carried a hint of doubt, as he had some knowledge of what was to come. Later, Wei Xia would find himself in and out of prison, even encountering the most perilous situations. By early 2025, an elderly Wei Xia would face charges of murder, resisting arrest with a firearm, ultimately being shot and near death before being admitted to the hospital. As he murmured to himself, the old officer found it increasingly incomprehensible. How could someone so young, with such mental acuity and strategic foresight, later descend into the depths of drug-related chaos? Chapter 9. I Will Not Cry. The barrage of comments is overwhelming, as over 40 million viewers witness this revenge massacre case from 30 years ago. The eldest son of the Wei family, Wei Xia, reflects on his memories. The comments flood in like clouds, questioning why Wei Xia has never mentioned any glory in his life, which seems to be filled solely with failure and sin. In the hospital room, Wei Xia and Appo's fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, stares in astonishment at her frail and emaciated elder brother lying on the bed. Wei Xia, connected to a respirator, has blood seeping from his mouth and nose, appearing utterly defeated. She is stunned by the memories of his reckless pursuit of the murderer, the life and death struggle, the captivity in a cave, and the completion of the interrogation. He was merely 18 at that time. Despite his remarkable skills, after arriving in Luochio City, he would end up sending his siblings away one by one. He himself had fallen onto the streets, even getting arrested multiple times for theft and fighting. Wei Pingyang and Appo's eyes are glazed with confusion. New scenes unfold. The second son of the Wei family, Wei Pingsheng, simulates the eldest son and Appo's memories. Faced with the lurking murderer, Wei Pingsheng can only flee with his family to his aunt and Appo's home in Luochio City. The bumpy journey in a tractor sees his younger siblings huddled together, choking back sobs, while the two elders shed tears. He even catches a glimpse of his younger self, panicking and crying helplessly, filled with fear. When the vehicle finally halts, Wei Pingsheng, exhausted, knocks on the door. Upon learning that the Wei family home has been burned to the ground and the murderer remains at large, his aunt gazes at the children with pity. "You can stay here for now." Seated on the sofa, his uncle quietly grumbles about the number of guests, lamenting that they consume food and drink without paying. His aunt falls silent, and the sounds of his sister and the two elders weeping echo behind her. In that moment, Wei Pingsheng feels an immense weight on his shoulders. His younger siblings need to grow, requiring resources for living and education. They must remain vigilant against the murderer who might return. Yet he gazes calmly at his family, gritting his teeth and declaring, "In this life I'm the eldest son, and I will prevail. I vow to persevere until the end." He mutters to himself, recalling that person. "Wei Xia, what do your memories reveal? They must be filled with failures, just like before. You speak of our parents and Appo's disappearance, leading everyone to Luochio City, only to send your younger siblings away one by one. But in this simulation of life, I am the elder brother, and I refuse to be like you. An elder brother must embody the essence of an elder brother." In that moment, Wei Pingsheng clenches his fist tightly. As Wei Pingsheng murmurs to himself, the comments on today as headlines appear in a complex array. Your brother did not shy away in his original life. He meticulously planned and bore the weight of it all. At just 18, witnessing his parents murdered before his eyes, he remained composed, memorizing the murderer's appearance, utilizing villagers to pursue the culprit, and conducting interrogations. Such a madman would never evade responsibility. Although Wei Pingsheng called the police calmly, the ultimate outcome was still one of flight, with the murderer now alert and potentially stalking the family. In contrast, Wei Xia bore the brunt of everything, taking the correct path to protect his younger siblings. Once again, the scene of Wei Xia's life unfolds. In the cold cave, Wei Xia wipes away his tears, recording everything the murderer, Yang Daong, has said. The murderer Yang Daong passed by Chunhua Guest House and Laofan's farmhouse before heading to the mining community, leaving behind DNA and other evidence. The license plate of the van is GNC 9626, and the off-road vehicle bears the plate Gubi 3155. The police car contains traces of the murderer's blood, which can be tested for comparison. 6 assailants had previously camped in the woods on a hillside east of the mining community, consuming canned barbecue and leaving behind remnants that could be examined. Wei Xia meticulously documents each detail, the despair of Yang Daong with a blindfold, broken ribs, and an inability to breathe, only intensifying his own horror. "Spare me. Please take me to the hospital. I'm dying." His cries are soon interrupted by a hoarse voice. "Why did you annihilate the Wei family?" As tears flow, Wei Xia's voice is laced with coldness. "I only know that the men of the Wei family are anti-drug police. In 1994, they dismantled a drug trafficking line, causing significant losses to others. The women of the Wei family work for national security and have investigated the bald-headed issue, which led to the bald-headed individuals collaborating with us to carry out the massacre. That's all I know. Leaning against the pond, Wei Xia continues to document everything. He then gazes calmly at Yang Daong and suddenly pulls out a spring-loaded knife, stabbing repeatedly. The vibrant crimson, accompanied by a strong scent of rust, spreads as Wei Xia, caught in both physiological and psychological turmoil, heaves and strikes. Following the initial shrieks, Yang Daong gradually falls silent. Wei Xia, feeling nauseous and pale, begins to methodically clean up the scene. He wipes away blood, destroys fingerprints, removes his shoes, and mimics the footprints of others based on calculations of height and weight, creating the illusion of a third party having killed Yang Daong. Subsequently, Wei Xia plans to disguise himself as a child abducted by traffickers, completing the setup as conclusion. While swiftly arranging the scene, he reflects on his actions. Wei Xia discards the corpse on the ground, then retrieves a lighter, fabricating footprints that lead to the police vehicle, and departs the cave. In the overgrown mountain forest, he ignites a wildfire, the flames illuminating the dark wilderness. Villagers searching the mountains begin to head towards the light. Wei Xia drives to a river valley. After erasing traces of his driving, the spring-loaded knife reappears. Wei Xia gazes at his abdomen, eyes filled with resolve, and decisively plunges the blade in until the hilt is buried. The intense pain and blood loss leave Wei Xia pale, his strength seemingly draining away. Struggling to maintain his composure, he tosses the dagger into the flowing river, obliterating any DNA and fingerprint evidence before lying down peacefully, awaiting what feels like death. This is the conclusion he has meticulously planned for himself. The ground is cold and damp as Wei Xia presses on his gory wound, staring at the night sky. He recalls his parents teaching him how to examine crime scenes, how murderers erase traces. They instructed him on preserving fingerprints, DNA identification, documenting features, and how to calculate height and weight based on footprints. The warmth of the past floods his mind, his father's earnest teachings replaying vividly. Wei Xia's eyes brim with tears, yet he stubbornly holds them back. I cannot cry. I am the elder brother, and elder brothers do not cry. I still have my younger siblings. The dizziness from blood loss makes the world spin around him, yet he steadfastly covers his wound. It is only when footsteps approach that Wei Xia finally closes his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 10. The seasoned officer recalled the events of 30 years prior. Specifically on the eve of the new year in 2025, when celebratory melodies resonated from every corner. Within the confines of the Luoqiu Happiness Sanatorium, a man in his 70s was transfixed by the television. This individual was none other than Sun Haiyang, the deputy director of public security who had, 3 decades ago, journeyed to a mining town to investigate a human trafficking case. As he gazed at the retrospective of Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's life playing on the screen, Sun Haiyang and Oppo's thoughts began to drift back to that frigid year. A bitter cold enveloped the mining region, and in the span of a single night, over a dozen calls flooded in from concerned residents reporting that children were being abducted by traffickers. He and his colleagues braved the treacherous mountain roads, muttering in outrage about the inhumanity of those who would steal children during the festive season. Upon their arrival, they found the local populace had already mobilized to search the mountains. While recording testimonies at the village chief's home, a voice outside shouted that the traffickers had stolen the police vehicle, seizing the opportunity to flee in fear of detection. Enraged, Sun Haiyang immediately ordered a call to the station to set up roadblocks and bring these lawless criminals to justice. After a lengthy search, they learned that a child, recently left homeless by a fire, had been taken by the traffickers. That child was Wei Xia. Leading the villagers up the mountain in search of the boy, they arrived at a river valley and witnessed a harrowing scene. In that moment, Sun Haiyang opened his eyes as the vivid memory of that day began to merge with the images on the television screen. Many viewers watched as Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's recollections unfolded. Fixated on the edge of the river valley, the 18-year-old Wei Xia lay on the ground, unconscious. Over here, a villager cried out as several officers and townsfolk raced towards the police vehicle that had been spotted in the valley. The damp earth bore witness to a small figure desperately clutching a wound in his abdomen, his pallid face betraying the gravity of his condition. Quick, we must save him. This child has been stabbed by the traffickers, but he is still alive. The urgency in the officers' voices was palpable as they hastily bandaged his wounds and lifted Wei Xia onto a tractor to rush him to the hospital. Upon the revelation of a victim, Sun Haiyang's demeanor grew grave, and he commenced an investigation into the evidence left behind. Following the tire tracks of the police vehicle, he traced them to a cave, where the sight of Yang Daong and Appo's lifeless body sent a chill through him and his fellow officers. The brutal stab wounds to the chest and abdomen were aimed at vital organs, blood pooling around the corpse in a horrifying display. The forensic team conducted a thorough examination and reported their findings. Multiple rib fractures indicated the cause of death was a knife wound to the heart and abdomen, likely inflicted by a dagger-like weapon. The footprints discovered at the scene, analyzed for depth and size, suggested a height of approximately 183 meters and a weight of around 79 kilograms, indicative of a robust individual. Additionally, there were drag marks on the ground, presumed to belong to the victim. The evidence suggested this location was the initial crime scene. In light of the public's alarm from the reports of abductions, infighting among the suspects ensued. The assailants had driven here, murdered one of their own, and subsequently fled with Wei Xia. Realizing they could not escape while carrying him, they made the fateful decision to kill him and abandon the vehicle. Upon discovering Wei Xia in the river valley, the absence of footprints indicated that the perpetrator had escaped via the river. Listening intently to the technical expert and Appo's analysis, Sun Haiyang understood that the situation was escalating. He promptly reported to the station, advocating for an increase in personnel to assist with the investigation. The audacity of the traffickers was alarming. Not only had they abducted children, but they had also attempted murder and were implicated in a homicide. They needed to be apprehended quickly to prevent further calamity. As news of the attempted murder of Wei Xia spread, panic erupted not only in the mining town, but also in Chunliang Town, Zuing Township, Datong Village, Zhaozhuang, and other surrounding areas. Village leaders, upon receiving the alerts, convened in a frenzy, some plotting in secrecy. They even killed children? These traffickers are lunatics. What can we do? How long will it take to catch them when so many officers have gone to the mountains, yet the culprits remain at large? The village officials of the mining town were particularly shaken, having witnessed the grotesque wounds inflicted on Wei Xia and Appo's abdomen. The fear that the traffickers had escaped, only to return once the police had departed, loomed large. The next victim could easily be their own child. Anxiety permeated the air. In the hospital ward, the acrid scent of disinfectant filled the space. Wei Pingling, gazing at the images of her brother's memories on screen, found herself in disbelief. How could this be? Is he truly injured? No, that can't be right. I remember him being perfectly fine at home, even working in the fields. How could he be hurt? It's impossible. Memories from decades past resurfaced. That year, their home had burned down, and their grandparents, filled with ire, had taken them away on a tractor. Wei Xia had been punished for the fire, ordered to walk home alone. He had returned without mentioning any injury, moving about freely. The grandparents, overwhelmed by the chaos of 4 children, had paid no mind to the trouble caused by their eldest, Wei Xia. Yet, the grotesque wounds depicted in the retrospective could not be fabricated. No one had noticed Wei Xia's true condition. Why had he remained silent? What was the purpose of all this turmoil? Wei Pingling was perplexed, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. The barrage of comments surged forth on a live stream, with viewers expressing their shock. Is Wei Xia truly only 18? With such strategy, intellect, and methods, he hardly resembles a child. To raise a child like this, Wei Xia's parents must be extraordinary. At 18, he possesses a mindset more formidable than most 30-year-olds. Has no one noticed the discrepancies in the police investigation and the evidence at the scene? They are indeed beginning to follow Wei Xia's lead in capturing the traffickers. At the sanatorium, the retired Sun Haiyang watched the live footage with a bitter smile. The human trafficking case from a mining town in 1995 had garnered significant attention, and as the deputy director, he had been one of the primary investigators on site. The initial findings indicated infighting within the criminal gang, resulting in one suspect's death and a child's severe injury. prompting a joint investigation from multiple departments amidst public pressure. Now, he realized that everything had been orchestrated by a child. The villagers had been mobilized, and the traffickers had exploited the police's efforts. This 18-year-old, driven by vengeance and a desire to protect his younger siblings from further harm, had masterminded it all. In his mind's eye, he revisited the moment he had first seen that child. The river valley was icy, and the mountain winds stung his face. The young boy had been stabbed, his eyes wide open as he clutched his wound, a testament to his resilient spirit. He lay there, pale yet calm, looking directly at him. Vivid images of the aftermath flooded back. In the hospital, the injured child was filled with fear, confusion, and dread. "It's all a fade," Sun Haiyang whispered in shock. The young man had manipulated the police and the public, conducting a composed interrogation, fabricating the scene, and masquerading as a victim. At just 18, this boy had set a trap, bearing the weight of it all in silence. In that moment, Sun Haiyang's expression turned grave as he pondered the uncertain path that lay ahead for this remarkable youth. Chapter 11. He was always alone. Only alone on the eve of the Lunar New Year. 25 years later, television stations began broadcasting scenes of celebration. In the town of Lining, 3 elderly men gathered, their table adorned with simple ingredients. Among them were the village heads of Datong and Zhao, alongside the leader of a mining town. As their wine glasses clinked, the old village chief Zhou Qiong fell into a trance, gazing at the live stream on his son Zhou Xiaodong and Appo's as computer screen. Once 50, he was now 80, and his thoughts drifted back 30 years. In 1995, shortly after having a son in his old age, Zhou Qiong vividly remembered that New Year's Eve, when his family was enveloped in joy, preparing for the festive banquet. Every household was festooned with lights, bustling in anticipation of the reunion dinner. Then, a catastrophic fire engulfed the Wei family home. Wei Xia, the eldest son of the Wei family, had started the blaze while playing with fire and was subsequently punished by his grandfather Chengzhou. The child wept, claiming there were human traffickers in the village. The commotion reached such magnitude that men from neighboring towns began searching the mountains, and the police dispatched a significant force for the investigation. Ultimately, the bodies of the traffickers and an unconscious Wei Xia were discovered in the mountains. This incident ignited a massive crackdown on human trafficking throughout Dongchang City, affecting numerous counties and hundreds of towns and villages. To this day, returning to the present, the 3 old village chiefs exchanged glances, their smiles tinged with bitterness, disbelief washing over them. It turned out that this child had schemed against everyone, yet he had been just a small boy then. As the broadcast continued, a barrage of comments flooded the screen, nearly obscuring it. Is this truly the disheveled, middle-aged man lying in the hospital bed as a child? How is that possible? Didn't TU notice the most critical point? This child has never forgotten that he is the eldest son of the Wei family. He is doing everything in his power to support his younger siblings and family. Amidst the comments, the screen shifted again, revealing the life of Wei Xia in reverse. In 1995, at the county hospital, Wei Xia opened his heavy eyelids, squinting against the blinding light. His chest and abdomen bore freshly stitched wounds, and the effects of anesthesia were wearing off, pain gradually creeping in. Blood loss left him weak and uncomfortable. He turned to survey the hospital room, filled with old porcelain bowls and cups, and a weathered wooden cabinet, steeped in the scent of time. In that fleeting moment, Wei Xia's gaze shifted from dazed to resolute as he murmured, "I am the eldest. With my parents gone, I am the pillar of this family." He gritted his teeth, suppressing feelings of grievance and despair, his eyes still swollen, yet his expression unwavering. He struggled to sit up, each movement accompanied by a dull, tearing pain. He needed to say this to himself. Otherwise, he feared he would shatter. His parents' bodies still lay hidden among the straw, and the murderer lurked in the shadows. How could his siblings live and grow? "I cannot falter." Wei Xia rise. The youth's eyes sharpened, teeth clenched as he forced himself to stand, repeating this mantra until he felt as strong as steel. The door to the ward creaked open, and Sun Haiyang observed the boy struggling to sit up, a sigh of pity escaping his lips. "How are you? Does it still hurt? Uncle wants to ask you about the traffickers and Appo's details." In that instant, upon seeing Sun Haiyang. All of Wei Xia's sharpness dulled, replaced by a mix of grievance and fear, emotions typical of a child his age. They tied me up and stuffed me in the trunk. I didn't know where we were going. The car drove fast, like it was going uphill. I only heard them say they needed to catch more children. Later, they mentioned that the police were searching the mountains and that there was definitely an informant among us. Then they started fighting. I saw them in a valley, and they wanted to kill me with knives. Wei Xia trembled slightly, looking pitiful. Sun Haiyang asked for his family's phone number to arrange for someone to settle the medical bills. My family has no money, no phone. It in Oppos. That's all right. Just rest well. I'll cover these expenses, Sun Haiyang said, shaking his head and sighing. This child was far too unfortunate. Wei Xia's injuries were not severe, as he had exercised caution when he acted, avoiding vital areas. As Sun Haiyang prepared to leave, Wei Xia mustered the strength to sit up from the bed. Uncle, I want to go home. After confirming his condition, Sun Haiyang helped Wei Xia into the car. In the back seat, Wei Xia's gaze was calm, fixed on the scenery outside. Along the way, village horns blared alarms, rallying young men to search the mountains, while militia teams began patrols, creating a lively atmosphere. Datong village, where his grandmother lived, was well surrounded. At that moment, Wei Xia calmly murmured, "My siblings are finally safe." Sun Haiyang, focused on driving, misinterpreted this as concern for the other village children and paid no heed. The broadcast continued. In the early morning, the mountains were damp, shrouded in mist. Sun Haiyang dropped Wei Xia at the entrance of Datong village before hurrying off to catch the traffickers. Wei Xia walked weakly, carrying a backpack filled with medicine, each step tugging at his freshly stitched wounds. At his grandfather's house, his younger siblings were still asleep, ignoring Wei Xia's return. He did not rest either. Instead, he pushed open the door and quietly rewrote the evidence from the interrogation of Yang Daong, placing it in the crevice of a chipped wardrobe. Then, pale-faced, clutching his wound, he began drafting a plan. He noted the places where the suspects frequented, including Chunhua Guest House and Old Fan's farmhouse, where he could preserve physical evidence and extract DNA. He had to protect his siblings, and if necessary, send them away to evade the killer and Oppos, gaze. He needed to bury his parents. Wei Xia's face was pale and weak, even as he wrote. As the anesthesia wore off, sharp pain surged forth, each word wrinkling his brow as he gritted his teeth to endure. In that darkened room, Wei Xia sat alone by the window, summing up everything. Behind him were his siblings, sleeping soundly after a night filled with fear and tears. At that moment, sunlight broke through. A frail figure struggled to sit in the light, casting a shadow over the four small children behind. 30 years later, in the hospital ward, Wei Xia's youngest sister Wei Pingling was transfixed, watching the retrospective on the screen, her fingertips unconsciously gripping tightly, nearly embedding themselves into her palm. Was it truly like this 30 years ago? She recalled that day. Wei Xia had burned down the old house, and their grandparents had taken them back home first. Afterward, she had slept soundly, only to be intermittently awakened by the loud horns outside and the militia from various villages searching the mountains and setting up checkpoints at the village entrance. She heard they were capturing some traffickers. Annoyed by the noise, she was half asleep when Wei Xia returned and sat there, flipping through papers. "So, you were writing this evidence then?" In that moment, Wei Pingling felt a surge of complex emotions. "You're facing these people alone? Sending us all away to confront the enemy. How could that be possible?" She thought of the figure in her mind, always carefree, greedy, timid, and cowardly. It was hard to imagine that the Wei Xia of the past would overlap with the disheveled middle-aged man lying in the hospital bed today. Is this truly one person? Chapter 12. The Eldest Son and Oppos. As comparison, as Wei Pingling continued to gaze upward, she delved into the memories of her elder brother, seeking to glimpse the life that lay ahead for Wei Xia. A new scene materialized. Bang! An old enamel bowl was nearly thrown at Wei Xia, splattering soup all around. In the early morning, her grandparents, burdened with worries, struggled to find sleep, having just prepared breakfast. Before Wei Ping, Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pinyang, and Wei Pingling sat bowls of rice porridge, boiled eggs, and pickled vegetables. Yet, before Wei Xia, there was only a bowl of thin cornmeal soup. sparse and lacking in richness. In the wake of the arson incident, her grandfather, Cheng Zhong, simmered with anger, not even inquiring where Wei Xia had spent the night, nor casting a glance in her direction as he served dishes to the other 4 children. Wei Xia, weary from the night, paid no mind, drinking deeply from her bowl to regain her strength. After finishing her meal, she even smiled while clearing the table and assisting with the dishes. After the meal, her younger brother, Wei Ping, began his studies at the age of 11, ripe for middle school. The little white rabbit hops about, looking east and west, for new clothes are better than old. Wei Xia dried her hands, smiling warmly. New clothes are better than old, but people should cherish what they have. This line, derived from the ancient ballads of the Han Dynasty, advises one to treasure the present and not to discard the familiar for the new. Hearing her words, Wei Ping turned away in disgust, disdainfully retorting, "What do you know? Mind your own business. All you do is create trouble." Wei Xia paid no heed to her younger brother's remarks. Though a growing pain in her wounds caused her to frown, her expression nearly betraying her composure. Her siblings remained oblivious, uninterested in acknowledging her, not even noticing the frail figure crouched before the bicycle. Wei Xia observed her siblings with a pale face, a smile flickering as she murmured, "You all must be well. You will all be well." No one heard her, nor did anyone care for the weakened silhouette she cast before the bicycle. Wei Xia simply smiled, her heart sincere, her gaze filled with hope. Time rewound to 25 years later in a nursing home. Now retired, the former deputy chief of the human trafficking case, Sun Haiyang, watched from afar. The lonely boy crouched before the bicycle, filled with concern for his siblings, finally brought tears to his eyes. Through blurred vision, his thoughts drifted back 30 years. "Child, does it hurt?" "It's nothing, Uncle covered the costs." That child never cried out in pain, even during such a significant ordeal when no family came to his aid. It turned out he simply wished to shield his grandparents and siblings from danger. He had always intended to bear the burdens alone. Later, while driving, he passed through villages and towns, observing the militia, and the child would meticulously inquire about the traffickers, whether any suspicious individuals had been apprehended, until finally, Sun Haiyang remembered the innocent whisper, "My siblings are finally safe." Tears streamed down his face as he recalled the boy, who was despised even by his grandparents, who went hungry and felt isolated. Sun Haiyang and Appo's face was etched with sorrow, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Oh, you, how could your life be as ordinary as it appears on the surface?" The second son of the Wei family, Wei Ping's simulation of the eldest son scene, a comparison of lives in winter, amidst thick fog and weak sunlight. Wei Ping woke up at his aunt's home, thoughts swirling. Now, the entire family resided under one roof, relying on financial support for their sustenance. For a short while, his aunt could manage, but as time passed, her silence would likely give way to underlying tensions with her husband. Furthermore, whether it was for feeding his siblings or providing for their education, the expenses would be considerable. Money was scarce, desperately scarce. After calming himself, Wei Ping began to contemplate how to earn money in this era. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, the door swung open, and his siblings rushed in. "Brother, how do you solve this problem? Please help me. My bicycle is broken. The chain one and Appo's fit." "Brother, look, our sister is crying again," she and Appo's, as hungry. The cacophony of voices left Wei Ping's mind in disarray, yet he suppressed his frustration, patiently addressing each issue. Afterward, he left the house. Earning money was of paramount importance. He had to make money. Stepping outside, the weight of pressure bore down on him. Beyond financial worries, he was acutely aware of the lurking threat in the shadows. "I must earn money. Watch closely. I'm suited to be the elder brother because I will not entrust my siblings to anyone else. They are under my protection. I will provide them everything they desire." Wei Xia, take note of what it means to be the eldest. Clenching his fists, Wei Ping spoke to himself with unwavering confidence. Convinced of his ability to care for his siblings, he would surely succeed. With a keen instinct for opportunity, Wei Ping soon set his sights on local produce, such as farm-fresh eggs and loathed, embarking on a venture to profit from the price differences. During his first trip to the countryside to gather goods, despite being expelled from the city for selling without a permit and being fined over 100 yuan, Wei Ping managed to net an 80 yuan profit. under the stars. When Wei Ping handed the money to his aunt, he finally witnessed his uncle's reluctant nod of approval. However, his expression quickly morphed into one of anxiety. An unfamiliar van, marked by dents and scratches, slowly rolled past the courtyard, causing his face to pale as thoughts of danger rushed to the forefront of his mind. Shaking with trepidation, he slammed the door shut and retreated to his room. "Brother, what does this ancient text mean?" The teacher said there will be a bicycle race next week. The chaotic voices of his siblings filled the air, blending tension and exhaustion, until Wei Ping could no longer contain his irritation and shouted, "Can you all be quiet for a moment?" At that moment, the potential threat could have been lurking nearby. Wei Ping was utterly drained. Chapter 13. From now on, I shall be alone in the aftermath of the events. A new perspective emerges. A vivid scene unfolds in the early morning, where over 30 able-bodied men from Datong village form two militia squads. One team establishes a checkpoint at the village entrance and patrols within, while the other ascends the mountain in search of human traffickers. The loudspeaker at the village entrance blares every hour, stirring the entire village into action, creating a spectacle of urgency. Observing this, Wei Xia nods in satisfaction before stepping out with two coarse flatbreads. Behind Datong village lies an inconspicuous desolate mountain, where the rugged valley path is rarely trodden. Upon arrival, Wei Xia, already beaded with sweat, does not pause for respite. Without any farming tools to avoid arousing suspicion, he begins to dig with nearby stones and wood. The valley, strewn with rubble, presents a hard and unforgiving ground. After an entire day of toil, he manages to excavate a shallow pit over a meter deep, resorting to nibbling on dry bread when hunger strikes. His fingers are cracked and blistered from the labor. As dusk settles, he returns home, dirty and weary, to sip some rice soup. Later that night, he sits beside his younger siblings, guiding them with their homework. "You look like you and Appos. You've been rolling in the mud. Why Haven and Appos? You washed up? You and Appos. Ruined the sheets." Grandfather Chung Zhong and Appos, as frustration mounts as he scolds, while the younger ones glare in disgust. Wei Xia remains unfazed, nodding obediently, and continues washing clothes until midnight. The live broadcast on Weibo rolls on, with comments flooding in. At this point, Wei Xia hasn't even fully healed. How painful must those wounds be? The scene continues. For an entire week, Datong village remains under strict surveillance, along with the mining town, Zhuang Township and Zhao village, fostering a heightened sense of security. Wei Xia knows that for at least a month, the assailant will not dare to threaten them openly. Throughout this week, he successfully digs two large pits, returning home each day in a state of utter exhaustion, his wounds incessantly aching, and subsisting only on cold leftovers. Yet, a smile remains on his weary face. Seeing his state, Grandfather Chung Zhong and Appos' ire flares. "Look at you. Where have you been every day? Always out. I'm helping search for human traffickers in the mountains." Chung Zhong furrows his brow, growing increasingly irritable. "You? Searching for traffickers? With that silly grin? What can you possibly achieve? Useless." On the eve of the Lunar New Year, the upscale nursing center in Yecheng houses the now 93-year-old Chung Zhong, who is frail and confined to his bed. His grandson, Wei Ping Sheng, the chairman of Yecheng Glass Industry Group, has carefully chosen this facility for him. As the caregiver adjusts the live broadcast and tidies up, Chung Zhong watches, lost in thought. At 93, he suffers from Alzheimer's disease, with fragmented memories flickering in his mind. Yet, the live stream evokes memories of 30 years past. During that week, his great-grandson Wei Xia would often return home dirty and exhausted, sometimes not even having a proper meal, yet still finding the energy to help his siblings with their homework. Chung Zhong recalls how, despite Wei Xia's cheerful demeanor, he appeared weak and often clutched his stomach, which he assumed was due to hunger. Chung Zhong remembers that year when Wei Xia insisted on sending his siblings away to be cared for by others, and how he had scolded him fiercely. "You would abandon your own flesh and blood? Are you a beast? Your parents are still alive. It is not your place to take charge." Yet at this moment, Chung Zhong trembles, pointing at that youthful face with a sigh filled with complexity. "So, you sent them away for revenge?" The elderly Chung Zhong and Appos as thinning white hair shakes as disbelief grips him, feeling as if a weight has settled heavily in his chest, making it hard to breathe. His murky eyes tremble, reflecting a scene that overlaps with the live broadcast from 30 years ago. As night falls, the forest echoes with the calls of birds and the sharp whistling of the wind, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. Outside Datong village, the young Wei Xia struggles to navigate the muddy mountain path on his bicycle, with a coarse cloth bundle on the back, containing some cornbread and simple incense. Not far from a Wei family's old house, a pile of straw lies abandoned. He stops his bicycle, aware of the eerie silence that follows the recent fire and the presence of traffickers. Kneeling on the ground, his hands tremble as he brushes aside the straw to reveal two bodies, already stiff and cold in the winter chill. It is a heartbreaking farewell to his parents. And in that moment, he allows himself to weep silently, feeling like an 18-year-old boy again, wiping his tears as he whispers to himself, "I cannot cry. I must not cry, for I am grown. I am their brother. I will not cry." With trembling hands, he places his father's body onto the bicycle, pushing it forward through the starry night, alone in his grief. The pain from his wounds persists, forcing him to stop frequently to catch his breath. He makes his way to the valley with his father's body, then returns to carry his mother. In the mire, the agony of his injuries diminishes his strength, causing him to stumble repeatedly along the rugged path. Yet he pays no heed, keeping his voice low as he silently protects his father's body, determined to spare him mud. In the early hours of the morning, he tightly packs the last handful of earth, burying them. From the coarse cloth bag, he retrieves a candle and ignites it. Alone in the desolate valley, he burns paper offerings and bows in reverence. In that moment, he realizes he is utterly alone. His siblings are now his only responsibility in this world. "Do not worry, Mom and Dad. The younger ones are safe," Wei Xia murmurs, his eyes reddened, his tone calm, yet resolute. Memories of overhearing his parents arguing flood back. "We have destroyed the drug trafficking route in Yunnan, but I have been exposed. I suspect there is a mole within the unit. This individual must hold a high position. If I were to suddenly die or disappear, they would surely suppress the news. I must expose this person first." "No, you cannot go. Let this case go," his mother had urged. If this mole can share such information, their identity must be high, and the enemy too powerful. His mother had been terrified. Simultaneously, he recalls his mother and Appo's as final words. "Your father and I faced retaliation for investigating the drug trafficking ring. You must find a way to keep your siblings safe from retribution." In this instant, Wei Xia comprehends why his mother urged him to remain hidden, to avoid exposure. Covering his face, tears cascade down as he whispers, "Mom, rest assured, I will take good care of my siblings." In the nursing home, retired Deputy Director Sun Haiyang stares at the scene, utterly stunned and shaken. A mole with a high identity. He struggles to grasp that the events decades ago, which almost ignited a crackdown on human trafficking in Dongchang City, concealed such a monumental secret. Sun Haiyang gazes bitterly. Thus, when he encountered this child years ago, what solitude was he truly confronting? At the Yeching nursing home, Cheng Zhong, momentarily lucid, gazes at his lonely grandson in disbelief. The enemy is so terrifying. What happened next? Did you confront them alone? In the hospital room, the incessant beeping of the heart monitor fills the air. Wei Xia's younger siblings, Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingyang, exchange incredulous glances, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. The loss of their parents is entangled in such a vast conspiracy, the enemy so formidable. Yet, Wei Xia seems determined to confront the unimaginable puppet master. At the Luoqiao City Public Security Bureau, the young officer Chen Xiaowen and the veteran officer Mr. Zhou fixate on the screen. The elder officer furrows his brow, nearly rising from his seat. The revelations about Wei Xia in the footage are astonishing. What happened next? The two individuals stared blankly and gravely at the live broadcast. A new flashback scene reemerged. In 1995, the city of Dongchang was particularly tumultuous. First, a fire broke out in a mining town, then human trafficking cases were rigorously investigated, and later, malicious searches in the mountains led to a murder case. This prompted a special crackdown in Dongchang, significantly affecting the Chunhua guest house. Nearby, On-duty police officers frequently arrived to check various documents, enforcing regulations far more stringently than before. On that day, at 10 in the morning, the youthful Wei Xia appeared at the mining guest house on a bicycle. Looking to book a room? You need to have all your documents ready. The checks are quite strict lately. You should call your guardian, the receptionist stated. No, I'm the child of a previous guest here, and I've come to retrieve some items, Wei Xia replied, smiling with untainted innocence. Upon hearing that there was no intent to book a room, the receptionist frowned, impatiently spitting out a sunflower seed shell. What do you need? We've cleared everything out. There's nothing of value left. Don't try to swindle us, she remarked. It's not anything valuable. I suspect they might have thrown it away as trash. I just want to take a look. Wei Xia maintained a cheerful demeanor and assured the receptionist that he would not disturb anything, which led to the receptionist finding someone to accompany him inside. As he gazed at rooms 132 and 133, Wei Xia continued to smile, yet his eyes turned icy. The guest house typically did not dispose of items immediately, and according to the clues provided by Yang Daong, the guest had occupied the room for a full 7 days. In other words, they had only checked out yesterday, and the place had yet to be cleaned. Upon entering the room, Wei Xia immediately began rummaging through old clothes, cigarette butts, and various items that might hold evidence. As he searched, he struck up a conversation with the attendant observing him. Excuse me, have you seen my second uncle? He stayed here, but I can't seem to find him, and his phone is unreachable. The attendant frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Wei Xia as he sifted through the refuse. What does he look like? Oh, my second uncle is bald, wearing a suit with black pants, a black jacket on top, and a black cotton coat inside, standing about 177 meters tall. Do you remember what his friends looked like when they came with him? I'll ask my parents to help look for him. He has been gone too long, and since they're over in Yunnan, I'm worried he might be lost. Wei Xia smiled brightly, brimming with determination and spirit. Meanwhile, in the police station, the young officer Chun Xiaowen pointed incredulously at the screen, observing Wei Xia diligently searching for evidence. Turning to the older officer Zhou, he found Zhou even more astonished. This kid. First, he leveraged the human trafficking situation to rally community support, creating a temporary safe space for himself and his siblings. Then he ventured alone into the mountains to pursue the culprit and gather information. Now he is single-handedly uncovering all evidence against the suspects. Old Zhou stared blankly, having never witnessed this side of Wei Xia. His previous memories were of Wei Xia confined in prison, languishing in despair and exhibiting a volatile temper, engaging in random brawls. He never anticipated that the Wei Xia from 30 years ago could be so formidable. A shiver ran down old Zhou and Appo's spine. Could it be that his imprisonment was all premeditated, a means for revenge? At that moment, a chill engulfed him, pondering the intricacies of such a scheme and the man Wei Xia might ultimately become. Chapter 14. Indifferent to honor and shame, it matters not on New Year Namp. Appo's Eve 2025. The bustling commercial district of Luoqiao City was alive with throngs of people. A colossal screen at the top of a shopping mall displayed the most popular live streaming program at the time, Life Retrospection Comparison. Middle-aged individuals held their children's hands, and young couples gathered in the square to watch. Among the crowd, several university students huddled together, engrossed in their mobile phones, oblivious to the social media influencers filming nearby. Many were in disbelief. In a mining town, a middle-aged taxi driver glanced at his phone screen before turning his gaze to the desolate buildings before him. The mining town had long been abandoned, yet he remembered the extensive scale of a crackdown on human trafficking that had taken place 3 decades ago, which had prompted a collaborative effort from various cities. This operation led to the arrest of numerous human trafficking rings. But what truly astonished them was that the entire initiative had been orchestrated by a mere youth, Wei Xia. The live stream continued, showcasing Wei Xia's life retrospective. For the Wei family, New Year and Appo's Eve 1995 was not a festive occasion. It was tinged with discomfort. The biting cold wind stung his face as Wei Xia sat quietly by the window, organizing search evidence. His younger brother, Wei Pingzheng, was teaching their youngest sister, Wei Pingling, how to ride a bicycle, laughing joyfully. Meanwhile, their fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, was diligently reading, calculating with her hands. Wei Pingsheng, the second brother, frowned upon seeing Wei Xia. Where have our parents gone? If it weren't for Wei Xia being the only one aware of their departure, Wei Pingsheng would have refrained from speaking to him. Upon hearing his brother and Appo's words, Wei Xia hastily tidied up the evidence and packed it away. They are on a business trip. At this, Wei Pingsheng scoffed. When Mom and Dad return to find our old house gone, you won't escape the blame. What a disgrace. The entire village knows you burn it down. Unfazed by his brother and Appo's scolding, Wei Xia leaned against Wei Pingyang and began to guide her with her studies. Your approach to this problem is incorrect. Wei Pingyang, her hands red from the cold, shot him an impatient glance. If you hadn't Appo's burned down the house, I would have had my study materials and wouldn't Appo's need your insincere help. Focus on yourself. The youngest sister, Wei Pingling, still too young, turned away in disdain, seeking her third brother to play with. I wanted Appo's play with you. The house is gone. Dad will be angry. Wei Xia remained silent, returning to his room as he watched his siblings walk away, continuing his organization. On the old desk lay 2 piles of evidence. First, physical evidence from the scene. Second, the testimonies from suspect Yang Daong regarding other accomplices. Third, remnants of DNA found in a cigarette but in a water bottle at Chunhua Guest House, alongside old clothing fibers from Lao Fan's farmhouse. Categorizing all the evidence, Wei Xia efficiently packed everything into a leather case as evening approached. Dinner was particularly somber. The dim yellow light of the incandescent bulb illuminated the stern face of his grandfather, Cheng Zhong, who remained silent, while their grandmother quietly served vegetables to the younger children. I don't Appo's. Do you want to study anymore? Wei Xia declared. Cheng Zhong glared at him, his anger flaring once more as he delivered a stinging slap. You wretch! The Cheng and Wei families have produced talents for generations. How could you turn out to be such a failure? Burning down houses, refusing to study. Are you planning to live in prison in the future? After the slap, Wei Xia held his tongue, defiantly meeting his grandfather's gaze and shaking his head. Cheng Zhong, infuriated, left the table without eating. Their grandmother, uninterested in the conflict, mumbled, "Not studying will save money." Alone in the yard, Wei Xia murmured to himself, "From now on, I will grow my hair long. Perhaps it will make me appear more mature." His disheveled appearance could also lend an air of adulthood. I need to start earning money. I must support my family. At that moment, the 18-year-old Wei Xia looked up at the gloomy sky, standing tall. His demeanor was one of melancholy and solitude. A week had passed since the human trafficking case in the mining town. Village head Zhou Qiang stood outside with several others. Deputy Director Sun Haiyang, who was in charge of the case, approached Wei Xia with a stack of photographs. "Child, take a look. Are these the individuals?" Surrounding Zhou Qiang were several other village heads, all of whom appeared tense and weary. These were the individuals they had recently apprehended, all bound and accused of heinous crimes, including murder and assault. The failure to capture these criminals left several villages in a state of unrest. Wei Xia obediently followed Sun Haiyang, timidly raising his head to examine the photographs. None of them are. Sun Haiyang, somewhat exasperated, waved for the officers to escort the suspects away. Continue the investigation. Keep pursuing leads. While Sun Haiyang instructed the officers, Wei Xia feigned innocence and fear, observing Zhou Qiang and the other village heads. I remember there was a child in the car that day. Their kidneys had been harvested. At that moment, Zhou Qiang and the others grew increasingly grim. Realizing the severity of the situation, they returned to the village and collectively reported the incident to the county, then to the city district, requesting additional police forces for further apprehensions. After all, the implications of human trafficking combined with organ harvesting and murder were exceedingly grave. Under pressure, Deputy Director Sun Haiyang felt somewhat helpless in front of this 18-year-old child. Why did you wait until now to mention this? Why didn't Appo's you say anything earlier? Wei Xia's eyes were starkly clear, a mixture of seriousness and fear, as if merely recalling the events terrified him. It truly happened like that. Sun Haiyang furrowed his brow in confusion. He sensed that this child was deliberately attempting to escalate the situation. Layers of reports were filed, and eventually the outcome was revealed. The startled Dongchang Provincial Bureau classified this as a major case, organizing a joint investigation involving Luoqiu, Shihai, Yeqing, Bincheng, and Hefei, undertaking a stringent crackdown on human trafficking and grave criminal activities. The significant news attracted numerous reporters. They kidnapped other children and even harvested their kidneys. I was also stabbed by a trafficker and left in a valley. After completing the interview, Northern Morning News reporter Wei Xia prepared to leave. Just then, the young boy approached him, extending his hand. Interview fee. Wei Xia looked on in astonishment, while the village head Zhou Qiang, witnessing the scene, sighed in resignation and reprimanded. Wei Xia, don't embarrass yourself. Wei Xia paid no mind to the admonishment and collected fees from everyone before putting the money away. Upon returning home, he handed 200 yuan from the interview to his grandfather, Cheng Zhong. This was left for me by my mother before she left, intended for my younger siblings in Oppo's education. Cheng Zhong, upon seeing the money, breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about the upcoming school term during the winter break. Now, at least the children have their tuition covered. After giving the money, Wei Xia ventured out again, passing by several women from the neighboring house, who murmured among themselves, "This grandson of the Chung family is off to earn money again. That money comes too easily." Reporter Wei Xia observed with a smirk, shaking his head in disdain. Children from the mountains have such a narrow perspective. Unfazed, Wei Xia gazed at the grand multi-city collaborative operation with satisfaction. At Yeqing Nursing Home, 93-year-old Cheng Zhong watched with a complex expression. He recalled the day he received the money. 200 yuan in an era when meat cost merely 2 yuan per gene was indeed a substantial amount. He once suspected that the child had hidden it away, having scolded Wei Xia for it. So that's how the money came about. In Dongchang City, Wei Xia, now graying and aged significantly since his retirement from Northern Morning News, sat at home with his family, sharing a bittersweet smile. 30 years ago, this child had orchestrated a cross-province initiative to combat human trafficking. He had even seized the opportunity during an interview to collect a fee, altogether a modest sum for his siblings and Oppo's education. Chastised by the village chief and ridiculed by the neighboring villagers, he remained unfazed by the embarrassment. The aged journalist, with a wry smile, reflected on his earlier scornful words regarding the short-sightedness of the mountain children, finding it somewhat difficult to lift his gaze. What right did he have to mock this 18-year-old who aspired to support his family? Chapter 15. He's always been there. I am here. It is now New Year and Oppo's Eve, 25 years later, and the clock strikes 9. The memories of life flash by swiftly. It has only been an hour since Wei Xia was placed on a ventilator. In the hospital room, Wei Pingjun gazes at the scene before him, suddenly recalling events from 30 years ago. Back then, he was not yet 10 years old, and indeed, Dongchang City had launched a special campaign against human trafficking. That year, there was also a gruesome massacre, and organ trafficking was rigorously investigated. As he reflects upon all these memories, Wei Pingjun murmurs to himself, "But then we were taken away. Our family was shattered. I was bullied at school, yet I fought back on my own, causing the bully to transfer. I had told Wei Xia about it, but he dared not intervene." As Wei Pingjun speaks, vivid recollections of the past flood his mind. At Mink Primary School, he was bullied by 2 hefty boys in the 2nd grade. Upon returning home, he told Wei Xia, subtly hoping that Wei Xia would step in to teach them a lesson. However, Wei Xia merely regarded him with cold indifference and calmly stated, "This is your own affair. Matters concerning men should be handled by themselves." It was precisely because of this incident that Wei Pingjun developed a disdain for the so-called elder brother and aspired to enter politics. He wished to prevent himself from being bullied again and hoped that children like him would not have to endure such harsh experiences in the future. The program continues to unfold. Wei Pingxing mimicking the eldest son, the scene expands. After sorting through the mountain goods, various farm-fresh eggs and loaches, Wei Pingsheng places the baskets on his tricycle, pays the stall fee, and, aching all over, departs. During this period, he not only continues trading various goods to earn a profit, but also discreetly seeks out individuals, offering them a small fee to report to the police. Officers begin to appear frequently around his aunt and Oppo's home. Although they only come to mediate trivial matters, the perpetrator remains unaware. This scenario recurs multiple times, and the van with noticeable dents briefly disappears. Exhausted, Wei Pingsheng returns home only to have his younger brother Wei Pingzheng approach him, tearfully revealing that he has been bullied at school. In a fit of rage, Wei Pingsheng takes a stick and heads to the school to confront the bully. As a result, the bully and oppose, as parents come, and they beat Wei Pingsheng as well, throwing money in his face as they leave. Wei Pingsheng can only watch in fury, his body bruised and battered. The next day, his younger brother comes crying again, saying that the two hefty boys have assaulted him once more. Considering the physical disparity with the bully and oppose, as parents, Wei Pingsheng makes a decision. We are moving. We will no longer attend this school. I will earn money, and you will not be bullied anymore. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng watches the scene, moved to see his brother Wei Pingsheng endure a beating for his sake. This is what a brother is for. He stands up for his younger sibling, rather than being indifferent. As life retraces, the scene of Wei Xia as the eldest son appears in parallel. In the frame, Wei Pingzheng is seen tearfully recounting his bullying experiences to his grandfather. They pushed me and even called someone to hit me after school. Grandfather Qingzhong, helpless, looks at the child. If you are bullied, you must seek the teacher's help. I will speak with your homeroom teacher tomorrow. As the grandfather departs, Wei Pingzheng wipes his tears in resignation. He had approached the teacher, but aside from reprimanding Zhou Pongzi, it was utterly ineffective. He has no choice but to turn to Wei Xia for assistance. Upon hearing this, Wei Xia coldly maintains his records, stating, "A man's problems should be solved by himself. This is your affair." He even mutters that crying when faced with troubles is unmanly. Young Wei Pingzheng glares at him in resentment, ceasing to wipe his tears. "You truly are unworthy of being a brother." At the desk, Wei Xia hears clearly but remains unmoved. In the hospital room, now the mayor, Wei Pingzheng gazes at the unfolding scene, reflecting on the past. Indeed, this person is just as he remembers. The words are icy, devoid of protection. As Wei Xia and Appo's memories continue to unfold, a new scene appears. Behind Mink Primary School, there's a narrow path where Wei Xia stands, waiting, watching as a hefty boy approaches, swinging his backpack. Wei Xia's eyes are cold as he grips his stick. He has learned that the one bullying his younger brother Wei Pingzheng is this boy named Zhou Xueqiang. The stick strikes his arm, and despite the cotton-padded coat, Zhou Xueqiang drops his backpack, screaming in pain. "I've been waiting for you," Wei Xia coldly remarks, not ceasing his assault, resembling a madman. "Who are you to interfere?" Zhou Xueqiang bellows, but Wei Xia remains silent. Zhou Xueqiang then calls for his brother, and Zhou and Appo's elder brother, along with some thugs, arrives. "Beat him." 5 of them each pick up sticks and stones and rush forward. Wei Xia pays no heed, striking fiercely, and is brutally beaten. By the time he returns home, night has fallen, his arms and palms covered in bruises and cuts. Grandfather Cheng Zhong glares at Wei Xia and angrily pushes him. "You don't study. Is this to become a thug? What kind of disgrace has the Wei family produced with you?" Wei Xia remains silent, and the next day, battered and bruised, he blocks Zhou Xueqiang at the entrance of Mink Primary School. The injuries from yesterday haven't healed. Zhou Xueqiang, terrified, cowers, clutching his head as the stick falls upon him, causing him to scream in agony. "Who the hell are you? A mad dog?" Wei Xia, with a cold expression, continues to strike without uttering a word until Zhou Xueqiang can no longer defend himself. Then Wei Xia deliberately halts, waiting for Zhou Xueqiang's brother to arrive. The Zhou family's elder brother, furious upon hearing that his younger brother has been beaten again, rushes over with several others. "Are you insane? Beat him. Pound him to death." This time, Wei Xia suffers even worse injuries than before, limping home. By the evening of the 3rd day, in the primary school's outdoor restroom, Wei Xia confronts Zhou Xueqiang once more, launching another brutal attack. Zhou Xueqiang cries, looking at the familiar stick with a sense of helplessness flooding over him. The Zhou family's elder brother, having received the news, is utterly enraged and charges forward, red-eyed. A few of the thuggish students also angrily join the fray. Wei Xia discards the stick, his expression dark as he seizes a mop, thrusting it into the restroom, forcefully mixing it with all manner of filth. By the time the Zhou family's elder brother and his gang reach him, Wei Xia becomes increasingly ferocious, wildly swinging the mop and launching the filthy contents at the elder brother's back. The mop flies wildly, filth scattering everywhere, and the surrounding thugs, infuriated but hesitant, begin to retreat. No one dares to approach. The stench is overpowering. You want to die? I'll kill you. The Zhou family elder brother is hit by the excrement, repulsed, and erupts in a furious roar. Some of the thuggish students point angrily but do not dare to approach, while others angrily hurl stones from a distance. Zhou Xiaoqiang, terrified, hides away. It is not fear of the fight, but fear of being smeared with filth. It's winter. I kneel to your mother. Wei Xia, expressionless, suddenly thrusts the mop forward, jabbing it into the Zhou brothers' mouths. The elder brother of the Zhou family gags instantly, his voice hoarse as he shouts while retching, rushing into the restroom, desperately splashing cold water on his face and head. The other thuggish students turn pale, retreating, but it is too late. Wei Xia swings the mop, creating a whooshing sound as filth flies everywhere, causing the other thugs to scream in horror and retreat, some even fleeing entirely. In that moment, Wei Xia is wild and frenzied, brutally beating the Zhou brothers. Zhou Xiaoqiang collapses to the ground, crying as he retches, "What have we done to you? Who are you standing up for? Just name someone." Wei Xia still does not answer, merely throwing down the mop, limping away. On social media, the comments flood in, with a mop soaked in filth, fighting against 4 or 5 people for 3 consecutive days. Wei Xia is truly ruthless. After 3 days, even a tough person cannot withstand such injuries. He has sacrificed so much for his brother. Why not tell him? Madman, for so many years, his body had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, yet he still arrived, as an elder brother, to defend his beleaguered younger sibling. In the hospital room, the female host in the live stream gazed into the camera, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. It was precisely because she comprehended the situation that she was taken aback. One might wonder why, for 3 consecutive days, Wei Xia had not revealed whom he was defending, instead opting for relentless confrontation. Perhaps many failed to grasp the reasoning behind the silence amidst the strife. Why not disclose the motives to instill fear? However, I must assert that this is the hallmark of truly astute individuals. By refraining from naming his ally, he ensures his brother remains unscathed from subsequent retaliation. Wei Xia's aim was to instill dread and despair in the bullies, compelling them to withdraw from school or transfer. Such a mindset is profoundly unsettling, yet it represents a genuine strategy. Within the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng stood in stunned silence. He had never envisioned that such events could unfold in the past. At that moment, a new scene from the past reemerged. Chapter 16, Pride, my brother the mop, used for the latrine, swung about, leaving Wei Xia with an unpleasant stench. By the time they returned home, dusk had settled in, and Grandma wrinkled her nose in distaste at Wei Xia. Did you fall into the outhouse? How foul! Wei Pingsheng, the second brother, and the fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, wore expressions of revulsion. Go wash in the latrine. Do you even look like an older brother? Wei Xia merely nodded silently, taking a cold shower that left him shivering, the cold water aggravating his wounds, which gradually numbed. At the dining table, a small bowl of rice soup and some pickled vegetables were all that remained before Wei Xia. As Grandpa would say, if you don and amp, oppos, strive for progress, just get by. 9-year-old Wei Pingzheng today did not cry. Instead, he proudly held up a steamed bun. Today, Fat Joe didn't dare bully me. I pushed him down. He finally got scared. Moreover, he has become quite docile lately, no longer bullying anyone. He continued, when faced with problems, one must rely on oneself and retaliate strongly. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at the silent Wei Xia before turning away. Noticing his brother and amp, Oppos, gaze, Wei Xia quietly sipped his rice soup. In the dead of night, Wei Xia began sharpening a knife. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily approached the Zhou residence. The black guard dog, sensing his footsteps from a distance, started barking furiously. Wei Xia's eyes glinted coldly, and he swung the knife. Scarlet splattered across the ground. and the dog-esque cries drew Zhou Xueqiang to the door. Upon witnessing his guard dog lying dead, Zhou Xueqiang felt a chill creeping from his spine to his brain, unable to utter a sound. In that moment, Wei Xia held the knife with one hand, the other draping the freshly extracted intestines of the dog around Zhou Xueqiang's neck. Before urinating on him, trembling, Zhou Xueqiang gazed at the gleaming blade, frozen in fear. Finally, Wei Xia patted his head, speaking calmly, "If you bully others again, this will be your fate." As Wei Xia departed, Zhou Xueqiang was left utterly terrified, despairing, tears streaming down his face, collapsing to the ground. The following evening, Wei Pingzheng, returning from school, affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, visibly elated. Fat Zhou had transferred schools, becoming particularly meek. Many in the class rejoiced. Observing his increasingly confident brother, Wei Xia remained silent, limping away quietly. In 2025, on New Year in Appo's Eve, in Shihai City, Zhou and Appo's household, the 38-year-old Fat Zhou watched the live stream, his expression complex. The broadcast transported him back 30 years. That year, at the age of 8, he had been cornered and beaten for 3 consecutive days, even having a mop shoved into his mouth. Regardless of their blows or questions, the assailant would not reveal who he was standing up for, leaving him in utter humiliation and confusion. Particularly tormenting was the 2 days following the mop incident when he couldn't eat due to disgust. During that time, his elder brother advised him to lay low and observe, hoping to unearth the culprit. Once identified, he planned to exact a severe revenge. He even recalled hearing his brother sharpening a knife in the dead of night, preparing to confront their adversaries. Thus, he too feigned weakness at school, while secretly seeking the mastermind behind his torment. Who could have known that their own black guard dog would be killed, its intestines draped around his neck, its skin flayed, lying at the doorstep? Zhou Xueqiang wept in despair, witnessing his brother rush out upon hearing the commotion, only to be confronted by the gruesome scene, nearly driving him insane. In that moment, his brother merely smiled bitterly, discarding the knife. "Let it go. This person is too ruthless for us to provoke. It's better to hide." From that day forth, Zhou Xueqiang transferred schools, remaining in a state of mental decline for a long time, becoming exceptionally kind. Throughout it all, he never understood who he had offended. Only now did he grasp the truth. At that moment, Zhou Xueqiang looked bitterly at his parents, wife, and children beside him. The figure on the screen, that plump man, was indeed him. Wei Xia possessed remarkable skills. At just 18, he handled matters with such ferocity. It appeared he had intimidated me. Many believed my fear stemmed from those 3 beatings. In reality, it was the dog incident that shattered my spirit. He truly understood how to deal with thugs. With a deep sigh, Zhou Xueqiang shook his head. Yet, he had also saved me. At least now, I was kind to everyone and wouldn't easily offend others. A childhood friend from our gang had been murdered at just 20. In that moment, Zhou Xueqiang gazed intently at the solitary figure. Such a person operates with enough ruthlessness. It is truly commendable. That was the essence of a formidable individual. During that time, both he and his brother had felt genuine fear. On Douyin, the program had now entered a larger pool of viewership, with comments proliferating. What does it mean to see things through? This person handles matters like a madman. This is the real way to deal with thugs. They fear someone more ruthless than themselves, as they believe their lives are worthless. Someone must instill fear in them. Indeed, it's the unknown enemy and the unforeseen means of retaliation that truly instill dread. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng paid no mind to the comments. Lost in thought, he recalled the day he and Fat Zhou had clashed. That day at school, he had once again been cornered on the playground, and with no one to help him, he resolved to fight back. When he pushed Fat Zhou down instead of attacking, Fat Zhou merely smiled and asked if he had called his brother for assistance. At that moment, he had disdainfully gritted his teeth, saying, "My brother? That useless one wouldn't dare stand up for me. I can only rely on myself." Afterward, Fat Zhou had walked away expressionless, not striking him. Only now did he feel a chill at his youthful bravado. It turned out Fat Zhou had been fishing for information. Back then, he simply wanted to discover who was behind the bullying and prepare for revenge. After Fat Zhou transferred, he finally felt genuine fear. Wei Xia stood frozen. Recalling the jubilant cheers of his classmates on the day Fat Zhou left, he shook his head. Is this truly you? The image of Wei Xia hanging the dog's intestines on Fat Zhou replayed in his mind, leaving Wei Xia in a state of bewilderment. He had sought Fat Zhou 3 times on my behalf, standing against the odds, never relenting. He even sharpened a knife in the dead of night, going alone to retaliate, instilling fear in Fat Zhou. You are truly such a person? Casting a glance at the despondent figure lying in the hospital bed, Wei Xia clenched his fists, muttering through gritted teeth, "Yet you sent my sister away, leaving me without a home." In the hospital room, as a celebrity, the 5th sister, Wei Pingling, also noticed the trending topic on Douyin. It was evident that someone had begun compiling a retrospective of life events. The compilation of Wei Xia. First, how to create a significant scene under the pretext of human trafficking, utilizing police resources to protect siblings, pursuing the truth relentlessly, extracting confessions, and gathering evidence. Second, how to assist a bullied younger brother. The comment section had exceeded 20,000 and continued to grow. The 18-year-old Wei Xia displayed a ruthless intelligence and strength of will, both in planning and in action. Yet what was truly striking was that this child had always been looked down upon by his siblings. Indeed, his brothers and sisters perceived him as playful and cowardly. Even the family deemed him unambitious and degenerate. Yet, he always wore a smile before them, never succumbing to darkness, calmly shouldering everything and managing matters in silence. That was the most terrifying psychological trait. As topics flooded her vision, Wei Pingling stood in shock. Were they truly speaking of Wei Xia? The ingrained impressions formed over 30 years left her in a daze. She recalled later moving to the city, her younger sister being sent away. During that time, Wei Xia had shamelessly approached her kind foster parents, demanding funds, claiming that since the children were given away, the money should be forthcoming, akin to extortion. However, Wei Pingling found herself transfixed by the retrospective footage. The Wei Xia in the city had undergone a complete transformation, breaking apart families and ending up incarcerated. New images appeared in sync. Wei Pingsheng as the eldest son, the footage began to rewind. Several days have passed since Wei Pingsheng was bullied. During this time, Wei Pingsheng diligently worked to earn a profit through his business endeavors and seized the opportunity to visit the school. Indeed, he had successfully contacted a new school, and this visit was to facilitate his younger brother Wei Pingsheng and Appo's transfer. Upon arriving at the new school with Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth and handed 50 yuan to the class teacher, requesting the teacher to extend extra care to his brother in the classroom. Later, upon returning home, Wei Pingsheng wearily gazed at his younger siblings. The youngest had stayed up late studying the previous night and caught a cold, seemingly on the verge of fever. The household was in disarray as everyone prepared to move, hoping to evade further trouble from the Zhou family. The frequency of police visits had dwindled, yet the assailant remained a lurking threat. Wei Pingsheng clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with anxiety and contemplation. He finally noticed that Wei Pingsheng had developed a habit of keeping his head down at home, a result of being bullied multiple times, which had forced him to transfer schools and had instilled a sense of inferiority within him. In that moment, Wei Xia and Appo's life flashed back in sync. With Wei Xia and Appo's covert assistants, Wei Pingsheng began to boldly resist, growing increasingly confident, vibrant, and full of life. He adopted a proactive approach, believing that daring to resist and putting in earnest effort could alter his circumstances. I must become an official and achieve my goals. On platforms like Tushio and Douyin, live comments appeared. This illustrates the transformations under different educational approaches. Wei Xia is resolute, effectively breaking the deadlock. The second brother Wei Pingsheng emulates Meng Mu's 3 migrations, altering the educational environment. There is no right or wrong, yet some children may feel pressured. Wei Xia, as the eldest son, truly possesses grit. Chapter 17. Which path will such a person ultimately choose? The popularity of the eldest son comparison program on Douyin has surged, leading to a corresponding rise in a particular livestream room named Eldest Son Personality Analysis. The host, Chun Xiao, a master's degree holder in psychology, diligently analyzes the footage before her. From the design of the setting to controlling the opponent's inability to seek retribution and ultimately instilling a profound sense of dread, it becomes evident that Wei Xia is cunningly calculating. Once such a person descends into depravity, they can become psychologically formidable, likely veering toward a life of crime. Presently, it appears that Wei Xia is merely skirting the edges of legality, yet he may very well be engaged in illicit activities in private, concealing them with his high intelligence. The livestream and Oppo's viewership continues to escalate thanks to the eldest son comparison program. In a hospital room, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling observe with complex expressions. It is indeed plausible. Otherwise, how can one explain all that he has done subsequently? Reflecting on how Wei Xia shattered their family, engaged in brawls, and faced multiple incarcerations, Wei Pingyang gazes at the frail figure on the hospital bed. Is this the reason he lies there now? Wei Pingsheng simulates the life of the eldest son. The scene unfolds. In the evening, Wei Pingsheng struggles to push his bicycle, weary as he traverses the streets, his gaze occasionally drifting to the small advertisements plastered on nearby telephone poles. He is searching for a place to live. The old bicycle creaks as he travels the 700 meters from the market to the alley where the ads are posted. Stopping by the roadside, Wei Pingsheng trembles slightly as he looks ahead. A notorious bald figure with a fierce gaze approaches from the end of the street, seemingly eyeing his aunt's residence. He's been marked. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng feels a chill run down his spine, silently recalling the image of his parents' demise. I am the eldest. I must protect my younger siblings. Clenching his teeth, Wei Pingsheng begins to devise a plan. A batch of counterfeit goods is distributed among various thugs, under the guise of exclusivity, inciting them to fight. As tensions escalate, Wei Pingsheng promptly contacts the authorities. The police arrive swiftly to conduct investigations and arrests, while also increasing their presence in the vicinity. The lurking bald figure is forced to retreat, allowing Wei Pingsheng to breathe a sigh of relief as he prepares to move with his grandparents and younger siblings. Indeed, he has cleverly utilized the thugs' brawl to draw the police and drive away the lurking threat. What a hassle it is to relocate. How much will this cost? His aunt often wears a disapproving expression, looking down upon them. As he surveys the situation, Wei Pingsheng feels utterly exhausted, the pressure mounting. His parents' murder remains unresolved. His younger siblings require support, and the killer still lurks. I must endure. I am the eldest. Clenching his jaw, Wei Pingsheng recalls the words of Wei Xia from days gone by. You mentioned that our parents were away on business, that the house burned down, and everyone moved to Grandma's home in Datong village, where my younger siblings attended school normally. Then, after we encountered trouble with the mining area, we were forced to move again, and Grandpa Chengzhong was even shoved around, yet you remained silent, ultimately leading us to retreat to the city in disgrace. I refuse to be like you, to be bullied by any force. The Douyin screen begins to fill with comments. If Wei Pingsheng were to exit life next, witnessing the memories of Wei Xia, what would happen? You do not know. Wei Xia has never evaded. He is simply battling against all odds alone. At the Yeqing nursing home, Chengzhong, aided by a caregiver, has raised his hospital bed, observing the past unfold before him, his eyes dimmed. His spouse passed away years ago. Yet at that time, Wei Xia did not come. He listens with complexity. His grandson Wei Pingsheng is correct. 30 years ago, someone came to collect the debt, and Wei Xia indeed did not step forward. Thus, he remains bewildered even now. If everything in Wei Xia and Oppo's recollections is true, if he is indeed as ruthless and resolute as portrayed, why did the family get evicted from their old house without him standing up for them? After all, he went to great lengths to defend his brother against bullying at school. At this moment, Chengzhong and Oppo's voice is hoarse and aged, laced with a sigh. Are you really Xiao Xia? The eldest son comparison program presents a new scene. The recollections of Wei Xia and Oppo's life begin. It is mid-February in 1995, and the weather is gradually warming. The spring festival has passed, and figures of those seeking work begin to gather en route to the train and bus stations. Many youths from Datong village are either heading south to the coastal regions, starting to venture to Hunan and Guangxi, or simply heading north. Those seeking work nearby are arriving at the mines or preparing to till the fields. In Zhao village, Wei Xia scans the surroundings to outsiders. It seems as if people are idly passing time. Yet amidst the crowd, he spots the bald figure almost immediately. The figure pushes a bicycle, its baskets laden with pickled vegetables, masquerading as a traveling merchant. He weaves through the throng, gathering information on human traffickers. He does not speak, merely passing by with an air of calm. He knows that this individual is determined to annihilate the Wei family. Retreat is not an option. This is revenge stemming from drug traffickers along the Yunnan border. Previously, with the police and local authorities combating human trafficking, there was a temporary sense of security. Now, the situation is loosening, and these individuals are beginning to plot their revenge once more. Furthermore, after Yang Daong lagged behind, whether he divulged anything remains a mystery. To avoid being implicated, they must act swiftly. Returning home from Zhao village, Wei Xia feels the mounting pressure, yet upon entering, he greets warmly. "I'm home." Grandpa Cheng Zhong frowns, casting a glance at Wei Xia. "You're out all day, not bringing back any money, just wasting time. If you don't work, you'll starve. Hurry and pull the peanuts, cut the pigweed." His younger brother Wei Pingsheng and others look at Wei Xia with disdain, wishing to shoo him away. "Don't interrupt our studies. If you're not studying, at least do something worthwhile." Wei Xia says little, merely nodding quietly before leaving the room to fetch water, tend to the fields, cut the pigweed, and wash clothes. His hands, chapped and bleeding from frostbite, bear the marks of his labor. Yet he persists in completing every household chore. Only deep into the night, when the family has fallen asleep, does he quietly appear before his parents' grave. Wei Xia longs to weep, for it is only here that he feels the weight of his grievances, realizing that he too is a child who needs his parents. But he suppresses the tears. "I want to cry, I want to cry. Mom, I'm fine. Look, now I must confront the enemy." He sits before the grave, silently contemplating the situation. Firstly, the enemy is formidable and will not relent until their objectives are achieved. Secondly, alerting the authorities poses a significant risk, as they would spare no effort in harming the Wei children. Weighing his father's teachings, Wei Xia strains his mind in contemplation. All responsibilities rest upon his shoulders. He is unafraid of the enemy and oppose brutality. But what about his younger siblings? He possesses a vulnerability. The cawing of crows pierces the silence of the forest. At this moment, Wei Xia sits alone before the grave, pondering his resistance. He has never contemplated evasion, not once. But what about his younger siblings? Chapter 18. Silent resistance to the bitter end. The boy and oppose path is resolute. On Douyin, the barrage of comments surged. He is plotting his resistance alone. But does he truly comprehend the nature of his adversary? It is a criminal organization that even the National Security and Narcotics Police dare not retaliate against. The psychological analyst Chen Xiao, who previously dissected Wei Xia and oppose descent, was momentarily taken aback. Such a person possesses an overwhelming willpower. While he could temporarily ward off threats with the aid of the police, the enemy has now retaliated with increased ferocity. How can one person withstand such force? In a nursing home, Sun Haiyang, long since retired from the police force, observed with a dazed expression. "Back then, you were concealing so many secrets." Sun Haiyang then forced a bitter smile, murmuring, "I know you don't trust us. After all, your father is entangled in far too many interests. But the enemy is formidable. How will you endure?" Sun Haiyang began to watch a new scene unfold involving his eldest son. Wei Xia, with long hair and standing nearly 1.60 meters, appeared as a big child. Now, facing his grandfather, Cheng Zhong, Wei Xia feigned a look of innocence. "Grandfather, I want to work in the county. My parents said I should learn to repair cars. At least I would have a skill." Grandfather Cheng Zhong lowered his head and sighed softly. "You are quite the disappointment. If you wish to repair cars, then so be it. At least your younger siblings should excel." Grandfather handed 10 yuan to Wei Xia. "Work hard. In an oppose better than wasting your days." Fortunately, there was a talent market from the village to the county, and Wei Xia spent a few yuan on a bus ticket. Embarking on his journey, in front of his seat, a thief took advantage of the bumpy ride to slash a backpack, stealing money from the passenger ahead. Wei Xia remained silent, expressionless as he witnessed the crime unfold. Seizing the moment when the thief was distracted by a new target, he discreetly took the stack of money and exited the bus. After disembarking, Wei Xia swiftly purchased a camera and film before arriving at the talent market. Feigning ignorance as he walked and observed, a wiry man with unkempt hair, accompanied by a taller companion, scanned the surroundings. Noticing the Navi Wei Xia, they exchanged glances and approached him. "What brings you here, young brother?" Suddenly stopped, Wei Xia feigned panic, responding with a trembling voice in a rural accent. "I'm looking for work, hoping to earn some money." "Earning money? Is there anything more lucrative than mining? We can earn dozens a day if you and Oppos, willing to put in the effort. We can take you along." "Dozens?" Wei Xia nodded eagerly, appearing like a true country bumpkin. "However, that mine doesn't accept outsiders. Just say you're my nephew when we get there. The boss won't withhold your wages. Remember, when we arrive, don't speak out of turn. Just follow our lead, or else you one-tier a dime." At that moment, Wei Xia and Oppos' display of panic was perfectly timed, further satisfying the two men. The two, named Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing, chuckled with narrowed eyes as Wei Xia walked ahead, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. "We deceived another fool. Remember, when we arrive, say I and Oppos, his uncle, and you and Oppos, his second uncle, just here to earn some cash. Once we're in the mine, we'll have him killed inside. Tell the boss. He won't dare report it, and we'll at least get 30,000. 30,000. After this score, we can move to a new place." On Weibo, the commentary began to roll in as viewers compared the unfolding events, many shocked. What are these two saying? Are they really trading lives for money? These two are completely insane, yet Wei Xia, a ruthless individual, is pretending to be so innocent. What is he truly planning? Did anyone notice that camera and film? They and Oppos, quite expensive. Why would Wei Xia spend money on that? At the police station, young officer Chen Xiaowen stared at the screen, stunned. Was it really that chaotic back then? He was born in 1995, with no concrete memories of that tumultuous era. Yet he felt a chill. What complicated matters further was that Wei Xia seemed to hear everything while deliberately following along, appearing utterly at ease. Veteran officer Lao Zhou furrowed his brow, feeling inexplicably uneasy. What is he truly up to? In the hospital, in the ward, Wei Pingyong, and Wei Pingling exchanged glances, recalling that Wei Xia had indeed gone out to work, claiming he wanted to earn money. Back then, they thought he was destined for failure without education, but now it seemed he wasn't merely seeking to make a living. As everyone pondered, the screen continued to reveal new scenes. Wei Xia followed Zhao Xuebing and Sun Aishue as they rode a motorcycle up the mountain. The bumpy mountain road led them to the mine by noon. During registration, Sun Aishue specifically noted that Wei Xia was his nephew. After depositing their belongings on the large bunk, Sun Aishue took Wei Xia on a trip to town, where they dined on 3 meat dishes. They also bought Wei Xia warm bedding and new clothes. Eventually, they arrived at a salon in town, where several flamboyantly dressed women beckoned Zhao Xuebing, Sun Aishue, and Wei Xia inside. Zhao Xuebing pulled the proprietress aside for a discussion before calling for Wei Xia. "Aren't Oppos, you feeling weak from work these days? Let this sister give you a massage, and you'll feel invigorated just like an adult." Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. She's taking off my pants." As Wei Xia, embarrassed, bolted from the room, Zhao Xuebing and Sun Aishue burst into laughter, their guard lowered even further. This kid is just a simpleton. The two had no intention of committing murder as soon as they entered the mine, so Wei Xia genuinely began working hard. The sound of the whip cracked as Wei Xia leaned against the edge of the mine, lying in the dirt, quietly extracting the camera from his pants to start filming. The overseer and Oppos' whip drew blood, accompanied by howls and shouts of anger. For several days, Wei Xia not only recorded the beatings of miners, but also documented the illegal mining activities occurring here, gathering an array of evidence. No one paid attention to this perpetually filthy young man, and the mine continued to operate at full capacity. As evening fell, several leaders overseeing the mining arrived, with mine owner Ma Chilio personally accompanying them. Despite the biting cold and foul stench, Wei Xia concealed himself near the mine's restroom, enduring the pain of frostbitten fingers as he continued to film in silence. This scene left viewers in awe. Some comments appeared. Is he planning to blackmail the mine owner? Wei Xia started blackmailing people at 18? Is his true nature beginning to surface? Impossible. I sense he is preparing for something monumental. Chapter 19. The depth of machination is appalling. A wave of fervor surged on Douyin, sparked by the discussion surrounding why Wei Xia secretly filmed the black mine, which drew millions into debate. As the recollection of Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's memories continued, new scenes unfolded. After completing the covert recording, Wei Xia stealthily returned to the communal dormitory, where the clock had already struck 1 in the morning. Zhao Xuebing and son Aishue lay fast asleep, their snores resonating loudly. Wei Xia quietly retrieved Zhao Xuebing's phone, casually entered a random number labeled wife, and began sending messages. Once he completed this task, he resolved to eliminate son Aishue, planning to abscond with double the compensation. Having finished his machinations, he glanced at the time, approaching 3:30 in the morning, a time when son Aishue typically arose for a nocturnal visit. Wei Xia adjusted Zhao Xuebing's phone to remain illuminated and deliberately dropped it on the floor. Awakened by the noise, son Aishue glanced at Zhao Xuebing's phone. Upon seeing the messages displayed on the screen, his drowsiness transformed into fury, prompting him to cautiously step outside to relieve himself. Meanwhile, Wei Xia discreetly observed the slumbering Zhao Xuebing and deleted the messages. The seeds of discord were sown. The plan was set in motion. The following morning, son Aishue and Zhao Xuebing appeared unperturbed as they smoked and shared a meal. Yet Wei Xia discerned a palpable tension in son Aishue's demeanor towards his companion. Thus, as they were about to depart, Wei Xia stealthily placed a fruit knife beneath Zhao Xuebing and Amp, Oppo's pillow. That night, after a taxing day, the trio returned to the dormitory. Our sleeping arrangements are rather chaotic, Wei Xia mused, feigning tidying up as Zhao Xuebing washed his face. In that moment, son Aishue's pupils dilated. A fruit knife tumbled from under Zhao Xuebing's pillow. Son Aishue shot a glance at Zhao Xuebing, a chill coursing through him. Noticing this, Wei Xia quietly slipped outside, using the pretext of needing to urinate to steal another miner and Oppo's phone, sending a message to the unsuspecting Zhao Xuebing, only to subsequently snap the SIM card and return the phone to its original place. The laborious day had left the miners exhausted, and the dormitory soon filled with the sounds of snoring once more. At 3 in the morning, Wei Xia heard faint rustling noises and squinted to observe. Son Aishue stealthily rose and approached Zhao Xuebing's bedside. At that moment, Zhao Xuebing's phone had been surreptitiously activated by son Aishue. The screen displayed a message: act quickly, eliminate both of them, and return with double the compensation. Son Aishue's expression shifted, and he cautiously replaced the phone, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. As son Aishue returned to bed, Wei Xia once again accessed Zhao Xuebing and Oppo's phone, mirroring his previous actions by deleting the message before settling into a quiet sleep. At dawn, within the mine, Zhao Xuebing extinguished a cigarette and spoke with a fierce determination. It's time to act. Son Aishue nodded in agreement, his heart cold. Indeed, it was time to make a move. Their gazes shifted towards Wei Xia, who diligently toiled in the mine, oblivious to the brewing treachery, merely smiling as he acknowledged their stares. In a hospital room, 3 figures stared at one another, the scene seemingly frozen in time. The line between hunter and prey had become blurred. Meanwhile, Vice Mayor Wei Pingzheng watched this unfold with astonishment, piecing together the implications. Both the messages and the fruit knife signified an impending rift between Sun and Zhao, yet recording evidence of the black mine clearly antagonized more individuals. Connecting the dots to Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's earlier claims of venturing out to earn money by learning to repair vehicles, Wei Pingzheng found it increasingly difficult to fathom his true intentions. What was he truly up to? inciting discord between Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing while amassing so much evidence against the mines. What was the rationale? In a rehabilitation center, retired Deputy Director Sun Haiyang sat in stunned silence. He understood that Wei Xia was plotting to sow discord between Sun and Zhao, likely to dismantle the crisis he faced. As for the evidence of the miners being assaulted and the illicit mining operations, Sun Haiyang pondered aloud. So, do you intend to extort and blackmail? Or is there a different motive? This lad is indeed ruthless. At present, Wei Xia found himself caught between two formidable threats, Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing, both seasoned criminals engaged in extorting strangers through their black mining operations and the black mine itself, with its official connections and substantial underworld influence. And there was Wei Xia, merely 18, confronting these ruthless forces. What could he possibly do? He was still so young. Reflecting on this, Sun Haiyang observed in silence. Wei Xia was intricately navigating these perilous waters, deftly calculating his moves. His mental acuity was anything but ordinary. On Douyin, numerous prominent streamers were engaged in discussions regarding the situation. One stream even transformed its title to Wei Xia's life retrospective commentary, with a barrage of comments flooding in. What is Wei Xia's true purpose in filming the black mine? Could it be extortion? Perhaps he shares the same mindset as those two middle-aged men, considering he is now their and Appo's nephew. And Appo's. In an Appo's. That's difficult to say. But it seems he had intentions related to the mine from the outset. As a barrage of comments continued, new visuals emerged. Entering the mine, in this era devoid of monkey carts, descending into the mine was exceptionally perilous. The corners were shrouded in concealment, and without mining lamps, visibility was nearly non-existent. Wei Xia followed Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing into the depths of the mine, where they appeared to be laboring intently. On the opposite side of the tunnel, Zhao Xuebing furiously cast aside his pickaxe, lowering his voice. What are we doing here? Still mining? Enough is enough. We need to locate that brat Wei Xia. In Appo's, it's time to act. As he spoke, Zhao Xuebing craned his neck to observe Wei Xia, who was diligently working. It was indeed time to take action. Behind him, Sun Aishue narrowed his eyes and suddenly raised his pickaxe, bringing it down with ferocity, not aimed at Wei Xia, but rather at Zhao Xuebing. A resounding thud echoed as the impact struck, and Zhao Xuebing clutched his head, desperately attempting to staunch the blood flowing from his wound with one hand, while he pointed shakily at Sun Aishue with the other. Disbelief etched across his face. Yet Sun Aishue showed no mercy, gritting his teeth in a vicious expression, striking again and again, shouting, "I always sensed something was off with you. You thought you could make a move on me." Until the gruesome scene was left in tatters, Sun Aishue deliberately engineered a mine collapse, crafting the illusion that Zhao Xuebing had met his demise. He then emerged, wailing, "Second brother is in trouble." Wei Xia played along, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Second uncle is in trouble." Witnessing this, Sun Aishue wiped his tears away with his sleeve, inwardly sneering. He would profit from the compensation for Zhao Xuebing and Appo's demise, and later, he would devise a plan to eliminate Wei Xia for an additional payout. In due time, he could indeed abscond with double the compensation. News of the mine collapse spread rapidly, given the illegality of the mining operation and the absence of safety measures. The office of Ma Chilio was fraught with irritation. Zhao Xuebing demanded 30,000 yuan, yet the mine owner harbored suspicions. These new miners had barely arrived, and now the mine had collapsed. He was unconvinced. The mine owner dispatched a female accountant to interrogate the naive Wei Xia, seeking the truth. Wei Xia, trembling, recounted tearfully, "I met them at the talent market. They said they would take me to mine for big money. I called them into Appo's, second uncle into Appo's, because the boss wouldn't into Appo's, to let me work since they weren't into Appo's, to my relatives." The cigarette, but was crushed mercilessly as Ma Chilio into Appo's expression turned to fury. He realized the entire scheme. They are attempting to extort me. They are pinning this on me. He barked, "Lock this brat up, bring a few men, and let us have a word with Sun Aishue." Bang! The office door was slammed shut. Wei Xia coolly watched the departing figures, easily prying open the door with a wrench. When Ma Chilio found son Aishua, he was in the midst of a meal. A few thugs lunged forward, delivering blows as they began their interrogation. In these times, those who dared to engage in illegal mining often had thick criminal records. The thugs were merciless in their approach. Hiding amidst the filthy coal, Wei Xia stifled the icy, muddy coal dust and, through a crevice, began capturing images of the brutality unfolding. It wasn't an amp, Oppos, until son Aishua gasped his last breath and Ma Chilio dispatched men to clean up the aftermath that he left in a huff. That little brat has escaped. The news of the mine and Oppos, as thugs searching for intruders soon spread. Wei Xia, with an impassive expression, concealed her camera and lay low in the filthy coal truck until the early hours of the morning, after which she stealthily departed with the coal cart. Upon emerging, she changed into a fresh outfit and arrived at the photography studio to develop the film, concurrently locating a nearby copy shop to reproduce 3 copies of the evidence. Clutching one of the documents, Wei Xia endured until morning, reaching a telephone booth in the park. After inserting a coin, an irate voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Who is this?" To her astonishment, it was none other than the mine owner, Ma Chilio. "Go to the small alley by the talent market, at the entrance of Nyo Laosher and Oppo's ramen shop, and look for a white trash bag. Inside, you will find the evidence of your crimes." A profound silence followed on the other end, causing Ma Chilio's hair to stand on end in dread. "Damn it, it's you. You little brat. You actually managed to escape." Initially, he had believed that son Aishua and Zhao Shuebing were the ruthless extortionists behind this scheme, never anticipating that this seemingly harmless youth would prove to be so cunning. While the mine's thugs relentlessly pursued, not only had he eluded capture, but also left behind incriminating evidence of their murderous deeds. What could this little brat possibly want, when those two were already seeking money through extortion? Chapter 20. For their well-being, the most terrifying answers are often the unknown ones. Wei Xia faced the furious threats from the Black Mine District with remarkable composure, saying little and calmly hanging up the phone. Ma Chilio, in a state of panic and rage, had no choice but to follow the demands, for that young lad held what could very well be incriminating evidence against him. "Boss, we've found it." Ignoring the filth on the trash bag, Ma Chilio opened it, his face paling to a ghostly hue as dread gripped him. The evidence of assaulting workers, illicit mining in unapproved zones, and the most horrifying of all, photographs of himself with the deceased son Aishua, left him in a state of utter turmoil. At that moment, Ma Chilio was consumed with anxiety, contemplating how to locate that young man. After all, he had already discovered that Wei Xia's identity and contact details were all fabricated. Such evidence could not remain exposed. Thus, both the young man and those behind him had to be silenced. As noon approached, the phone rang again. With an impassive expression, Wei Xia's icy voice resonated through the receiver. "I am merely an employee. My boss instructed me to tell you to find a bald man selling pickled vegetables on a tricycle in Datong village near the mine. Remember to bring 500,000. After the call ended, instead of leaving, Wei Xia grew even more tranquil and began searching for a residence in the county town. After a morning of searching, he finally pinpointed a rental property that was conveniently located near a school, ideal for his younger siblings, and the probability of incidents occurring there was minimal. Additionally, with the police station just a few hundred meters away, safety could be assured. After confirming the house with the owner, Wei Xia returned to the bus station, purchased a ticket, and prepared to return home. Meanwhile, Ma Chilio, upon hearing the call disconnect, violently tore at his tie. "Damn it, this is hitting me hard," he shouted. "Get everyone together, all the thugs at the mine, and those little brats we've kept outside. Bring them all." Beside him, the head thug, Luo San, expressed concern. "Boss, are we not paying them?" The fear of having incriminating evidence in the young man and Oppo's possession was palpable among the thugs who had participated in the murder of son Aishua. Ma Chilio glared at Luo San with fury. "Do you have 500,000? Even if I did, I wouldn't give it. Find that bald man and the young brat. Now, immediately. If we don't retrieve this by the end of the day, each of you will be facing the consequences." On Douyin, the barrage of comments rolled in relentlessly, with an increasing number of viewers shocked by the unfolding events. So Wei Xia intended to divert the blame from the start? 500,000, back in 95, that could have bought 20 large houses in our county. It seems Wei Xia had calculated this all along. Indeed, they can't possibly afford that. After all, they're just a bunch of thugs. This young man was using others as pawns in a larger game, escalating the situation. Within the nursing home, Sun Haiyang was increasingly astounded, replaying the events in his mind. Initially, facing Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuejuan, there were two text messages, one concealed knife, and an internal conflict incited. Using Sun Aishue to eliminate Zhao Xuejuan, and then employing Ma Qiliu to dispose of Sun Aishue, all culminating in a scenario of mutual destruction, while Wei Xia remained an elusive player in the background. It was truly terrifying. Had this young man misstepped at any point, he would have faced death. Perhaps the rift would be exposed, leading to his demise in the mines. Or Ma Qiliu could find him and end him directly. Yet, he had orchestrated every detail with precision. Simultaneously, in the nursing home, Cheng Zhong was also observing, his arm trembling as he pointed at the screen. He could hardly fathom that this was his grandson, Wei Xia. Fragments of memories from 30 years past flooded his mind. That year, Wei Xia had suddenly informed him of his intention to learn auto repair in the county town, explaining why he had only returned to visit family after a month. It became clear that he had drawn the attention of the criminal underworld associated with the mines, aiming to eliminate the Wei family. Was this truly his grandson? In Cheng Zhong's recollection, Wei Xia was a despondent youth, a gambler who had spent multiple stints in prison. Yet now, he stood bewildered, grappling with the depth of this child's cunning. On Douyin, a live analysis of personality comparisons was underway. Host Chen Xiao sat in stunned silence, unable to articulate her thoughts after witnessing the series of events. The Wei Xia she had previously assessed as having succumbed to a downward spiral was now actively devising strategies to eliminate threats, a stark contrast to her prior evaluations. He had even chosen to immerse himself in danger, walking the line between life and death, all to protect his younger siblings and family. Officer Chun Xiaowen was equally taken aback, his expression complex. His gaze fell upon the camera. So, had Wei Xia planned the entire scheme from the beginning, including the preservation of evidence? He had heard numerous tales from seasoned undercover agents, and while Wei Xia might not be the most remarkable among them, the fact remained. He was just 18. He dared to venture into the black mines, using others as instruments to confront a deadly organization. This young man exhibited a level of maturity that was simply unfathomable. In the hospital, the respirator struggled to sustain life. Wei Pingzheng, witnessing the scene, clenched his fists in disbelief. He recalled the look in Wei Xia's eyes when he first spotted the bald man masquerading as a pickled vegetable vendor. Had he already devised a plan to safeguard his family, then? He hadn't chosen to hide or flee, but rather to employ cunning and strategy against the black mines. Unbidden, Wei Pingzheng felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He endeavored to sift through memories from 30 years ago, finally recalling vague snippets. There had indeed been cries of a pickled vegetable vendor in the village, but they had vanished thereafter. There were also rumors of fights and gunfire, suggesting that the vendor had been robbed. Detong Village's mayor, Wang Anren, was also watching, frozen in place as the footage played. His thoughts drifted back 30 years. In late March of 95, a pickled vegetable vendor was shot and robbed at the entrance of Detong Village. And what was even more astonishing was that the vendor was armed. When the police arrived on the scene, the situation escalated significantly, leading to a thorough investigation of the Detong Village shooting incident. Was it possible that all of this had been orchestrated by Wei Xia to protect his siblings, inciting chaos among enemies, allowing them to turn on one another, while the Wei family seized the opportunity to relocate? Chapter 21. The future will reveal itself in a nursing home. Sun Haiyang and Amp. Appo's gaze appeared weary as he stared at the screen. Wei Xia ventured into the mining area to design, guiding Ma Ruliu in confronting a bald individual on the screen, which evoked memories of past case investigations. In late April of 1995, a significant violent gun-related homicide occurred in the town adjacent to Detong Village. This incident resulted in 2 fatalities, with the suspect suspected to be a killer from the black market, who shot and killed a gang disguised as a pickled vegetable trafficking group. The motive behind the conflict remained unclear, and both deceased individuals were known to be trained assassins for the black market. The case had stirred considerable attention, and he had actively participated in the pursuit of the perpetrator. At that time, the analysis left everyone perplexed due to the mysterious identity of the gang masquerading as vegetable dealers. The organization's nature and the individuals involved were unknown. They displayed remarkable shooting skills, indicating prior training. As Sun Haiyang reflected on the past through the screen, a solitary, youthful figure emerged, prompting him to murmur, "Are you prepared to face a drug trafficking organization alone?" These individuals not only engage in drug trafficking, but also seem to possess backgrounds akin to operatives. He pondered, "Are you ready?" The screen transitioned to a simulation of Wei Pingsheng and Amp, Oppo's life. As the evening descended, Wei Pingsheng struggled to ride his bicycle home through the pouring rain. He had recently moved into a new house with his grandparents and younger siblings. He and his brother, Wei Pingzheng, along with his two younger sisters, had been enrolled in a new school, yet he continued to work tirelessly to support the family. However, before he could step through the door, he was accosted by a local thug. The thug informed him that people were searching for someone with the surname Wei, targeting a family of 5. Upon hearing this, Wei Pingsheng wiped the rain from his face, his brows furrowing in anger and exhaustion. He was bewildered by the enemies his family had seemingly attracted, who had not only killed their parents, but were now relentlessly pursuing them. In his childhood, he had felt nothing of this pursuit. But now, as he simulated the role of the eldest son, he began to comprehend the weight of this burden. As Wei Pingsheng murmured, the pressure mounted. In each day of the simulation, he had to earn money to support his siblings while evading their pursuers. He was 18 in these memories, yet the hardships of labor under the sun had darkened his skin, making him appear older than his peers. Coming to a halt on his bicycle, he inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth in fatigue. In this life simulation, I am the eldest. I will not give up. Absolutely not. Yet he found himself curious about how Wei Xia had endured during those times. On Douyin, a comparison program featuring the eldest sons was launched, and the comments became increasingly complex. Wei Pingsheng and Amp, Oppo's curiosity stemmed from the absence of any trace of these events in his memories, primarily because Wei Xia had shouldered everything alone without informing the family. The audience and Amp, Oppo's discussions intensified, and simultaneously, the screen displayed Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's eldest son recollection. As his hair grew long and his clothes became muddied, Wei Xia returned home from the black market in the county. Upon entering, he was met with his grandfather Cheng Zhong and Amp, Oppo's discontented expression. "You went to learn a skill, yet you haven and Amp, Oppo's contacted us for a month? What have you learned? Do you know how much your siblings need money?" Wei Xia pulled out over 120 yuan from his pocket, which he had saved from buying a camera, and handed it to his grandfather. Cheng Zhong's frown softened slightly, though he still huffed in disapproval. Neglected in the front yard, Wei Xia paid no mind as he shouldered his backpack filled with clothes and knocked on the neighbors and Oppo's doors one by one. Glancing sideways, he noticed his younger siblings peering at him from the doorway. Realizing this, Wei Xia smiled at the neighbor who opened the door. "Cousin, I just returned from working in the county and brought back some snacks and a denim jacket. Do you think it and Oppo's as suitable for Xiaoyao?" The distant kinship seemed to bring joy to his cousin, who eagerly accepted the large bag of gifts. Upon returning to his courtyard, 10-year-old Wei Pingsheng approached. Feeling wronged, yet stubborn, questioning, "You went out to earn money but brought nothing for your own siblings, instead giving things to the neighbors? Is this how an elder brother should behave?" 9-year-old Wei Pingzheng held one sister and Oppo's hand while looking on with anticipation. Wei Xia feigned a weak expression, murmuring, "I can end Amp, Oppo's offend the neighbors, and Amp, Oppo's better to maintain good relations. In the future, you want and Amp, Oppo's be ridiculed as much." The spark of hope in Wei Pingzheng and Oppo's eyes dimmed, and he retorted angrily, "To succeed, one must be strong, always pleasing others. No wonder you and Oppo's he turned out this way. You don't deserve to be an older brother." As Wei Pingsheng departed, Wei Pingzheng took his two sisters away, leaving Wei Xia with a bitter smile, appearing helpless. Later that night, neighbor Xiao approached, wearing the denim jacket, and asked, "Why did you buy me clothes but not for my second cousin?" Gently touching the innocent Xiao, Wei Xia murmured softly, so only he could hear, "I don't want my siblings to feel sorrow because of me. It's better for them to hate me than to remember me. I am destined to fall into the abyss, and I cannot let them suffer alongside me. Therefore, I must teach them to be independent and resilient, for I do not know when my time will come. The future is perilous, and if I perish, who will look after them? They must learn to stand strong on their own." Listening to the torrential rain, Wei Xia wandered alone, talking to himself. His younger siblings looked at him with disdain, unwilling to approach, and no one understood him. His small figure was shrouded in a mist of misunderstanding. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng gazed at the screen, his breath catching in his throat. Wei Pingyang remained silent, her brows knitted in contemplation. The two stared at the recollection of Wei Xia's life, listening to the sound of rain as memories from 30 years ago flooded back. That year, their elder brother Wei Xia had dropped out of school. He had gone to the county alone, claiming he would learn to repair vehicles and earn money. When he returned, his siblings gathered at the door, eagerly awaiting their brother. They thought, "If our brother has earned money, will he buy us new books, new clothes? Our socks have several holes." They waited at the door, their minds racing. However, instead of gifts for them, Wei Xia returned with snacks and new clothes for Xiao, leaving his siblings feeling deeply aggrieved. Yet now, as they observed Wei Xia, chastened and lost in solitary conversation, they wondered about his state of mind back then. Wei Pingzheng recalled the image of Wei Xia struggling for survival in the mining area to protect his siblings, shaking his head in disbelief. His expression became complex as he turned to look at the hospital bed. "And once we arrived in the county, you hastily sent me away." Chapter 22. Read to them. Ease their minds as the barrage of comments flowed. New memories of Wei Xia's life resurfaced. Upon returning home from the county, Wei Xia seized the opportunity to toil in the fields. Each day, clad in rubber shoes, he darted along the ridges, laboring tirelessly. His arms and legs bore the marks of old wounds, yet new injuries were quick to follow. Blisters emerged, and calluses began to form. It was difficult to fathom that such work could manifest on the body of an 18-year-old youth. Yet, come the late hours of the night, Wei Xia would cocoon himself tightly in his blanket, his complexion pale, drenched in perspiration, awakening from nightmares. He envisioned his parents collapse before him, their bodies marred by injuries. Yet they still mustered faint smiles for his sake. It seemed as though he had failed to protect his younger siblings, who now lay before him as well. "No!" Wei Xia gasped, rising abruptly, his eyes filled with terror as he struggled to free himself from the grip of solitude. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he silently rose and stealthily made his way to his parents' graves in the stillness of the night. Only when he leaned against the damp, muddy mounds did he find solace, able to breathe without gasping, free from the relentless nightmares. For here, his father and mother lay, his frail figure curled at the gravesite. It was in this moment that he felt as though he were still nestled in their embrace. It was as if his parents were still present. "Dad, Mom, I miss you. I recently dropped out of school, but I'm still studying on my own. I have even learned new poems. Allow me to recite one for you." Eastward to the cliffs, to gaze upon the vast sea. The waters are tranquil, the mountains stand tall. "Do you see? Am I not impressive?" Wei Xia spoke to himself, exhausted as he leaned against the tombstone. On New Year's Eve, 30 years later, many families were captivated by this scene, with children watching the live broadcast, turning to their parents in confusion. "Dad, will that person really turn out bad? Will he sell his siblings?" The young parents, eyes reddened, tears streaming down, felt a piercing pain in their hearts. "I don't know." Yet at that moment, Wei Xia was merely a boy. In the present, he should have just begun middle school. This child was so pitiful, yet he was the strongest among the Wei family. Only at his parents' gravesite did he allow himself to be a little weak. At 18, he had already become the protector of his family. In a nursing home, Sun Haiyang stared at the screen, his demeanor aged, as new images began to merge with his memories. It was early morning at the entrance of Datian village, bustling with the morning market. By a pile of bellflowers, vendors sold breakfast, candy, and vegetables, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a vendor of pickled vegetables arrived. A bald man shouting to sell his goods while inquiring about the Wei family. Out of nowhere, a minibus from the mining area, disregarding the crowd, careened toward them as if possessed. The vehicle halted, and the minibus door swung open. A miner, gripping a shotgun, stepped out and strode directly toward the bald man. "Are you really asking for 500,000? He growled. "You have some nerve, you little brat." The miner, exuding menace, unfurled a black cloth to reveal the ominous barrel of the shotgun. The bald man looked on, his smile benign, but his hand stealthily reached for his waist. "No, brother. You must be mistaken. What 500,000? Seizing the miner's momentary distraction, the bald man's eyes turned vicious, and he drew his gun, firing. Bang! The miner was struck twice in the chest, his face contorted in agony, eyes wide open as he raised his arm to retaliate. Yet the bald man was clearly swift, pulling the trigger again and again. The surrounding crowd erupted in terrified screams, scattering and overturning market stalls. The shotgun echoed only once, hidden among the straw stacks. Wei Xia squinted, observing intently, his expression impassive. He began to quietly sketch the bald man and Appo's features. A slightly flattened nose, a scar running vertically across his left eye, a subtle overbite and small ears. In the passenger seat, a thin, dark young man with sunken eyes, a buzz cut and prominent cheekbones, bore a lingering earring mark on his left ear. The confrontation was swift. The bald man's shooting was precise, effortlessly resolving the issue before hastily fleeing the scene. "Damn it, this trip has been nothing but trouble, and I lost a brother." In the days that followed, it seemed either human traffickers or miners were involved. What on earth was happening? The bald man, trembling as he returned to the vehicle, wore a look of confusion. In full view of the village, the shooting incident drew the swift response of the police, who began to investigate. After gathering evidence in the police station and Appo's conference room, Sun Haiyang and Appo's expression was icy, his eyes ablaze with fury. A shooting incident? What on earth were those responsible for the investigation doing? Not long ago, a human trafficking case had occurred in the mining town, and the perpetrator brazenly committed murder under the very noses of the police. They had yet to resolve that issue, while various provincial authorities were already collaborating on an investigation. Now, another shooting incident had emerged in Datian village. This was utterly audacious. Immediate action was required. If they failed to solve the case within half a month, they could all prepare for severe repercussions. Amidst his furious outcry, the scene drew to a close. Back in the nursing home, Sun Haiyang snapped out of his reverie, retracting his gaze. The image of the boy, concealed among the straw stacks, quietly sketching the murderer's features, lingered in his mind. Wei Xia was orchestrating everything. The black miner was pursuing the bald man. All of Wei Xia's actions were aimed at escalating the situation, compelling the police to intervene, while also allowing him to witness the perpetrator firsthand and memorize his features. In this game, Wei Xia had deftly accomplished two objectives with one stroke. This young man, possessing such intellect and cunning at the tender age of 18, was truly formidable. Sun Haiyang smiled wryly, astonished. Little did he expect that the shocking shooting incident that had reverberated throughout Dongchang 30 years prior was orchestrated entirely by an 18-year-old child. Not only were the black miners involved, but the killers and even the police had failed to uncover any evidence linking Wei Xia to the events. No one could have anticipated that the mastermind behind it all was merely a child. As the video on Douyin concluded, the barrage of comments surged forth. "This is insane." The shooting occurred right before him, and he quietly sketched, remembering everything. Wei Xia observed the clash and recorded the features of both sides. If he grows up to become a criminal, it will be truly terrifying. Chapter 23. For the sake of purpose. One can spare no efforts. A new scene unfolds once again. In Datong village, at the home of the village chief Lu Jingwen, a loudspeaker blares at noon. All attention is drawn to the news of a homicide at the village entrance, where the police are conducting an investigation. Everyone must cooperate to complete the evidence collection. There are concerns that human traffickers may be resurfacing, and the entrance to the village has become a battleground. During this period, villagers are advised to exercise caution when venturing outside, particularly against solitary excursions into the wilderness. The village has organized patrols to ensure safety. There is no need for fear, as everyone is urged to remain calm and trust that the police will resolve the case swiftly. At this moment, Wei Xia is at home, gazing at her grandfather, and once again expresses her desire to go to the county town. This is the money I earned in the county town. When my parents left, they said that if they hadn't returned by New Year, I should take this money and bring my younger siblings to the county town. The educational conditions there are far superior, and my siblings would have a better chance of getting into good schools. Wei Xia's youthful face bears a sincere expression, as if she truly believes in this notion, clutching 500 yuan in her hand. This money was previously hidden by Zhao Xuebing from the black mine, which Wei Xia managed to acquire before her departure. Upon hearing this, her grandfather, Cheng Zhong and Damp, Oppos, has anger flares, and he snatches the 500 yuan away. Going to the county town? What are you thinking? Can we afford the expenses there? You only think of good things. With your current state, you would struggle to survive in the county town, let alone support your siblings. Just look at your own situation. Her younger brother Wei Pingsheng sits nearby, disdainfully observing. We can study seriously anywhere. What purpose would going to the county town serve? You can't even support yourself, let alone expect us to rely on you. Wei Pingzheng and Amp, Oppos, S expression remains stern as he looks at his elder sibling. If you truly have the ability, manage yourself first, and don't go out causing trouble again. Why should we follow you to the county town? What will we do there? None of her younger siblings are willing to go, and Wei Xia remains expressionless, choosing not to respond further. After dinner, Wei Xia seeks out the local troublemaker, Luo San, deliberately joining a gambling game, proclaiming her intent to earn some money to improve her family and Oppos' living conditions. At the gambling table, Luo San and his companions eye Wei Xia and chuckle. All right, you've lost all the money you had. Why don't we stop playing? You see, you have nothing left to wager. Wei Xia, seemingly consumed by the thrill of gambling, resembles a desperate gambler attempting to recoup losses, slamming her palm on the table. To hell with it. I have no money, but we still have our house. My grandfather and Oppos' house is worth at least 3,000. Are you brave enough to take that bet? Luo San exchanges glances with his companions and bursts into laughter. You dare to write an IOU? What is stopping us? At dusk, Luo San flaunts the IOU, cheerfully departing while Wei Xia, disheveled and distraught, watches helplessly. Tomorrow, our brothers will come by. You can inform your grandfather in advance. Take care, and next time you want to gamble, we'll be waiting for you. Only after Luo San and his gang have left does Wei Xia regain her composure, her face devoid of emotion as she locks the door behind her. The following morning, Luo San arrives with a dozen men at Cheng and Amp, Oppos' residence. They smash windows and spray paint, shouting angrily at the entrance. Repay your debts. Wei Xia, you scoundrel, don't even think about shirking your responsibility. No one can owe me money and escape. Cheng Zhong, hearing the commotion outside, glares at Wei Xia, who stands timidly with her head bowed. What trouble have you caused now? Faced with his bloodshot eyes, Wei Xia lowers her head in apparent fear. I wanted to play cards to earn some money, but I ended up gambling away the house. Cheng Zhong is so enraged that he nearly collapses, kicking Wei Xia to the ground and shaking with anger as he points a trembling finger at her. You wretched child. Wei Pingsheng's eyes brim with tears as he shoves Wei Xia. We have no home left. What more do you want? Wei Pingzheng kicks Wei Xia, his eyes filled with despair. The two younger sisters weep openly, choking on their words. How do we have a brother like you? You're going to ruin us. As the door swings open, Luo San and his crew shove Cheng Zhong, brandishing a pickaxe almost against his head. The surrounding neighbors murmur disapprovingly, shaking their heads, lamenting the disgrace of the Cheng family's grandson. Wei Xia stands expressionless, calmly observing the chaos. She remains indifferent, as her sole aim is to escape, taking advantage of the drug trafficking group and Amp, Oppos' shift in focus towards the black mine, seeking any excuse to leave. Thus, she must accumulate debts. Only then would her grandfather relent. In the dead of night, Wei Xian kneels in the yard, while her grandmother sobs in despair, cursing. How can the Wei family produce such a scourge? Luo San and his men leave for the time being, but they will return. Wei Pingsheng, age 11, and Wei Pingzheng, Age 10, he told Wei Xia and Amp, Oppos, as belongings, coldly instructing her, "Get out of here. Don't ever show your face again. All you do is bring us harm. Please, for the sake of mercy, just go." At this moment, Wei Xia lowers her head in silence. Cheng Zhong sighs, helplessly urging, "Go to the county town. Hurry up. We cannot afford to provoke Luo San and his gang." Under the cover of night, the family hastily gathers their belongings, boarding a tractor laden with pots and pans. Slipping away quietly without informing anyone, Wei Xia sits in the corner, calmly observing it all. The objective has been achieved. She is unperturbed by the circumstances. In the nursing home for the elderly, 93-year-old Cheng Zhong watches, stunned. His murky eyes reflect a complex array of emotions, recalling 30 years prior. Back then, he had just learned of Wei Xia's gambling, having lost the family home, nearly driven to the brink of violence against her. No one knew the struggle of raising 5 children while striving to provide for their education during those difficult times. Ultimately, the house was lost. Yet now, Cheng Zhong merely gazes at the tranquil youth seated on the tractor. Did you purposely incur debts, just to lead your family away from the clutches of the drug trafficking gang targeting Datong village? You could have confided in me. Cheng Zhong closes his eyes, his voice tinged with bitterness. In Datong village, the now elderly village chief, Lu Jingwen, coughs violently. He too watches the unfolding scene, fixated on a familiar tableau, recalling his youthful self from 30 years ago. On that day, upon learning of the shooting incident at the village entrance, he activated the loudspeaker to announce it. The entire village was tense for an extended period, with patrols maintained for nearly half a month. Shortly thereafter, he heard the news that Wei Xia had gambled away the Cheng family and Oppos' ancestral home. At that time, upon receiving the news, he had lamented with the village secretary, remarking on the retribution that had befallen the Wei family. First, they burned their own house, and now they had lost the Cheng residence, leaving the family destitute. But now, Lu Jingwen is taken aback as he watches the live broadcast. It turns out that the violent shooting incident at the village entrance was merely Wei Xia and Oppos' ploy, intended to expose the true identity of the criminals. Subsequently, she directed the calamity away, seizing the opportunity to abandon the Cheng family home. Is this truly the cunning of a youth? In his 18th year, there is no sunlight, only an endless web of schemes. Chapter 24. No matter what, he must endure. The barrage of comments on Weibo appeared, and the audience watched with complex emotions. This boy is not psychologically strong. He simply has no other path to take. All he desires is to ensure the survival of his younger siblings. Who can claim this boy is not afraid? He suffers nightmares so intense that he finds himself at his parents' and Oppos' graves in the dead of night. He too thinks of mom and dad, experiences weakness and fear. Yet he has no other choice. He can only go into debt, safeguarding his family from the truth while he quietly slips away. He must be ruthless with himself. What Wei Xia is undertaking is monumental. He bears the weight of it all alone, with no time to cultivate or grow. On Douyin, the eldest son was compared in a psychological analysis livestream. The host, Chen Xiao, a master's degree holder in psychology, observed with a complex expression, analyzing the situation. At the moment Wei Xia and Oppos' parents perished, he was forced to mature. She recalled a previous broadcast showing the moment of their death. "Child, do not cry. You're the eldest. You must grow up." With their mother gone and the murderer still lurking, Wei Xia could only let the tears flow freely, gritting his teeth to remain calm, repeatedly reminding himself, "I cannot reveal any weakness. My younger siblings depend on me. I am the eldest, and it is my duty to protect them." At this moment, Chen Xiao stared in shock at the boy on the screen, who bore the brunt of all the accusations and silently shielded his family. He truly embodied the essence of brotherhood. He was indeed forcing himself to mature and fulfill his promises. Simultaneously, on Bilibili, Professor Chen Shuiwen, a modern psychology expert, analyzed the situation in his live stream. Wei Xia's determination and execution were equally terrifying. Upon identifying a goal, he would act immediately. Such individuals are fearsome. For instance, to divert the attention of a drug trafficking group, he began gambling, accruing debts that were beyond repayment. Otherwise, Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's grandfather, Cheng Zhong, might have lent money to settle the debts, which would only prolong their peril. To achieve his objectives, Wei Xia bore everything, meticulously ensuring that no one, not even his family, could discern his covert maneuvers, leaving no trace. Thus the drug traffickers remained oblivious. Individuals capable of achieving their goals through such relentless means are indeed formidable. As this was discussed, Chen Shuaiwen grew increasingly intrigued. Why did Wei Xia, upon arriving in the county, ultimately sell off his younger siblings, resulting in the disintegration of the Wei family? Chen Shuaiwen pondered, struggling to analyze Wei Xia. Could it be that after enduring all these tribulations, the pressure became unbearable, leading to a total breakdown? Perhaps he was reluctant to carry the burden of his siblings. After all, given the current circumstances, protecting them required immense sacrifice. This was the burden borne by the eldest. A new scene from Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's life unfolded. In the county, the sound of a tractor gradually faded. Cheng Zhong, carrying luggage, disembarked with his elderly mother and the 5 children of the Wei family, finally stopping at the Tianhe community. This was the residence Wei Xia had mentioned renting in the county. It was near the police family quarters and a school. Many neighbors were police officers and their families, instilling a sense of safety. However, both Cheng Zhong and Wei Pingsheng, and others wore somber expressions as they silently carried their belongings. At the dining table, only stir-fried cabbage and dried beans were served, and silence deepened the atmosphere. Wei Xia trembled as he ate, resembling a gambler who had made a grave mistake. Cheng Zhong observed coldly, while Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingsheng looked on with growing resentment and disdain. After the meal, Wei Pingsheng took the younger siblings to study, while the youngest sister fell into a deep slumber. Cheng Zhong called Wei Xia over, speaking earnestly as he gazed at his eldest grandson. From now on, do not squander your time. Look at our situation. We have lost everything. You are still young, even if you cannot afford school. You must study on your own or learn a trade. Didn't Amp, Oppo's, you say your parents wanted you to learn to repair cars before they left? If you master that skill, you can earn a few hundred a month. Stop being foolish. With a bitter sigh, Cheng Zhong continued, your younger siblings are still small, and we are aging. What will become of us all? Upon hearing this, Wei Xia, who had kept his head down, seemed to have a sudden revelation. Grandfather, why not get my younger siblings away? I know of a wealthy family in the county that is willing to pay for children, and the second one would be a perfect fit. I believe we could fetch a good price. It seemed that the more he spoke, the more animated he became, which only infuriated Cheng Zhong, causing him to slap Wei Xia with trembling hands. You wretched child! At the doorway, young Wei Pingsheng cried, leaning against the bed in despair. Wei Pingsheng, with reddened eyes, gently patted his older brother's shoulder. Don't be afraid, brother. Grandfather won't let anyone harm you. Wei Pingsheng, also in tears, grasped his older brother's hand tightly. No, we cannot sell you. We will protect you. In the living room, Cheng Zhong looked at Wei Xia, who held his face in shock after the slap. You disgraceful boy. The Cheng family and the Wei family have never sold their children. Get out. 9-year-old Wei Pingsheng clenched his fists and rushed out, angrily pushing Wei Xia. Leave. From now on, we will pretend you are not our brother, who would sell their own siblings. You are heartless. Go away. Wei Pingsheng remained silent, wiping his tears with his sleeve, glaring resentfully at Wei Xia. If he had once held any hope for his elder brother, now he was filled only with hatred. Wei Xia was forced to leave the family home in a state of disgrace. In the Douyin live stream, new comments flooded in. It seems Wei Xia is genuinely terrified. After all, he must protect 4 defenseless children while he himself is still a child. How can he bear such pressure? Alas, after experiencing multiple tragedies, Wei Xia is on the verge of breaking down. He is probably afraid his younger siblings will burden him, for surely he could thrive alone with his skills. Wei Xia is ultimately fearful. His mental state is collapsing, preparing to evade his enemies. Having so many younger siblings is indeed a burden. At just 18, he has done remarkably well. Has he lost his mind? What did all that effort amount to if he is willing to forsake his younger siblings? The live stream continued. Wei Xia was expelled from the house. In the living room, grandfather Cheng Zhong comforted Wei Pingsheng, gently stroking his head. Do not be afraid, my child. Grandfather is still here. This family is not subject to Wei Xia and Appo's whims. I will not allow him to sell you and your siblings. Cheng Zhong then turned to Wei Pingzheng and the two granddaughters. The four children, having heard Wei Xia's words, were clearly frightened. Despite their stubborn attempts to hold on, they were merely children. Now, they held hands tightly, a testament to their fear. Do not worry. Grandfather still has the strength to care for you all. We are a family, and no one shall be separated. Until their grandmother coaxed the four children to sleep in the bedroom, Cheng Zhong sighed, gazing out the window, his face reflecting a deepening weariness. With many children, the pressure was immense. Routine necessities like clothing and meals required money. Education required tuition, as well as the purchase of books and supplies. The costs were substantial, but one could not neglect their needs. As the grandmother settled the children to sleep, she looked at her husband, who was lost in thought, contemplating their situation. Tomorrow, Ping Sheng needs to pay for class, and Ping Ping requires extracurricular books. The little girl should be starting school soon. Cheng Zhong grasped his wife's hand, nodding in agreement, his eyes filled with a sense of resignation, as if he had aged a few years. I understand. It's all right. I will find work to ensure we do not skimp on the children's needs. At that moment, the staircase descended layer by layer until the final step was reached. Wei Xia, having been cast out, appeared on the rooftop. The rain poured heavily, chilling the skin, while the wind howled fiercely, causing the damp fabric to cling coldly to his body. Wei Xia sat at the edge of the rooftop, lost in thought, with one leg crossed over the other. From the 7th floor of the building, the drop was over 20 meters, and looking down, people appeared no larger than peanuts. Wei Xia gazed down at the bustling crowd below, watching intently as the rain drenched his long hair, sticking to his face. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap. Now, he considered himself a wayward child, a criminal engaged in arson and gambling, contemplating the sale of his younger siblings. To his grandparents, he was a creature of disgrace, a manifestation of retribution in the eyes of the villagers. At 18, he pondered how he had come to this point. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the myriad lights of the city, and with a fierce motion, he slapped himself, gritting his teeth. I cannot jump. I have my younger siblings. I am their brother, Wei Xia murmured, as if attempting to convince himself. The enemy was formidable. His siblings must be placed with other families, ones that could provide better circumstances. The adversaries were adept, easily eliminating armed assailants, a testament to their professional training. They were still searching for them, and he had to find a way, albeit illegal, to ensure his siblings and Appo's escape from this imminent annihilation. As for himself, he felt indifferent. In that moment, Wei Xia stared into the torrential rain. Do not blame me. Do not blame your brother. I am afraid. My death matters little, but you must grow up. He vowed to find a good family for them, ensuring their safety and preventing the pursuers from locating them. I am powerless, but this is all I can do. The rain poured relentlessly, soaking him through as he sat in solitude on the rooftop, watching. The downpour transformed the scene into a curtain of beads, obscuring all vision in a hazy white. The lights of the city vanished from sight, leaving him feeling utterly alone in the tempest, confronting the storm on his own. Unsure of the righteousness of his actions, burdened by immense pressure, he recognized he must act. In a live broadcast on Bilibili, psychologist Chun Shuiwen observed with a changed expression. The solitary figure in the rain was suffocatingly lonely. After a prolonged moment, he began to analyze the situation. Previously, when Wei Xia decided to send his siblings away, contemplating selling them, many viewers had remarked that he was succumbing to fear, overwhelmed by a psychological strain, and unwilling to carry the burden of additional family members. However, it now appeared otherwise. He was not evading responsibility. He sought to ensure his siblings and Appo's safe departure, finding them better homes for nurturing and safety. He would face the murderous gang alone, prepared to confront the criminals while severing their chance to find his siblings. As Chun Shuiwen reflected on this, he could hardly believe his eyes. This young man was indeed ready to face those armed killers alone, a band of ruthless individuals who would retaliate even against narcotics officers. Chapter 25. Only the younger brother on the eve of New Year's Eve in 1995. Many recall this scene vividly. In late February of that year, amidst a torrential downpour in Dongchang City, Wei Xia stood atop a rooftop, seemingly encased by the rain. The 18-year-old Wei Xia gazed vacantly ahead, the rain-soaked rooftop resembling a desolate island. Enemies lurked outside, and no one stood behind him in understanding. Though he could not find his way, he fought valiantly, resolute to the core. Such a youth became etched in the minds of many spectators, a moment eternally unforgettable. In a contemporary hospital bed, Wei Pingzhong, watching the recollections of his eldest son, found himself in a stupor. The boy stood amidst the deluge, shrouded in darkness. You let us leave, and you face everything alone? The drug cartel loomed threateningly, poised to obliterate the Wei family. He turned to gaze at the hospital bed, his eyes brimming with bitterness, murmuring complex thoughts. No one responded. Just as 30 years prior, that individual had walked alone at the forefront, braving all odds, shielding everything with his own being. Back then, he had not responded either. As Wei Xia and Appo's life was recounted, new scenes unfolded. He took his grandparents and younger siblings to the county town, yet he did not cease his efforts. He was acutely aware that the drug cartel could find them at any moment. In the biting cold of February, Wei Xia, clad in tattered, thin garments, wandered about, observing his surroundings. As he often stated, he needed to secure a good family for his younger siblings. In the bustling center of the county, outside a residential complex on the first floor, Wei Xia and Appo's gaze fell upon the meticulously tended flowers and the small dog that occasionally ventured outside. It was evident that this family enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle. Wei Xia had been observing this place for 4 days, conducting discreet inquiries. The man residing here was named Su Jianggong, a mild-mannered clerk at the tax bureau, known for his kindness and gentle disposition, with a commendable level of education. At 40, he had no children. Dressed like a beggar in his ragged clothing, Wei Xia passed by the entrance, prompting Su Jianggong to call out to him and give him 10 yuan. After thoroughly assessing the man and Appo's character, Wei Xia approached Su Jianggong and Appo's neighbor to inquire about his reputation. Old Su, that fellow is genuinely kind-hearted. It's a pity he has no children. He has sought medical help countless times over the years and has seemingly given up hope. Whenever we dine together, he often expresses his longing for a child. The neighbors unanimously acknowledged this sentiment, their tones tinged with a hint of sorrow. As dusk approached, Wei Xia donned his tattered clothing once more, resembling a beggar. I used that 10 yuan to buy books for my brother and some food as well. I cannot support him alone. Would you be able to adopt him? Wei Xia lowered his head, speaking timidly. However, his request made Su Jianggong furrow his brow. Sensing Su Jianggong and Appo's silence, Wei Xia appeared anxious. My brother excels in his studies. In Appo's, just that our parents are gone, and he is with me, living a difficult life. Seeing the boy's pitiful appearance softened Su Jianggong's heart. It wasn't that he couldn't adopt. It was just that his career wasn't stable yet, and he couldn't Appo's to ensure proper care for a child. With Su Jianggong and Appo's warm smile, Wei Xia obediently nodded and departed. Only after Su Jianggong returned home did Wei Xia arrive at the entrance of the residential complex, where he began conversing with the security guard. Old Su, that man is quite straightforward, kind-hearted, and principled, always adhering to the rules. The tax bureau chief has long had a bone to pick with him, which is why he has never been promoted, leaving him stuck in his current position. Upon hearing this, Wei Xia narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. In the dead of night, Wei Xia arrived at another residential complex, enduring the cold as he hid in the bushes for a long while before finally scaling a wall. His face remained expressionless as he took out tools to pick the lock. This was none other than the residence of the tax bureau chief. The old-fashioned safe was violently pried open, and Wei Xia fixated on the 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 gold bars, taking them all. Only after leaving the complex did Wei Xia indifferently reach a phone booth to report the theft. I am reporting a burglary at the residence of the tax bureau chief, Chun Kaishan, in Fully Community. Please respond promptly. Since the burglary occurred at the tax bureau chief and Appo's residence, Deputy Chief Sun Haiyang quickly contacted him, leading to a swift response. Upon receiving the theft report, Chun Kai-shan was filled with anxiety and rushed to the scene. Seeing the disarray and the empty safe, his expression darkened. Just the 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 gold bars. He couldn't and amp. Oppose. T dare disclose the exact loss to the police chief. Noticing the investigating officers leaving, Wei Xia watched coldly before returning to the phone booth, this time dialing Chun Kai-shan and amp. Oppose. S number. Wei Xia and amp. Oppose. S tone was succinct as he calmly stated, "Your bureau's leadership often orders us to cease operations. Director Chun, I hope you can enforce the law impartially. After all, he has accepted substantial bribes, and we possess evidence. You wish to defy the law and oppose the tax authorities? I advise against self-deception." Chun Kai-shan realized that the thief was threatening him, and he retorted in fury. However, the voice on the other end left him stunned and utterly terrified. Is that so? If you disregard his evidence, then the 100,000 yuan and 2 gold bars mean nothing to you? If they mean nothing to you, many would be interested. As the call ended, Chun Kai-shan and Oppo's expression turned ferocious, mixed with a sense of helplessness, plunging him into silence. Han Jiangwo. He recited the names of several section chiefs. Momentarily uncertain of who had offended the other party, his anger boiling as he clenched his fist. Those people must all be demoted. Otherwise, if this comes back to haunt me. As dawn broke the next day, Han Jiangwo was the first to be reassigned, followed by Li Fa and others. The vacant positions were filled by previously well-performing colleagues, with Su Jianggong being one of them. Observing the influx of new names, Chun Kai-shan felt helpless, knowing he needed a justification for these changes. On Douyin, a live stream on psychological analysis captured the attention of many. Master's degree holder in psychology, Chun Xiao, watched in astonishment. Is Wei Xia truly only 18? His cunning is truly terrifying. Faced with Su Jianggong and Amp, Oppose, as predicament, he had chosen not to directly assist anyone, ensuring that even if Tax Bureau Chief Chun Kai-shan discovered it later, he would have no target for revenge. Now, danger loomed, and the chief, lacking evidence, began to suspect everyone, forcing him to reassign all personnel, thus inadvertently facilitating Su Jianggong and Amp, Oppose, as assent. This person is remarkably clever. As Chun Xiao analyzed, new comments began to flood the screen. Wei Xia and Oppo's maneuver is indeed the most effective, achieving his goals without anyone in Oppo's awareness. Now that Chun Kai-shan has no target for suspicion, he certainly has no target for revenge, allowing Su Jianggong to complete his promotion safely. The key issue is, do you remember the gold bars and 50,000 yuan Wei Xia obtained from Chun Kai-shan? Once his objectives are realized, how will Wei Xia handle this money? At this moment, Wei Xia is in desperate need of funds. He will likely keep it for himself. Chapter 26. Advance relentlessly. Never compromise amidst a flurry of comments. Wei Xia reflected upon the new scenes of his life. The doorbell rang, and Wei Xia quietly placed a package before the tax bureau chief and Oppo's door. Chun Kai-shan, the tax bureau chief, appeared notably haggard. Although he had been stripped of his position and all department heads had been reassigned, the knowledge that his vulnerabilities lay in another's hands rendered him restless. The other party could coerce him into one act, thereby compelling him into countless others. Upon discovering the unexpected package, Chun Kai-shan opened it, his expression darkening instantly. 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 gold bars, none missing, had appeared in his home. The return of these items did not elate him. Instead, it intensified his anxiety. He held the tangible evidence in his hands while the leverage remained with the other party. Who was this person? What were their intentions? Could it be that one of the individuals I reassigned offended them, and they aimed to use me to exact revenge? Indeed, that must be it. Opposite him sat his wife, who furrowed her brow and seized the opportunity to speak. Since the matter is resolved, why not replace the person you just promoted? My younger brother in Oppo's work history meets the standards. Chun Kai-shan, consumed by fury, shattered a cup in his grip, his eyes bloodshot. Enough. Do not stir up trouble. Everything is fine for now. Chun Kai-shan was angrier than his wife, yet he felt powerless, unable to identify his adversary. For now, He could only adhere to the preordained script laid out by the other party, proceeding step by step. At that moment, frustration surged anew within him, and he perceived the cash and gold bars before him as nothing more than a hot potato. In the nursing home, Sun Haiyang watched the unfolding scene, astonished. He never imagined such tactics would manifest from an 18-year-old youth. Wei Xia and Appo's execution was nothing short of impeccable. Rather than hoarding the money, he chose to return it, a demonstration of true cunning. By returning the funds, he had achieved his aim while clearly signaling to Chen Kaishan that he was aware of his vulnerabilities, thereby advising him to maintain the status quo. Following this maneuver, Chen Kaishan would undoubtedly refrain from escalating matters, as the absence of immediate issues indicated that the other party would not expose him, compelling him to cover his tracks flawlessly to safeguard himself. Chen Kaishan could suspect the reassigned department heads, yet he also considered the possibility of existing beneficiaries among the newly appointed ones, rendering him unable to offend any of them, even in suspicion. Under such circumstances, Su Jiangong could develop steadily. Upon analyzing this, Sun Haiyang fixated on the youth in disbelief. This child is remarkable indeed. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, numerous viewers finally grasped the situation. This tactic exemplifies psychological fortitude and mental dominance. For a youth to achieve this, it is a masterful psychological game. A new scene unfolded. Wei Xia feigned distress, portraying a woeful image against the backdrop of a seemingly favorable family. His garments were tattered, and the biting cold of early spring made him shiver. Once more, Wei Xia appeared beside Su Jiangong, his small frame curled up, gazing at the newly promoted and triumphant Su Jiangong with an expression of helplessness. "Uncle, could you take my brother with you? You are a good man, and my brother can only live well by following you." Su Jiangong regarded the youth, excitement flickering in his eyes. In middle age, he not only had the chance for promotion, but also the prospect of acquiring a child. What a double blessing. All right, let us bring him over to see. He was no longer the unstable, incapable junior staff member, but now the head of tax audits. The previously condescending bureau chief, Chen Kaishan, had recently exhibited unexpected courtesy towards him. Observing the curled-up Wei Xia, Su Jiangong sighed. "You found a way for your brother. What about you? Would you like to follow your uncle?" He held a fondness for Wei Xia, appreciating his maturity and care for his brother. Such a child could not possess a fundamentally flawed character. However, Wei Xia merely shook his head. "I cannot. I have other siblings to care for." Hearing this, Su Jiangong admired the child even more, as he chose family over glory, despite his own struggles. During this moment, the comments reflected a complex sentiment. Su Jiangong remains oblivious to the fact that all of this was orchestrated by the youth behind the scenes. Without Wei Xia, he would merely be that junior staff member. In the year 2025, at the Luoqiao Cadre Nursing Home, Lin Xia, the former wife of the Luoqiao bureau chief, looked on with a bittersweet smile. 30 years had passed since the death of bureau chief Chen Kaishan, leaving her alone. Lin Xia's expression was complex as she gazed at the once young Wei Xia. Only through witnessing the memories of this child could she comprehend the extent of his fearsome capabilities. "It was you who once extorted and threatened us. We suspected various adversaries, yet you were the last we considered." Everything was meticulously crafted by Wei Xia, solely to assist Su Jiangong in adopting his brother. Thus, he chose to pry open the safe, take the money, and return it via mail to achieve his goal. Lin Xia bore no resentment, merely watching Wei Xia with a sigh, her gaze downcast. She found him pitiable, bearing the weight of everything, yet receiving no warmth from any family member. At that moment, in an upscale community of Luoqiao, Su Jiangong, now 70, had retired from the Municipal Tax Bureau. He appeared cultured and refined, his hair neatly combed, streaked with white. He coughed softly while watching the program with his wife, momentarily lost in thought. Behind them, a bookshelf displayed a family photo. One child smiling innocently. It was none other than Wei Pingsheng, the second son of the Wei family who had been adopted. Su Jiangong recalled 30 years prior. The scene during his promotion when Chen Kaishan had sought him out for a conversation. Back then, the bureau chief, who had always looked down upon him, had unexpectedly treated him with kindness, not just towards him, but to others as well. In that moment, Su Jianggong lingered in a daze, finally exhaling a long sigh. So it was you. You. He recalled the once beggar-like youth and the memories of Wei Xia, the child who endured the chilling winds, scaled walls. Pride opened Shun Kaishan's safe and absconded with wealth, only to report the theft. He thought of how the youth had calmly threatened the tax bureau chief, achieving his objectives. Any misstep in these actions could have led to irreversible consequences. Every endeavor was executed with a singular purpose: to facilitate his own advancement, improve his circumstances, and ultimately allow for the adoption of his brother. Su Jianggong felt a pang of sorrow as his aged eyes grew misty, tilting his head back. This child, he sighed, for through this incident he saw that Wei Xia and Appo's future would be fraught with peril. A selfless individual burdened by resentment, charging forth in this absurd world. How could it possibly be smooth sailing? Chapter 27. Unfazed by storms, long accustomed as Su Jianggong gazed on, the vivid recollections of Wei Xia re-emerged. Between the police station and the school, in the decrepit officers and Appo's quarters, a knock echoed at the door. Cheng Zhong sat on the sofa, his countenance darkening as he listened to the visitors' intentions. They had heard of a child in dire straits, in need of adoption, and had come to inquire. Cheng Zhong and Appo's mind immediately drifted to his wayward great-grandson, Wei Xia. Could this scoundrel truly have sold his younger siblings? After enduring the loss of their home to fire and the devastation of gambling, he believed anything of Wei Xia. Yet, as he looked at the refined couple before him, elegantly dressed and bearing gifts, his anger dissipated, replaced by a complicated expression. Recently, he had sensed something amiss, particularly with his son unreachable. However, the perilous nature of his son and Appo's job kept him from fully contemplating the situation. Hesitantly, Cheng Zhong regarded Su Jianggong and his wife. Wei Xia merely stood by, grinning foolishly, silent. As Su Jianggong departed, Wei Xia once again stopped the couple, insisting they take his brother, Wei Pingsheng. The boy offered no resistance, charmed by the couple's kindness, while his younger siblings wept, reluctant to let him go. Grandfather Cheng Zhong choked back tears. Wei Xia was adamant about taking his brother, provoking a fierce outburst from their third sibling, Wei Pingsheng. Must you tear our family apart? Is this how you act as an elder brother? His sisters chimed in with indignation, but Wei Xia remained undeterred. Finally, Cheng Zhong sighed. Very well, go with Uncle Su, but promise to study diligently. On the day Wei Pingsheng was taken away, a light rain fell. Su Jianggong held a large umbrella, donned in a suit, carrying Wei Pingsheng's small backpack. His wife, with a gentle smile, grasped Wei Pingsheng and Appo's hand, walking slowly. The boy finally broke down in tears, calling for his grandfather and sisters. The two sisters wept inconsolably. Wei Pingsheng was leaving, no longer a member of the Wei family. Wei Xia discreetly positioned himself outside the community, watching his brother. At 10 years old, Wei Pingsheng enjoyed the slide and played football, accompanied by Su Jianggong and his wife. He listened to Su Jianggong play the harmonica, clapping and laughing with joy. Unlike at home, he no longer worried about tuition or the hardships that plagued his siblings. He lived as a true 10-year-old child. On Wei Pingsheng's birthday, Wei Xia brought steamed buns to the window of the Su household. However, he did not enter, instead watching as his brother smeared cream on his face, indulging in cake and singing. Clenching the bun tightly, Wei Xia took a big bite, smiling with delight. Later, when Wei Xia visited the school, he saw Wei Pingsheng in a brand new shirt brushing past him. Su Jianggong intended to greet him, reflecting that without this boy, the Su family would have no descendants. Observing Wei Pingsheng's aloofness, he softly admonished, "Why don't you greet your brother? It's impolite, you know." Wei Pingsheng, hearing this, broke free from his adoptive father's grasp. Glaring at Wei Xia, burning houses, gambling, selling siblings, "What kind of brother are you?" Su Jianggong did not comprehend the boy and Appo's harsh judgment of Wei Xia. He knew the youth was responsible, even sacrificing his own opportunities for his brother's sake, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed, casting a sympathetic glance at Wei Xia. Wei Xia, clad in faded jeans and a tattered t-shirt, stood among the students, grinning foolishly, seemingly unbothered. He stood tall, gazing from a distance as his brother was led away by his adoptive father, feeling isolated amidst the crowd of new clothing and schoolbooks. In a span of 25 years, in a modest apartment, 70-year-old Su Jianggong beheld the scene with a heavy heart. Memories of that young boy from 30 years ago flooded back. The brother who scolded him, who had never respected him. Yet, Wei Xia remained unperturbed, blissfully watching his brother depart, ever vigilant, ensuring his brother was well cared for in his new life. He could never relinquish his brother. As Su Haiyang felt a lump in his throat, a wave of discomfort washed over him, and the live stream chat erupted with comments. He is so pitiful, standing there like a stray dog. Wei Xia has never been valued by his siblings, yet he has never forgotten his responsibilities as the eldest son. He bears all burdens. Stigmatized, he remains the misunderstood protector of his siblings, truly embodying the spirit of an elder brother. A new scene unfolded. Cheng Zhong glared at Wei Xia as he departed the community, anger simmering in his eyes. In recent times, Wei Xia had seemingly settled down, avoiding trouble and engaging in the trade of tapes and portable recorders for profit. Just as he and his partner began to breathe easy, they found themselves even more enraged. Although Wei Xia had started earning money, not a single cent found its way home. He squandered it all on gambling and associating with unsavory characters, spending hundreds to curry favor with thugs, buying them clothes, and treating them to meals and drinks, all to establish himself as their leader. Today, once again, Wei Xia did not return home, his whereabouts unknown. Meanwhile, the Wei Xia mentioned by Cheng Zhong was found in a tattoo parlor in the county town. He offered 300 yuan to a group of dropouts for tattoos. The young thugs increasingly revered Wei Xia, seizing the opportunity to ask him to look into certain individuals depicted in some images. A gang member, sporting a dragon tattoo, nodded in satisfaction upon receiving the image, assuring, "Don't worry, we'll handle it." Before leaving the parlor, Wei Xia called them back, handing over another 200 yuan. "Here, treat the brothers to a meal." The young thugs, now even more respectful, nodded and departed to begin their investigation. Upon returning home, Cheng Zhong's gaze fell on Wei Xia's tattooed shoulder, his anger causing him to tremble. "You wretched boy, instead of learning something worthwhile, you've taken to tattooing. Are you trying to drive us to our graves?" Wei Xia merely hung his head, silent. In another part of the room, Officer Zhou stared at the unfolding scene, taken aback. Wei Xia had immersed himself in the underworld, gambling and gathering a band of delinquents to hunt for information. He was not only a responsible elder brother, but also bore the weight of deep-seated vendettas, never forgetting his thirst for revenge. Young Officer Qin Xiaowen observed with a complex expression. The pressure weighing on Wei Xia must be immense, as he navigated the treacherous waters of drug traffickers while ensuring his siblings' safety and seeking vengeance. Qin sighed, continuing to watch the screen. With long hair, tattoos, and a penchant for drinking and gambling, the 18-year-old Wei Xia appeared particularly mature, orchestrating his gang and presenting them with sketches of the murderers. These images, hand-drawn by Wei Xia, captured the faces of the killers from that fateful New Year's Eve in 1995, faces he would never forget. As he scanned the photos, a semblance of a smile graced his lips, yet his voice dripped with hatred. "These 6 men wronged me. Remember, we must find them in secret." The narrative of Wei Xia's journey unfolded anew. 6 months had passed, yet he continued to traverse the underbelly of society, gambling, smuggling goods, and investigating the sketches. Now, Wei Xia sported bleached hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his t-shirt rolled up to reveal an array of grotesque tattoos, surrounded by a throng of sycophantic followers. As dusk fell, Wei Xia approached home, 600 yuan in hand, knocking at the door with nonchalance, cigarettes still in mouth. "Grandfather, I made some money. Open up." Cheng Zhong locked the door, his voice icy as he retorted, "We don't want your filthy money. I cannot fathom from where you have acquired this money, whether through theft, deceit, or robbery. Depart at once." After 6 months of countless reprimands, Wei Xia not only failed to amend his ways, but instead sank deeper into depravity. Cheng Zhong and Appo's disappointment in Wei Xia grew ever more profound. Wei Xia, however, was not surprised. He merely rolled up the money and stuffed it into the crack of the door before turning away. Wei Pingzheng, along with his two younger sisters, looked at Wei Xia's departing figure with disdain, spitting on the ground in contempt. What a disgrace to the Wei family. How could such a person emerge from our lineage? Wei Xia left with a grin, inhaling deeply from a cigarette. The dense smoke billowed before him until he coughed, tears streaming from his eyes. A few associates gathered around, addressing him with respect. Big brother. Wei Xia skillfully flicked the ash from his cigarette, squinting. Have you found that person? There is still no news. We have intensified our search. Wei Xia nodded, nonchalantly turning away with a smile, yet feigning enthusiasm. Keep looking. It was yet another solitary street. Wei Xia stood tall, beginning to contemplate the upbringing of Wei Pingsheng. Although Su Jiangong had adopted Wei Pingsheng, the younger brother needed to demonstrate his potential. Otherwise, disappointment would inevitably follow. The younger sibling must possess his own brilliance to warrant Su Jiangong and Amp Oppos as continued investment in his development, ultimately leading to a luminous future. Therefore, it became imperative for Wei Xia to assist his brother in becoming more astute, initiating his learning process. Not only Wei Pingsheng, but every younger sibling required nurturing. Before Wei Xia lay a table adorned with a variety of books, economics, history, physics, most of his time spent in solitary study, fervently enriching himself. He seemed to live for others. Ever since Wei Xia had taken to smoking, gambling, drinking, and getting tattoos, his grandfather had forbidden him from returning home, fearing he would corrupt his younger siblings. Thus, Wei Xia resolved to rent a modest, inexpensive basement apartment, with a table strewn with cigarettes and books. Yet behind all these items was an old, yellowed photograph, featuring 5 smiling faces exuding pure innocence. Gazing at his siblings, the weary and lonely Wei Xia felt a resurgence of motivation, diving back into his studies and planning for the future. Without parents or siblings, his role as the eldest son remained his sole source of unwavering ambition. 25 years later, in an elder care facility, Cheng Zhong coughed, his gaze clouded by disbelief. He stared blankly at the recollections of Wei Xia's life unfolding before him. Reminiscing about 30 years past, he had locked the door, his voice cold and unrecognizable as that of a loving grandfather. Who needs your filthy money? Yet, Wei Xia still pushed the money through the door crack before departing. Back then, he had grumbled for Wei Xia to leave quickly, preferably never to return. Contemplating this, Cheng Zhong lay back against the hospital bed, lost in thought. One could argue that such burdens are not meant to be borne alone. At that moment, the frail Cheng Zhong, in his 90s, struggled to rise, gazing at the livestream comments. Wei Xia chose to bear everything alone. He believed that as long as he fell, it would suffice. He would drag those perpetrators into the abyss while his family merely needed to thrive in this illuminated world. Upon witnessing this, his grandfather Cheng Zhong's eyes filled with confusion. He suddenly glanced to the side, observing his second grandson simulating the life of the eldest son. He could hardly imagine the expression that would adorn the younger boy's face once he finished this simulation and encountered such a scene. However, Cheng Zhong and Amp Oppos' gaze returned to the screen, murmuring to himself, "Must you truly bear this? Will you carry it until you find yourself imprisoned or even entangled with drugs? Do you comprehend the horror of addiction?" Chapter 28 in the aftermath. May you all lead good lives. The narrative of Wei Xia and Amp Oppos' life begins to rewind, and a new scene unfolds. The old door is knocked upon, and Cheng Zhong opens it, his eyes shadowed with gloom. On this day, Wei Xia has returned. Her long hair, dyed a vibrant yellow, tattoos adorning her skin, and a cigarette in hand. It is not until the door is knocked upon again that a glimmer of joy appears in Cheng Zhong and Amp Oppos' gaze. She is back. To his surprise, it is 10-year-old Wei Pingsheng, carrying several new outfits, accompanied by biscuits and cream bread. Grandfather, he calls. Su Jiangong and his wife hold Wei Pingsheng and Amp Oppos' small hand, smiling warmly at Cheng Zhong, their demeanor gentle. Behind Wei Pingsheng follows Wei Pingzheng, clutching a book, and the youngest, Wei Pingling, gazes on with excitement. Elder brother, the family reunion should be filled with joy. Yet, the moment Wei Xia speaks, The atmosphere shifts. Oh, look at you all, living the good life. What is the use of just bringing these? It's money that counts. Wei Xia, cigarette unlit, rummages through the clothes and bread brought by Wei Pingsheng, scoffing and shaking her head, her eyes glinting with avarice. Uncle Su, you've got a son this big, and you don't even think to give a little something? Out there, you'd need tens of thousands to buy a child. I'll give you a discount. 5,000? Just look at the two elderly folks. In a few years, this kid could earn hundreds or even 1,000 a month to support them. Su Fiangon stands frozen, embarrassment flooding over him as he observes the once obedient Wei Xia, now consumed by greed. He retrieves 1,000 from his wallet. I didn't bring enough today. I should give something to the elders. Wei Pingsheng watches this unfold, his face burning with shame, fists clenched. Cheng Zhong, witnessing the money being pushed towards him, feels a mix of shame and anger. Wei Xia, have you lost your mind? Wei Xia remains unfazed, accepting the money with a grin, counting it with satisfaction as she spits out words of disdain. Wei Pingsheng's face reddens as he grips Su Jiangong and his wife's hands tightly. Let us go home. As the elder grandson departs, Cheng Zhong reprimands, Wei Xia, do you want to make Pingsheng miserable? Is it really that desperate? Wei Pingsheng clenches his teeth, turning to his sister. So embarrassing. From now on, let us tell elder brother not to come. Never come back. This family is so dull. Wei Xia watches her family leave, chuckling to herself in the empty living room. It's better this way. You all will leave eventually. She glances at her phone, reading a text. Her younger brother reports that someone is offering money to find a family with 5 children. Wei Xia looks on indifferently. The drug dealers are still searching. She is looking for them, and they are searching for her. Clenching her phone, Wei Xia murmurs to herself in solitude. Little ones, you must stay far away. You cannot be involved. This matter has nothing to do with you. In the contemporary Dongchang city, within an old neighborhood, Su Jiangong and his wife observe the moment in silence. 70-year-old Su Jiangong recalls the past vividly, leaving Cheng Zhong's home. Holding Wei Pingsheng's small hand, Su Jiangong's wife frowns. Look at your brother. We cannot go to the Wei family anymore. Just look at how greedy your elder brother has become. The thought of having such a brother, dyed hair, tattoos, smoking, makes her stomach churn. The more they interact with such a person, the more uncertain she feels about what Wei Pingsheng might become. Next time we go, who knows how much he LL demand from us? We're adopting, not trafficking children. In that moment, Su Jiangong adjusts his glasses, recalling the obedient youth who once pleaded with him to adopt his brother. That boy was good. He must have encountered difficulties. Yet, he hears of the elder Wei's downfall, becoming entangled with society's underbelly, landing in prison. Such is life. At this moment, pulled back from his thoughts, Su Fiangon says, in the nursing home, Sun Haiyang, now aged, reflects upon the future. Later dealings with Wei Xia reveal a youth perpetually in prison for fighting and gambling. He gazes blankly at the solitary figure. A new scene emerges. Wei Pingsheng simulating the life of the eldest son. The murderer lurks in the shadows, compelling Wei Pingsheng to move again. Not long after moving out from his aunt and Appo's, he must pool his resources. Just as he settles in, before he can recuperate from exhaustion, his home suddenly catches fire. As the eldest son, the expenses are already overwhelming, and Wei Pingsheng must pay once more, the pressure mounting. Watching the inexplicable fire, he feels a chill in his heart, often waking from nightmares. He even sees his younger siblings crying in their sleep, while their grandfather often weeps in distress. The entire family bears immense pressure, fully aware that the fire and their parents' murder are intertwined. Thus, Wei Pingsheng takes to guarding the door with a knife in the dead of night, feeling utterly isolated and weary. He finally comprehends the tremendous burden of being the eldest, but he frowns. Why was Wei Xia, the former eldest son, able to live without concern after moving to the city? Was it because we were given away? With this thought, Wei Pingsheng hesitates, seeking a family to which he can send the second child, the version of himself from that era. He observes that the potential family is well off and promises to care for the child. However, when he visits the second child, he finds them often beaten, scolded, and belittled. Hurry and wash the dishes. Do you think we raised you for free? Useless thing. After washing the dishes, mop the floor, and then do your homework. The second child thus begins to feel inferior. Wei Sheng, witnessing this, is enraged yet powerless, only able to comfort his brother. They're still looking for us. Let us wait a bit longer. At this moment, Wei Sheng departs, feeling overwhelming pressure, reflecting on his past. Why was it that, when I was sent away, I encountered such a good family? On Douyin Live, comments flood in. He spent a long time merely observing Su Jiangong and Appo's family, which is why the Wei family's second son ended up living well later. 25 years later, at the police station, young officer Chen Xiao-Wen and veteran officer Lao Zhou watch. Chen Xiao-Wen, with a complex expression, speaks. If Wei Sheng cannot bear it any longer and withdraws from the life simulation, what will his feelings be upon witnessing Wei Xia's memories? Veteran officer Lao Zhou remains silent, sighing as he thinks of Wei Xia confronting the murderer, pursuing justice alone, traversing the perilous edges of life and death, solely to protect his younger siblings. He even feigned degradation to drive away their grandfather and family, all the while with no one understanding. That eldest son, merely 18, had already become a fortress for his family. Even when wounded by them, he bore the responsibilities of an elder brother. Reflecting on this, Lao Zhou speaks. When Wei Sheng exits the simulation, how will he perceive his brother? Chapter 29. I entered hell, but you shall not follow Wei Xia and Appo's life retraced a new scene, arriving with a fresh batch of goods. After handing over the tapes and simple electrical appliances to the second-hand dealer, Wei Xia lit a cigarette and watched the dealer begin to transport the items. This was the activity he had engaged in most frequently during this period. Reselling. It was the only way to earn money to support his younger siblings' living expenses and tuition fees. By the time he had sold all the goods, dusk had descended. Wei Xia quietly approached the outside of the residential complex, silently observing his younger brother, Wei Ping, reading at the window. He crouched in the corner, watching with a sense of comfort and a smile. Occasionally, he would visit the school to check if his brother was being bullied or targeted by delinquent students. Beyond this, Wei Xia had truly immersed himself in society, becoming one of the ruffians. After more than 6 months, the group of young delinquents under his wing finally had news. They had identified one of the murderers from the massacre of his family. Boss Wei. This man is called Sun Bao. The brothers have investigated thoroughly. The yellow-haired thug reported joyfully, having discovered that Sun Bao had a mistress at a dance hall in loathed. Wei Xia, with a cigarette in his mouth, playfully patted the thug's head, scolding him with a laugh. During the past year, Wei Xia had also dyed his hair yellow, adopting a rebellious demeanor. Upon receiving the information about the mistress of one of the murderers, Sun Bao, Wei Xia began his investigation, eventually spotting the woman named Xiao Yu exiting the dance hall, preparing to head home. He followed her into an alley, where darkness enveloped them. Do you know Sun Bao? Wei Xia asked, brandishing a glinting dagger. Trembling, Xiao Yu replied, yes, his real name is Sun Xiaoli. He often goes to the western Yunnan region. What are his distinguishing features? Wei Xia inquired. I only remember he has a mole on his neck, prefers a buzz cut, and has a scorpion tattoo on his left arm, she recounted. Wei Xia meticulously noted the physical characteristics and identity before coldly stating, are you aware of the northern mining area? This scoundrel is in trouble. It will be wise for you to cooperate and call him over, or else you will face dire consequences. With the dagger lightly tapping against her neck, Wei Xia grinned menacingly. You reside at Building 6, Apartment 3 in the South Waterworks residential area, correct? Now tell me about Sun Bao. Cold sweat dripped from Xiao Yu and Appo's forehead as she stared in fear at the yellow-haired thug, nearly breaking down as she cried. Sun Xiaoli will arrive at the mining area's Lanhua Hotel in 3 days. Exiting the alley, Wei Xia refrained from summoning other thugs. Instead, he proceeded to a telephone booth and directly dialed the mining area. His voice was hoarse, reminiscent of the previous murderer's bald head. Marulyu. 3 days from now at room 302 of the Lanhua Hotel, let us discuss your bribery and murder photos. Regarding that incident at Datian Village, should TU provide an explanation? The voice on the other end, a black mine owner, suppressed his fury. Fine. 3 days from now, at the Lanhua Hotel, Wei Xia casually used a thug and Appo's SID to book a room, specifically requesting 302, while carrying a suitcase. Due to the presence of the black mine, some individuals discreetly sold blasting caps for quarrying, which Wei Xia secretly purchased. He hid the explosives beneath the bed and concealed himself across the street from the hotel. Although the appointment was set for 3 days later, Wei Xia knew that Ma Ruliu and Amp, Oppo's, S-men would not adhere to the schedule. As expected, the following morning, a black Santana pulled up in front of the hotel, with Ma Ruliu and his men arriving at room 302 ahead of time. Upon discovering the explosives hidden under the bed, Ma Ruliu erupted in fury, cursing loudly. "Damn it! These out-of-town drug dealers are indeed attempting to set me up. That little brat was sent by them, wasn't he? Let us get them." He ordered all his men in the mining area to come armed. Wei Xia listened coldly, his gaze fixed outside the window. On the third morning, Sun Bao, also known as Sun Xiaoli, arrived at the hotel, swaying as he prepared to enter. However, due to his long-standing involvement in drug trafficking, Sun Xiaoli was instantly alert and quickly noticed the dozen men lurking in the shadows at the edge of the hotel. Seeing the gun barrels protruding from the wrapped packages, Sun Xiaoli's pupils constricted, and he immediately drew his homemade gun and fired. Only after being subdued by 6 men rushing in from behind and disarmed did his fury boil over. "Who the hell are you? Are you seeking death? Do you know what I do?" Ma Ruliu, eyes bloodshot, viciously stepped on Sun Xiaoli and Amp, Oppo's head. "Do you know what I do? You thought you could scheme against me, didn't you? Kill him." After brutally beating Sun Xiaoli to death, Ma Ruliu and his men buried him in the mountains behind the hotel. Wei Xia, expressionless, observed it all until Ma Ruliu and his men departed 2 hours later, at which point he emerged from hiding and began to dig. Sun Xiaoli's phone remained on him, and his wallet was tucked in his back pocket. Wei Xia rummaged through them, ultimately acquiring crucial evidence: messages regarding hired killings and phone numbers. Within the wallet, he found a business card for a company codenamed Tea Leaf Merchant, which also served as their contact point. Wei Xia collected the evidence, pondering deeply before severing Sun Xiaoli and Amp, Oppo's tattooed left arm. Under the cover of night, he rode to the tea company, observing for some time before discreetly discarding the severed arm along with a piece of coal, then turning to leave. 25 years later, at the police station, old Zhou stood dazed, witnessing the entire sequence with a complex expression. Young Officer Chun Xiaowen observed as well, astonished as he analyzed each calculated step, his face reflecting shock. Wei Xia's first move was to gather intelligence on Sun Xiaoli, followed by notifying the mining area to create the illusion of settling scores. His second move involved exploiting Ma Ruliu and Oppo's psychology, preemptively purchasing explosives to plant under the bed, framing him and inciting his murderous intent. The third move orchestrated Sun Xiaoli's arrival, resulting in a dog-eat-dog scenario. Every step was intricately connected, ensuring that not only did he acquire the necessary evidence against the criminal organization, but he also diverted blame. Even if discovered, all evidence would point to the black mine. This individual possesses a remarkable ability to manipulate human emotions, far from being a mere child. Chun Xiaowen gazed on, horrified. Meanwhile, in the nursing home, retired Deputy Chief Sun Haiyang recalled that scene from the past. They had received a public phone call reporting a severed arm, and he had participated in the investigation at the scene. Spotting the tattoo led them to pursue the lead. Back then, he had driven the police car and seen the boy Wei Xia being taken away by human traffickers, but at that moment he hadn't paid attention, witnessing him merely working with a group of thugs. Now, reflecting on it, Sun Haiyang could only smile ruefully. You designed the entire scheme, knowing the enemy was watching, hence orchestrating their violent conflict. Everyone followed your script. The image of a figure manipulating two factions into a deadly struggle sent a chill down his spine. This kid is truly ruthless, with a heart as dark and profound as the abyss. At that moment, in the former black mining area, after a series of reforms, it now belonged to official jurisdiction. Ma Ruliu, the mining boss, had been executed a few years prior for murder and illegal mining, among other charges. Presently, several mining bosses watched the live broadcast, their expressions frozen in disbelief. All had reached middle age, Recalling the news from 1995, when Ma Ruliu had furiously summoned investigations into a batch of drug dealers from Western Yunnan. They had even participated in tracking down those individuals, some even reaching Luochio City. Back then, Ma Ruliu had cursed vehemently, claiming a group of out-of-town drug dealers was attempting to extort him. Now, as they watched the live footage, they were finally shaken, a chill rising from their feet. It turned out that behind it all was that 18-year-old child manipulating the strings. The eldest son of the Wei family, driven to vengeance, orchestrating everything like a puppet master. How ruthless! In that instant, these powerful bosses felt a shiver run down their spines, staring at the screen. This kid has gone mad to protect his younger siblings. In a live broadcast, new scenes from Wei Xia and Appo's life for tracing appeared. A body was discovered behind the Lanyue Hotel, and the report reached the police station, garnering significant attention, especially with the recent surge in homicides, heightening the police's vigilance. Soon, Sun Haiyang, accompanied by the criminal police, made his way over. As they passed an intersection, he unexpectedly spotted the child for whom he had once covered medical expenses. Observing Wei Xia, now sporting bleached hair and a carefree demeanor, Sun Haiyang frowned, feeling a surge of irritation. At such a young age, one should focus on their studies. Did you not mention your parents were away on a business trip? How will you explain this to them upon their return? Wei Xia maintained a cheerful smile, nodding without offering a response. With a sigh, Sun Haiyang departed, as he still had the case of the severed arm tattoo to investigate. In that moment, no one noticed that behind Sun Haiyang, Wei Xia was fixated on his police uniform, his eyes sparkling with envy. In the rehabilitation center, it was the first time Sun Haiyang encountered such a gaze. He scrutinized the child, his voice slightly hoarse. Do you aspire to be a police officer? You are quite suited for it. Your cunning in dealing with those evildoers is formidable. Yet, you carry too much burden. You'll end up in prison. Thinking of how this child may never fulfill his dreams, Sun Haiyang felt a lump in his throat. While others might be astonished by the child and Appo's shrewdness in that moment, Sun Haiyang recognized the genuine passion this child held for becoming a police officer, a passion he could not pursue. He cherished family, yet he must also dismantle it. What path will you tread in the future? In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng remained silent, feeling a pang of discomfort within. He observed closely, missing no detail. He noted how Wei Xia anticipated Ma Ruliu's early arrival, laying in wait beneath the bed with explosives. Ma Ruliu, enraged, mistakenly believed he had fallen victim to a drug cartel in Damp. Appo's scheme, leading him to kill Sun Xiaoli. Wei Xia also deliberately took the severed hand to the tea company, inciting a dog-eat-dog scenario. Ultimately, it was Wei Pingzheng who felt the deepest shock. Now a deputy mayor, having navigated the tumultuous waters of politics for half a lifetime, only he understood the magnitude of what it took to orchestrate such events. For Wei Xia was manipulating human emotions. As he unearthed a corpse alone, danger lurked as the black market assassins could discover him at any moment. Where he delivered Sun Xiaoli, adorned with tattooed arms, to the drug cartel. He risked exposure at any turn. Wei Xia must have been terrified then, yet he still proceeded. Wei Pingzheng stared at the hospital bed, lost in thought. He envisioned the figure standing against the storm, single-handedly shouldering the weight of adversaries. Wei Xia. He also recalled the memories of a heart-wrenching family rupture, encounters with drugs, imprisonment, brawls, and ultimately, Wei Xia brandishing a weapon in defiance of arrest. At that moment, Wei Pingzheng clenched his fists. He was determined to uncover what Wei Xia would do next. Had he truly achieved vengeance? Chapter 30. I am determined to dismantle my family. Mother, Wei Xia and Appo's life flashes back, revealing new scenes. From the official report of the Luochio County Morning News in 1995. Recently, a shocking incident involving a severed hand occurred in Luochio City, and the police are continuing their investigation. Following this news report, there was no further information. Meanwhile, the tea company located in the area where the severed arm was found is also under police scrutiny. After the officers departed, the bald man's face turned ashen as he gazed at his subordinate's severed hand. It had been methodically sawed off. He could almost envision the cruel and ruthless methods employed, which were certainly not mere acts of vengeance. Could it be related to the previous gunfight at the Black Coal Mine? The bald man furrowed his brow. No, that can't be right. Although we had conflicts with the Black Mine before, there was no blood feud. What could this possibly mean? The bald man looked on with complexity as several assassins from the drug trafficking group discussed among themselves. This was the second time. Could there be someone behind the Wei family? I feel we were being set up. Last time, those miners suddenly appeared in Datong village. And now Sun Xiaoli has also perished at the hands of the Black Mine. Are we being targeted? The assassins felt a sense of complexity. It seemed that from the moment they arrived in this place, they had never experienced a single moment of ease. Yang Dayong, Sun Xiaoli, and others who came together had met their demise in this small town, which only intensified their dread. The bald man, named Lu Chong, felt he was being singled out. Yang Dayong was dead, and now Sun Xiaoli had also fallen. The unseen hand behind it all remained a mystery, leaving him in a state of extreme unease. They have all been killed. We must eliminate the Wei family swiftly and leave. Lu Chong seethed, narrowing his eyes. This cursed place feels off. In a Douyin livestream, comments began to appear. You have no idea who is truly behind this. That child possesses a willpower that ranks among the highest of humanity. When he is willing to embrace his own downfall and forsake his ideals and everything precious, such an opponent is unimaginable. Wei Xia has never regarded himself as human. Precisely for this reason, such a person is the most terrifying. In the present, within a hospital room, as the popularity of the loathed comparison program surged, the media began to seize upon the hot topic. Journalist Chu Shanshan was interviewing in the hospital room. Glancing at the screen, her gaze involuntarily shifting to the bed. The ventilator barely sustained the vital signs of Wei Xia, who appeared exceedingly frail. Even so, one could discern the latent dominance in the brow of this middle-aged man. Chu Shanshan murmured, "How does this person manage to endure? It is utterly terrifying. The pressure he bears is immense. Could he be driven to madness? Without any support, he drifts at the edge of the Black Mine and drug trafficking groups, striving to protect his family. Standing on the outside, one can increasingly sense the terror this man embodies." At this moment, Chu Shanshan's expression turned complex as she gazed at the new scene. In an old rental apartment, the yellow glow of a fluorescent light illuminated the space. Wei Xia sat alone at the edge of a desk, smoking a cigarette while continuing to write. The words began to emerge on the desk. First, the miners ambushed. Killing Sun Xiaoli, the assassin organization now operates a tea company as a front, with the current death toll being Yang Dayong, Sun Xiaoli, leaving 6 remaining. Second, the drug trafficking group persists in annihilating the Wei family, spending money to search for families with 5 children. The siblings must be sent away. Weighing these thoughts deep into the night, Wei Xia felt an overwhelming fatigue, resting his head on the desk and drifting into a deep sleep. The desk was cluttered with organized materials, various academic notes, and a pile of cigarette butts in the ashtray. In the present, at a rehabilitation center, Sun Haiyang continued to observe. He gazed at the weary figure slumped over the desk, sighing as he closed his eyes. It is just too difficult. He recalled the moment he first encountered Wei Xia. That year, a human trafficker emerged in the mining town, seizing a police car, and Wei Xia was the boy targeted for murder by the trafficker. No one anticipated that it was all part of the boy's scheme. At that time, the biting cold wind whipped through as he led officers and villagers to search the mountains. The boy lay in the icy, damp valley, clutching his wounded abdomen, his eyes wide open as he faded into unconsciousness. The resolute gaze and indomitable vitality of that boy remained etched in Sun Haiyang and Appo's memory. The image of the boy lying in the valley and Appo's as cold wind gradually overlapped with the weary figure hunched over the desk. The loathed program traced back to new scenes. At 5 in the morning, Wei Xia awoke at the desk. He switched off the fluorescent light and carefully organized his written records before stepping into the bathroom. The cold water from the faucet struck him with a biting chill, fully awakening him. Allowing the cold to seep in, Wei Xia compelled himself to muster his fighting spirit. Looking at his reflection in the worn mirror, he clenched his fists, and his demeanor brightened, filled with resolve. Pushing open the old wooden door, Wei Xia arrived at the gambling den, seeking out a group of thugs. After discarding a few cigarette butts, Wei Xia spoke up. Go find out if there are any officials in Luoqiu City who have lost children or have been unable to have any. Because they are willing to pay and are straightforward, the thugs worked diligently to gather information and reported back. Boss, the head of the land reform construction, Zhou Kai, lost his child to illness 2 years ago. Their S8 deputy section chief in the Resource Management Bureau, who is infertile. The district chief of the old town, Yu Jianjun, also has no children. It is said his child died young. Wei Xia meticulously recorded the information provided by the thugs before silently exiting. The next day, Wei Xia appeared outside the Resource Management Bureau in the western part of the city, carefully following Section Chief Luo Ligong home. At noon, Wei Xia, chewing on a cold steamed bun, watched a well-dressed figure laden with fine liquor and a leather bag enter. When Luo Ligong jovially escorted the person out, the items in that person's hands had vanished. Wei Xia took up his pen once more. Greed will inevitably lead to trouble. He then crossed Luo Ligong and Appo's name off his list. Now, only one name remained on the paper, Yu Jianjun. Wei Xia observed silently, pocketing the paper and pen as he discreetly approached the old town's office building. However, as soon as he arrived, a passing officer spotted him. Seeing Wei Xia, with his bleached hair peeking around, the officer promptly took him to the police station. What? Is it illegal for me to just pass by? What law states I cannot walk outside the district office building? No matter how the officers questioned him, Wei Xia clung stubbornly to his stance and was finally released. The veteran officer stared at Wei Xia with sharp eyes. Behave yourself. If you cause trouble, you'll end up behind bars. In that moment, Wei Xia paid no mind and continued to search for a new family for his younger siblings, wandering aimlessly through the city. On Douyin, in the Longzi Psychological Analysis live stream, host Chen Xiao stared at the scenes of Wei Xia's story, momentarily frozen, before turning to her assistant. Wei Xia is trying to find a home for his younger siblings. The silhouette of that boy continues to traverse the frame, carrying cold buns and water, not daring to spend a single penny of the money he earned before. Regardless of the storm, he silently searches. The more she observed, the more painful it felt for Chen Xiao. But this child no longer has a home. With his younger siblings gone, the Wei family is utterly left with just him, an 18-year-old boy, slowly dismantling the family he cherished most with his own hands. Chapter 31. I want to be alone. Finally alone, a new scene unfolds. A bicycle is parked by the roadside, and Wei Xia stands in a corner, silently observing the information. The photo of Yu Jianjun, the district chief of the old town of Luoqiu City, reveals a figure with a square face and serious demeanor, exuding an air of authority. This man is particularly soft-hearted towards the public, but maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards crime. Previously, a child had lost their life because of his unwavering integrity, which had provoked a criminal, resulting in the child and Appo's kidnapping and tragic end. After a period of careful observation, Wei Xia decides to make contact. To approach Yu Jianjun, Wei Xia deliberately follows closely behind him on his way home from work. Having previously experienced the abduction of a child, Yu Jianjun has grown increasingly vigilant and instructs his men to stop Wei Xia. You've been following me for quite some time, young man. What are your intentions? Wei Xia lowers his head, fixing his gaze on the ground. I have a younger brother whom I can no longer support. I wish for him to have a better life. Would you consider adopting him? I've asked many people, but no one is willing. Yu Jianjun chuckles at this and gestures for his men to release Wei Xia. I have no plans to adopt a child for the time being. Take good care of your brother. Observing the carefree youth with disheveled blonde hair, Yu Jianjun sighs and pats Wei Xia on the shoulder. Strive to live well. Do not merely drift through life. As Yu Jianjun walks away, Wei Xia remains undeterred, waiting outside the district office. While others may be lackadaisical, Wei Xia stands upright whenever Yu Jianjun appears, eagerly assisting him with the car door. He often takes the initiative to sweep the entrance of Yu Jianjun and Appo's office, seeking to ingratiate himself. On this particular evening, Wei Xia calculates Yu Jianjun's departure time and deliberately brings his brother, Wei Pingzheng, to the street outside the old district. Useless fool. You can amp, Appo's, to even move a few boxes. What good is just studying when you can amp, Oppos, T. Earn a living. Eating off others and Oppos, hands every day. Struggling under the weight of several large cardboard boxes, Wei Pingjung grits his teeth, a mix of anger and grievance flooding his heart. If our parents hadn't left, and if you hadn't Oppos, T burned down the house and lost our grandfather and Oppos, as property gambling, we wouldn't Oppos, T have to move or sell so many things. You only know how to scold me. What have you done? What kind of brother are you? Wei Pingjung, with sound reasoning, cries out in protest. Just after finishing an inspection of the street, Yu Jianjun stand at the entrance, observing. Wei Xia and Oppos' ulterior motives do not escape his notice. This act of self-pity is trivial, yet he finds the 9-year-old child's articulate arguments commendable. As Wei Pingjung walks away dejectedly, Yu Jianjun gazes thoughtfully at the child's retreating figure before preparing to get into his car. Unfazed by his brother's plight, Wei Xia approaches once more, offering to open the car door with an ingratiating smile. Forgive me for the inconvenience. I truly cannot support so many siblings. Hearing this, Yu Jianjun pauses, glancing back at the departing Wei Pingjung. Then Wei Dan and Oppos, T, you explained to your brother. Explain? What is there to explain? That good-for-nothing is only a burden, wasting food and unable to earn a living. He lacks the strength to move a few boxes and has quite the temper. Seeing Wei Xia's nonchalant attitude and his lack of kind words for his brother, even Yu Jianjun, known for his patience, feels a surge of anger. If you can end Oppos, T support him, then so be it. You are his elder brother. How can you claim to be a brother at all? Unfazed, Wei Xia smiles as he grips the car door. Oh, that kid just needs discipline. A good beating when we get home will set him straight. You need end Oppos, T concern yourself. I will handle it. Yu Jianjun, incensed, forcefully pushes Wei Xia and Oppos' hand away from the car door. Enough of your nonsense. If you can end Oppos, T support him. You shouldn't Oppos, T resort to violence. I have never met a brother like you. Let that child stay in my home for a while. With a resounding slam, the car door shuts and Yu Jianjun departs. Wei Xia watches the vehicle leave, his expression calm. A new scene unfolds. In Cheng Zhong's rented apartment, Wei Xia lies on the sofa, smoking. The thick smoke exacerbates Cheng Zhong's irritation as he coldly glares at Wei Xia. Taking advantage of Cheng Zhong's absence, Wei Xia barges in, ignoring all reprimands. Cheng Zhong is powerless against him. You worthless fool. Look at yourself compared to the second child. He has been taken in by a good family. And what about you? Useless. Taking a swig of beer, Wei Xia continues lounging on the wooden sofa, lazily fixating on Wei Pingjung with disdain. Since Wei Xia and Oppos' return, the house has been cluttered with dirty clothes, beer bottles, and cigarette butts strewn across the floor. The two younger sisters, clutching cold steamed buns, grit their teeth as they retreat to their rooms. With the table piled high with beer bottles, the family is unable to eat a proper meal and must subsist on cold steamed buns. Wei Pingjung and Oppos' face darkens as he shoots a furious glance at Wei Xia, filled with resentment. Just then, a knock echoes at the door. Yu Jianjun stands outside, holding several boxes of gifts, impeccably dressed. Cheng Zhong opens the door, momentarily taken aback, especially upon learning that Yu Jianjun is the district chief, leading to an air of deference. Wei Pingjung gazes enviously at the authoritative aura of the visitor, wishing to become a politician himself. Yu Jianjun observes Wei Pingjung with increasing satisfaction. The child and Oppos' recent arguments at the street entrance had left a strong impression on him. Child, would you like to spend a few days with your uncle? Indeed, Yu Jianjun is not yet prepared to adopt, so he plans to take the child for a short stay under the guise of play. Upon witnessing Wei Xia's intent to discipline the child, particularly upon seeing the disarray of a room filled with smoke and alcohol, and the children eating cold steamed buns, Yu Jianjun feels a pang of discomfort. Before Wei Pingjung can respond, Wei Xia leaps from the sofa, eyes shining greedily. Are you taking this child? Our Wei family's children are quite valuable. The last one who took a child offered over 5,000. Perhaps you could consider something similar? Wei Pingjung, upon hearing this, becomes even more furious. his face pale with anger as he silently glares at Wei Xia. He turns, casting a reluctant glance at his two younger sisters. Then his gaze hardens with contempt toward Wei Xia. He genuinely wishes to escape this home and never return. With a heavy heart, Yu Jianjun pauses, his eyes drifting to the lingering smoke and the scattered bottles. Finally, his stern gaze softens as he looks at the 9-year-old child. Taking this child away would be a blessing. At least he is yet to be influenced by Wei Xia, remaining untainted by his brother and Appo's greed and depravity. Such an intelligent child deserves a chance for growth, not to be squandered. He then fixes his gaze on Wei Xia, sighing inwardly. With a brother like this, Wei Pingzheng will only be a burden in the future. Even if he flourishes amidst adversity, he will likely remain entangled with such a brother for life. Yu Jianjun rises, taking Wei Pingzheng and Appo's small hand, addressing Cheng Zhong with courtesy. I will take the child for a while. Cheng Zhong, accompanied by his spouse, nods, acknowledging that Wei Pingzheng may soon be adopted. Though it pains him, he still agrees. Wei Pingzheng looks despondently at his two sisters and grandparents, waving goodbye. Wei Pingyang, holding the hand of his younger sister Wei Pingling, has red-rimmed eyes as they watch Wei Pingzheng depart. Cheng Zhong sits with his head down, the house now devoid of life. His grandmother weeps, and both sisters choke back tears, gazing at the shattered remnants of their family. Only Wei Xia smokes heartily, laughing, even as he coughs. He is genuinely pleased. Despite the hatred directed at him from his grandmother and sisters, he remains unfazed. All he knows is that another brother is safe now. Outside, Yu Jianjun holds Wei Pingzheng's small hand, sighing softly. From now on, let's lead a normal life. Your brother. Alas, he has not fulfilled his responsibilities. 25 years later, on New Year and Appo's Eve in Luoqiu City, the community. An aged Yu Jianjun sits at the dinner table, dumpling making, when he suddenly freezes, captivated by a live broadcast. Images from 30 years ago surfaced in my mind. How was the child when I first encountered Wei Xia? He sported unruly yellow hair, his attire was tattered and stained, and he wore a faded t-shirt that had long lost its shape around the collar. Even when caught in the act, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Later, he would frequently approach me, attempting to curry favor, his cunning ways increasingly igniting my disdain. Particularly irksome was when Wei Xia disparaged his 9-year-old brother as a worthless burden, which only deepened my aversion. Yet, witnessing the genuine contempt for his brother reflected in Wei Xia and Appo's eyes ultimately softened my heart, leading me to take in what is now my adopted son. At that time, I believed that at least with me, the child could aspire to a semblance of normalcy, liberated from the mire of hardship. Now, as I gaze at the screen, I finally comprehend. Everything was orchestrated by Wei Xia. He had orchestrated this elaborate ruse, a ploy of self-sacrifice, solely to facilitate my taking his brother away. In this moment, Yu Jianjun, with a bitter smile and the weight of his 80 years, heaved a sigh while staring at the yellow-haired youth. You are the one person I have misjudged in my life. We have wronged you, but you remain indifferent. Yu Jianjun fell silent, unable to fathom a person like Wei Xia. His momentary collapse quickly gave way to resolve as he resumed his tasks. After a long pause, a flicker of compassion crossed Yu Jianjun and Appo's gaze. You plan to send your family away and then confront the murderer preparing for a climactic battle, am I right? In Luoqiu City, at the police station, 2 officers on duty during New Year and Appo's Eve were also watching, with Officer Lao Zhou and young Officer Chen Xiaowen displaying shock on their faces. On Douyin, Chen Xiao was engrossed in a psychological analysis livestream, his expression a tangle of emotions. In the nursing home, retired Deputy Director Sun Haiyang, fixated on the screen, suddenly struck by a new realization. Wei Pingzheng was taken away by the section chief, while Wei Pingzheng was led off by the old district head. The Wei family now stood on the brink of extinction. Previously, Wei Xia had sought to preserve this family, yet now he had personally dismantled it, leaving it shattered and fragmented. He had resolved to sever all ties, wishing only for the safety of his brother and sister while resigning himself to ruin. And then he would confront the murderer. In this moment, Sun Haiyang was silent, gripped by a chilling fear. When a person relinquishes all that is precious, that individual becomes the most terrifying of all. Wei Xia was merciless to his enemies, yet even more so to himself. In a live stream, comments began to flood in. He intends to confront the murderer directly, seizing the initiative. In a daze, an increasing number of viewers seemed to visualize a scene. Wandering through the shadows, Wei Xia appeared almost impatient to engage in a deadly struggle with the drug cartel. He had waited far too long. The weight of his hatred was suffocating him. Chapter 32. The fiery yellow-haired thug with unyielding resolve, simulated life of the eldest son comparison, goes viral online. The Douyin influencer Gu Zhan surveyed the scene and began to summarize. As everyone can observe, following the departure of Wei Pingsheng, the third son of the Wei family, Wei Pingsheng was also sent away. When Wei Pingsheng was dispatched, Wei Xia discovered that Su Jiangong had no children, and initially chose to masquerade as a beggar to attract attention. Subsequently, he threatened the director to assist Su Jiangong in resolving his professional issues, before sending his brother to a safe area. Thereafter, through careful observation, Wei Xia discerned the soft-hearted and upright nature of the district chief of the old city, Yu Jianjun. He began to draw Yu Jianjun and Amp Oppo's attention, showcasing the merits of his brother Wei Pingsheng. The third step was to exploit Yu Jianjun and Oppo's compassionate disposition by deliberately oppressing his brother in front of him, compelling Yu Jianjun to resolve to take Wei Pingsheng away. At this juncture, the influencer Gu Zhan wore a complex expression, tinged with a sense of dread. He had sent away all his younger siblings and was now poised to confront the drug trafficking syndicate. He would engage directly with the drug traffickers, ensuring that no other family members would be embroiled in the chaos. No one could comprehend your plight. No one would care for you. You must tread this path alone. Until death. A new simulation. This is the Wei Pingsheng simulated eldest son, new scene. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng lay in bed, pallid and feverish. He needed to earn a living to support his younger siblings and provide them with an education. He must address their living and learning issues while constantly safeguarding his family from the lurking murderer. Now, overwhelmed by his responsibilities, he finally succumbed to illness, unable to bear the weight any longer. Wei Pingsheng turned his head with great difficulty, watching his younger siblings awaken from nightmares, crying at the door, frightened. In that moment, he began to question himself. The pressure of being the eldest was overwhelming. Subsequently, someone suggested that Wei Pingsheng consider finding foster parents for his younger siblings. After some reflection, he reluctantly clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement. He chose to let his brother Wei Pingsheng accompany a business family. He had observed this family once and noted their affluent circumstances. However, he did not expect that after Wei Pingsheng and Amp Oppo's departure, he would secretly return to find his brother isolated by the other wealthy children, with the foster parents neglecting him, often confining him at home. Anger surged within him as he clenched his fists, yearning to reclaim his brother. Yet, on his way to the wealthy family, Wei Pingsheng remembered that the murderer was still in pursuit. With a sigh of resignation, he abandoned the idea and continued to move with his younger siblings. Later, he found his adopted brother and told him, "Endure." Watching his younger self bowing his head in humility, Wei Pingsheng felt a deep sorrow. Yet he could not explain. He could only grit his teeth and remind himself, "I must strive. I am the eldest. I am not like Wei Xia. I am certainly stronger than he is." The comments flooded in, complex and varied. The simulated eldest son of Wei Pingsheng is very realistic. In contemporary times, at the Yiqing nursing home, Cheng Zhong was also observing, fixated on the simulated life of Wei Pingsheng. Wei Pingsheng had begun to send his younger siblings away due to the overwhelming pressure. However, the families he chose were inadequate, failing to care for the children properly. Cheng Zhong and Amp Oppo's mind drifted back 30 years, recalling the families Wei Xia had previously chosen for his younger siblings. Back then, Wei Xia had also sent 2 of his brothers away, but their foster parents were kind. Su Jiangong took a hands-on approach, mentoring Wei Pingsheng, ultimately guiding him to become a rising star in the business world. Yu Jianjun also actively participated, nurturing Wei Pingsheng into a young politician. At that time, everyone believed it was mere coincidence, a stroke of luck. Only now did he realize the extent of Wei Xia and Appo's efforts behind the scenes. In this moment, Cheng Zhong stood in a complex daze, letting out a long sigh. The new scene of Wei Xia's eldest son retrospective. In April 1995, in Luochio City, the chill of spring lingered. Wei Xia appeared in an underground casino, listening intently to a report in a small room. "Boss, today the brothers spotted two individuals by the tea shop who seem like the ones you're looking for," reported a yellow-haired underling. Wei Xia nodded. Once the underling left, he took advantage of the darkness to reach the vicinity of the tea shop and rummage through a trash bin. This was the only trash bin located at the entrance of the tea packaging company and Appo's premises. Despite the foul-smelling refuse, Wei Xia paid it no mind, searching through the contents while taking notes. 2 bottles of mineral water, possibly indicating contact with different individuals. 3 disposable meal containers. Only after meticulously recording everything did he tuck the items into his pocket, resembling a scavenger. Instead of returning, Wei Xia withdrew the 5,000 yuan he had saved from reselling cassette tapes and electronic devices, purchasing a ticket to the provincial city. In 1995, DNA testing technology was not widespread and remained costly, with a single test priced at 5,000 yuan. Wei Xia took the murder weapon that had claimed his parents and Appo's lives, along with the mineral water bottles and disposable meal containers, to a provincial hospital to collect samples for DNA identification. He then awaited the results. Beyond his activities of reselling tapes and small electronics, Wei Xia returned daily to the tea company and Appo's entrance, discreetly observing from across the street, recording the comings and goings. Information about the number of individuals and their departure times was meticulously noted on pieces of paper. Even in the late spring chill, the cold wind stung his face. Wei Xia concealed himself several dozen meters from the tea company, behind a small wall, with a dilapidated toilet nearby. The overpowering stench and chill permeated the air. Yet Wei Xia remained unfazed. It was now the 10th day of his vigil. At that moment, his eyes were devoid of emotion as he remained still. With an appearance that suggested a wayward vagabond, he exuded a chilling demeanor, akin to a statue that remained ever watchful. On the other side, within the tea packaging company, a bald man and several nearby assassins huddled together, their expressions fraught with complexity and concern. The bald man sensed that something was amiss ever since they had eradicated the Wei family. Everything seemed off-kilter. First, Yang Daong was killed. Then son Xiaoli met a similar fate. It appeared that events were spiraling into unpredictable chaos. Not only was the bald man unsettled, but others began to notice the strangeness and started to restrict their movements. "No, this is not the black mine." The bald man and Appo's voice jolted the others from their thoughts. But he continued, "This doesn't resemble the tactics of the black mine. Previously, they clashed with us without reason, sending assassins with hunting rifles. The black mine operates with a crude and straightforward approach. They wouldn't resort to such intimidation tactics. We are likely being manipulated. This is not revenge from the black mine. But who, exactly, is orchestrating this against us?" The bald man and Appo's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. Previously, they had been misled by the death of son Xiaoli, drawing connections to the earlier incident in Datong village, which had led them astray. Now, they were slowly beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation, feeling a chilling dread creeping in. The bald man felt a wave of cold wash over him as he gazed into the night, as if perceiving a mysterious and terrifying figure lurking in the shadows, poised to strike them with ruthless precision. Meanwhile, at the makeshift office of the black mine, Ma Ruliu, the mine owner, fixated on the news from Datong village. Reflecting on son Xiaoli, having long been entrenched in the black mine, entangled in mutual scheming, Ma Ruliu sensed that something was amiss. A drug trafficking group that had arrived in Luochio City from afar had no vested interest in him. Why would they provoke a local power without cause? If he were in their position, he would likely exercise caution and avoid confrontation. However, the incidents in Datong village and the Lanwei Hotel were both bizarrely linked to him. The conflicts with the drug trafficking group were inexplicable, with the opposing party even employing blasting caps. "What do you all think of those foreign drug rats?" Several underlings chimed in, each voicing their analysis. I feel like this is all rather perplexing. The drug trade is more profitable than we are. They have no reason to infiltrate the mines and extort us. Indeed, and during the Datong village incident, it was clear that their marksmanship was precise, and they wielded professional weapons. This does not seem like the work of petty extortionists. Extortion, apart from provoking conflict and drawing the attention of law enforcement, brings no benefit to them, which is rather perplexing. I also believe that during the ambush at the Lanya Hotel, it is unlikely that only one individual would have shown up. Who, then, is that young lad who was taking photographs? Could he truly be a mere pawn dispatched by drug traffickers? It seems unlikely. So, who is he and what is his purpose? As several heads of the illicit mining operations murmured among themselves, Ma Ruliu and his companions narrowed their eyes, enveloped in an inexplicable silence. They all sensed that something was amiss. It appeared as though an invisible hand was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Yet, they could not pinpoint the source. Who is behind this conspiracy? Chapter 33. My brother will be a business prodigy in the contemporary sanatorium, Sun Haiyang, the retired deputy director of the Luochio Public Security Bureau, observed the black market and drug dealers analyzing each other. He sighed, "You'll never unravel this. For everything lies within Wei Xia's calculations. This young man stakes his life on these strategies." Reflecting on that boy, Sun Haiyang sighed bitterly. He had encountered the child numerous times. Yet only now did he comprehend the resilience of the boy's mind. He orchestrates schemes against the black market and confronts drug trafficking organizations, wagering his very existence. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiang, the aging village chief of Zuoying village, watched his eldest son retracing paths of the past. Memories of the devastating fire on New Year's Eve in '95 and the mysterious disappearance of Wei Xia's parents flooded his mind, alongside the joint crackdown that affected several districts. He sighed, pondering that the force intended to counter them was merely a boy. He guided everyone along a path he had meticulously planned. Such pressure could crush many. But not him. His spirit is far too formidable. On the news feed, comments scrolled. Wei Pingsheng is still in simulation, struggling to evade and defend. Though temporarily safe, the strain is immense. The black market-esque extortion led to a clash in Datong village, resulting in Sun Xiaoli's death. As of now, Wei Xia, the eldest son of the Wei family, has outmaneuvered them twice. A new scene emerged. In a small room of the old Luochio district casino, Wei Xia, with his dyed yellow hair, clutched a piece of paper, his eyes narrowed in excitement. The provincial hospital had finally completed its tests, confirming that one of the DNA results matched. Soon, Wei Xia regained his composure, incinerating the report before summoning a few thugs. From today onward, keep a close watch on the tea company. Identify the personnel and their identities. Wei Xia coldly observed the thugs as they departed. Once confirmed, he would act swiftly. The tea company had already identified personnel, excluding the hostess, with 3 individuals he had yet to encounter. One of these individuals must fit the profile of the murderer's DNA. After assigning a few thugs to follow them, Wei Xia hurried home. He felt exhausted, oscillating between his residence and the murderer's location. His grandfather forbade him from returning home, so Wei Xia took refuge in the basement of an old rental unit. His younger siblings also preferred he stay away. A yellow-haired thug rushed in, handing Wei Xia a stack of papers. Wei Xia grasped them, observing closely. To his surprise, it was the grading paper and study report of his brother, Wei Pingsheng. "Big brother Wei, I got this from Wei Pingsheng's teacher at school as you instructed. What do we need these for? In our line of work, we've long stopped studying." Seeing the thug and Oppo's confusion, Wei Xia remained silent, simply giving him a pack of cigarettes and some cash, which he accepted cheerfully before leaving. Wei Xia approached his desk, examining and grading the papers. The questions were quite simple. He had already surpassed this level of learning. He analyzed, corrected, and checked for errors, then murmured, "The second brother is sharp-minded and prudent. Pursuing business would be an excellent choice. It's time for Su Jiangong to start nurturing him in that direction." Indeed, he had previously vowed to help Wei Pingsheng enhance his skills, so that Su Jiangong might recognize his potential and mentor him. Now, the moment had arrived. Wei Xia hired an elderly man, offering him a sum of money, and then sought out the yellow-haired thug who had delivered the materials. "Tomorrow afternoon, On the road from the elementary school, you will set up a stall selling soft-shelled turtles. You two will sell alongside him, deliberately deceive. After arranging everything, time slipped away swiftly, and the following afternoon arrived. As Su Jiangong held Wei Pingxing's small hand, departing from the school gate amidst the bustling crowd of students and parents, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively with street vendors. Among the crowd, as Su Jiangong and Wei Pingxiang arrived, the elder began to call out to sell soft-shelled turtles. At that moment, the yellow-haired thug also approached, weighing the turtles. "Your turtles look good, old man. My smaller ones sell for 4 yuan. Yours should go for 6, right? Listen to me. 4 yuan is a real loss." As the yellow-haired thug spoke confidently, many turned to listen, including Wei Pingxing and Su Jiangong. The elder, hearing this, was about to raise his prices, while Wei Pingxiang, glancing nervously at his foster father, stepped forward timidly. "Firstly, this area is impoverished. People here aren't wealthy. Secondly, your turtles aren't significantly larger than this elder and amp, Oppo's. If he raises his prices, your turtles will become the best bargain, selling out quickly, while the elder S will remain unsold. Your so-called price increase is not a kind gesture to help him. You merely wish to exploit him for your own profit." As Wei Pingxing spoke with increasing confidence, articulating his points clearly, Su Jiangong watched with satisfaction, amazed at the child's economic acumen and ability to analyze the business environment. The yellow-haired thug, exposed, fled in disgrace, while surrounding students admired Wei Pingxiang, and many parents applauded. "Well done. This child thinks like an adult. The parents have done well." Standing amidst the crowd, Wei Pingxiang felt the allure of commerce for the first time, his confidence growing. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, at the back of the crowd, Wei Xia, with his yellow hair, observed this scene from afar before quietly merging into the throng and slipping away. In the contemporary hospital room, Wei Pingxiang gazed at the image of Wei Xia, distanced from the crowd. The thug's figure radiated a warmth that nearly overflowed with affection. He recalled memories from his childhood when his second brother, after being adopted, visited him, confidently sharing how he had once thwarted a yellow-haired thug attempting to exploit an elder through price competition, using his understanding of the market to assist the old man. He had admired his brother's sharp mind back then, never suspecting that everything was meticulously orchestrated by Wei Xia. As Wei Pingxiang observed the frail figure lying on the hospital bed, he remained silent for a long time. Meanwhile, Wei Pingxiang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, reflecting that Wei Xia was nurturing his second brother's initial business acumen while simultaneously instilling a passion for commerce within him. He was crafting a developmental plan tailored to his brother's characteristics. This would not only earn the admiration of his second brother's foster father, but also lay a solid foundation for his future, guiding him toward a clear path. He was paving a road for his brother, a road filled with infinite possibilities. Yet, he himself was traversing a path shrouded in uncertainty, one that could collapse at any moment. Chapter 34. The Making of a Great Talent Behind the Scenes, a retrospective of Wei Xia's eldest son's life. A new scene unfolds in the live broadcast. For Wei Pingxiang, the turtle incident appears to be merely the beginning. Subsequently, during his school commute, he frequently encounters various economic disputes. Just after school, as Wei Pingxing departs, he notices a makeshift stall ahead and approaches it. On the opposite side of the street, the stall is festooned with colorful decorations. A large banner hanging prominently. "Buy a color TV, get free eggs." Come and take a look. Brand name color TVs, Don and Amp, Oppo's, miss out. The host enthusiastically calls out, surrounded by a pile of brand new color TVs and a throng of eager onlookers. Positioned in a corner near the backstage, Wei Pingxiang observes the proceedings. He sees 2 staff members lifting brand name TV boxes and placing them over inferior models before transporting them to the front for sale. In this era, a brand name color TV priced just above 2,000 is indeed alluring. Coupled with the offer of free eggs, it captivates the attention of many middle-aged and elderly individuals. When the first customer unboxes a shiny new television, the crowd erupts in excitement. Wei Pingxiang frowns as he scrutinizes the frenzied crowd, beginning to analyze the situation. First, They attract attention under the guise of giving away eggs. Second, they lure potential customers with the allure of brand name TVs. Third, they profit from the price differences by disguising inferior products. Fourth, perhaps employing a stooge could completely assuage the crowd's doubts, inciting a rush to buy. Most crucially, they only claim to sell brand name TVs without asserting that each unit is of a specific brand. This tactic allows them to evade future troubles. As brand name is a broad term and not concrete evidence, they could easily argue that their inferior TVs are indeed brand name. The next day, as Wei Xia walks home from school, he encounters yet another spectacle. A crowd gathers around a middle-aged man wielding a loudspeaker. Clutching a leather bag under his arm and sporting an expensive watch and branded attire, he exudes a sense of wealth. I'm one of you, returning to my hometown with the vision of achieving common prosperity for all. This project primarily deals in health products. What constitutes health products? In modern medicine, there is a term called subhealth. When people fall ill, they purchase medicine, transitioning from a state of subhealth to another stage. But can we not directly enhance our immunity and physical quality, thereby reducing the incidence of illness from the root? Yes, that is the purpose of health food. This cannot replace medication, but by improving our physical condition, we can reduce our reliance on drugs, converting the money spent on medicine into food purchases. It can also serve as a gift. After all, who gives medicine as a present? Just think of the vast market potential. If it were an end amp, oppos, T for my conscience. I wouldn't oppose. To reveal how to earn money in this way. Today, if everyone invests, we will register each one of you as shareholders of the company. Rest assured, the company is right here. The middle-aged man speaks eloquently, and many in the crowd, unable to resist the temptation, begin to register. Wei Xia remains a detached observer, his expression calm as he analyzes the situation. This time, however, he does not focus on the fraudulent investment tactics, but rather on the underlying objective. The intent is to deceive and extract money. As for the purported company, it may merely be a shell operation, easily disposable. But why can they successfully deceive people using such pathetic methods? They have precisely identified the psychological profile of their target demographic, their craving for wealth. In business, two key elements stand out: accurately identifying the target audience and understanding market demands. Wei Xia silently contemplates, beginning to learn how to discern objectives and commercial positioning, often applying a business mindset to observe the world around him, even if only in the most rudimentary manner. Later, during a holiday, Wei Xia witnesses a new scene on the street. A banner is raised, boldly proclaiming, "Heartless bosses delay wages, using gutter oil without conscience." Several waitstaff sit outside a restaurant, seemingly engaged in a silent protest. As Wei Xia approaches and inquires about the situation, one staff member sighs, eyes downcast. "We don an amp, oppos, to know if it an amp, oppos is gutter oil. But last month an amp, oppos, s wages wearing an amp, oppos, t paid, and this month an amp, oppos, s still hasn't an amp, oppos, t come through. We are at our wit and amp, oppos, s end." Upon hearing this, Wei Xia ponders and formulates a strategy. You can dine in a restaurant as customers. If they are indeed using gutter oil, after eating, you can claim to feel unwell and seek medical examination, reporting to the authorities and demanding an explanation from the owner. Several waitstaff, energized by his suggestion, expressed their gratitude repeatedly. What Wei Xia did not anticipate was that the establishment was genuinely using gutter oil in its cooking. Several staff members fell ill and successfully secured compensation. Yet, some took this opportunity to blackmail the owner, threatening to report him if he did not comply. The owner, in desperation, devised a new tactic. The following day, Wei Xia noticed a promotional sign at the restaurant offering discounts on meals, and he realized the owner intended to swindle customers before making a hasty exit. He reflected on this incident, recognizing that both parties were driven by greed, obscuring the truth from one another. At that moment, Wei Xia's understanding deepened. He became increasingly vigilant, grasping a vital truth. In business, one must never place blind trust in others, nor underestimate the greed inherent in human nature. Wei Xia observed from a distance, settling accounts with the actors who had portrayed the restaurant's owner and staff in front of Wei Pingsheng. He recorded Wei Pingsheng's growth. My brother has left at some point. Ultimately, he must teach you the art of caution. Later, Wei Xia quietly arrived at the neighborhood where Su Jiangong resided. Watching from afar, as Su Jiangong held the hand of Wei Pingsheng, Su Jiangong gazed with satisfaction at the child, now noticeably more mature and quick-witted. You are doing remarkably well, far more mature than your peers. You have truly grown. Su Jiangong watched as Wei Pingsheng confidently discussed business insights with other relatives. Feeling a growing sense of pride, Wei Pingsheng's display outshone his contemporaries, demonstrating remarkable maturity. The essence of business lies in accurately identifying target demographics and market needs. The external environment plays a crucial role. To understand competitors, one must first grasp their core objectives. This approach often yields fruitful results. The essence of commerce is greed. Whether among business people or customers, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome is essential for sustainable development. Wei Xia observed this scene with a smile. As darkness fell, Wei Xia stood in a corner, gazing at the cheerful laughter illuminated by the lights and the gradually maturing youth. Speaking to himself, he mused, I will not nurture these little ones. This is all I can do. Will you blame me? After a brief pause, he turned away, leaving behind an unheard whisper, I'm not a good brother. At the contemporary Yecheng hospital, the pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. Wei Pingyong watched the live broadcast, his gaze fixed on the darkened figure that turned away, filled with melancholy and silence. He was at a loss for words, only managing a complex shake of his head as echoes of the phrase, I am not a good brother, reverberated in his mind. He pondered how Wei Xia managed to endure such trials. Yet, he later succumbed to substance abuse, something she could not accept. Why did Wei Xia turn to drugs? Was it pressure? In the upscale community of Gaozhong Yizhong, Su Jiangong also watched, lost in memories, when his son showcased his business acumen in front of relatives. Everyone inquired how he had nurtured such an exceptional child. Some even praised Wei Pingsheng for possessing a deeper understanding of business than most adults. At that moment, I found myself perplexed, for I had never imparted any guidance to this child. Su Jiangong believed that the boy possessed an innate acumen for business, an astute sense of perception, destined for greatness. Yet, little did he realize that it was you who had been laying the groundwork behind the scenes. In this instant, Su Jiangong gazed at the despondent youth departing, his expression a tapestry of complexities. Simultaneously, Aunt Wei Xia from Liuqiu City observed her eldest son, now aged considerably, as she was struck by a wave of nostalgia, recalling events from 30 years prior. Back then, everyone held disdain for Wei Xia, playing with fire, burning down their home, gambling away the ancestral estate, neglecting education, dyeing his hair yellow, getting tattoos, smoking, and drinking. He had almost become synonymous with decadence. Yet now, Aunt Wei felt a pang of discomfort in her chest. Wei Xia was simultaneously confronting the assailants, threatening the Wei family, while also tending to the nurturing of his younger brother. With gritted teeth, she lowered her gaze, reflecting on her past curse that Wei Xia should never have been born into the Wei family, branding him as worthless. The weight of this thought intensified her anguish. Meanwhile, the comments on Douyin livestream began to emerge. But he truly excels at education. This is the finest, the essence of true education. The authenticity of education, its rightness or wrongness. He has established values for his brother and paved a path for his future. But he is leaving. The entire narrative is one of farewells. Chapter 35. The formal commencement of revenge. The top trending topic on Weibo has now changed to how the eldest son educates his younger brothers. Many are eagerly watching. Upon clicking the topic, a video appears. It prominently features clips from the recently popular series about the eldest son. Wei Xia is seen alone in a rental apartment, poring over various business case studies late into the night, his eyes bloodshot yet indifferent to his condition. A sheet of paper beside him is filled with notes on several topics, including how to achieve business objectives, the impact of the operating environment on the market, and the dynamics of price wars and market supply and demand. It is evident that Wei Xia has been writing for an extended period, persisting through the night. On the other side, A collection of economic textbooks, their pages frayed from repeated handling, is haphazardly stacked. The scene shifts to Wei Xia explaining to the extras. These are the lines. Your dialogue should primarily entice the audience to invest. We need to ensure that even a child understands how you deceive them. You will feign interest. Your role is to inquire about the market for health products and provide topics for discussion. You all will observe. Each of you will perform well. The scene transitions again. Wei Xia stands at the periphery of a gathering, armed with paper and pen, diligently documenting his younger brother and Appo's actions. Outside a restaurant, several anxious waitstaff listen attentively to Wei Pingsheng and Appo's guidance, their faces lighting up with joy. Witnessing this, Wei Xia beams with a simple joy as he watches his brother flourish. A complex array of comments emerges. What will such a person become in the future? I have a feeling he won't last. Finally teaching his brother, Wei Xia's life as the eldest son revisited. A new scene unfolds. Set in late 1996, a year since the Wei family's troubles began. The once frail Wei Xia has grown significantly, now nearly 1.7 meters tall. However, he has shed his former student appearance, donning a floral shirt with an open collar, his hair dyed blonde, cascading over his shoulders, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and tattoos adorning his arms, exuding an air of greed and coldness. The Wei family is in the midst of their third move. Wei Pingyang struggles to carry clothing and luggage, mumbling, another move? We and Appo's relocated 3 or 4 times in a year. How will I go to school? The youngest, Wei Pingling, also sulks, visibly distressed. Cheng Zhong drags a cabinet onto a tricycle, finally voicing his frustration. Moving again? We might as well move every day for the rest of our lives. What a burden. Wei Pingzheng has been taken away by the district leader, Yu Jianjun, to sign adoption papers. Afterward, he struggles to find a new home, encountering Wei Xia, who is smoking. Anger surges within him. Why are we moving again? What have you done this time? The expressions of the Wei family members darken. The family and Appo's initial relocation was due to Wei Xia and Appo's reckless fire that burned their previous home. The second move occurred when Wei Xia gambled into Tan Village, losing their house to local thugs. Now they are moving again, prompting suspicions that Wei Xia has stirred up trouble once more. Confronted by his brother's grip on his collar, Wei Xia, cigarette in mouth, calmly detaches Wei Pingzheng's hand, straightens his collar, and finally speaks, I lost at gambling. If you don't move, they might come to collect debts. Whether to move is your decision. Wei Pingzheng and Appo's adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, watches Wei Xia and Appo's open shirt revealing chest tattoos and scars, his expression a mix of emotions. He begins to believe that taking Wei Pingzheng away was indeed the right choice. Wei Pingzheng, seeing Wei Xia and Appo's nonchalance, grows even more furious. Fine, we want to concern ourselves with your issues. When will mom and dad return? Have you even asked? Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling lean in closer, clamoring for answers. Hearing mention of their parents, Wei Xia becomes agitated, flicking away his ash. I don't know. I'm tired of being asked every day. And you, Wei Pingzheng, you've been adopted. Don't come back. At that moment, Wei Xia's tone is grave, yet it weighs heavily on the others. Observing their increasingly shabby surroundings, Wei Pingzheng realizes he cannot extract any more information and chooses to ignore Wei Xia, instead taking his 2 younger sisters in Appo's hands. Remember, you must escape. With such a person at home, there is no future. You must go far away. At that moment, Wei Xia listens in silence. Later, finding himself alone on the rooftop, extending his hand. The wind blows softly. The year is drawing to a close, and snow begins to fall. He gazes up at the sky, the smoke hanging heavily, creating an oppressive atmosphere. You need to escape. This place is a deep, muddy abyss. I am enough to bear it alone. You cannot remain here. You must leave. In that instant, Wei Xia stands on the rooftop, smiling as he gazes at the snow, the sorrow in his eyes palpable. He becomes lost in thought, recalling the past. The lonely white rabbit, wandering east and west. New clothes cannot compare to old friends. Son, this conveys emotion. At that time, Father Wei Liang would recite while gently ruffling Wei Xia and damp. Appo's hair, his smile warm as he listened to him recite. Meanwhile, Mother was preparing dough, beaming as she watched the father and son. All right, soon we'll be making dumplings. Do you plan to leave me to do it all alone? The father and son would grin, joining in to help. His younger brother Wei Pingzheng, along with Wei Pingzheng, played hopscotch with their fourth sister, laughter filling the air. Wei Xia smiled, his gaze piercing through the smoke, seemingly catching a glimpse of those days gone by. But moments later, his smile fades, and he is confronted with a new scene. So, you are the eldest in the family. Son, Mother's face is pale, the acrid scent of pesticides filling the air. Blood trickling from her mouth as she gazes at Wei Xia with a sense of longing. Wei Xia seems to choke on smoke, tears streaming down his face, until he recalls the present. His grandfather and younger siblings believe he is unworthy of being a son of the Wei family, let alone the eldest brother. Torn between the responsibility of providing for the family and enduring the anger and blame of his relatives, he feels utterly exhausted. Yet, Wei Xia forces himself to stand tall. You may hate me. Go ahead, hate me. Leave, go far away. Do not return. Returning to the rental apartment, Wei Xia listens to the reports from the gang members. Those people have reappeared. Someone has paid 10,000 for a piece of information, seeking 2 elderly individuals to accompany 5 children. The gang members are uncertain of Wei Xia's intentions, but they have been monitoring the situation closely. This is the reason for his relocation. The drug cartel is still seeking them. Having not given up, Wei Xia's eyes betray indifference, his expression fierce. His sisters have all been sent away. Now, he is prepared to fight. Indeed, he intends to plunge into the underworld, to cultivate a group of allies, to confront them head-on. Since the adversaries continue to encroach, he will not remain on the defensive. He will shoulder everything himself and engage these killers in a brutal battle. In a contemporary rehabilitation facility, the elderly son Haiyang watches the footage, finally ready. He is about to unleash his vengeance. He recalls how Wei Xia once schemed against the black mine owner Ma Ruliu, blackmailing him with secretly taken photographs, leading to a violent clash in Tan Village. He also remembers the Lan Yu Hotel, where Wei Xia exploited Ma Ruliu and Appo's psychology, planting explosives to orchestrate the death of drug dealer's son, Xiaoli. Such as Wei Xia's strategic prowess. Until now, he has operated in the shadows. But now, he is prepared for a direct confrontation. At the modern Luo Qiu Public Security Bureau, young officer Chen Xiaowen is also engrossed in the eldest son and Appo's retracing. Particularly, he notes how Wei Xia has been inquiring about information, keeping a watchful eye on the tea company while instructing his subordinates to investigate the matter of someone purchasing information. Clearly, he is well prepared. With his 2 younger brothers sent away, and soon his sisters to follow, the decisive battle is imminent. Veteran officer Lao Zhou focuses on the boy and Appo's face obscured by smoke, his voice hoarse. Wei Xia is about to begin his resistance. He will confront those drug cartel assassins alone. Both men's expressions grow increasingly grave as the live-streaming comments begin to flood in. Wei Xia truly plans to send away all her younger siblings and commence her counteroffensive. The previous covert schemes have already resulted in the drug cartel suffering the loss of 2 members. What will the direct retaliation bring? Have you seen the chilling gaze in Wei Xia and Appo's eyes as lifeless as a corpse? After her siblings depart, she begins her march toward death. Chapter 36. Alone in the snowstorm at the First People's Hospital of Luoqiu, in the intensive care unit, Wei Pingyang fixated on the footage of his eldest son, Wei Xia, standing solitary on the rooftop amidst the heavy snowfall, radiating an aura of pent-up rage. Memories of Wei Xia from decades past flooded her mind. An image of a rebellious youth, cigarette in mouth, clad in a floral shirt that revealed tattoos, exuding an air of nonchalance. Back then, whenever Wei Xia mentioned his second and third brothers, he would always grumble about how their adoptive families had not provided enough financial support. Greed, depravity, dominance, and determination, all these traits mingled in her thoughts. The specter of drug abuse and addiction loomed large, and for a moment, she struggled to discern the man he had become, as if all those disparate images were coalescing into one true Wei Xia. Wei Pingling, too, watched in a daze, recalling the early months of 1996. When Wei Xia had encountered them, he would always smile awkwardly, lowering his head as if seeking their approval, devoid of the domineering demeanor he now displayed. After a lengthy silence, she cast another glance at the figure lying in the hospital bed. The Wei Xia she remembered was one who perpetually wore a pleasing smile. Comments began to flood the screen. His kindness towards you stems from the fact that you are his sisters. Were you not his sisters? A person of such disposition could hardly show amiable smiles to anyone. Wei Xia's rage is evident. His calculated schemes reveal the terrifying extent of his capabilities. He is the eldest of the Wei family. He is not forgotten, thus his sharpness is directed outward. The narrative of Wei Xia and Appos has passed unfolded anew. For an entire year in Luochio, he had forged a notorious reputation among the underworld through his cunning and ruthlessness, earning the monikers the evil wolf or brother wolf. In a modest room within a gambling den, Wei Xia, cigarette in hand, lounged with his feet propped on a chair. During this period, he had recruited numerous delinquents, each thoroughly vetted, predominantly dropouts of decent character. He began instructing them not only in the art of trade, but also in the intricacies of managing a gambling operation. Wei Xia perused the new intelligence compiled by his subordinates. 2 reports lay before him, one detailing information about a drug dealer associated with the tea company. As he reviewed the documents, a subordinate relayed their findings. Brother Wolf, our men have been stationed outside the tea company for quite some time, monitoring the activities of its personnel. We obtained this teacup, which has been confirmed to have been used by a middle-aged man. Upon sending it for testing at the provincial hospital, we received the results. The individual is named Chu Ai, aged 37, from Jiangxi. He has previously served time for theft and violent assault. As the report was unfurled, Wei Xia and Appos, gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing in concentration. He confirmed that the DNA linked to Chu Ai corresponded with fingerprints found on a pesticide bottle from last New Year's Eve. Sitting there, he rarely removed the cigarette from his lips, his expression growing increasingly serene, yet silent. His subordinates, Huang Mao and Lu Changjiang, sensed an unusual tension in their boss, who typically exhibited brashness and aggression. The calmer he became, the more unnerved they felt. Suddenly, in the confines of the gambling room, Wei Xia erupted into a fit of joyous laughter, tears streaming down his face as he gripped the report so tightly that his fingers turned white. In that moment, he resembled a madman. Ignoring his subordinates, he clutched the report with fervor. A year had passed. How many grievances had he endured? At long last, he had a lead on one of the drug dealers. The news was finally here, alongside the traces discovered at the former guest house by Yang Daong. They had now identified one of the culprits, Chu Ai. Excitement coursed through Wei Xia, causing him to tremble. Go, immediately watch this Chu Ai. I want to know his every move. The fishmonger hurried away, wiping the sweat from his brow, while Wei Xia and Appos, gaze shifted to Huang Mao, his expression cold as ice. Go, keep an eye on the black mine owner Ma Chilio. Huang Mao departed promptly. Bang! Outside, firecrackers erupted, heralding the arrival of the new year. Wei Xia gazed complexly at the fireworks and firecrackers outside, his mind wandering back a year. Amidst the cacophony, his parents had met a tragic end. In that moment, he could no longer contain his tremors, clutching his head and shaking uncontrollably. After a prolonged silence, he gradually regained his composure. Wei Xia soon returned home. As the family gathered to celebrate the new year, needing to restore his emotional equilibrium, his grandmother busied herself in the kitchen, while Wei Pingzheng engaged in conversation with his 2 younger sisters. Upon hearing the door open, they turned to see him, their eyes filled with disdain. No one held any regard for this brother. He was synonymous with smoking, drinking, and street fighting. To them, he was a source of shame. You still remember to come back? You still recognize you have a family? Aran and Appos, to you part of the underworld? Shuden and Appos, to you be celebrating with your delinquent friends? Wei Xia paid little mind to their words, forcing a smile, though his eyes betrayed a profound sense of longing as he looked at his siblings. Cheng Zhong sat at the table, adjusting the arrangement of dishes, not even glancing at Wei Xia. The children of the Wei family are all well, except for this one miscreant. Your home is not here, it in amp, oppos, s in the gambling den. You should go back there. Initially, the kitchen had exuded warmth and cheer. But upon seeing Wei Xia, smiles faded, and his grandfather frowned and retreated to the kitchen, grumbling about the misfortune of encountering someone with such a yellow mop of hair during the new year. Wei Xia remained silent, his gaze fixed on his siblings, voice barely above a whisper. You all will be well, one and amp, oppos, to you? His words were soft, as if envisioning their future. Wei Pingzheng regarded him with a cold smile. We will certainly be fine. The book says that one takes on the color of their company. As long as we distance ourselves from undesirable individuals, we'll be just fine. Sisters, remember, never become a person like him. The last statement, directed at his two sisters, was uttered loudly. They nodded in agreement, their expressions frosty. Wei Xia could only smile vacantly, his eyes reluctant to part from his siblings. Then that's good. You all must be well. In that moment, he murmured complexly, repeating the words, must be well. The sounds of firecrackers heralded the new year, as snow began to fall and fireworks lit the sky. Wei Pingzheng took one sister by the hand, guiding her to the window to gaze at the fireworks. Wei Xia, however, did not watch the display. He sat in an old chair, contentedly observing his siblings, his smile genuine and heartfelt. He murmured to himself, as if imparting wisdom, you must face the adversities alone. Thus, you must learn the most vital lesson in life, how to say farewell. This mire contains enough of you. You must confront everything by yourself. You're the eldest in the family. His voice was drowned out by the explosive sounds of fireworks, in that moment unheard by any. In the present, within a hospital room, Wei Pingzheng absorbed these words. His impression of Wei Xia was that of a drug addict, a parasite, a gambler. He had never witnessed his brother in tears. Yet now, as he observed the footage, he gazed upon the simulated image of his elder brother, Wei Xia. A new scene unfolded. It was New Year's Eve of 2025. In Shihai City, Luoqiu City, Yeqing, and by city, many families gathered in their homes, watching this live broadcast of memories. In Yeqing, a family sat together, a middle-aged couple displaying complex emotions as they watched. He was bidding farewell, celebrating his final new year at home. He had always remembered the blood feud that ran deep. Yet sometimes he longed for home. He did not wish to die. But fate left him no choice. Chapter 37. Wrestling on the eve of the new year, 25 years ago, many gazed upon this scene. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, the young boy bore a somber demeanor, devoid of festive joy, only loneliness. Memories of Wei Xia's life began to resurface. It was the new year in amp, oppos, eve of 1996 in Luoqiu. After Wei Pingzheng and amp, oppos, return, he was brought to the Wei household by his adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, to celebrate the family reunion. The grandparents busied themselves with cooking and serving dishes. Wei Pingzheng held his younger siblings and oppos, hands, leading them to the sofa where several small bags were already placed, gifts he had brought for them. Xiaozheng, this is for you. I found this Go set outside, and I also got you a book on Go strategy. I hope you like it. Fourth sister, this is a physics and chemistry extracurricular book along with a tutoring guide. And this is a toy for my little sister, a musical microphone that plays songs. Upon hearing this, Wei Pingzheng smiled as he accepted the Go set and book, overjoyed. I also prepared gifts for you. Grandma, here, that's a new outfit for you. Grandpa, this is a thermos, perfect for brewing tea. It will keep warm for a long time in winter. The entire family reveled in the exchange of gifts, laughter echoing in the air, except for Wei Xia, who stood by the window, receiving no gifts. Everyone acknowledged his presence, yet chose to ignore him. Wei Pingzheng shot a cold glance at Wei Xia, noticing the envy in his eyes as he looked at the gifts, and scoffed before turning away. Wei Xia merely forced a smile, waiting until the family had finished distributing gifts before approaching Yu Jianjun and Su Jiangong. My brothers are quite clever, he remarked, seemingly attempting to strike up conversation. Yu Jianjun remained silent, while Su Jiangong, known for his gentle nature, nodded with a smile. Wei Pingzheng sensed something was amiss and frowned. If these two brothers hadn't been so generous, they could have saved a considerable amount of money over the years, enough to alleviate the family's current plight. Could you two perhaps consider giving a little more? Yu Jianjun frowned upon hearing this, scrutinizing the now taller youth adorned with several scars. The boy and Amp, Appo's, eyes were unmistakably greedy. Wei Pingzhang's face flushed with anger as he bit back his words. Wei Xia, what exactly do you want? Must you embarrass yourself? Are you a beggar, constantly asking for money? With good hands and feet, can an Appo's, you earn it yourself? Even the typically mild-mannered Su Jianggong frowned, silent. Previously, when Wei Xia had approached Wei Pingsheng, he had already extorted quite a bit of money from him, and now his appetite seemed to have grown larger. Wei Xia, undeterred, stood firm. Am I not speaking the truth? Don and Amp, Appo's, forget the blood of the Wei family runs in your veins. ISN and Amp, Appo's, it right to contribute a little to the Wei family? Why is that embarrassing? As tensions mounted, the sound of shattering glass filled the air, followed by a forceful banging on the door. Wait, get out here. Don't think I can Amp, Appo's, find you hiding here. When are you going to pay back the 3,000 you borrowed? If you want to play hide and seek, we have ways to make your family suffer this new year. The door burst open, and 4 figures stormed in under the leadership of a crew-cut man, wreaking havoc as they smashed everything in sight. The crew-cut man seized Wei Xia by the collar, grinning coldly. So this is your home? Well, now I know where you live. Where in Appo's? The money. If you haven in Appo's, prepared it, I can have my brothers take everything here and see what it in Appo's worth. Wei Xia shrank back, visibly intimidated. Brother Huang, I'm gathering it. I have the money. Su Jianggong sighed, pulling out 3,000 and handing it to Wei Xia, who then delivered it to the crew-cut man. Only after they left did Cheng Zhong lower his head with a sigh. What a disgrace. The Wei and Cheng families have lost all faith this time. Wei Pingzheng gritted his teeth, surveying the wreckage of their home. I really don't want to come back. With people like you around, this family will be shattered. Wei Xia paid no mind, merely watching as the crew-cut man departed, seemingly relieved. Cheng Zhong kicked him out the door several times, but he remained crouched there, unbothered. Eventually, Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng left with their adoptive parents, while Wei Pingyang held his little sister in Appo's hand, glancing at him in annoyance. Remember, little sister, we no longer have an older brother. As if not hearing, Wei Xia simply coldly laughed at Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng. Not coming back? If you're so capable, then don't come back ever again. You always say you want an Appo's, come back, but you always do, living a good life? I send and Appo's, had only right to give her brother some money? In a nearby alley, the crew-cut man, Lu Chong, stood before Wei Xia with a respectful demeanor, flanked by several of his intimidating companions. They were the very thugs who had previously confronted the Wei family for debts. Wolf brother, my brothers have gathered some intel. They're still searching for the Wei family, and it seems they have even reached the mining town and a Tan village. However, they have yet to make any moves. Wei Xia, smoking a cigarette, nodded. He understood that the adversaries were merely biding their time. Perhaps initially, his father had not only offended them, but had also ignited a feud that could not be resolved. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Let there be a battle. Yet, he knew he could not allow his 2 younger brothers to return, nor could he let his 2 sisters be involved. They must be sent away quickly to avoid being entangled in this mire. Reflecting on the expressions of Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng as they left, a sense of urgency enveloped Wei Xia. Once his sisters were safely away, the frequency of his brothers and Appo's returns would diminish, perhaps even leading them to never come home again. Meanwhile, in a tea company, the drug lord Lu Chong furrowed his brow, visibly agitated as he spoke into a walkie-talkie. He was on a call with a drug dealer from Yunnan. On the other end, an enraged voice shouted, Qiangzi, has the Wei family been wiped out? What on earth are you doing? Lu Chong's breaths quickened, clearly provoked by the tirade. Yet, he dared not offend the caller, suppressing his anger. Punga, we will find them immediately. After hanging up, Chong looked at his 5 ruthless subordinates, his face grim. Find them, right now. Damn it. In his office, Lu Chong paced back and forth, rubbing his bald head, restless. He sensed that someone from the Wei family must have caught wind of their actions. But so what? A bunch of insignificant brats. Could they truly turn the tide? Each one of them had blood on their hands. Why Warren and Appo's? They rushing to complete this deal? The Wei family must be eradicated, or else they would face trouble. They had offended people whom they could not provoke. Lu Chang's expression turned fierce, and the middle-aged men accompanying him mirrored his intensity. These are individuals Lu Chang had personally selected, including one who had once killed an entire family of 7 in a village, fleeing for 3 or 4 years. Lu Chang was particularly pleased with such men. Only they were worthy of his trust. At that moment, countless comments flooded the internet. Wei Xia is only 18. He is up against the wrath of the Yunnan drug lords, all of whom are ruthless criminals with blood on their hands. Many of those involved in the Wei family and Oppo's massacre are hardened criminals, backed by powerful forces. It will be extremely challenging for Wei Xia. Did you notice how subservient the bald drug lord was during that call? He didn't end Oppo's to even dare to retort when he was scolded. It seems the person on the other end holds a higher status. Who is behind him? The bald drug lord was connected to the Yunnan drug trafficking network and the Southeast Asian drug trade, shrouded in mystery. Wei Xia stood alone amidst the fog, unyielding. Forging ahead. Chapter 38. At all costs, the eldest son of Wei Xia. A retrospective glimpse into his life. The new year has passed, and Wei Xia once again graces the casino, albeit this time with his arm in a sling and his body still oozing blood. Recently, he has been cultivating a larger number of thugs to vie for control over the casino and nightclub territories. Returning home drenched in blood has become a commonplace occurrence. His chest and abdomen bear even more knife wounds, and his palms are riddled with unhealed puncture marks from makeshift spike clubs. Yet, he remains unfazed and summons Huang Mao and the fishmonger to discuss how to seize control of the southern nightclub. Days later, during a brawl at the southern nightclub, someone calls the police. The authorities arrive, and Deputy Captain Sun Haiyang of the Luoqiao Public Security Bureau leads a team to apprehend both parties, sentencing them to prison. In the interrogation room, Sun Haiyang, who had previously captured many human traffickers, now stands confident and imposing. Upon seeing Wei Xia, he scrutinizes him closely and is taken aback. Although Wei Xia is now covered in numerous scars, Sun Haiyang recalls the tattooed youth he encountered during the arm amputation case. Memories flooding back. He remembers Wei Xia lying in the muddy river valley, clutching his wound, his eyes sparkling with vitality. And now, this boy has transformed into a punk tattooed, engaging in brawls and turf wars. Sun Haiyang approaches, and the escorting officer halts. He gazes earnestly at Wei Xia. How did you become this way? You were not like this before. Where's that child who preferred to return home with wounds rather than worry his family? He is uncertain, yet his expression is laden with complexity. Wei Xia, adorned with tattoos and scars, meets Sun Haiyang and Oppo's. Gaze defiantly, his face a mask of disdain. You don't understand. My brothers are all in this. How could I not join? What kind of brother would I be otherwise? In this life, loyalty is paramount. Utter nonsense. You're just a kid, getting into fights and leaving a criminal record. Do you realize this will ruin your life? Sun Haiyang's frustration mounts as he points an accusing finger at him. You're only 18. Do you even know what brotherhood means? In the face of this tirade, Wei Xia simply turns away, nonchalantly indifferent. Sun Haiyang, growing increasingly furious, can only leave in resignation. Cheng Zhong arrives to bail him out, angrily pointing a trembling finger at Wei Xia. The Cheng family and the Wei family have only ever produced scholars. For over a century, we have never had a criminal. You're bringing shame upon us. You'll give me a heart attack. Cheng Zhong clutches his chest, but Wei Xia shows no concern and whistles as he walks away. At that moment, Sun Haiyang is in his office, reviewing the dossier prepared on Wei Xia. He discovers that Wei Xia has amassed dozens of subordinates, a fleet of trucks, and a cadre of enforcers in gaming halls. The underground forces in both the old and newly reformed districts of Luoqiao now lie under Wei Xia's dominion. His ferocity in fights and his propensity to distribute the spoils have earned him this power. Sun Haiyang is both astonished and puzzled. Wei Xia does not seem to lack money or manpower, so why does he throw himself into fights so recklessly? Isn't a true leader supposed to send their subordinates in a battle? Soon, Sun Haiyang encounters Wei Xia again in the detention center, this time for yet another brawl. What are you trying to accomplish? I've looked into you. living as a thug and keeping none of your earnings. What's your aim? The young son Haiyang's gaze is sharp, searching for answers in the eyes of the once innocent boy. Wei Xia, still cavalier, chuckles. What's the aim? Just to live. Look at me. With just a pager, I can summon dozens of brothers. Isn't that powerful? It's the only way I can find joy. Son Haiyang witnesses his complete descent and leaves in disappointment. After his release, Wei Xia begins to occupy a private room at a nightclub beside a tea company, ensuring thugs are stationed in gaming halls for protection. Today, they're ostensibly there to seize territory. At this moment, Wei Xia watches the street through the window of the private room, his gaze sharp. He is waiting for Chu AI, the individual from the DNA comparison. When Chu AI finally appears, Wei Xia coldly issues a command. The thugs clash violently, nearly 100 engaged in a fierce brawl, the scene grandiose. Huang Mao, following orders, rushes towards Chu AI, overpowering him and throwing a sack over his head, whisking him away unnoticed. In a dimly lit room, Chu AI feels a chill of fear. He looks down upon these lowly thugs, but today's events are clearly premeditated. The thugs themselves are not frightening. It's who orchestrates them from behind that instills terror, especially as he feels himself bound, masked, and subjected to brutal blows to his chest, head, and vital areas, rendering him nearly numb with pain. The makeshift spiked clubs rain down on his thighs, each strike creating a multitude of punctures, and now, in excruciating agony, Chu AI lacks even the strength to scream. Outside, Wei Xia, expressionless and masked, opens the door. At this moment, Chu AI looks at the mask, gripped by a profound dread. Something is amiss. He recalls the deaths of Yang Daong and Sun Xiaoli. He thinks of the inexplicable confrontations with the Black Mine and feels compelled to speak. Who are you? You're the one pulling the strings, aren't you? If you have guts, kill me. Go ahead, kill me. Beneath the mask, Wei Xia gazes coldly at the bloodied figure of Chu AI, his eyes filled only with hatred. This person, like Yang Daong, was once one of the masked men. Wei Xia remains silent, retrieving a medical mask to place over Chu AI's face, then dons a leather jacket over him, surveying him from head to toe. Upon seeing this outfit, Chu AI feels an icy dread, realizing the truth. Trembling, he finally asks, "Who are you? How do you know about the Wei family?" In that moment, Wei Xia coolly responds, "The son of the Wei family has come to exact vengeance." Chu AI nearly descends into madness. It is indeed the scion of the Wei family seeking retribution. 25 years in a rehabilitation facility. Son Haiyang, now aged, wrapped in a blanket and coughing violently. In his youth, he tirelessly pursued cases, leaving behind a legacy of health issues, and now, old and ailing, he pays little mind to his condition. Fixated on a live broadcast, feeling an unsettling chill. Vivid memories flood his mind. The carefree youth in prison, the one who spoke nonchalantly, was indifferent to all. Then there was the day he learned of Wei Xia's growing influence, controlling more and more power, with dozens of thugs at his command. At this moment, Sun Haiyang finally connects all the dots. He gazes at the mask and murmurs, "So, you ingratiated yourself into the underworld to amass followers, to create chaos and capture criminals amidst the turmoil. No wonder you always fought the fiercest and never kept any money. You were using every resource to hunt down drug dealers." Sun Haiyang coughs more violently, reflecting on his entire experience with Wei Xia. From the initial human trafficking case in a mining town to covering medical expenses, conducting interviews, confronting him at the arm amputation case's intersection, and questioning him in prison twice. It was all a ruse, all a fade. Entering prison was also part of your plan. Sun Haiyang's voice trembles with age. Ultimately, it all culminates in a deep sigh. It is simply too difficult. On Douyin, the comments surge once more. This is absolutely insane. How can an 18-year-old possess such intellect and courage? Wei Xia has never forgotten he is the eldest son, and having chosen to descend into the mire, he is destined to face the consequences from the very start. Step by step, everything is interlinked. The previous human trafficking case and the subsequent black mine conflict are all part of Wei Xia's audacious scheme. He is ruthless not just towards his enemies, but even more so towards himself. Chapter 39. Moving forward in contemporary Luoqiao, the viewership of Wei Xia's life retrospective has surpassed 10 million. Many are captivated by the unfolding scene. It is the end of March 1996, and Wei Xia has finally captured one of the murderers responsible for the massacre. Trembling with excitement, Wei Xia gazes through the mask, scrutinizing the drug dealer. He paces eagerly around Chu Ai, who is dressed identically to last year and Oppo's. It's New Year and Oppo's. It's Eve. Hatred simmers within the confines of his restrained fury. And Wei Xia and Oppo's heart races with exhilaration. He then bows his head at the nameless altar, trembling as he murmurs, I found you, I found you. I can take my revenge. Bound like last year's New Year's Eve, Chu Ai's face reflects sheer terror as he meets the gaze hidden beneath the mask. What kind of eyes are those? Bloodshot and ferocious, yet they exude an eerie calm and rationality. The live comment section erupts with new messages from the police. Regarding this individual, the police have records of Chu Ai. In the past, he killed 3 creditors over gambling debts, committed multiple robberies, and hijacked trucks, only to vanish without a trace. No matter how hard the police searched, he had seemingly disappeared. Yet here he is, under Wei Xia's watch. The audience watches in a frozen silence, their gaze fixated on the mask that inspires dread. In the scene, Chu Ai inhales deeply, suppressing his trembling body, and begins to plead for mercy. I have money. I still possess 250,000 and some gold. I will give it all to you. Silence weighs heavily. Chu Ai and Oppo's psychological defenses crumble, gasping for breath like a fish on the verge of asphyxiation. He is desperate to buy his life. The masked figure merely scoffs, as if speaking to himself, uttering words that Chu Ai does not wish to hear. Chu Ai, let me remind you, on New Year's Eve in 95 in a mining town, there was a van, a Santana, and 6 individuals clad in leather jackets, wearing masks, with scorpion tattoos on their arms. One of them administered poison, forcefully killing a woman. As the masked man recounts the gruesome details, despair washes over Chu Ai. You truly are a member of the Wei family. His emotions spiral out of control, his strength surging as he struggles, relentlessly questioning. They continue to search for one another, yet now that he has been located, the outcome is inevitable. The masked figure elaborates on every detail, setting out a small stool and sharpening a knife with methodical precision. The sound of the rough, scraping reverberates, reminiscent of a butcher preparing for slaughter. Such noise, akin to ancient torturous methods, can dismantle a person and Oppo's mental fortitude. In the throes of extreme fear, Chu Ai finally shatters, utterly devoid of strength. What do you want? I beg you. I will cooperate with anything. I can help you find others. In the dim room, the sound of the knife sharpening gradually subsides. The masked figure raises his head, his dark eye sockets seemingly penetrating Chu Ai's soul. Unseen by anyone, tears stream down the young face hidden beneath the mask. Wei Xia, fierce and ruthless, interrogates him with unyielding fervor. What distinctive features do the other participants in the massacre possess? What are their names? I will tell you everything. They're and Oppo's. Lu Chang, Luo Fei, Sun Xiaoli, Yang Daong. In a near lament, the psychological and physiological breakdown of Chu Ai accelerates his confession. Half an hour later, Wei Xia exits the dim room, removing his mask. Inside, the scene is drenched in blood. Wei Xia rubs his face, still trembling, before he begins to organize the recorded testimonies. First, the arm tattoos belong to the same drug trafficking group, but Chu Ai is unaware of the specifics. Secondly, the bald leader is named Lu Chang, nicknamed Xiangzi, a Sino-Burmese mixed blood, suspected to be a core member of the organization. Thirdly, the known individuals include Sun Xiaoli, Lu Chang, Chu Ai, Yang Daong, while 2 others are named Luo Fei and Zhang Wei. As he meticulously organizes the details on paper, Wei Xia crosses out the names of Sun Xiaoli and Yang Daong, encircling Chu Ai and Oppo's name instead. In the background, the weakening sounds of Chu Ai and Oppo's last gasps resonate, merging with the rustling of paper, hoarse and despairing. In the present day, in a hospital room, Wei Pingzheng furrows his brow as he gazes at the perpetrator of the massacre. The forces behind the massacre include not only the assassins, but also a drug trafficking chain from Western Yunnan and potentially even high-ranking insiders. Yet in that year, Wei Xia was barely an adult, burdened with the care of 4 younger siblings. All he had to rely on was himself. It is unfathomable to imagine what Wei Xia faced at that moment. Go report to the police. You cannot bear this alone. At that time, in a sanatorium, Sun Haiyang, now frail and coughing, still maintains an air of authority. He summons old subordinates to retrieve files concerning the Wei family. Upon reaching the section on Wei Xia and Amp, Appo's father, he discovers, captain of the anti-drug team in Yunnan, who has dismantled multiple drug trafficking routes attempting to infiltrate the country. Sun Haiyang and Amp, Appo's expression turns complex as he stows away the information, his complexion paling further. An anti-drug officer, he finally understands why Wei Xia hesitated to report. The enemies of an anti-drug officer are numerous, potentially linked to powerful officials. Reporting recklessly could lead to dire consequences. No wonder you face this alone. The enemy is too formidable, too unimaginable. Sun Haiyang sighs, reflecting on the countless times their paths crossed, ultimately lapsing into silence. On New Year's Eve, 25 years ago, many were celebrating. Hot pot, festive meals, firecrackers, fireworks, and even watching the gala. Some families were glued to the live broadcast, observing Wei Xia and Amp, Appo's frenzied determination and composed rationality. Such a person, could he be considered a good man? In Yeching, a full-time mother expresses her complex sentiments. In Luochio, 2 youths observe, perhaps the ISN and Amp, Appo's a good person, but he has never been truly bad. The boys and Amp, Appo's expressions are intricate. For someone who has avenged his parents and fiercely protects his siblings, how could he be anything but good? A new scene unfolds in Wei Xia and Amp, Appo's retrospective of his life. In the dim room, Chu Ai is barely clinging to life, bruised and battered, slumped in a chair, showing no signs of resistance, merely breathing faintly. Upon seeing the masked figure return, Chu Ai remains silent, too despondent even to plead for mercy. Wei Xia holds a dark brown plastic bottle, its contents swaying gently as he places it before Chu Ai. This pesticide was deliberately chosen, reminiscent of the bottle placed before his mother last New Year in Amp, Appo's Eve. Then, Wei Xia opens the pesticide bottle, prying Chu Ai and Amp, Appo's mouth open. Subsequently, he departs. The midday sun cascades through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground, warming the surroundings. Time appears tranquil, yet the more beautiful it is, the more lonely Wei Xia feels as he lowers his gaze. His father once hoped he would become a police officer, while his mother envisioned a path in public service, or perhaps a career as a doctor or lawyer. But what now? Wei Xia raises his hand, the sunlight revealing a hint of crimson. It is soiled. I am sorry, Mom and Dad. I have not inherited your glory. I bear no badge of justice. Wei Xia murmurs, staring at the tattoos and scars adorning his body. Those grotesque markings seem to mock him. No matter how brilliant the sunlight, his body is forever condemned to linger in the filth. I have not become a doctor, nor will I be a lawyer, much less inherit my father and Appo's identity. Mom and Dad, I have disappointed you. Chapter 40. A desperate situation in early April 1996 in Luochio. Wei Xia commanded attention amidst the swirling smoke, shaking off the ash from his cigarette as he addressed his subordinates. Listen up. We must uncover who is behind the tea company. With a grip on 2 districts and nearly 200 core members scattered across various grassroots industries. News of their inquiry spread swiftly, eliciting immediate responses. Lu Changjiang, with his bleached hair, gazed at Wei Xia with a fervor in his eyes, as the name of the wolf brother echoed with authority in Luochio. After Lu and his crew departed, Wei Xia discarded the severed arm of Chu Ai, adorned with a scorpion tattoo, at the entrance of a residential complex. He then sought out a public phone booth and dialed a number, one that Chu Ai had instructed Lu Chang to keep. With a frigid tone, Wei Xia stated, "Old Family District, 3rd floor, come take a look." On the other end, the bald Lu Chang's heart raced with anxiety. "Who are you? A member of the Black Mine? Speak clearly." Just come see this scorpion tattoo. In Napo's, that's rather ordinary. Lu Chang exploded in rage, but before he could finish, the line went dead. Frustrated, he slammed down the receiver. Damn it, let in AMP, Oppo's, ESCO. The address was unmistakably Chu AI and AMP, Oppo's, S residence. How could he be unaware? A sense of unease washed over Lu Chang as he recalled Yang Daong and Sun Xiaoli, who had vanished without a trace. Upon arriving at the designated location and beholding the macabre sight of the severed arm, his fury reached its zenith. Chu AI is gone. He cursed, a look of horror creeping into his expression. This marked the third disappearance. Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, and now Chu AI, all seemingly orchestrated by an unseen hand that manipulated events from behind the scenes. They could not see their adversary, yet one by one, their comrades vanished, leaving Lu Chang shivering with dread. Search for them, find them, and eliminate them, he ordered, suppressing his murderous intent. Inform the people behind this to send more men. In the evening at the tea company, in a haze-filled conference room, one of Lu Chang's underlings reported, "Brother, there are many looking for us in Luochio. In the old district, a gang of thugs is prying into our affairs, along with the Black Mines rats." Lu Chang narrowed his eyes at the report. A dozen dangerous men, all bearing the weight of past crimes, chimed in with fierce expressions. "Let us take them out. Let us see who dares to inquire about us." The atmosphere grew tense. They had witnessed kidnappings and extortion before. A severed arm would not intimidate them. Yet moments later, the fervor in the room dissipated when a package arrived from the tea company's front desk, purportedly sent by an unknown individual for the boss. As they cautiously opened it, a severed leg clad in black trousers tumbled out. To facilitate recognition, the sender had even included clothing and shoes. Lu Chang's hair stood on end. That's Chu AI's leg. In that instant, Lu Chang's complexion turned ashen as the implication sank in. Who were they dealing with? This was a person who intended for them to face annihilation. The Black Mines vermin may prey on the weak, but they would not dare confront the likes of him. Those capable of such acts were nothing short of ruthless madmen. Now it seemed they were like wild dogs, waiting for opportunities to strike. Lu Chang had had enough of this pervasive fear. Crushing his cigarette stub, he declared, "Let us act. If we allow them to continue like this. Today it's Chu AI. Tomorrow, it could be me with my limbs in unknown places." However, his current survival was not solely due to brute force. He had a vast network of connections backing him. Late at night, staring out the window, Lu Chang clenched his teeth, pondering, who could it be? Does the Wei family have any allies, or perhaps relatives? He scrutinized the information from Yunnan, which revealed that besides the couple, the rest of the Wei relatives were ordinary folks, unaware of their true identities. Wei family. After much contemplation, Lu Chang's frown deepened. The only sound the rustling of paper as he flipped through the documents. As for the Wei children, the eldest was merely 18 or 19 years old, hardly a concern. On New Year in AMP, Oppo's, Eve, in the police station, the dumplings in the box had grown cold, but young Officer Chen Xiaowen paid no mind. He was sifting through old case files with Officer Zhou, tracing the past of drug dealers. Ma Zhou, from Shiko Town, had participated in the Luochio gold heist in '94, crafting a nail gun to kill a security guard during his escape. Chen Diyu, from Hutu village, had robbed a taxi in '95, resulting in the driver's death, and subsequently committed multiple crimes using the same method to kill 3 others before fleeing. These files detailed the notorious henchman of Lu Chang. As he delved deeper, Chen Xiaowen was increasingly astonished. At merely 19, Wei Xia faced criminals that even adults dared not confront, and now he was seeking vengeance alone. This was not just difficult. Old Zhou observed, murmuring in complexity. The online show detailing the investigation was gaining immense popularity, drawing the attention of law enforcement. Wu Kangwen, the captain of the criminal division in Luochio, and Zhang Engshi, the deputy chief, analyzed the program with furrowed brows. Psychological resilience is key, Wu stated. Wei Xia and Oppo's initial step was to design a human trafficking case around Yang Daong, gathering partial testimonies and DNA evidence. The second step involved orchestrating an explosion to provoke retaliation from the Black Mine criminals, leading to Sun Xiaoli's demise, while also uncovering the T Company's stronghold. The third step entailed inciting a large-scale brawl among thugs, seizing the opportunity to capture Chu AI and extract specific information about Lu Chang. Each step intricately connected, leveraging momentum and strategically positioning himself to unearth new evidence. After Wu's analysis, Zhang Engshi nodded in agreement, though he sighed, "What a promising talent. What a pity. If he had chosen the righteous path, his achievements would be unimaginable today." As the show aired, its popularity soared, landing at the top of trending topics. A new section appeared on Weibo, with the left side depicting Wei Xia, gaunt and alone, appearing to smile, yet seeming to weep upon closer inspection. The right side showcased Lu Chang and his band of outlaws, shrouded in shadows, labeled as a drug trafficking syndicate, exuding a menacing aura. The juxtaposition of images created a heavy, tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, new comments flooded in. He is so weary, burdened not only by the blood feud of his parents, but also by the safety of his siblings. He has sacrificed his own dreams, dismantling his most cherished home, even destroying his future in life. It's truly tragic. His greatest anguish lies not in carrying hatred, but in profound loneliness, a solitude that no one comprehends. With siblings harboring hatred and family indifference, some individuals are destined to bloom and wither in obscurity, forever unrecognized. Chapter 41. I am destined to decay. But you must not. The eldest son of Wei Xia retraces new scenes. April 1996. Luoqiu Police Station. Standing at a height of 167 meters, Wei Xia has recently dyed his hair a striking yellow, adorned with fearsome blue dragon tattoos on both arms, while scars for knife wounds are concealed beneath his clothing. His forehead and shoulders bear marks of violence, exuding an aura of ferocity. The calloused knuckles of his hands reveal a history of brawls. Behave yourself, the prison guard admonishes. Having been apprehended for fighting, Wei Xia faces the officer and Oppo's reprimand with a nonchalant smile, seemingly indifferent to the scolding. Cheng Zhong, aged by a year of turmoil, now bears an increasingly stooped back. Upon seeing Wei Xia for the first time in the police station, his expression shifts to one of rage. Are you determined to break this family apart? You reckless fool, look at yourself. If it weren't and Oppo's tea for you, would we need to move? Cheng Zhong and Oppo's fury ignites, his chest heaving as darkness clouds his vision. Yet, Wei Xia remains unfazed, merely laughing, his eyes glinting with a youthful swagger. Sun Haiyang, now the head of a major criminal investigation team, observes Wei Xia and gestures for his colleagues to leave. He pauses on the staircase, placing a hand on Wei Xia's shoulder. You were once so resilient, so full of life. How have you come to this? Sun Haiyang recalls the image of that young man in the valley, and the moment he left the hospital, wounded and wishing to spare his family from worry. All that remains now is a sigh. Feigning ignorance to Sun Haiyang and Oppo's sigh, Wei Xia departs the police station and heads straight to the casino, armed with a club. In a dark internet CAF at Luoqiu No. 1 Middle School, Wei Xia kicks open the door and strides into the back room. Sun Jian, the CAF and Oppo's owner, is engrossed in a game, but is soon met with a flurry of blows. Bruises form on his shoulders, waist, and arms as he cries out in agony. Who are you? What do you want? Those who run such establishments are no innocents. Yet Sun Jian finds himself cowering in a corner, trembling and barely able to speak after having been beaten previously by this inexplicable assailant. After dispatching his lackeys, Wei Xia departs with a cold smile. It is only when Wei Xia and Oppo's silhouette fades from view that Sun Jian, shaking and in severe pain, manages to call the police. I and Oppo's been inexplicably attacked again, still by that same group. This time, Wei Xia is detained for several days for education and is even compelled to compensate the victim. However, upon his release, he immediately returns to assault Sun Jian once more. The previous wounds on Sun Jian have yet to heal, and he curls up on the ground, trembling and dazed. I won't call the police anymore. I'm too scared. Fear grips him. These individuals are utterly deranged. Unexpectedly, Wei Xia squats down, striking Sun Jian's head with his club, a cruel smile on his lips. After leaving again, Son Jian struggles to his feet, pondering whom he has offended. Was it those kids from the third school? Or perhaps the chubby one from the first school? After much contemplation, Son Jian grits his teeth and summons all his thugs. Remember, we can't bully anyone anymore. He is terrified. That person is a madman, and he dares not take the risk. Word spreads, not only within the first school, but also reaches the third school. Students from all three institutions hear the news. They must not bully others, for a madman is exacting revenge. Even the leaders of the local delinquents tremble, naturally instilling fear among their ranks. They remain oblivious to the identity of the individual behind it all. As Wei Xia exits the internet CAF, his yellow-haired companion offers him a cigarette, a complex expression on his face. Wolf brother, your younger brother is being bullied. You and Amp, Oppos, we've gone to jail for him so many times. Why not tell him? He can see that Wolf brother's sibling seems to look down on him, even exuding an air of superiority. The smoke, illuminated by the setting sun, appears exquisite, yet Wei Xia simply shakes his head, internally reflecting, I am a wretched being. I must not involve them. I know I will meet a grim fate. But that and Oppos, as fine, just as long as they remain untainted by my troubles. The moniker Wolf begins to circulate among the students of various middle schools, from the first to the third. Occasionally, as Wei Xia passes the first school, he catches sight of Wang Shuai, the most subdued among the students, who suffers greatly at the hands of bullies. Summoning his courage, Wang Shuai calls out to Wei Xia, Big brother, hello. In that moment, many other students, often victimized, join in greeting him. Big brother, Wolf brother. Their eyes glimmer with admiration and gratitude. It is said that it is thanks to Wolf brother that the local delinquents have begun to restrain themselves, refraining from beating them. Amidst the chorus of voices, Wei Xia, with a playful grin, shakes his head and waves in greeting. The other thugs watch from a distance, unnerved, suspecting that this leader might be deranged for standing up for a bunch of kids. In a contemporary Luoqiao hospital room, Wei Pingzheng recalls certain memories, 1996. As if struck by a revelation, he gradually regains focus. That year, I was in the second year of middle school, bullied at school. Those thugs cornered me in the restroom, threatening to beat me if I didn't pay them. Then, suddenly, they wanted no money and even apologized. It is said a madman had inexplicably beaten their leader several times, instilling enough fear to make these ruffians relent. As he reflects, Wei Pingzheng gazes with complexity, seemingly witnessing scenes from the past. Back at the first school, students were abuzz discussing why the bullies had ceased to target them. A classmate remarked to Wei Pingzheng, the thug who runs the internet CAF has been seen recently bandaged up. The young Wei Pingzheng smirked, relieved. It's just dogs biting dogs among the thugs. But at least school is peaceful now. No one is bullying the students. Those ruffians were no good people. Such individuals have no future. The memories begin to fade. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng's vision becomes nearly frozen in time. The third son of the Wei family, now a rising political star among the elite, reflects on how, in 1996, the yellow-haired Wei Xia silently watched him go to and from school. Wei Pingzheng recalls that year, when Wei Xia faced the drug dealers with determination while also managing to protect him during his own growth. He had said he would die without a trace and vowed not to drag his siblings down with him. Wei Pingzheng remained silent, turning to gaze at the despondent figure on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life. A sudden wave of sorrow washes over him. In the present-day sanatorium, Sun Haiyang also observes. Now retired and aged, he peers through the haze, recalling that yellow-haired boy from 1996. Back then, Wei Xia curled up in a corner, whispering to himself that he would meet a tragic end and urging his family not to be involved. During that time, Wei Xia stealthily visited his younger brothers, Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng, nurturing them in unseen corners, silently protecting them. He would never disclose his struggles to his family. He feared involving them, preferring to bear the hatred alone. Sun Haiyang sighs, an increasing tide of emotions surging within him, leaving him unable to discern whether it is regret or pity. That year, Wei Xia was 19. The comments on social media are complex, so he said his own conclusion from the very beginning. He has lost everything save for his family. Wei Xia, open your eyes and see your siblings today. Chapter 42. What will you do in the future? Wei Xia. A new scene. Wei Pingsheng simulates the life of the eldest son. The second son of the Wei family is still simulating the life of the eldest son. Wei Pingsheng, through his dealings, especially capitalizing on the electrical appliance boom of 1996, now possesses a savings account with several thousand yuan, marking him as a minor player in the gray market, capable of controlling the supply chain at the grassroots level. However, he has already moved for the fourth time. Furthermore, his four younger siblings have been adopted by others, with both Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng having been entrusted to different families. He feels a profound sense of helplessness, realizing that he lacks the ability to protect them in such circumstances. Leaving seems to be the only viable option. Wei Pingsheng arrives alone at the home of the family who adopted Wei Pingzheng, observing quietly from outside. It is no wonder that no one wants him. He cannot even manage basic household chores. Inside, a middle-aged woman snacks on sunflower seeds, casting a scornful glance at Wei Pingzheng, who struggles to wash clothes, sneering. Work hard. Remember to prepare dinner when I return for playing cards. Outside, Wei Pingsheng clenches his fists, his expression darkening, ultimately sighing before departing. He rides his bicycle to the home of his own adoptive family from his childhood. From a distance, he observes a family of three enjoying a meal, which includes stewed potatoes and beef, along with several eggs. The adoptive couple and their biological child are present, but Wei Pingsheng's absence is palpable. He spots a small table in the corner, adorned with a dish of pickled vegetables and a bowl of rice. Wei Pingsheng, now considerably thinner, struggles to swallow. Outside, as he gazes at his younger self, he closes his eyes, a surge of anger welling within him. He has often contemplated barging in to scold them and take his brother away. Yet, after a long moment, he opens his eyes, revealing a sense of despair. He dares not act, for the enemy lurks in the shadows. A former associate in the electrical trade had warned him. In days past, when Wei Xia was the leader, life felt so normal. This marks the first time Wei Pingsheng feels a sense of powerlessness. Why is it so arduous to simulate the life of the eldest son? Comments flood in. Because someone is a madman in the corners you cannot see. Because Wei Xia will always remember he is the eldest son, allowing you to grow up happily. As Wei Pingsheng grapples with confusion, a new scene emerges, tracing back the life of Wei Xia as the eldest son. Now, Wei Xia has become a notorious figure in the underworld of Luoqiu City, known as the Wolf. Following the Sun Jin incident, many now refer to him as Mad Brother. However, he is not in Luoqiu City at present, but rather in a remote village to the east. A thug who frequently drives a truck introduces him to an old man here, where he procures a fake ID. With this counterfeit identification, Wei Xia arrives at the entrance of a tea company. The receptionist politely stops him, stating, "Without an appointment, you cannot enter." "What are you looking for?" "I manage a nightclub beside the high school, and am here to discuss business with your boss." This year, Luoqiu is particularly chaotic, filled with all kinds of people. Managing a nightclub implies that someone powerful is backing him. The receptionist calmly assesses him before turning to summon the manager. The tea company is merely a front. The real profits stem from their original business of drug trafficking. The nominal manager, Sun Bin, scans Wei Xia with a discerning eye, lighting a cigarette and gesturing for him to sit down. "Brother, you seem unfamiliar. What business do you have with our tea company?" Wei Xia casually leans back on the sofa, smiling broadly while quietly scrutinizing the man in his 30s before him. "The old district of Luoqiu calls me the Wolf. My nightclub needs some supplies." Sun Bin has indeed heard of him, having encountered him several times recently. He is recognized as a gang leader. However, to secure drugs, his identity must be verified. Thus, Sun Bin calls for a thug under his command, who arrives trembling at the sight of Wei Xia, nearly shaking in fear. The thug had witnessed Wei Xia assaulting individuals in a cyber CAF, and now he bows respectfully. "Wolf brother." After confirming Wei Xia's identity, Sun Bin dismisses the trembling thug. "Brother, don't take it personally, but we cannot just hand these out. You'll have to try it." Sun Bin's gaze sharpens, fixated on Wei Xia, as a package of drugs is laid on the table before them. If Wei Xia hesitates, he might well be a spy gathering information. Yet, Wei Xia merely scoffs, scraping a bit off with his nail, inhaling it with familiarity, and then smiles. Good stuff. Sunbin also smiles, nodding. How much do you need for your nightclub? However, we don't have any in stock right now. You'll have to wait. After Wei Xia specifies the quantity he desires, Sunbin discreetly calls for his men, his expression shifting to one of cold calculation. Call the police. Inform them that someone is dealing drugs here and have this kid locked up. Let us see if he has any issues in prison. Sunbin is ruthless. He is not one to easily trust others. By sending Wei Xia to prison, he will keep a close watch on this rogue to ascertain his true intentions. Within 20 minutes, Wei Xia is apprehended at the intersection. Detective Sun Haiyang, upon hearing that Wei Xia has been caught with drugs, rushes over, his expression grim, gripping Wei Xia by the collar and scolding, "You little brat, do you even understand what you're doing? Fighting, gambling, those can all be forgiven. But there's no turning back. These substances are the result of countless lives lost by Border Patrol and anti-narcotics officers. How dare you break this line?" Having witnessed Wei Xia and Oppo's growth over the years, his anger intensifies. Yet, Wei Xia remains unfazed, indifferent to the reprimands, even threatening to swallow a toothbrush to intimidate the officers. Fearing the situation might escalate, they detain him for 48 hours, ultimately fining him a small amount before releasing him. The drug dealer under surveillance returns to the tea company, reporting back to Sun Bin, who then relays the information to Bald Lu Chong. "Strong brother, that kid really did use drugs, and the police caught him. They even asked about him. The informant reported that he kept his mouth shut." "Interesting," responds Bald Lu Chong, nodding in satisfaction. "Let us provide him with some drugs. Luo Chio needs a supply line." At this moment, the comments on Douyin surge. Wei Xia is truly a madman. He getting involved with such things. He diving headfirst into the fray. His father is an anti-drug officer. How can he not understand what drugs entail? Yet he still gets involved? This person is simply insane. Does he think he can resist with sheer willpower? That's impossible. It's drugs we're talking about. Now Wei Xia is genuinely beginning to engage with the tea trade as a major thug. He must get closer to the other culprits, for they will no longer grant him opportunities. Yet with Wei Xia's ruthless nature, once he identifies the culprits, he will eradicate them completely. By the time Wei Xia is released, it is already deep into the night. In the outskirts, he silently burns paper offerings in homage to his parents. The wind is strong, mixed with a light snow, the chill seeping into his bones as the flames flicker. His father is an anti-drug officer, and both his parents have dedicated their lives to combating drug trafficking and eliminating spies. Now, he finds himself entering the same circles as those drug dealers under the guise of cooperation, even engaging with such substances. He remains uncertain whether this path is right or wrong. Wei Xia, his shirt impeccably buttoned, holds a black umbrella, rising to his feet as he murmurs softly, his voice barely audible yet resolute. "I will not collaborate with them. I will never do so. Dad, I'm not an anti-drug officer, nor will I ever be. However, I will continue the work you started. The drug trafficking syndicate you could not completely eradicate. I will confront them. I walk in the shadows, just as you did, along the edges of the mire, but we are the same. Even if the cost is my life, I will not halt my steps. The drug syndicate and their assassins continue to lurk. I must protect my younger siblings, and my path is already set. Yet, I am unafraid." The solemn promise lingered. As Wei Xia and Oppo's figure intertwined with his father and Oppo's passed unseen by any witness. Flames surged fiercely, dazzling and radiant, bravely burning amidst the gloomy sky, until they were reduced to ashes. Snowflakes settled upon the umbrella, and the youth resembled a decayed spear, sharp and imposing. In the wilderness, the wind and snow whirled. The flames gradually extinguished, leaving only oaths and commitments, standing solitary like a forlorn silhouette. On a sunlit bench at the contemporary sanatorium, Sun Haiyang finally comprehended. Previously, when Wei Xia attempted to engage with those involved in narcotics, he believed Wei Xia's intentions were solely for vengeance against the drug traffickers. However, he had never considered that Wei Xia and Oppo's ambitions extended far beyond mere retribution. His true objective was to uproot the drug trafficking syndicate entirely. How could one individual possibly achieve such a feat? Do you realize the magnitude of what you are up against? It involves countless border soldiers and the relentless efforts of numerous national anti-narcotics teams who have been unable to eradicate this criminal network. The drug syndicate and Oppo's web of interests is deeply intertwined with extensive backing. This is not a battle that can be won by one person in Oppo's strength alone. Yet, as he gazed at that faint flicker of flame amidst the heavy snow, his eyes stung with unshed tears. Alas! At the contemporary Yecheng nursing home, Cheng Zhong also observed his aged eyes, now clouded, filled with tears. Such a perilous foray into narcotics? In the Yecheng infirmary, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling fell into profound silence, realizing he had truly embarked on this arduous path. The livestream comments began to flood in. He seeks not only vengeance, but also the eradication of the drug trafficking organization, as this would protect many. Wei Xia, what will you do in the future? Chapter 43. The ideal and dreams at the end of January 2025, after the new year in Oppo's Eve had passed. Many people were enjoying themselves at various attractions, while others strolled through the commercial street, glued to their phones, watching the footage of Wei Xia, the eldest son, recounting a new chapter. It was the harsh winter of 1996, heavy snow blanketing the ground. As the sounds of military training echoed from the police academy in the newly developed area of Luochio, Wei Xia, holding an umbrella, passed by the academy once more, gazing longingly at the institution. Groups of young cadets, clad in training uniforms, marched in with straight backs and spirited demeanors. 18 and 19-year-old students lined up neatly, running tirelessly within the campus, sweating profusely as they shouted their slogans. To establish a patriotic ambition, to forge a loyal spirit, to cultivate a sense of justice, to gather righteousness for the common good. The young man beneath the umbrella instinctively echoed the words, his voice solemn. To establish a patriotic ambition, to forge a loyal spirit, to cultivate a sense of justice, to gather righteousness for the common good. Wei Xia watched with a heavy heart, his voice barely a whisper. He yearned to be one of them, standing in the sunlight, laughing and running alongside his peers. To establish a patriotic ambition, he murmured repeatedly, lost in a reverie. In that moment, he felt a twinge of envy. He knew that this dream was one he might never realize in his lifetime. Yet, he remained transfixed at the entrance of the academy, where the emblem symbolizing glory and responsibility gleamed. Listening as the students recited in unison, I voluntarily become a freshman at the police academy. I vow to dedicate everything for the badge upon my chest for the people, for the citizens, for justice. I will eradicate all toxins and dangers threatening the populace. The mountains and rivers are our monuments. History may not remember us, but beneath the wild grass and desolate hills, our spirit endures. The resounding echoes made his eyes sting, and he followed along, word for word. Our spirit endures. Tears blurred his vision, and his body trembled with an overwhelming desire to stand among them, to shout those words. This was the life his parents had envisioned for him. But now, that opportunity had slipped away, and it would never return. All he could do was stand in the falling snow, feeling desolate and sorrowful. That day, Wei Xia lingered for a long time, holding his umbrella against the snow, his gaze filled with an emptiness that mirrored the barren landscape. He looked at himself, disheveled yellow hair, arms adorned with menacing tattoos, and a body marred by scars. How could someone like him ever belong in such a noble and grand place? Standing for a long while outside the police academy, he finally took a step forward, trudging through the snow as if fleeing from his dreams. I must leave. This place does not belong to me. Yet, I truly love it here. In the bustling commercial center of the old city of Luochio, two students sighed as they watched the footage of Wei Xia. Wei Xia's dreams have shattered. The police academy was the place he yearned for in the first half of his life. He gazed at the badge, envy spilling from his eyes. At the Yecheng swimming pool, a security guard also watched the footage. This is the ideal of the eldest son of the Wei family. His siblings have achieved their dreams. But what about him? The one left behind is the most solitary. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng silently observed. So this was your greatest passion. Now, as he closed his eyes, memories of Wei Xia flooded his mind. His yellow hair, tattoos, scars, smoking, gambling, greed, and cowardice. And there, in the heavy snow, stood a solitary figure. Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling exchanged complicated glances at the hospital bed, struggling to believe. A narcotics officer. The house burning was a lie. The gambling was a lie. The greed was a lie. The image of Wei Xia, their eldest brother, began to merge with that of the lonely youth on screen. The tears reflected in his eyes as he gazed at the badge. They could hardly comprehend how the notorious thug of Luochio could hold such a steadfast belief in something so precious, nearly akin to life itself. Now, lying on a hospital bed, Wei Xia appeared exceptionally frail, his past wounds rendering him almost lifeless. The host suddenly spoke. I voluntarily become a freshman at the police academy. I vow to dedicate everything for the badge upon my chest. Under the camera and amp, Oppos, S-gaze, Wei Xia, nearly unconscious, suddenly moved his lips, faintly following the recitation. Just as he had in the past, the female host instinctively spoke, witnessing this scene, her tears flowing even more profusely. Finally, she sighed, her voice soft. In your life, you still never became a narcotics officer. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Even in unconsciousness, he follows the recitation. This is not a promise to anyone, but rather the most devout faith in his heart. Ideals? For the eldest son of the Wei family. They are far too precious and luxurious. Unfortunately, he is now the eldest son, and he must support this family. Wei Xia has already sunk into the mire. He can be ruthless to those who bully his siblings, can repeatedly beat up thugs, and can seek vengeance against Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, and Chu Ai. But his ideals are gone, and he can never realize them in this lifetime. The new footage of Wei Xia. In mid-April 1996, Wei Xia began to gain permission from a tea company, presenting him with the opportunity to procure a small batch of ecstasy pills. Following this, Brother Chong remarked that he could provide this batch. It all depended on how much he could handle. Manager Sun Bin, grinning with pride, opened his suitcase. Wei Xia and Oppos' pupils constricted slightly, but his expression remained composed. The entire box was filled with ecstasy. Here, this is a sample. Take it home and try it out. When the time comes, bring the money for the handover. Wei Xia cheerfully cradled the bag, kissing it, his eyes gleaming with greed, prompting Sun Bin to scoff. You've seen so little of the world. All right, at 2 in the morning, room 302 of the Mona nightclub. Remember to collect the goods. Watching the other party walk away, Wei Xia departed, and deep into the night, he sent the items to Ma Tai Gang, the captain of the Luochio narcotics team, including an address for a meeting. Ma Tai Gang, known for his decisiveness, frowned slightly upon seeing the ecstasy, sensing something was amiss. However, he did not refuse, as leads on drug dealers were hard to come by. Ma Tai Gang appeared in a narrow alley next to a barber shop in the old town. But when the other party showed up, he couldn't help but scowl. A yellow-haired thug came to see me? Speak up, what do you want? Ma Tiegong's tone was fierce. He despised such thugs who did not take their education seriously. Wei Xia chuckled awkwardly, admiring the police uniform on Ma Tai Gang, and began to flatter him. Captain Ma is brilliant. I have a source and could go undercover, but he rubbed his thumb, mimicking money with his fingers, his eyes glinting with greed. My commission cannot be low. Ma Tai Gang, upon hearing this, reprimanded. Do you have any idea how dangerous this stuff is? If it gets out into the underground market of Luochio, do you know how many lives would be ruined? Even if you don't care for yourself, think about your family. Ma Tai Gang and Amp. Oppos. Low, angry voice pressed down heavily, while Wei Xia simply smiled and nodded, though his hands remained restless, clearly still seeking money. Seeing this, Ma Tai Gang sighed in resignation and finally acquiesced. Then you can be a mole. At that moment, Wei Xia was immensely excited, shaking hands and bowing. Thank you, Captain Ma. Are you out of your mind? Making money off drug dealers? If anything goes wrong, I can't protect you. Witnessing Wei Xia's demeanor, Ma Tai Gang felt utterly helpless and began to question him. Upon hearing Ma Tai Gang and Oppos' inquiry, Wei Xia merely shook his head with a smile. Not at all. After midnight, at 2 in the morning, room 302 of the Mona nightclub, Ma Tai Gang requested Wei Xia to leave his ID. Wei Xia dropped a fake ID. Back at the station, Ma Taigang began to investigate the identity Wei Xia had left behind, discovering he was the son of a rural farmer in Luochio, his brow furrowing deeper. What could possibly motivate this individual to willingly become a mole, and why was he so cheerful? A shameless thug. Did he not realize how dangerous it could be if discovered? On Douyin, the live-streaming bullet comments surged once more. Because Wei Xia understood the dangers inherent in this situation, he chose to act as an informant. He did not wish to succumb to moral decay, but rather to eliminate the villains and subsequently present the clues and evidence to the authorities, thus preserving his integrity. He harbored no ambitions or ulterior motives. He merely longed to experience the profession he cherished most, a sensation only attainable in his dreams. In this moment, as the bullet comments appeared, many felt a pang of sympathy. Some individuals bear an excessive burden. Their ideals can only find realization within the realm of dreams. Chapter 44. He does not perceive a future for himself in a live broadcast. The Douyin host Yang Xiao spoke with a somber tone. Wei Xia has been relentlessly advancing. Have you all considered? Wei Xia is merely 19 years old, yet he has been embroiled in chaos for a year. In that time, he has schemed against the black market, plotted against the ruffians of Luochio City, investigated drug trafficking organizations, and orchestrated revenge. He has accomplished all this at just 19. As Yang Xiao paused, the comments began to shift to a new topic: what Wei Xia had been doing in recent months. Aside from protecting and educating his younger siblings, Wei Xia has been involved in fights and mingling with the underworld. He has manipulated the black market figure Ma Chilio, treating it as a mere pawn. With the dual burdens of protecting his family and confronting drug cartels, has he not grown weary after a full year? What can he do if he is exhausted? He has no one to rely on. The scene then shifted to a new chapter in Wei Xia's life history. It was late May 1996. At 2 a.m, a significant number of police officers gathered outside the Mona nightclub in the old district of Luochio, drawing the attention of many onlookers. A young man, tattooed with fierce dragon designs, was handcuffed and led out of the club, his head bowed in shame. Among the patrons inside, someone recognized him and voiced their surprise. Isn't that the notorious wolf who has been making waves in Luochio lately? What has happened to him? Don't ask. I heard he got involved with drugs, and the narcotics team caught wind of it. The crowd buzzed with speculation until Wei Xia was placed in a police vehicle. This was part of a cleverly orchestrated operation to infiltrate the drug trade. The key player in this act was the stern and unyielding narcotics team leader, Ma Taigang, who aimed to both crack down on the nightclub's drug dealings and apprehend the ruffian Wolf to complete the performance. He wanted the drug dealers to understand that Wolf was in no trouble. Through the car window, Wei Xia caught sight of Sun Bin entering the nightclub, observing him through the glass. In that moment, Wei Xia remained expressionless inside the car, while Sun Bin ambled by like a casual passerby, offering a faint smile. Although he was unsure how the information had leaked, he was curious to see whether this madman would expose them. In the interrogation room, harsh lights blazed blindingly bright. Even with his eyes shut, Wei Xia could not escape their penetrating glare. It was now the third day since his capture. Outside the glass, two narcotics officers exchanged glances, frowning as they interrogated him. Are you not going to confess? It's been 3 days, and we've kept the lights on. You can't possibly sleep like this. And with nothing to eat, just a bit of water. How long did that timid junkie last a few days ago? Not even 12 hours, right? This kid is tough. The officers shared a knowing look, intrigued. The seemingly frail young man was proving to be quite resilient. Then, Ma Taigang, clad in his police uniform, appeared outside the interrogation room. The narcotics officers greeted him, and he nodded before stepping into the room, avoiding the recording device, and speaking softly to Wei Xia. I'm sorry, but I cannot release you just yet. This operation has only just begun. Although I've apprehended those dealing drugs at the nightclub, I suspect someone within the narcotics team is compromised. Therefore, you must cooperate and stay in detox for a few more days. Wei Xia, looking pale and bloodshot from lack of sleep, managed a gentle reply. Thank you, Captain Ma. I understand your position. Ma Taigang had heard that Wei Xia had endured much, and his expression grew increasingly complex. This kind of interrogation breaks many who have been caught before. Even the cunning middle-aged drug dealers would crack. So who exactly are you? Wei Xia smiled, conserving his strength, his voice barely a whisper. You will know when the time is right. Physical pain is nothing. It is the psychological anguish that truly hurts. So, I find it manageable. With a grin, Wei Xia revealed his teeth, though Ma Taigang remained puzzled. Yet, Wei Xia continued to smile, tears glistening in his eyes as he softly murmured something that Ma Taigang could not quite hear. However, in 2025, many viewers watching the retrospective on Wei Xia would hear him repeatedly recite this vow. I swear to dedicate myself for the badge on my chest, for the people, for the citizens, for justice. I shall eradicate all drugs and threats to the safety of the populace. In the hospital room, a nurse wiped away her tears continuously. He has taken on the role of a narcotics officer. He bears all the pressure because he believes it is his duty, yet he is not one. So he must repeatedly tell himself this oath to deceive his mind. Otherwise, he cannot endure. At that time, in the Tianhai community of Luoqiao City, Ma Taigang, the former narcotics team leader, had long since retired. Years of relentless battle had left him with numerous gunshot and knife wounds, as well as ailments like rheumatism and cervical spondylosis, now culminating in serious illness. While his grandson watched the retrospective, familiar figures appeared on screen, causing Ma Taigang's vision to blur. His grandson quickly handed him a tissue. "Grandpa, why are you crying?" Ma Taigang trembled as he pointed to the murmuring figure, his nose tingling with emotion. "That yellow-haired boy. He has always wanted to be a narcotics officer in a profession with a life expectancy of less than 40. I owe him something." He recalled his past disdain for the yellow-haired youth, even contemplating whether he might be a double agent posing as an informant. Thus, he had allowed his subordinates to interrogate Wei Xia harshly, wanting to test him. Liu Chong and Sun Bin from the drug cartel did not trust Wei Xia, and neither did Ma Taigang. Both sides were testing each other. Ma Taigang focused intently on the screen and suddenly spoke, his voice weathered. "You're not a narcotics officer, but you believe you are, so you have taken on the mantle of one. You have assigned yourself a mission and responsibility." He turned to his grandson, his expression distant. "I never believed in him nor encouraged him. All he received from me were reprimands. In my eyes, he was merely a greedy informant, a person who dared not show his face in public. I owe him a measure of trust." The grandson looked on in confusion. "Is he good?" At that moment, Ma Taigang's emotions were complex, and he offered no explanation. "You will understand in time." In the silent hospital room, Wei Pingzheng appeared almost dazed as he watched the retrospective. In the simulation, Wei Ping had been fleeing with his family, constantly moving, and had even relocated from Luoqiao City. Meanwhile, Wei Xia had begun his undercover mission for revenge, agonizing over how to dismantle the drug cartel. Wei Pingzheng remained silent, his head bowed, unable to fathom how his second brother would feel once he exited the simulation and witnessed Wei Xia's memories. After all, their experiences were nearly the polar opposite. He glanced at the hospital bed, uncertain of what to say, feeling a profound sense of discomfort and confusion. He thought of Wei Xia's refusal to surrender. But why did he refuse? He could not comprehend, merely staring at the ailing Wei Xia. "Do you understand what refusing to surrender means?" "Ah, the pain." Wei Pingyong, with her scientific rationality, recalled a childhood memory from mid-1996. "I remember seeing how Wei Xia had stopped growing. He walked as if he were floating. It turned out he had encountered drugs, all to become an informant, to get close to the murderer, seeking solitary revenge, retracing the path their parents had once walked." The youngest of the Wei family, Wei Pingling, also pondered decades past. In her recollection of mid-1996, that was the time she had felt the most fearful. Wei Xia would often scream at home, and she had once thought he might have lost his sanity. Both grandfather and grandmother wished for everyone to steer clear of Wei Xia. It turned out he had been poisoned, resulting in a drastic change in his temperament. But this is poison. What will you do about the future? Wei Pingling stood in a daze, murmuring to himself. He had not contemplated the future, as he did not perceive himself as having one. Wei Pingzheng suddenly interjected, then lowered his head. In the hospital room, all eyes were fixed on the frail, middle-aged man lying on the bed. Wei Xia had not envisioned a future for himself. Chapter 45. He considered himself a ghost. Making others human, Wei Xia finally emerged from the drug enforcement team. In the vibrant spring of 1996, he began his journey home like a stray dog, shunned by all. His tattoos, scars, and menacing demeanor instilled fear in those around him. Upon his return, his grandfather erupted in anger, berating him, "What have you been doing all this time?" Observing Wei Xia and Appo's demeanor, Cheng Zhong felt a flicker of unease, quickly replaced by a surge of fury. "Have you been dabbling in forbidden things again?" He kicked Wei Xia, and still unsatisfied, struck him repeatedly, tears welling in his eyes. "You beast! Have you lost your mind? Do you forget what your parents did? I could tolerate your gambling, drinking, smoking, and tattoos, but you dare to touch those things. I'll beat you to death. How can you face your parents?" Even the usually silent grandmother clenched her fists, teeth gritted as she glared at Wei Xia. Only the families of drug enforcement officers understood the abhorrence of those substances. Wei Xia did not evade the blows. Instead, he passively accepted them, a calm numbness enveloping him. His nails embedded into his palms, blood surfacing vividly. He felt a profound discomfort, uncertain if being an informant for drug trafficking was right. He had no one to consult, no one to turn to. He was lost, utterly ignorant, exhausted. His grandfather confined him to a room. Wei Xia curled on the floor, emitting a mournful cry, resembling a deranged lunatic. His pale, gaunt face twisted grotesquely against the ground, mumbling incoherently, almost choking on his words. Standing at 177 meters tall, bald, with a scorpion tattoo on his left arm. 6 men with similar traits, bald, a sunken nose, a scar spanning 5 to 7 centimeters across the left eye, a pronounced underbite, small ears. A mole on the neck, a penchant for crew cuts. DNA comparison results matched. In the background, Cheng Zhong and the grandmother, either unable or unwilling to comprehend Wei Xia and Appo's ramblings, were engulfed in a fury, perceiving him as maddened. The beating resumed. Cheng Zhong unbuckled his belt, tears in his eyes as he struck fiercely. The grandmother wept as she scolded, "How many times have your parents gone out, and we feared they would never return? How dare you engage with those substances? This is a calamity. Do you wish for your parents and us to perish?" Wei Pingling cowered behind his grandmother, his face ashen, while Wei Ping, with reddened eyes, gritted his teeth and fetched a basin of water from the kitchen, dousing Wei Xia. "Enough! Wake up! Wei Xia, stop your madness. Don't bring ruin to the family. My second brother is gone, my third brother is gone, our parents are missing, and our grandparents are aging. What more do you want? Don't lose your mind. We are already worn out." No one understood. At that moment, Wei Xia's physical ailments resurfaced, the result of his reckless indulgence with drug dealers and alcohol. He was utterly drained, tears streaming down his face. His voice had grown weak and slurred, resembling that of a deranged individual. More than 3 days had passed since he fell ill, deprived of food, and his mental state had reached its limit. Yet, he clung to the memories that haunted him, the defining characteristics of the drug dealers: tattoos on their arms, the Western Yunnan route, gray-white vans, Santana cars, medical masks, bald heads, men wearing gold-rimmed glasses and leather boots. His cries were muffled, unnoticed by anyone. No one grasped what he was expressing. This was the memory that remained etched in his mind, the details from the fateful New Year and Appo's eve of 1995. He could not forget. At the drug enforcement team of the contemporary Luochio city, 2 elderly officers observed. They had spent over 20 years interrogating Wei Xia. In the spring of Appo's 96, they were approaching 30. Now, after 25 years, they were nearing retirement. Most of their colleagues had perished in the line of duty or had been incapacitated, leaving only the 2 of them. The officers watched as Wei Xia recited the details. Tattoos identifying gang members, the Western Yunnan route, gray-white vans, Santana cars, medical masks, bald heads, men in gold-rimmed glasses, wearing leather boots. Wei Xia lay feebly on the ground, resting. He emitted blurred roars of anger, occasionally losing control, spitting, shaking his head. These were typical signs of a body ravaged over the years. Yet, he continued to recite the criminal's data, evidence, and characteristics. He struggled against his physical limits, still holding on. One of the veteran officers suddenly lowered his head. He understood what Wei Xia was saying. Initially, he had been responsible for the interrogations, employing bright lights and withholding food. Even if he were not a drug enforcement officer, he would have endured, refusing to divulge any information. The other veteran officer averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. He lost control, yet he persisted in recalling the murderers and Oppo's characteristics, evidence, and data. He could not forget. These memories were etched into his heart. A moment of silence ensued as the elder officer and Oppo's gaze lifted, fixating on the figure sprawled on the ground. Yet that year, he had been barely 19 years old. On Douyin, the live stream gained renewed traction. Many viewers were watching and sending comments. He and Oppo's, so young. At his current age, he should be in university. He faces a drug trafficking syndicate from Western Yunnan. Even encountering killers and agents, he tries to embody a drug enforcement officer, enduring it all. But can any human truly withstand this? In a convalescent home, Sun Haiyang was no longer watching alone, but alongside a group of retired colleagues. Each of them bowed their heads. The former police chief had once been involved in a human trafficking case in a mining town, while the development zone chief had investigated a tea shop severing incident. Now, they all focused, reflecting on the past. New Year's Eve of 95. In that massacre, Wei Xia desperately memorized every detail of the murderer's traits, suppressing his physiological fear and youthful nature, concealing his parents' and Oppo's bodies. At the dinner table, Sun Haiyang and Oppo's voice was frail. These memories had relentlessly tormented Wei Xia, becoming something he could never erase, something he could not forget even in his moments of despair. This became his eternal memory, a continuous cycle of torment, yet it also served as a reminder for Wei Xia, compelling him to move forward. Sun Haiyang reflected on the times Wei Xia had been imprisoned, reprimanded by him. Even if he had misunderstood Wei Xia for so long, he had never cared. He could not fathom the profound loneliness that awaited the boy in the years to come. Sun Haiyang raised his gaze, fixating on Wei Xia, whose anguished cries blurred into the ground, the grotesque veins on his neck bulging. He had become a ghost, while others became human. Chapter 46. Beneath the sun. Amidst the mud, the new year in Oppo's eve of 25 years has passed. However, since the night of the celebration until now, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the ratings have consistently topped the charts across platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and Tushio, drawing immense popularity and a multitude of discussions. The poignant scene of Wei Xia and Oppo's, his eldest son, has captured the hearts of many. In 1996, within the confines of a bedroom, Wei Xia lay on the ground, consumed by chaos and despair, his cries muffled. At this moment, he was not scheming against the black market or confronting the shadowy figures behind drug trafficking. He was not the protective eldest son of the Wei family, safeguarding his younger siblings. All ferocity, malice, and composure dissipated. He was merely curled up on the floor, trembling, drenched in despair. Like a helpless infant, he felt small, isolated, and fearful. His pallid complexion showcased eyes that refused to shut, desperately striving to articulate every detail of his torment. While his siblings could rely on him, he had no one but himself to depend on. As a new topic emerged on Douyin, comparisons to Wei Xia's retrospective began to surface. Do you remember his formidable presence? In contemporary Luoqiao City, at the second high school dormitory, student Wei Xia was lost in thought, reminiscing about the past. That year, Wei Xia was 18, recklessly pursuing a criminal in a police car, crashing through the mountains like a madman. Even while battered and bruised, he remained resolute in defending his younger brother. Wei Xia remained silent, contemplating, what will you do from here on? In Luoqiao prison, several inmates were also engrossed in the live broadcast. A burly prisoner clenched his fists, veins bulging on his neck. If I were him, I would have crumbled long ago. I would have stormed the tea company and taken him down. Otherwise, I might as well plunge into darkness. At worst, I would fall to the depths. No one believes in me anyway. In a mining town, a middle-aged man known as Xuanzi watched as well, recalling the day he was summoned by the village chief, which led to a multi-province crackdown on human traffickers. That year marked the vengeful murder of Wei Xia's parents, and the memory of the flames still lingered vividly in his mind. Xuanzi's father was involved in the firefighting that day, and he sighed, he is just like anyone else. he has broken down countless times. He simply recovers too quickly, making us believe he won T-Shatter. The new scene from Wei Xia and Appo's life unfolded. After spiraling into despair, he stumbled into the bathroom, dousing himself in cold water. Finally finding a semblance of tranquility, he now had the chance to gaze into the mirror, where his pallor was exacerbated by the cold water, revealing muddy footprints and dirt. Saliva clung to his face as he uncontrollably recounted his incriminating evidence. His family had long since retreated to their rooms, oblivious to his plight. Bottling his emotions, Wei Xia washed his face and managed a faint smile at his reflection. Ping Sheng had yet to mature. Ping Zheng had not been wholly accepted by their family, and Ping Yang still sought a foster home, while Ping Ling was still a child. Their grandparents were also under threat. The enemies were still out there. "I am Wei Xia, the eldest, the pillar of this family," he murmured, gradually transforming from despondency to vitality, his gaze sharpening. Beneath his frail exterior lay an indomitable will. As he turned, Wei Xia focused on the twisted smile in the mirror, forcing a grimace. He nodded to his reflection before dialing a number, connecting with Lu Chang. Wei Xia's tone shifted to one of manic jest. "How the hell are you running your tea business? You and Amp, Oppos, V've got me caught. One pill, and the whole city knows. While you're secretly trading nonsense." With a ferocious growl, he seethed, "You gotta be kidding. Give me the goods. I Haven Tea profited and have only attracted trouble." In the tea company in Oppos' warehouse, Sun Bin stood with Lu Chang, who was puffing on a cigarette, facing Wei Xia and Oppos' demands for more goods. Lu Chang flicked the ash. "If we can secure the Luochio market, we can mitigate our losses." However, he shook his head. This kid still needs to be tested further. Drug trafficking is fraught with the risk of undercover agents. Although he has passed the preliminary tests, trust cannot be freely given. Sun Bin nodded at Lu Chang and Oppos' gesture, assuring him, "Rest assured, those who pass will certainly be reliable." As the eldest son and Oppos' retrospective continued, the barrage of comments grew, finally gaining the first layer of trust. Wei Xia and Oppos' hardships were not in vain. This is how Wei Xia empowered himself, instilling belief within. In modern Luochio City, the narcotics unit convened with over 30 young officers. The new team leader, Yang Jing, presided over the meeting, reflecting on the past communications with his mentor, Ma Taigang, the former narcotics team leader. As he observed the footage of the drug dealers, Yang Jing sensed something amiss. The drug traffickers of the 1990s did not trust Wei Xia, and the traffickers might resort to extreme measures during this test. Only those in the narcotics unit understood the heavy price and burdens that come with being an undercover agent. The majority of narcotics officers perished while trying to earn the trust of drug traffickers. Yang Jing furrowed his brow, fixated on the new scenes of Wei Xia and Oppos' life. Having endured addiction, bathing, and the cold shower, Wei Xia finally felt somewhat restored. He was sipping the remnants of rice porridge, attempting to regain his strength. Wei Pingyang was packing his school bag, which was old and beginning to peel, once used by Wei Pingsheng. Wei Xia offered, heading to school, "Let me give you a ride." As he set down his porridge to rise, Wei Pingyang reflexively shot him a cold glare. "No, I can't let my classmates know I have an older brother who dyes his hair and is involved in gangs. It's embarrassing." Wei Xia was not surprised by the rejection. During his days at home, he had seemingly improved, taking the initiative to clean, serve meals, and even occasionally wipe the windows. He performed tasks meticulously, prompting his grandmother to feel something was off. After his sister left for school, Wei Xia began to venture out, searching for suitable families. He inquired in various neighborhoods, observing from a distance. One family had previously adopted a child, who later returned to the orphanage. Their financial situation was decent, but they neglected the education and companionship of the child. Quickly, Wei Xia moved on until dusk, noting new information. Another family, surnamed Jiang, had a good economic standing and provided companionship for children, yet the male head of the household had a volatile temper and was prone to violence against his wife. Unsuitable. As he pedaled away, Wei Xia remained calm, diligently recording every detail, dismissing the unsuitable options. Huang Mao, a follower from the beginning, scratched his head in confusion as he observed Wei Xia and Oppos' Xia's meticulous notes. Boss, what are we doing? Are we seeking revenge on them? Having been involved in the Chu AI incident, Wei Xia trusted Huang Mao the most. In a gentle tone, Wei Xia replied, "You should also look for families with gentle dispositions, ones where both parents value and cherish their children." Huang Mao nodded, still perplexed, watching Huang Mao ride off into the distance. Wei Xia murmured to himself, "We must find a good family. Only a good family can care for my sisters. I wonder how much longer I can endure." Lowering her gaze to the myriad scars adorning her body, the grotesque tattoos, and her emaciated frame, Wei Xia cast her eyes downward. A profound loathing for her tumultuous past enveloped her. Over the years, she had offended many in her reckless pursuit of survival in society. The narcotics unit had set its sights on her, and a drug cartel was poised to groom her for their illicit operations. It was uncertain when her life might be abruptly extinguished in the streets. Yet her younger siblings were still tender in age, and her elder brothers were flourishing. They must emulate their growth and thrive. They must depart to a new family, cannot remain with her in decay. They must persevere. The ground reflected a dazzling sunlight, blinding and almost painful to Wei Xia. Will her younger siblings flourish beneath such warm rays? Surely they will. Chapter 47. Time, please slow down in the modern era. The youthful and dynamic narcotics police Captain Yang Jing observed a new scene involving Wei Xia. Several narcotics officers beside him nodded in agreement, discussing the opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's ranks as Wei Xia's family gradually began to settle down. Perhaps Wei Xia truly could realize his dreams. However, Yang Jing sighed deeply before speaking. "Do you really believe that the bald-headed drug traffickers will easily trust Wei Xia or accept him?" While you may not have noticed, Wei Xia himself is acutely aware that the traffickers cannot possibly trust him. He has sensed something amiss, which is why he hurriedly arranged matters for his sister, akin to preparing for a final farewell. He is astute, with a dangerously heightened sense of awareness, almost unparalleled. He recognizes the peril, and thus, he seeks to secure a route of escape for his family, ensuring their safety before he confronts the enemy head-on. As he spoke, Yang Jing, whose eyes had always been sharp and eagle-like, felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at Wei Xia's figure on the live broadcast, his voice laden with distress. It seems he has never considered his own well-being. Now, standing on the precipice of despair, he remains indifferent, as does everyone else, including himself. His singular focus is to eradicate the drug trafficking syndicate and send them to hell. The narcotics officers sitting nearby fell silent, lost in thought for a long while. In a retrospective scene, retired for 2 years, Ma Taigang watched the footage at his daughter and aunt, Appo's home, observing his former informant, Wei Xia. In the footage, Wei Xia sat in a small room, chain-smoking, the air thick with acrid smoke. He was diligently poring over the family information collected by Huang Mao. His eyes revealed a profound unease. After a moment of absent-minded commentary, he meticulously searched for every clue. Ma Taigang understood that Wei Xia's anxiety stemmed not from fear of the traffickers discovering him, but from concern over how these families might treat his sister. If that were the case, the eldest son of the Wei family would perish with unfulfilled bitterness. You have always thought of your younger siblings, but now you're facing a dire situation yourself. Even Ma Taigang, who had been formidable throughout his life, could not help but feel tears welling up. He suddenly struggled to his feet, swaying unsteadily, and looked at his son. "Drive me to the hospital. I must see someone I owe a debt to in this life. A dear friend I must confront." Ma Tiegong's eyes reddened, guilt flooding his chest, blurring his vision. His son hurriedly assisted him as they made their way outside and into the car. As the vehicle sped away, Ma Taigang wiped his tears, gazing out the window before closing his eyes and murmuring, his voice tinged with bitterness and sorrow. "No matter where my fate leads me thereafter, I owe him this at least. I forgot he was still a child of a hero." The retrospective program featuring Wei Xia's story now dominated Weibo's trending list. Whether it was New Year's greetings or celebrity releases, all other topics had plummeted in relevance. Numerous influencers were tuning in and discussing the unfolding events. Sociologist Ma Lei and television host Sun Jing were live-streaming their reactions together, watching intently. What has Wei Pingxing been up to? Suddenly, the mention of Wei Ping-sheng prompted the camera to shift. In Dongchang City, Wei Ping-sheng had become noticeably darker from the sun, dressed in a cheap shirt, his demeanor weary and aged. He was moving for the 7th time with his younger sister and grandparents. He was no longer the spirited young man he once was. His gaze flickered with suspicion and irritability. Whenever he encountered gray and white vans or Santana cars, he would instinctively tremble. He had even resorted to leaving home only during twilight, armed with a dagger. After a long day of exhaustion, Wei Ping-sheng returned home only to find his younger brother, Wei Ping-zheng, lamenting about how their foster parents had mistreated them. In a fit of anger, Wei Ping-sheng roared at his younger brother, "Get back. Remember, this is no longer your home." Wei Ping-zheng left, his head bowed and tears streaming down his face. The two younger sisters glared at him in anger, while their grandparents looked at him as if he were a stranger. They could hardly believe that this was the same person who had once been so gentle, or had gone the older brother who always protected his siblings, the one who considered the family in every matter. That piercing gaze felt like a dagger to Wei Ping-sheng and Appo's heart. He clenched his fists silently, gritting his teeth, reminding himself, "I am now the eldest son. Everything I do is for your benefit. Even if you misunderstand me, I must proceed this way." On Douyin, numerous viewers watched in complex silence. Wei Xia is ready for battle, while Wei Ping-sheng is still evading. He too has begun to be misunderstood. Once you step back from the simulation and witness how your brother embodies the role of the eldest son, what will your state of mind be? In the retrospective footage of Wei Xia, late at night, under the dim light, he scrutinized new information, his bloodshot eyes glimmering with a hint of joy. He had finally located a commendable family. Tang Rulong, age 40, worked in the judicial sector, while his spouse was a professor at Yeqing University of Technology. The couple was gentle and cultured, fond of children and emphasizing education. Wei Xia nodded in satisfaction, exhaling a puff of smoke and summoned Huang Mao. "Go. Keep an eye on the Tang family and see if they have anything of interest." As Huang Mao departed, Wei Xia began to gather his thoughts, quietly pulling out his phone to read a text from the traffickers. "North Mountain Logistics, warehouse number 2, pick up the goods." Wei Xia squinted, his mind racing with complex thoughts, sensing a whiff of danger. He surmised that the traffickers still did not trust him. This was, however, to be expected. Those who have spent years in the drug trade possess an inherent ruthlessness and cunning. Putting away his phone, Wei Xia brushed off the ash from his clothes, straightened his shirt, and returned home. His sisters were still diligently working on their homework. The light was dim, yet Wei Ping-yang and Wei Ping-ling were intensely focused, each stroke of their pens deliberate. Wei Xia looked warmly at his two sisters, as if gazing upon precious treasures. Hearing the noise, Wei Ping-yang expressed impatience. "Go away. Don and Amp, Appo's, to disrupt my studying." The youngest sister, Wei Ping-ling, remained silent, her head bowed, refusing to acknowledge Wei Xia. In her eyes, he was the villain who had betrayed their two older brothers, a scoundrel entangled in the underworld. Wei Xia, oblivious to their disdain, simply smiled and gazed at them. They were such lovely sisters. After a long, heartfelt look, he composed himself and, late at night, set out toward warehouse number 2. This location had once been a bustling hub for large truck transactions, but it had since fallen into disuse, becoming a mere transit point for a few large trucks. The business failing, leaving it desolate. The yellowish-white lights hung above, casting a weak glow. Upon arrival, Wei Xia was immediately seized. The leader, a burly man with a buzz cut and arms adorned with menacing scars, sneered at Wei Xia. "I've heard of the Wolf Brother from Luoqiu City. You may manage your territory there, but why are you meddling with drugs? What makes you think you can snatch our market?" The buzz-cut man crouched down, slapping Wei Xia and Appo's face with tremendous force, causing him to spit blood. Wei Xia was powerless to resist, as others had already bound him. The buzz-cut man, devoid of expression, said, "Wolf Brother, you have some guts. Now, tell me, where do your pills come from? Where do you make them? Mine are shipped from outside. Where do you get yours?" Wei Xia squinted, suddenly smiling. It was clear that this group of traffickers still harbored doubts about him, pretending to be local dealers while interrogating him. Wei Xia was about to speak when the buzz-cut man leaned in closer. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Xia bit down hard on his ear. The buzz-cut man reacted swiftly but still lost a chunk of flesh, clutching his ear and swinging his hand in fury. The henchman began to move in. Under the relentless beating, Wei Xia felt his chest churn, the sharp crack of his ribs echoing in his ears, and the excruciating pain brought forth a torrent of cold sweat. The agony in his innards induced a violent wave of nausea. "Kid, your bones are tough," sneered the man with a buzz cut, clutching his ears and brandishing a syringe filled with hallucinogens. As the drug coursed into his arm, Wei Xia and Appo's pupils dilated wildly. At that moment, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he grinned maliciously. "To hell with it. This is my territory." On the other side of the logistics warehouse, the bald man and his associates scrutinized every expression on Wei Xia and Appo's face, squinting in deep contemplation. For some inexplicable reason, the bald man felt a sense of familiarity with Wei Xia, yet he could not quite place it. It was only when Wei Xia vomited violently and remained tight-lipped despite repeated interrogation that the bald man subtly nodded in acknowledgement. "That'll do." As Wei Xia regained consciousness and donned his clothes, he finally came face to face with the bald man. "Brother Wolf, don't take it personally. In our line of work, being cautious is paramount if one hopes to see another day. We have no other choice." The bald man chuckled softly. Sitting on the ground, Wei Xia accepted a cigarette offered by the bald man, smiling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Not bad. Then let us formally commence our collaboration." As their hands clasped under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light, Wei Xia became the representative of the nightlife and drug trade in the old district of Luoqiu City, responsible for supplying all venues. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Chong and others, Wei Xia limped away from the logistics yard. He did not return home nor seek medical attention. Instead, he accompanied Huang Mao. The two stood outside the Tang family's residence, peering through the window to observe the scene within. The ambience was warm, with the Tang couple sharing laughter at the dinner table while engrossed in a book. Wei Xia smiled broadly, his eyes softening. How wonderful it would be if his sister grew up in such an environment. Blood pooled beneath his skin, his arms trembled, and his knees barely supported his weight. Patches of flesh were grotesquely exposed on his waist. Huang Mao watched, wincing in pain, his voice quavering with emotion. "Boss, why not tell your sister?" Listening to Huang Mao and Appo's nasal tone, Wei Xia stretched out his hand with great effort to pat his head, shaking his head with a smile. "Don't cry. I'm perfectly fine." He gazed longingly in the direction of home, where countless lights twinkled in the night. "Once I send them away, I can finally pursue what I desire. I can hardly wait. But time, please be gentle with her." On Douyin, viewers felt a pang in their hearts. The screen captured the youth staring at the myriad of lights, leaving only one behind. Comments flooded in, dense and rapid. "Did you see that?" When he witnessed the warmth of the Tang family, his first thought was that his sister should grow up here. Deep down, he feels indebted for not providing her such a life as the eldest son. Protecting family, seeking vengeance, cautiously guarding his father and Appo's ideals in the shadows. This eldest son of the Wei family has accomplished it all, yet who will empathize with your plight? Bound by worldly ties, he could have embraced a life filled with happiness, or honorably become a judicial officer, basking in the sunlight. Yet, he did not choose that path. On February 1st, 2025, this scene topped the charts across all online platforms, leaving an indelible mark on many. Wei Xia, grimy and covered in cracked, raw wounds, along with his younger brother, squatted before the Tang family home, two notorious figures in the old district resembling stray dogs as they gazed at the blissful family scene, foolishly grinning as if this warmth belonged to them as well. Chapter 48. Let us go. All shall be well. The eldest son's image freezes in comparison. Psychological analysis of the eldest son in a live broadcast room. The host Chen Xiao gazes thoughtfully. Wei Xia has found adoptive parents for the fourth sister. The second brother, Wei Pingsheng, has been adopted by the tax bureau chief Su Jiangong, receiving an excellent education that significantly aids his business endeavors. The third brother, Wei Pingzheng, has been taken in by the district chief of the old city, Yu Jianjun, who instructs him in political knowledge, nurturing his political acumen. Both families are affluent and treat their children with utmost seriousness. Now, it is time for the fourth sister, Wei Pingyong. This family is on the verge of disintegration. The thought lingers, and Chun Xiao reflects. Have you not noticed? Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng hardly return to the Wei household anymore. This signifies their imminent escape from the vortex of annihilation. The end is indeed near. The comments flood in, sentiments mixed. Given Wei Xia's character, it is impossible for her to let them face danger. It is because Wei Xia has been intentionally harming them, diminishing their sense of belonging to the Wei family. A fresh image of the eldest son appears. Wei Pingsheng simulates the eldest son. The scene begins. In 1996, Wei Pingsheng dons a cheap shirt, deliberately adopting a mature appearance. Having made a little money through the resale of electronic products, he embarks on business investments. Boss. Individuals involved in illicit activities outside have been inquiring about the Wei family. They say this family is quite valuable, a subordinate reports. Wei Pingsheng falls silent, contemplating for a long time, before muttering to himself. It seems the fourth sister must also be sent away. He isolates himself, languishing in his room. Memories of when Wei Xia was the eldest son flooding his mind. Wei Xia, embroiled in fights and gambling debts, forced the family to relocate to Luochio City. Later, she sent herself to be adopted by the tax bureau chief, Su Jiangong. His gentle demeanor ensured her safety in school, with guidance and a good living environment, and he often visited the Wei family. However, she eventually refused to return because, upon doing so, Wei Xia would demand money from her adoptive father, which filled her with disdain. Snapping back to reality, Wei Pingsheng gazes at his current role as the eldest son, frowning and murmuring. In that life, there is clearly no pressure, yet why is it so difficult now to be the eldest son? Wei Xia managed to get through it all with such nonchalance. Sigh. In the small room, Wei Pingsheng remains lost in thought, harboring doubts. Yet, moments later, he grits his teeth, his expression weary. I must endure, even if it feels overwhelming. In the hospital room, the female host turns to Wei Pingzheng and asks, Mr. Wei, do you think Wei Pingsheng can withstand the pressure of being the eldest son during the simulation? As the host's words hang in the air, Wei Pingzheng's gaze becomes vacant. Since the beginning of the family's annihilation, Wei Xia utilized the police and local villagers for cover. Subsequently pursued, she infiltrated the black market, calculating against drug trafficking groups. In just a year or two, Wei Xia has exacted revenge thrice, ensuring the safety of her younger siblings. This eldest son of the Wei family has tried every method, except for avoidance. He looks at the waning figure in the hospital bed, barely over 40. 30 years ago, Wei Xia was 18. He is uncertain of the path Wei Xia ultimately chose or whether the second brother can endure the simulation. In his musings, a new scene from Wei Xia's life retraces itself. May 1996, Luochio City, Dongchang Province, the weather sweltering. A bright yellow phone booth stands on the street, where people queue to make calls. Young men and women, clad in bell-bottoms, dance together, exuding an air of modernity. Inside the arcade, numerous youths gather around, captivated by the clattering of joysticks. In this era, color film projections are scarce, leading to a steady stream of ticket buyers. Street vendors peddle belts, white shirts, black sunglasses, and pointed leather shoes, while urban women strut confidently in wide-shouldered, cinched coats. Not far away, the school bell rings, heralding the sound of scholarly recitations. Among the crowd lurks a youth with dyed yellow hair, tattoos, and scars, none other than Wei Xia. Calculating the time, Professor Tang Rulong should be heading to work by now. He had checked earlier, confirming that Professor Tang had a morning class. Sure enough, amidst the throng, Professor Tang appears, clutching a stack of books, purchasing newspapers. Wei Xia, coincidentally nearby, approaches, feigning surprise. Professor Tang, clutching his newspapers, turns around, his gaze landing on the scarred, tattooed figure, instinctively recoiling with a cold response. Who are you? Wei Xia, grinning, sidles closer, ingratiatingly saying, You may not recognize me, but I have heard your name. With that, he glances around, lowering his voice. Professor Tang, I've heard you've always wanted a daughter. Would you like to have a child? Upon hearing this, Professor Tang's expression shifts dramatically. He pulls out his phone and promptly calls the police. leaving Wei Xia no time to intervene. Once the call ends, Professor Tang points an accusatory finger at Wei Xia. Do you know what crime human trafficking is? Scoundrel. Engaging in such heinous acts at your age. Await the police. Unfazed, Wei Xia waves his hands dismissively. Oh, Professor Tang, I'm not a trafficker. Look at this photo. This is my sister. She is very obedient, but our family is too poor. I've been gambling outside and lost too much. Professor Tang remains silent, merely watching coldly. A youth with yellow hair approaches, seizing Wei Xia by the collar. You're quite adept at evading, aren't you? Let us see where you can hide. Is this your family? Dress so nicely. If you have money, pay up quickly. Upon mentioning this, the youth shoots a vicious glance at Professor Tang. He feigns a performance, but when he raises his fist, he hesitates until Wei Xia glares at him menacingly. Then, with a reluctant resolve, the youth swings a punch at Wei Xia. Bang! I'll pay. Brother Yellow, money will come soon. My sister is valuable. As his face swells, Wei Xia still manages to smile, bowing in deference. Professor Tang, witnessing this, can no longer contain his anger. Scoundrel, trading your sister for money. What kind of creature are you? My sister can cook and do laundry, and she is a good student. Perhaps she could eventually work as a housekeeper for you, costing you little. Wei Xia merely covers his face, chuckling. He understands that Professor Tang has a compassionate heart and has longed for a daughter. Saving a little girl could fulfill that dream. He is confident he can sway Professor Tang. Get lost. Professor Tang bellows as the police arrive, and as he is taken away, Wei Xia shrugs, nonchalantly stating, then send her to the countryside to see how it goes. There will always be some profit. In that moment, Professor Tang's fury boils over, but he reluctantly cancels the police report, handing Wei Xia a business card. Take this and get lost. In the dead of night, Wei Xia, accompanied by the youth with yellow hair, reappears outside Professor Tang's window, having spent 3 consecutive days observing the children's clothes hung out to dry. Wei Xia notices the Tang family's house stands at the eastern end of the residential building, with a 3-story balcony adorned with lace curtains. Every day, different puffy skirts hang there. Just yesterday, he even saw the lady of the house hanging a pair of red leather shoes. Those belonged to the Tang family's late daughter, who passed away unexpectedly a decade ago, leaving Professor Tang's wife in a state of obsession, perpetually hanging the clothes, convinced her daughter still exists. At this moment, the gilded business card in Wei Xia's pocket presses sharply against his thigh, its corners poking through the coarse fabric. Wei Xia observes and records the essence of this family. Only a family like this would treat his sister with the care she deserves. She has long been entitled to a life filled with love, protection, and seriousness, rather than remaining in a home perpetually fraught with peril. How wonderful it would be. Chapter 49, A Reckoning with Oneself in the Past 25 Years. Wei Xia and Oppo's hospital room was initially lonely and devoid of visitors, but now it resonates with the presence of many unfamiliar faces. Unbeknownst to Wei Xia, numerous onlookers have been observing him. At this moment in the room, the golden-rimmed glasses of the renowned researcher Wei Pingyang slipped slightly down her nose. Celebrated as a beacon of scientific intellect, her demeanor exudes warmth, with a commanding presence shaped by years of international research. Yet today, her complexion is pallid, and her eyes reflect profound sorrow. The images from the live stream flash through her mind, stirring memories from 30 years prior. Her first encounter with her adoptive father, Professor Tang Rulo. The middle-aged man radiated an aura of scholarly elegance, every gesture imbued with gentility. His refined demeanor, cultivated through years of reading, drew her in. She recalls vividly their first meeting. Her adoptive father wept, his gaze filled with an unbearable pity as he looked upon her. At that time, she was puzzled as to why someone would weep upon first meeting her, as if he beheld someone ensnared in a living hell. It became clear he was recounting her plight, revealing a narrative that painted her life as one of extreme hardship, where she was merely a commodity to be exchanged for money if rejected. Wei Pingyang murmured to herself, reflecting on how growing up in such an unvalued household, where one was often a means to an end, led her adoptive parents to shower her with affection later on. She lifted her gaze to the weathered figure in the hospital bed, adorned with a tattoo of wings on his back. Yet Wei Xia had never soared freely. His life remained tethered to their struggles. Wei Xia and Amp, Appo's life unfolded anew in her mind. Following Professor Tang and Amp, Appo's departure, knowing that his fourth sister would be adopted, he returned home, his steps still weak from enduring the aftereffects of drugs and recent beatings. The table bore no sign of meals prepared for him, nor even a chair. As he looked around the dilapidated house, with cobwebs in every corner and rainwater seeping through the roof, a chill filled the air. Exhausted, he crouched down, his knees creaking beneath him. Wei Pingyang, inadvertently catching the sound, furrowed her brow. After a moment's hesitation, she offered Wei Xia a piece of sweet potato. As Wei Xia beheld the sweet potato before him, he looked up and saw his sister and Appo's figure, her fingertips still glistening with moisture. In that instant, his eyes brimmed with tears. For the first time, a family member treated him with such kindness, sharing food. The sweet potato was somewhat cool. Yet Wei Xia turned his head away, swallowing it with great effort while tears streamed down his cheeks. The cold raindrops fell upon his face, and his voice, tinged with a nasal quality, trembled as he spoke. You should be soaring higher. Wei Pingyang did not catch his words. They were too indistinct. And even if she had, she remained absorbed in her studies, yearning to transform their current circumstances. Wei Xia's eyes reddened as he gazed at his sister, who was striving to bloom amidst such dire conditions. His voice, filled with both solace and regret, was a whisper only he could hear. Pingyang, you should have been soaring higher long ago. It is my inadequacy that has held you back, but in the future, you shall be free to fly. In the corner, cobwebs caught the raindrops that trickled in, 1 drop, 2 drops. The comments in the live stream continued to scroll. This search for family and 2 younger brothers differs significantly. Whether it be Wei Pingsheng or Wei Pingzheng, they both seek civil service opportunities to cultivate their strengths, ensuring their younger brothers receive excellent resources. But for the sister, he desires her to have a warm family, filled with love and care, allowing her to live comfortably. The eldest son of the Wei family, despite his ruthless decisiveness, is remarkably attentive and deeply cares for every family member, even as he nears the end of his familial ties. In a contemporary care facility, the retired son Haiyang watched intently, his health declining, interrupted by severe coughing fits. His son voiced a complaint. Dad, stop watching and take a rest. Son Haiyang seemed oblivious to his son and Amp, Appo's words fixated on the live stream. Did you see? Wei Xia merely ate a piece of sweet potato and began to weep. His voice resonated with age and complexity. This moment felt like the first warmth he had ever received, albeit perhaps just a casual gesture from his sister, yet moved him to tears. He had not shed tears in the face of interrogation by drug enforcement officers, nor when beaten by traffickers. Even while he had recklessly pursued a criminal with bruises all over his body, had anyone ever seen him cry? Yet now, it was a small piece of sweet potato from his sister that brought forth his tears. Why? Because, to Wei Xia, that represented warmth. The scene almost froze. As the elderly son Haiyang beheld the image of Wei Xia from 1996, his eyes glistening with tears. In that moment, a sense of agitation washed over him, inexplicably sorrowful. He longed to curse the wretched fate and the initial tragedy that had befallen their family. Son Haiyang stared blankly at the screen. Wei Xia had recuperated somewhat after a few days of rest, though the scars remained. By day, he, within 4 drip, began to connect with drug traffickers, visiting tea warehouses and subsequently drinking with them. Accompanied by several traffickers, he emerged from a nightclub, swaying as he was supported by a man with bleached hair, laughing heartily. Next time, we'll drink again. See, these places are ours. The traffickers, inebriated, gave Wei Xia a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You, my friend, are the real deal." Once the traffickers had distanced themselves, Wei Xia withdrew his hand from the support of the bleached-haired man, his expression returning to calmness. Ensuring no one was around, he and the bleached-haired man stealthily approached the Tang residence, hiding beneath a small attic, fixated on the balcony where children and Appo's clothing hung. As Professor Tang Rulong instinctively glanced down while closing a window, he noticed the two, his brow furrowing. "Were you planning? Have you followed me home?" Are you here to steal or kidnap? His voice boomed with anger. Disdain etched across his face as he loathed those who squandered their lives after dropping out of school. Wei Xia, hearing this, could only helplessly gaze at him, gesturing towards the bleached-haired man. I have no choice. My brother is pressing for debts. I must ascertain whether you wish for children. If not, I will take my sister to the countryside and exchange her for bride price. Professor Tang, initially composed and intellectual, could not contain his fury, trembling as he pointed at Wei Xia. You are a beast. Did you not say your sister is merely a child? How can you call yourself a brother? Facing Professor Tang's wrath, Wei Xia and the bleached-haired man lowered their heads like school children, obediently standing there without retort, seemingly indifferent. Resolute in their intention to exploit Wei Xia's sister for money. Professor Tang, finally at a loss, took a deep breath, his tone rigid. Give me your address. I will visit your home tomorrow to see if your sister wishes to come with me. At this, Wei Xia could not help but smile secretly, his eyes brightening. At last, the opportunity he had awaited had arrived. Professor Tang had scheduled to visit the following day, and that night, Wei Xia returned home, intentionally rummaging through drawers, even pulling out his grandmother and aunt, Appo's, wooden suitcase. The noise was loud enough to rouse his grandfather, Chang Zhong, while both sisters, held by their grandmother, glared at him. Seeing Wei Xia holding his late wife and aunt, Appo's, gold ring and silver bracelet, Chang Zhong and aunt, Appo's, countenance darkened, his attire tattered. Are you stealing? Have you stirred up trouble again? The harsh glare of the fluorescent light was blinding as Wei Xia chuckled awkwardly. I borrowed some money from a professor, and he mentioned needing a daughter. I thought I might find some cash to offset the debt. Hearing this, Wei Pingyang clutched her younger sister tightly, anxiously shouting at Wei Xia. The fifth sister cannot be taken away. We have no one left. At that moment, Wei Pingyang's voice was thick with emotion, her eyes reddened. Yet she stood protectively in front of her younger sister. Wei Pingling, still very young, was terrified, cowering behind their grandmother, tears streaming down her face. Grandmother trembled with rage, while Qingzhong picked up a stick and indiscriminately struck Wei Xia, gritting his teeth in fury. Wei Xia cradled his head in agony, yet he continued to smile, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Pingyang. In that moment, the innocent Wei Pingyang looked up at her grandmother and asked, Grandma, is Wei Xia going to storm me away at someone else and Amp, Appo's, house like a piggy bank? Wei Xia suddenly froze, an unbearable pain swelling in his chest. The naive words of his sister made him almost bite his gums until they bled. This was a calamity. Finally, unable to contain herself, Grandma embraced Wei Pingyang and wept loudly. Dawn broke. Wei Xia lay on the damp wooden bed, hearing the sound of his vertebrae compressing. The certificates of merit adorned the wall, curling gradually in the dampness. He listened to raindrops trickling through the holes in the roof, spreading moisture and mingling with the decaying moss. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Chang Zhong, still holding the stick, had not slept all night in his fury. He opened the door with a scowl. Who is it? Upon arriving with gifts, Tang Rulong frowned slightly, increasingly convinced that this family was in disarray. That little girl should be rescued. He was courteous, his gaze landing on Wei Pingyang, who sat upright and obedient, her eyes slightly glistening. This child is truly wonderful. It is a pity she was born into such a family. Child, would you like to come to my home for a visit? My aunt and I will treat you well and ensure you suffer no grievances. His tone was gentle and polite, like the sun on a damp winter day. Wei Pingyang appeared unusually calm, as if she had made a resolute decision. For the sake of her family, for the debts owed, she was willing to go with him. She understood that she could make sacrifices as long as she could protect her sister. Debts owed. Tang Rulong and Appo's expression changed, and he glared at Wei Xia. Wei Xia, however, remained languid, seemingly pleased. Now, Wei Pingyang did not mind. She had done her utmost for this family. Grandfather Cheng Zhong trembled as he looked at their nearly empty home and expressed a desire to accompany Wei Pingyang to see the new place. Upon arriving at the three-story building, they found a spacious hall filled with shelves of various tomes, including rare-bound volumes. The floor gleamed, sunlight streamed through the windows, warm and brilliant. The house was splendid, and upon realizing it was the residence of a professor, Chengzhong and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. It was hard to imagine such an esteemed intellectual would willingly take Wei Pingyong away. Wei Pingyong felt a surge of excitement, murmuring in a daze. "Can I really live here?" Tang Rulong, observing the dazed child, felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness he had taken her away. Otherwise, that irritable grandfather would undoubtedly treat her poorly. Back at the Wei household, Grandma wiped her tears and cursed. The only one left was the little sister, clutching her sister's tattered bunny doll, weeping inconsolably. Wei Xia reclined on the sofa, exhaling in relief, staring at the moldy ceiling with a smile. His wounds throbbed faintly, and he suddenly detested the noxious scent that clung to him, murmuring, "Let's go. Everyone is fine." Wei Xia laughed, a genuinely joyful laugh. He was truly happy knowing that his younger siblings would be safe and well. That was enough. He no longer loathed his own scent, believing that once his siblings were settled, he would give himself an explanation. In the hospital room of Yecheng, Wei Pingyong was momentarily stunned, recalling the stark contrast in memories. On one side was the leaky, moldy house, and on the other, the bright, warm little building. Her perceived noble sacrifice was shadowed by this man's influence. When did it all begin? First, it was when she was coerced by drug traffickers and pursued by narcotics officers, desperately searching amid a tangle of family. Second, it was when she quietly observed the Tang family in the biting cold, gathering every detail. Third, she intentionally immersed herself in the situation, enduring slander and abuse to attract Professor Tang's attention. Fourth, she allowed him to witness the family's wretchedness, leading to her being taken away, completing his plan. Wei Pingyong recalled her arrival at the Tang residence, bathed in sunlight and surrounded by books, grateful for her good fortune, relishing the care her adoptive parents lavished upon her, always concerned for her well-being. It was as though she had returned to her parents and Appo's embrace. Even she was unaware of why they cared for her so deeply. It was all because of him. Her gaze fell upon the solitary figure curled up in the moldy house. He had orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, providing her with the warmth and nurturing of an esteemed professor and Amp, Appo's family. Ultimately, it was attributed to her sacrifice for the Wei family. Send us away, and then confront the murderer. In that moment, Wei Pingyong was struck dumb, unable to fathom the anguish Wei Xia endured. She stood frozen, pondering, but what about you? What will happen to you? Wei Pingyong gazed at the frail middle-aged man on the hospital bed, her brother. 25 spring festivals had passed, and a retired Professor Tang Rulong was lecturing a few doctoral students in class. The recent popular analysis of primogeniture comparisons held significant analytical value. It was only when he glimpsed a flashback that he became lost in thought, oblivious to the students' questions below. Memories of the past began to resurface in his mind. How did he feel when he arrived at the Wei household in mid-1996? A savior, high and mighty, filled with compassion? His expression grew complex as he looked at the students, his hair now graying and his voice aged. At that time, I believed I was the salvation of the Wei family, or at least the salvation of my daughter. I scorned such a wretched household. He stole a glance at the live feed, remaining silent for a long time, his voice laden with bitterness. Now, I realize how foolish I was. That was a boy and Amp, Appo's most sincere plea for help. He wanted his sister to escape the mire, yet he himself was sinking deeper into it. Dan Zulong Bao Set, beginning to gather his textbooks. He no longer wished to continue the lecture. I must go to the hospital. I need to see him. He longed to commend that boy, even though no one had ever praised him. Chapter 50. The showdown. The new year of 2025 has passed. The memories of the eldest son have become increasingly intense. The door to the intensive care unit of Luochio People's Hospital swings open once more, revealing a weathered visage, trembling as it steps forward. It is Sun Haiyang, the retired chief of the Luochio Police Department, the very man who once rescued Wei Xia from the river valley of the mine, and the principal officer responsible for apprehending human traffickers. The nurse is momentarily taken aback. She recognizes the face from the recollections of Wei Xia and Appo's life, yet now, Sun Haiyang appears aged and frail, lacking the vigor of his former self. Wei Pingyang, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling follow Sun Haiyang and Apo's gaze to see an elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly aura, gentle and refined, yet with graying hair. This is Tang Rulong, the adoptive father of Wei Pingyang. Both elders stand in a daze, staring at the ailing Wei Xia on the hospital bed, momentarily at a loss for words. What a shattered form it is! What years of relentless willpower must have endured beneath that withered exterior? No one knows. After a long silence, they can only manage a bitter smile. Tang Rulong and Apo's voice is hoarse as he sighs, having sent off each child, now free to pursue his own desires. The aged son Haiyang coughs and nods. That desire is for vengeance, and then death. The memories continue to unfold. A new scene emerges. A youth with dyed yellow hair beams with a bright smile, humming an unknown rural melody while cooking. It is June 1996, and the kitchen is filled with steam, rendering the air stifling and humid. Cheng Zhong, growing irritable, closes his eyes and remains silent. Wei Pingling, still very young, clutches her sister's rabbit doll and sobs. Why must they drive away their elder siblings? She is terrified, fearing that one day she too might be taken by strangers. Wei Xia turns his head, grinning widely. It is not about driving them away. It is about ensuring a better life for all of them. Alas, the rising steam obscures his smile, making it appear more grotesque to his family. Wei Pingling, feeling agitated, lowers her head, wiping away tears. No one understands why Wei Xia seems so joyful. Perhaps it is because he has settled debts? Wei Xia remains unconcerned, diligently preparing rice, steaming eggs, and stir-frying cabbage before drying his hands and leaving. He knows that as long as he is at home, no one will be happy, nor will anyone eat. Outside, Wei Xia smiles, excitement flickering in his eyes as he murmurs to himself. They are almost gone. At least they're safe now. At that moment, Wei Xia weaves through the sweltering summer crowd, glancing at his address book, searching for the name Lu Changjiang. Yellow hair, come here. Yellow hair, known as Lu Changjiang, is different from him. He has a family, parents. Yet, his biological parents are divorced, and his stepmother abuses him, while his father merely looks on coldly, rendering him as good as homeless. Thus, he ran away, becoming who he is now. Yellow hair arrives shortly. Big brother, is anyone still inquiring about the Wei family? Upon hearing this, Yellow hair and Apo's expression turns grave, burdened with pressure. Previously, only the black cab drivers had received news of the search for the Wei family. Now truck drivers, poultry merchants, rural pickle vendors, and miners are all seeking information, even contractors and rogue agents, spreading across various industries. The situation is deteriorating rapidly. Desperate dogs leap over walls. When they are left with no options, only the final choice remains. Contemplating the traces, it is time to erase them. Wei Xia squints calm. The other party is impatient, ready to eliminate the Wei family to report back. As the crowd flows, Wei Xia halts. Father, you have incited their rage, and I shall instill fear in them. In that moment, a chilling coldness fills Wei Xia and Apo's eyes, the once ruthless and violent aura erupting entirely. Yellow hair watches, exhilaration evident in his gaze. Reminiscent of the days when Wei Xia led him through the underworld, fighting for territory and smashing venues, a wild madness igniting his spirit. He cares not whom he battles. He simply wishes to fight alongside his brother to the very end, especially with those underground criminals. It is exhilarating. Yet his eyes also reveal a hint of sorrow. Wei Xia has always been good to every brother, and he has witnessed how Wei Xia protects his younger siblings. He is a good brother, much like his own elder brother who once cared for him, until his brother was fatally stabbed in a brawl. Now, he has only one way to go left. The old black cab jostles along the road. Wei Xia, with his hair dyed back to black, concealing his tattoos, appears in the countryside at midnight, accompanied by Lu Changjiang. He intends to return and sever the traces of his past. In the mining town, the Wei family and Apo's ancestral hall retains records and paper files. Upon seeing this document, Wei Xia squints and begins to burn it piece by piece, for it contains information about his grandfather and Apo's cousins in Jian and Amp, Oppos, Oyu Fujian. He does not burn it entirely, but scorches a hole in the information pertaining to his aunt, who married in Baihe town of Luoqiu City, leaving only Baihe town behind. The other side of the document displays files from Baihe town in Fujian. Lu Changjiang looks on in astonishment. This is meant to mislead their enemies, directing them to Fujian in search of people. Organizing the documents in the darkness is particularly challenging, compounded by the fear of being discovered by those guarding the ancestral hall. Wei Xia and Yellow Hair cautiously erase records of their aunt and great-aunt. The Wei family seems to have fragmented overnight, all key information concealed. In the encompassing darkness, the light reflects in Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's pitch-black eyes, just a glimmer, yet exceedingly bright. Indeed, he is ready to confront his adversaries. Soon, the enemies will realize, and they will come to the ancestral hall in search of the Wei family genealogy. With no information to procure from the outside world, they have no choice. A fierce determination emerges in his eyes as Wei Xia silently observes through the smoke. They previously thought that with the drug enforcement officer gone, only a few children remained, unable to escape. Now, their increased scrutiny reveals their panic. Furthermore, as instructed by Chu AI, this is merely the outer organization. When their superiors discover their failure to complete the task, they will undoubtedly press for results. It is time to confront them, to inform them that the Wei family still has members alive. Let the slaughter commence. In that moment, Wei Xia seems to return to the initial frenzy of pursuing vengeance alone. Once, he had reservations, but now, soon he will be without them. He will be even more unhinged than before. Under the light, the youth's gaze is sharp, with an extreme rationality that suppresses a madman within. The documents are swiftly organized. Wei Xia extinguishes the lights and, with Yellow Hair, exits the ancestral hall, beginning their journey back under the cover of night. In the hospital room, the aged Tang Rulong gazes on, his eyes filled with the weight of years. The once black-haired youth had been so striking. He gently reaches out, grasping the hand of the middle-aged man on the hospital bed. The hand is nearly devoid of warmth, its coldness only revealing the calluses and scars that tell of the hardships and sorrows endured over the years. He gazes thoughtfully, recalling the past, that carefree youth who had cheerfully entrusted his sister to him, stating that if he could not send her away, he would take her to the countryside. To this day, Tang Rulong still remembers the mischievous boy who made him grind his teeth in anger. At that time, he could not comprehend. He did not understand that the youth was entrusting him with a legacy. For he, Tang Rulong, was worthy of that trust. In that moment, Tang Rulong points at Wei Xia's rough, aged hand, murmuring softly. He is ready to confront the truth. After sending away the younger siblings, he will face the adversary head-on. The scene shifts back to the hospital bed, focusing on Wei Xia's hands. What sort of hands are these? Calloused, scarred, burned, twisted with age, and riddled with marks that seem almost eroded, revealing almost no intact flesh. The recollections of memories continue to resurface. Chapter 51. The Loss of Traces. You will not be remembered. How did the scars on Wei Xia's palm come to be? The recollection continues. Upon returning from the mining town, Wei Xia immediately went to his dimly lit rented room. Muffled groans filled the air. Sweat beaded on Wei Xia's forehead. Yet his gaze remained meticulous as he carefully applied the medication. Huang Mao, who watched closely, felt a pang of sorrow with each groan from this man he regarded almost as a brother. Big brother. He understood the terrifying foes they were up against. Yet the scene before him was heart-wrenching. Upon returning to Luoqiu City, Wei Xia swiftly pilfered some caustic soda from a pesticide shop. Following his father and Amp, Oppo's teachings, he recalled various destructive methods from the 1980s. He then mixed the caustic soda with water, diluting it to 50%, capable of inducing burns on the skin of his hands, transforming his existing scars into ulcerous wounds. The hands, being highly flexible and richly innervated, were subjected to excruciating pain, rendering Wei Xia's complexion pale. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. Once he had nearly completed the treatment on his hands, trembling violently, Wei Xia utilized the light to wrap iron nails in tin foil. He then silently swallowed them. The nails would scratch his throat, damaging his vocal cords in the process. The pain was intense, yet served a purpose. He could disguise himself, even if his family, after years of separation, were to hear his voice again. They would not recognize Wei Xia, even with fingerprint verification. His eyes were almost filled with bloodshot fury. He dared not cough loudly, merely allowing a soft cough to escape, which resulted in blood-tinged sputum. The sight of the blood sent Huang Mao into a fit of shivers, fearful that any sudden movement might affect Wei Xia. He quietly raised his sleeve to wipe away his tears, his eyes reddening. He had never witnessed this side of his elder brother, at least. The previous ruthlessness had been directed at outsiders. Now, he was far more merciless towards himself. Truly, he resembled a madman. Wei Xia chuckled scornfully. Why are you crying? You brat. Get lost. Don and Amp. Oppos. He shed tears here. His voice was hoarse and fragmented, breathless from the pain, leaving him unable to articulate much more. Huang Mao, tears streaming, trembling, turned to leave, fists clenched. The room was left with only Wei Xia, who struggled to lean against the chair and Oppos' back, his shirt drenched in sweat. It hurt immensely, yet he wore a satisfied smile. Soon, once the little sister was sent away, he could begin his revenge. His pale face twisted into a grin under the harsh light. The youth appeared both monstrous and unhinged. He murmured, gazing out at the city lights. Akin to observing the current state of the Wei family, his voice gravelly. When I grow old, will you still recognize me? Will those fingerprints reveal my traces? He longed for his younger siblings, wishing to witness their growth and success. But he soon chuckled, a bittersweet smile accompanying a faint cough. No, I shall not grow old. I will not age. In that moment, Wei Xia and Oppos' gaze became vacant, a dazed smile gracing his lips. What a pity, I will not see you all grow old. Leaning against the chair, the youth gasped, his eyes cast down, grinning. In the hospital of Yecheng, the nurse who initially hesitated to place a respirator on Wei Xia now watched him, her hands involuntarily trembling. Was this the reason? She recalled the harshness of the patient and Amp, Oppos' initial voice and the nearly obliterated fingerprints. She also reflected on how poorly she had treated this middle-aged man. All she could offer was silence and a sense of guilt. Sun Haiyang, trembling slightly, turned to look at Wei Xia, recalling the beginnings. It was no wonder that people once said that madmen possessed the voices of ravens. It dawned on him that from this moment, Wei Xia had officially commenced his masquerade. A new executioner had emerged. The adversaries he now faced included the drug trafficking syndicate from Western Yunnan and its operatives, as well as potential agents that might surface later. Tang Rulong observed with a complex expression. This professor, once dismissive of such petty criminals, now bowed his head in awe at Wei Xia and Oppos' extreme measures for disguise. This year, he had yet to reach the age of 20. On Douyin, new comments began to appear. I have never witnessed such vitality emerging from within, boundless and expansive. Do you remember the initial valley? Back then, his vitality was astonishing. If he is so fervent towards himself, what will he be like when a true confrontation begins? Wei Pingzheng also stood in the hospital room, gazing at Wei Xia and Amp, Oppos' hands, feeling a chill. Was this the true visage of Wei Xia? A retrospective of Wei Xia and Amp, Oppos' life unfolded. In the 1990s, Yecheng, as the first batch of small cities for industrial development, was bustling with traffic and a thriving transport industry. Wei Xia appeared with Huang Mao, holding a bag, watching as trucks sped by, speaking indifferently. Call those truck drivers looking for people and tell them we found traces of the Wei family's children jumping into the sea. Huang Mao immediately comprehended, nodding and dialing the phone. Among the truck drivers were individuals from all walks of life, especially as recent rumors of high prices for information about the Wei family circulated in the black market. Upon receiving the news, the voice on the other end of the line was noticeably excited. 2 miles east of Huangshui Wharf. Are you certain? What are they wearing? The largest size is a blue Zhongshan suit, 3 boys and 2 girls. Remember to pay. The truck driver on the other end was ecstatic, hastily ending the call. Wei Xia silently wrapped the moldy blue Zhongshan suit in mud and sunk it to the riverbed, along with an old pen engraved with a student number and undeveloped film. Items brought from his hometown, alongside clothing and belongings of Wei Pingzheng and others. The truck driver arrived with forensic personnel, who initially assessed that the Wei family had either been murdered or had committed suicide by drowning. As for the remains, the currents had long scattered them, given the strong flow at Blue Mud Bay. As they departed, Huang Mao looked at the chaotic riverbank and gave Wei Xia a thumbs up. Big brother, this tactic of faking death and confronting the enemy is brilliant. Wei Xia remained silent, his voice growing hoarser with each passing moment. Currently, death assessments were not overly stringent. He had to seize this opportunity to construct a network of false identities. Soon, the truck driver received news and hurriedly arrived, observing the retrieved items. They even found Wei Xia's former student number, yet not a single bone was discovered. Doubts began to arise among the driver and others about whether the Wei children were truly dead. However, they also suspected that someone had orchestrated this scheme, leaving them with a sense of unease. At that moment, gazing at the turbulent river, they felt increasingly lost. In Yeqing Hospital, many had gathered in the ward. Wei Pingyong, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, stared blankly. He witnessed Wei Xia deliberately erasing his fingerprints, watched as Wei Xia destroyed his vocal cords, and saw him manage various pieces of information related to the clan. Furthermore, this time, upon arriving in Yeqing, he created the illusion of several siblings and oppos, deaths, leaving their enemies puzzled and disoriented. Wei Pingyong thought of the drug enforcement officers, those figures who navigated the shadows, thriving in adversity. If you were a narcotics officer, you would surely feel elated, Wooden and oppos, to you. Yet now, you must accomplish everything under the guise of a thug. He lowered his head, fixating on the image of the youth on the screen. The figures of drug traffickers appeared in the footage. Leather boots, glasses, a balding head, reminiscent of the initial assailant who had appeared at the Wei residence. The vehicle jolted and swayed as it sped along the mountain roads. The bald, middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the driver, speaking coldly. Your original task was to support the rampant drug trafficking in western Yunnan for years, subsequently destabilizing the local economy, ultimately reaching a level of drug legalization akin to Southeast Asia. Currently, those overseas have invested substantial wealth to support this endeavor. The plan was initially sound, but unfortunately, the narcotics officer with the surname Wei discovered it, hence he must be eliminated. Bald Lu Chong remained silent, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. It was only now that he comprehended the true nature of the matter at hand. It was far more intricate than mere gang vendettas. However, he understood the gravity of the annihilation of the clan. Should that Wei-surnamed narcotics officer have retained any crucial evidence, their entire network would be ensnared. Moreover, that detestable officer had obliterated several trafficking routes solely due to his presence. As long as he lived, the drug syndicate would remain unstable. The vehicle finally came to a halt, and a group of individuals emerged in the mining town. Indeed, their options had dwindled. They had no choice but to seek the Wei family ancestral hall. Yet, their nocturnal infiltration had yielded little but charred remnants of vital information. Damn it! The bald, middle-aged man discarded his cigarette, but his irritation palpable. The others, vexed, also felt a twinge of fear. Was there still someone from the Wei family alive? Those few younglings, or perhaps some elder? Baihe town? They muttered, their agitation intensifying. Yeqing or Fujian, where should they search for people? As they departed, bald Lu Chong received a phone call from his subordinate, and his eyes brightened. News had surfaced in Yeqing regarding the Wei family's young offspring or reports of drowning. Perhaps in Baihe town of Yeqing. The group, filled with exhilaration, hurriedly made their way, compensating a truck driver handsomely as they began their arduous salvage operation. Engraved student ID pins, film rolls, and clothing. Those younglings were surely dead. Lu Chong felt a surge of excitement. Yet the bald, middle-aged man increasingly sensed something amiss and frowned. Let us not forget how Yang Daong, Chu Ai, and Sun Shaoli met their demise. The bald man furrowed his brow in agitation. Whether the Wei children were alive or dead, the clues had become utterly convoluted at this juncture. Exercise caution and continue the search. Flicking the ash from a cigarette, the bald middle-aged man and amp, oppose, gaze sharpened. I can't end amp, oppose. Shake this feeling that something is wrong. In Yecheng Hospital, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling pondered how Wei Xia had orchestrated the scheme. Upon arriving at the ancestral clan, they had disrupted the residual clues. They proceeded to Yecheng, discarding clothing and issuing warnings to hinder their adversaries. Now, the drug syndicate and Oppo's focus had shifted to Yecheng, gradually lowering their vigilance towards Luochio. Seizing this opportunity, Wei Xia began to disguise herself under a different identity, even infiltrating their ranks. Such calculations, strategies, and execution. Wei Pingling found herself astounded. Murmuring in disbelief, Wei Xia had anticipated subsequent moves even before the adversaries had taken action, effectively leading them by the nose. The barrage of comments echoed in unison. Is the battlefield chosen in Yecheng? Why not in Luochio, where he has muscle and influence? Because Luochio City harbors the one he loves. Thus, he aims to lure the enemy away. Even if it means engaging in battle, he wishes to keep his loved ones at a distance. Chapter 52. He waits for his battlefield in the hospital room. Sun Haiyang stood for a long time, his waist in agony. Yet, he maintained a serene gaze upon the hospital bed. This tranquility persisted until the door swung open, revealing a new visage, aged, weary, and frail. It was Ma Taigang, the once vibrant captain of the drug enforcement team, now retired and confined to a wheelchair. Supporting him was Zhao Jing, the new captain of the drug enforcement team. Wei Xia was meticulously crafting a fictitious identity, preparing for a confrontation. Upon hearing Sun Haiyang speak, Ma Taigang and Oppo's eyes glazed over. Evoking memories of the notorious drug case that erupted in 1996, the Yecheng drug dealer case, which was, indeed, intertwined with Wei Xia. Wei Xia had intentionally led him to solve the case, a tactic to signal the gangsters that the Wei family was still a force to reckon with. This was, in essence, a declaration of war. The others in the hospital room gazed in confusion as the eldest son's memories aligned with Ma Taigang and Oppo's recollections. Now, Wei Xia had returned to Luochio City. At the earliest opportunity, he began to refine the details of his fabricated identity, an identity he had pilfered from records at the crematorium. He assumed the name He Xiaodong, a male born in 1978 with a malformation of the left ankle, reported deceased in 1996. The characteristics of hereditary porphyria were evident, with pronounced dental imprints from multiple relocations due to his mother and Oppo's remarriages, resulting in a turbulent disposition. The left ankle malformation was the most pivotal feature of this new identity. Previously, Wei Xia had meticulously crafted a one-to-one replica using plaster molds at the crematorium. A decade of natural wear on the identification card would lead to signs of erosion along its edges. Thus, he began to sand down the edges of the card. The hereditary porphyria symptoms were glaringly apparent. For 20 consecutive days, Wei Xia darkened the crevices of his fingers with lampblack. Then, under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the traditional Chinese medicine laboratory to procure blood from a jaundice patient, blending it with indigo dye to etch the characteristic lunuli onto his nails. He subsequently acquired a pathological report to masquerade as a sufferer of hereditary porphyria. His father had once informed him that the household registration office retained imprints of dental marks. After cremation, 2 molars would shatter, and Wei Xia devised a method to embed borax pellets in his prosthetic teeth, yielding a mismatch. From June 7th onwards, he meticulously transformed his appearance, from his fingers to his throat, and even to dyeing his hair back to black. The once brazen, yellow-haired ruffian had vanished, replaced by a brooding young man with black hair. He mingled with ruffians from other neighborhoods, seemingly intent on establishing dominance. Wei Xia seized a glass and consumed voraciously, though it was all pre-prepared contrivances. This explained the deterioration of his voice. Everything was traceable. At this moment, Wei Xia assumed the identity of He Xiaodong, a 20-year-old youth, a porphyria patient who had run away from home due to his mother's frequent remarriages. Now, it was August 1996. The yellow-haired informant reported, "Brother, the local thugs have all received shipments from the bald man. It seems they have firmly established their foothold in Yecheng." Wei Xia observed coldly, smoke curling from his fingertips. The plan commenced. He retrieved his phone and dialed Ma Taigang, the captain of the drug enforcement team in Luochio City, to arrange a meeting. In the same alley as before, Ma Taigang regarded the now brooding Wei Xia with a teasing grin. "Oh, change your hairstyle? Feeling good?" Wei Xia paid no heed, laying bare the information gathered by the yellow-haired informant. Ma Taigang and Appo's expression grew increasingly grave. At the end of August, a fire was set to erupt in the Erdehisi Fong of Yeching. Following that, arrests could be made at the gambling dens on Xiuquan Road and Tiana Road, where addicts congregated. Ma Taigang nodded but hesitated. Why the sudden fervor? Short on cash. How did that prior matter resolve? Should I take you to a rehabilitation center? Wei Xia finally smiled, his voice gravelly. No need. This is my life now. In that moment, Ma Taigang experienced a rare surge of anger. What do you mean, and Appo's? This is how it is in Appo's. As long as you're willing to turn back, it is never too late. He truly felt for him. The black-haired youth grinned, his smile complex. I want to go. I have no time. There is time for indulgence, but not for bettering oneself. Ma Taigang continued to ramble, but Wei Xia merely turned and departed, a sense of desolation trailing him. As he walked away, he continued to speak, yet no one listened. Only memories recorded his words. Iyapus, soda. Iyapus, soda. In the future, I will seek redemption. In the hospital room, the now frail Ma Taigang trembled as he rose, supported by Zhao Jing, who listened to the poignant, complex tones of his voice. Back then, I was infuriated with you. I thought you were merely waiting to watch us fight amongst ourselves, seizing the opportunity to claim the market. Or perhaps you intended to use us as leverage for revenge. I never imagined you could overcome your addiction on your own. At that time, in my eyes, you were just a wayward youth. His voice faltered as his aged gaze fixed upon the figure in the hospital bed. Indeed, you lack the time. Your sister Wei Pingling is still here, and you worry for your other siblings. The drug dealers in Luochio City are still monitoring your market. Everything rests upon your shoulders. You merely sought to resolve everything before facing your demise, trading your life for your innocence. Correct? Ma Taigang and Appo's mind wandered, finally closing his eyes. The comments on Douyin similarly erupted in shock. What a terrifying strategy. Wei Xia has truly gone mad. He is not only the eldest son of the Wei family, but also a madman safeguarding his father and his ideals. The clan has destroyed the clues. Yeching is in disarray. They must have guessed that the Wei family still has survivors, and they are formidable opponents. And Wei Pingling has yet to be sent away. But he has already begun to lay the groundwork, signaling to them that the chase is now his, and he will hunt them down. New scenes continued to unfold. It was now August 1996. Autumn had arrived. The wind blew dry, lifting clouds of yellow sand that stung the skin. Wei Xia returned home, his hair now black. He pushed open the door to find his grandparents dining with Wei Pingling, the meal appearing rather meager. Wei Xia cast a glance at the table, remaining silent. There was no place set for him, no bowl or chopsticks. He chose to sit on the old wooden sofa, watching Wei Pingling eat, his eyes distant. The youngest sister was adorable, yet she clutched her sister's rabbit toy tightly during the meal, the last remnant of her existence in the Wei family. She appeared somewhat lonely. Despite her fear and disdain for Wei Xia, Wei Pingling turned, mustering courage to ask, "Can I see my brother and sister? I miss them." Wei Xia's face remained stoic as he calmly shook his head. No. His voice was hoarse, akin to a raucous crow, startling Wei Pingling. Cheng Zhong slammed his chopsticks down, reproaching Wei Xia. "Since when did this home become yours to command? Look at you now. You dress like the dregs of society. Listen to your voice, smoking and drinking. You and Appo's ruined yourself. Are you even still a child? What child behaves like you, drawing dragons and tigers?" After enduring the tirade, Wei Xia shrugged indifferently, suddenly smiling. "Fine. Let us meet. Grandfather, hurry and call them over. I almost forgot. I and Appo's am short on cash again. It's time for those 3 families we took in to send us some money. Grandfather, go make the call." Observing the avarice and fervor in Wei Xia and Appo's gaze as he urged his grandfather, Cheng Zhong felt utterly defeated, setting down the phone. his eyes filled only with loathing that seemed unshakable. The youthful eyes of Sister Wei Pingling reflected a flicker of hatred for the first time. As her grandfather withdrew the phone, Wei Xia appeared somewhat disappointed but did not linger on it, devouring the remnants of his family and damp, Oppo's, meal. Those who have departed cannot return. Hence, Wei Xia is willing to assume the role of the villain, leaving once more after satisfying his hunger. Today, he appears outside the school where Wei Pingsheng studies. Wei Pingsheng has been nurtured exceptionally well, exhibiting keen business acumen, making him difficult to deceive. Intentionally, Wei Xia has gathered a group of individuals to stage a series of distressing scenes, victims of deceit and scrupulous restaurants and exploited employees along Wei Pingsheng and Oppo's daily route to and from school. However, this time, Wei Pingsheng does not rush to their aid in righteous indignation. Instead, he stands pensively by the roadside, observing those in anguish and witnessing the tears of despair. Later, in class, when a teacher inquires about ideals, Wei Pingsheng and Oppo's voice grows resolute. Teacher, I have new thoughts on the essay about ideals. I have witnessed too much injustice and deceit, and in the future, I aspire to be a conscientious entrepreneur, aiding the underprivileged and the unfortunate in society. From a distance, Wei Xia watches, a smile gracing his lips. The blonde-haired boy in Oppo's voice is soft, tinged with a sigh as he gazes into the classroom, watching the radiant smile of Wei Pingsheng. Classmates gather around Wei Pingsheng as the teacher presents him with a certificate of achievement. Brother, your sibling thrives in the sunlight. A tinge of envy stirs within him. Yet upon seeing his elder brother, he feels a pang of compassion. Here, some endure a hellish existence, a reality he has witnessed firsthand. Wei Xia and Oppo's voice is hoarse, his body battered, yet he gazes at Wei Pingsheng with a bright, proud smile. He is meant to bask in the light of day. A video swiftly ascends the trending charts on social media. It features an interview with Wei Pingsheng, the chairman of Yecheng Glass Industry, conducted in 2024. At that time, Wei Pingsheng is impeccably suited, exuding maturity and poise. Corporate culture? In truth, our company's ethos is rooted in my childhood experiences. Back in the 90s, while I was still a student, I bore witness to the plight of many oppressed souls. The desperation of those who carry the weight of their families, struggling for survival, has profoundly affected me. From that moment, the enterprise I envisioned could not be one that exploits employees or oppresses society. The fundamental distinction between a businessman and an entrepreneur lies in conscience. The host nods in awe. Indeed, Chairman Wei's contributions to society over the years are evident, marking him as a true, conscientious entrepreneur. As the video concludes, comments begin to flood in. Your brother is battling drug traffickers. Before this, he quietly paved the way for his sibling, allowing him to shine. Wei Xia's foresight, nurtured over decades, has forged a new star who now commands the business world. Such long-term vision is rare. This is a scene etched in the memories of many. At the end of June 1996, Wei Xia prepares to venture into the invisible battlefield against drug traffickers. Before departing, he gazes at his brother, basking in the sunlight. Well-educated and nurtured with warmth, and Wei Xia smiles radiantly. It has been long since he has smiled this way, his eyes softening as he beams. Crouched in an inconspicuous corner with Lu Huangmao, a solitary comment drifts by. And then, he's going to die. Chapter 53. Life is like a burning train in the live broadcast room. The host Yang Xiao had just ceased recording, his gaze fixed on the camera. The astonishment in his eyes barely concealed. What had Wei Xia accomplished during this time? Firstly, he had taken Huang Mao to the ancestral hall, erasing traces of his family to mislead the drug traffickers in their pursuit. Secondly, he had discarded his clothing in Yi City to create the illusion of death, sowing seeds of doubt among the drug dealers. Thirdly, he had sought out Ma Tai Gang, preparing to dismantle the drug trafficking chain within the urban village of Yi City, intimidating his adversaries. At that moment, Yang Xiao and Oppo's expression was bittersweet as he regarded the youth on the screen. Each of these actions was enough to suffocate anyone. Yet, while Wei Xia executed all this, he was also tirelessly refining the details of his new identity. On Bilibili, a doctor named Chun Shui was analyzing the situation as well. Wei Xia's physical condition was severely compromised. Previous encounters with drugs, coupled with past injuries from beatings, had stunted his growth, leading to emerging skeletal issues. In the future, he would become frail and diminutive, plagued by frequent illnesses and various complications. To find solace in sleep, he would rely on painkillers and sedatives. Chun Shui paused, his expression complicated. This individual had no choice but to advance, akin to a swiftly moving train engulfed in flames. Stopping meant death. Reaching the end would mean a mutual destruction with his enemies. A new scene unfolded. Wei Xia, rarely an early riser, awoke feeling sore, yet rose to wash his face and glanced at the calendar. August. The day agreed upon with the Drug Enforcement Squad leader Ma Tai Gang was approaching. It was time to head to Yi City. Wei Xia turned to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. His black hair was present, yet he appeared aged. His face weathered, devoid of youthful vigor. He silently entered the kitchen and began preparing breakfast, steaming sweet potatoes. As Wei Xia suddenly exerted himself in cooking, Cheng Zhong grew impatient, suspecting that this eldest grandson was merely putting on an act, perhaps to swindle money. The family was short on funds. There was no need for pretense. Cheng Zhong and Appo's voice was loud, while his grandmother and Wei Pingling cast disapproving glances at Wei Xia, who seemed to be ingratiating himself. In the past, whenever Wei Xia found himself short on cash, he would deliberately try to appear obedient, leading his grandparents to believe he was on the right path. This made it easier for him to request money. However, after a few attempts, no one believed him anymore. He had become a mere puddle of mud, forever unable to rise. Once the sweet potatoes were set aside, Wei Xia turned, wearing a compliant smile, particularly when looking at Wei Pingling, his eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable affection. Cheng Zhong snorted derisively and turned away, while his grandmother sensed something different about Wei Xia today, yet merely frowned without commenting. As he reached the front door, Wei Xia suddenly turned back and gently patted Wei Pingling and Appo's head. Little Pingling, you must live joyfully in the future under the spotlight. With a radiant life, Wei Pingling lowered her head, fiddling with the hole in her dirty rabbit toy, and impatiently evaded Wei Xia's hand. What about you? Mom and Dad always said you were the most obedient. The child's eyes were sharp, questioning everything. Wei Xia scratched his head, his voice hoarse and piercing. I am going to fight in a long-scheduled arena. He looked out the window. The sun was dazzling, but not warm. This is something I have been waiting for a long time. Wei Xia and Appo's voice was barely audible, and Wei Pingling did not catch it, allowing him to speak to himself. In this world, there are many who are smarter than me. Thus, there are too many misfortunes, allowing for evasion, for retreat. Yet amidst these misfortunes, Wei Xia suddenly smiled, gazing at the sunlight that illuminated his eyes, bright like a spark of stars. He said, but amidst these misfortunes, I want to show you something interesting. I want you to witness how a person dies for his original goal. Pushing the door open, Wei Xia prepared to head to Yi City, quietly carrying his bag as he navigated through the crowd, resembling one of the many unnoticed souls. At the entrance of the community, Lu Huangmao, who had been waiting, appeared. Brother, are you truly going to Yi City? The routes there have become well established. Going alone could very well lead to death. There was a hint of pleading in Lu Huangmao and Appo's eyes, for he wished to accompany him. His voice was imbued with an unprecedented firmness. Brother, I know what you intend to do. I will go with you. Luoqiu can do without Lu Changjiang, but cannot do without Wei Xia. Wei Xia smiled, shaking his head as he patted Huangmao and Appo's head. Stay at home with the brothers and take care of my younger siblings. The youth in Appo's voice was hoarse, yet he turned to leave, his smile radiant. Lu Huangmao wiped his tears, yet they flowed relentlessly, more than he had cried in his entire life. From the crowd, Wei Xia and Appo's resolute voice echoed. This matter has nothing to do with you. You must not be implicated. You have a future. A future. Indeed, Wei Xia did not consider Huangmao in his plans. His strategies were extensive and perilous. Yi City was not his territory. Therefore, He could not safeguard the one willing to follow him into danger, especially since he was different from himself. Amidst the crowd, the youth grew increasingly silent, and Huang Mao, standing behind Wei Xia, softly inquired, "Then, brother, what will you do?" It was only at that moment that Wei Xia turned, grinning broadly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "I will be fine. After enduring the tempests of the years, what can they do to me?" Ha! At this moment, the crowd surged, nearing the street. Wei Xia and Amp, Appo's horse. Sharp laughter gradually faded, the sound ultimately appearing forced, his smile hollow as he resolutely turned away. In the hospital room, Wei Pingling stared at her younger self and the tattered rabbit toy, recalling memories of Wei Xia and Amp, Appo's departure from the scene. Never before had she felt such complexity. It turned out that he had intended to confront the drug traffickers that day, wagering his fate as a stake. He was strategizing just as the traffickers were. From the beginning to the end, he had known everything. Thus, Wei Xia and Appo's words urging her to live joyfully and brightly were a reflection of his understanding that it might be their last encounter. He had never contemplated what his own future would be like, murky as it was. Young Drug Enforcement Captain Zhao Jing was also watching. As the youth resolutely turned away, he felt a moment of disorientation. Almost speaking to himself, he murmured, "In this world, there are far too many who are smarter than you." He had long known he had other choices. Just as Wei Ping was simulating the role of the eldest son, he could retreat, evade, and escape, without the burden of responsibility or the constraints of being the eldest. Yet he did not contemplate or choose. He would always remember the words his mother spoke before her death. He was the eldest brother, the pillar of the Wei family. How could an elder brother abandon his younger siblings and flee alone? Thus, let the battlefield shift to another city. In that moment, watching the lonely youth journeying toward Yi City on the live screen, Zhao Jing finally sighed in complexity. Chapter 54, just launching February 5th, 2025. The high-speed railway station is bustling with numerous office workers returning to their workplaces and a considerable number of students, heads bowed, engrossed in their mobile devices. The popularity of the eldest son and Amp, Appo's comparison program has surged once more, reaching an unprecedented peak. Meanwhile, in Luoqiao City, Dongchang Province, vehicles begin to arrive in the small mining town. Crowds of curious locals gather, gazing at the desolate area before them, where the Wei family's ancestral home lies in ruins, overgrown with weeds, reduced to mere remnants of walls. Some onlookers observe the scene, gradually recalling the initial broadcast from 30 years prior, when a shocking massacre had taken place here. Even forensic students attempt to reenact the harrowing scene of Wei Xia dragging corpses, guided by their memories. Today, apart from the people, only the wild grass flourishes in this desolation. An elderly Cheng Zhong emerges from a nursing home, assisted by Yang Xiao, a master in Appo's student in psychology and a Douyin influencer, as they make their way up the mountain. The cave above is shrouded in cobwebs, and Cheng Zhong gazes vacantly, seemingly witnessing the interrogation scenes of yesteryears. 3 decades later, a trembling boy weeps, repeatedly affirming to himself that he is the eldest son of the Wei family. Others discover 2 nameless gravestones hidden among the trees of the mountain, standing alone and forlorn. Fresh flowers, greeting cards, and photographs, now faded from moisture, are placed before the graves. Among them are childhood photos of Wei Pingsheng, images of Wei Pingzheng and Amp, Appo's achievements, Wei Pingyang receiving a research award, and Wei Pingling shining on stage with a microphone in hand. There is also a letter, once placed on the gravestone by Wei Xia months prior, now worn and nearly illegible. The eldest son informs his parents of the current status of his siblings. His second brother Wei Pingsheng is now an esteemed representative of entrepreneurs in Dongchang Province, serving as an advisor to the Provincial Economic Office and the president of the Dongchang Chamber of Commerce. His fourth sister Wei Pingyang is involved in an international research project as a key research leader, with a bright future ahead. Cheng Zhong, now frail, sits on the ground, lost in thought for a long time. Yang Xiao, too, stares blankly at the scene before her. One can only imagine how many times Wei Xia had come alone to share the growth of his siblings with their parents, and how proud he must have felt during those moments. Suddenly, A wave of discomfort washes over her as she recalls that young Wei Xia, burying his parents in solitude. Leaving the mining town for Luoqiu City and later Yeqing, Wei Xia still arrived alone. In his 30s, with tattoos covering his body and a voice raspy and aged. How reassuring it must have been for him to tell his parents that he had not disappointed their hopes, that he, the eldest son of the Wei family, was indeed worthy. In a haze, time seems to intertwine. Yang Xiao crouches on the ground, lost in reverie. The memory retracing program continues, and, alongside many others, she watches as new footage appears. As the autumn twilight of 1996 envelopes the alleyway, Wei Xia bites down on the zipper of his black jacket, the metallic taste of rust spreading across his tongue. He gazes at the Luoqiu train station, preparing to depart. He leaves without calling anyone, not even his underlings, including the blond fellow. Only he remains. Yet, he notices 6 of his most formidable and reckless subordinates stealthily following him from behind. It is evident that this is a protective arrangement orchestrated by the blonde, who has disregarded his orders. Furious, Wei Xia thinks to himself that this is not a fight but a life-and-death struggle. He cannot toy with the lives of others. Every life is precious, and they all carry significance. However, the 6 shadows assigned by the blonde linger 10 meters away, like an unshakable magnet. You lot, go back and mind the turf. Don't follow me. Wei Xia scolds fiercely, his anger palpable. The mercenaries he picked up from the streets now hang their heads, chastised, resembling drenched stray dogs. Am I going on a spring outing? Wei Xia kicks over a nearby can, the metallic clang startling the youths into recoiling. They will never comprehend how much warmth and bitterness lies beneath his wrath. Why do you follow me in everything? If you leave, who will oversee the territories we VE captured? As he berates them, the 6 subordinates dutifully bow their heads and depart, some unwillingly sighing. Watching them drift away, Wei Xia smiles bitterly and murmurs, whether to them or to himself, he cannot tell. The enemies are formidable. You are different. You still have your own lives to live. My parents always said that every life is important. How could I burden you? Bathed in sunlight, he feels a strange comfort and believes he should smile at this moment. Thus, he grins, albeit softly, so that no one hears. When the last sound of footsteps fades around the corner, Wei Xia, weakened, suddenly stumbles and steadies himself against a utility pole. The setting sun stretches his shadow into a sharp blade, pinning it against the weathered wall. What am I trying to prove? Wei Xia murmurs into the void, swallowing all his unexpressed words. Those joyful syllables that should bounce in the throats of 20-year-olds had long since dried into gravel between the bloodied fingers of his parents a year ago. As he prepares to leave, Wei Xia feels a pang of reluctance and quietly turns towards the residence of Wei Pingyang, now occupied by Professor Tang Rulong in a 3-story loft. Wei Xia crouches downstairs, clutching his bundle until the rain begins to fall, chilling him. He peers around, desperately seeking his sister, but fails to catch a glimpse of her. From idle neighborly chatter, he learns that she has gone on a trip with her adoptive mother, leaving only Professor Tang at home. Shaking off the rain-soaked clothes clinging to his skin, Wei Xia smiles, tossing his package onto his back. At this moment, he crouches behind the wintergreen shrubs as raindrops trickle down his hair and seep into his taut neck. He greedily counts the lights on the 3rd floor. In the warm yellow glow, he catches a fleeting glimpse of his sister's ponytail, adorned with a new pink bow. Digging his nails deep into his palm, he feels the pain, the only thing anchoring him and preventing him from rushing into that warmth. There are still many things he must attend to. That warmth does not belong to him. Suddenly, Wei Xia leaps away, filled with joy. His sister is finally leading a happy life. Now, Wei Xia gazes at the characters Yeqing printed on the ticket in his hand. He suddenly recalls the last reluctant gaze of his mother before her sacrifice. On that New Year's Eve, her bloodied hands had clutched his collar tightly. Ah, Xia, what will you do from now on? Mom, I miss you all so much. On the train to Yeqing, Wei Xia presses his face against the cold glass, as if being embraced by his mother. It is also as if he is burying all his softness into the frozen earth, allowing his hatred to forge into a sharpened bone. Only in this way can he hope to survive. For he is about to confront the dark forces lurking within society. At this moment, on Douyin, Thousands of viewers send barrage comments each minute. The youth splits his soul in two, feeding kindness to the dawn, while burying ruthlessness in eternal night. Have you noticed he always wields the knife with his right hand? Because his left wrist is bound with his sister's discarded hair tie. He is truly different. His kindness is unimaginable, yet when he turns cruel, it is appalling. What is he? Perhaps both sides are him. This year, Wei Xia is only 20. He is but a youth who should be smiling, yet all his laughter is reserved for his siblings, leaving none for himself. Chapter 55. Never Compromised. A new scene of memory retrospection unfolds. Wei Xia, having disembarked from the train, arrives in Yi City. Like many migrant workers who came to the city in the 1990s, Wei Xia, with his dyed black hair, remains inconspicuous among the throngs. His frail physique renders him almost invisible in the crowd. The Erdahezi neighborhood of Yi City, now flourishing 30 years later, appears chaotic from an aerial view. A junction of new and old urban areas, where urban villages teem with diverse crowds of migrant workers and countless makeshift houses abound, creating a veritable melting pot. Wei Xia enters with a cold gaze. Earlier, through the inquiries of Lu Huangmao and various purchase leads, he learned that this place not only houses the largest illegal gambling den in Yi City, but is also a gathering spot for drug addicts. In the dead of night, outside the Baihuashan gambling den, a large wolf dog stands guard, its eyes glinting with a menacing green glow in the dark. Wei Xia squints and discreetly tosses a piece of fried pork ribs soaked in pesticide towards the beast. Moments later, the wolf dog breathes its last. The pesticide-soaked ribs, diluted, serve to both poison the wolf dog and mask any distinctive human scent. While his father imparted many lessons, Wei Xia and Appo's extensive reading later enriched his knowledge. Confirming the area was secure, he stealthily slips into the casino's courtyard, commencing his documentation of the warehouse's contents and meticulously recording every pill manufacturing site. On the surface, this is merely a gambling establishment, yet beneath it lies a clandestine workshop for drug production, operated in collusion with local gangsters like Lu Chong. With care, he stows away the gathered information and proceeds further. According to his records, there are still 2 more establishments on this road. Had it not been for the frenzied expansion by Lu Chong and his associates, the drug distribution across Yi City would not have escalated so rapidly. The second drug manufacturing workshop lacks any signage, masquerading as an ordinary warehouse. In reality, it is merely a small gambling den, frequented by a handful of familiar faces. While newcomers easily arouse suspicion, guard dogs also patrol the perimeter. Prior to his arrival, Wei Xia purchased ample chloramphenicol eye drops, soaking his coarse garments in them. This precaution ensures he goes unnoticed by the dogs, evading pursuit. With the interior unknown, he follows a designated path, periodically scattering snake-scale vine seeds at the damp bases of the courtyard walls. These seeds possess a unique trait. Upon contact with urine, they swell and bloom within 72 hours, indicating recent activity. Such markers are crucial for deciphering the patrol routes and numbers of the adversaries. After spending several days in a clandestine lodge and confirming the enemy's patrol patterns, Wei Xia cautiously infiltrates the premises, documenting evidence with precision. The weather is bitterly cold, the damp fabric clinging to his skin, nearly numbing him. The stench from the corner, where years of urination have accumulated, is overwhelmingly pungent, the cold wind piercing through, inducing nausea. Yet, Wei Xia remains unfazed, executing each movement with meticulous detail and utmost composure. After investigating 2 locations, he retreats to a cyber CAF to rest and contemplate the final site, another illicit gambling den. This location, however, is significantly larger, with a different arrangement of personnel. Attempting to infiltrate unnoticed to gather evidence proved challenging. Thus, Wei Xia resolves to enter as a gambler. Play a few rounds? He inquires of the proprietor. The bouncer, adorned with a viper tattoo on his neck, sizes up Wei Xia with a fierce glare, only allowing him entry upon confirming his wealth. Wei Xia, appearing youthful and clad in deliberately chosen attire, strides confidently into the casino. Acknowledging greetings with a slight nod, he feigns disdain for the other gamblers, frowning as he seeks a quieter spot to place larger bets. I've heard the games get bigger the deeper you go in. Is that true? Seems a bit underwhelming here. He remarks in a gravelly voice that belies his youth. The casino manager, momentarily taken aback, eventually nods in begrudging agreement, signaling to his bouncer to discreetly equip Wei Xia with a listening device. They have no choice. If the illicit operations within the casino were discovered, it would spell disaster for them. With the listening device in place, Wei Xia confidently moves toward the innermost section, once out of sight of the bouncers. He squints and carefully fashions an anti-surveillance cap from burnt copper wire, covering the device to begin his recording. In this moment, he resembles a meticulous agent, deciphering every method employed. In the infirmary, the drug enforcement team leader, Zhao Jing, is incredulous. How is this possible? He has an oppos. He received any formal training. How does he possess such extensive intelligence? Meanwhile, the aging Ma Tai gang, now retired, feels increasingly disheartened, lamenting because he has dedicated himself to reading, reflecting, and simulating practice. He has never ceased his pursuit of knowledge over the years. For the sake of his siblings, he delved into economics and political science, and to avenge his family, he studied various intelligence techniques, physics, and chemistry. Zhao Jing falls silent, memories of past broadcasts flooding his mind. Wei Xia, with his head bowed over a desk, immerses himself in a myriad of books, continuously calculating. He even enlists Lu Huangmao for various tests on how to conduct undercover operations, gather intelligence, evade capture, and escape. Time and again, he hones his skills. The individuals in the infirmary are left astounded. In the small town of Luochio, many gather around the nameless grave of Wei Xia's parents, paying their respects with wreaths in hand. Among them are Yang Xiao, Cheng Zhong, and the young officer Chen Xiaowen, along with numerous local residents, all drawn to honor his memory. They pull out their phones to witness the retrospective footage, observing how Wei Xia, in the autumn of 1996, meticulously sought out drug dens to capture evidence, watching him scatter seeds to ascertain the routes of the drug dealers and oppos, enforcers ingeniously crafting anti-surveillance measures, and using chloramphenicol eye drops to mask his scent. In the footage, Wei Xia appears ghost-like, infiltrating heavily guarded areas, documenting data, organizing information, and discreetly placing it in hidden locations. The impact is profound. The live broadcast reappears, having gathered intelligence on all three gambling dens. Wei Xia begins to feign losses until he owes the casino tens of thousands. The manager pressures him to contact his family for funds, prompting Wei Xia to use the casino and oppos' phone to dial Ma Tai gang. Two enforcers scrutinize the newcomer, their expressions cold and watchful. Watch your mouth. Just bring the money, or we'll cut off your hands. Clutching the phone, Wei Xia speaks urgently. Brother, send me money quickly. I hid my savings in the shop. There's a broken bottle under the red wreath at our funeral home. It contains my bank book. Hurry and get the money. The enforcers raise an eyebrow, barely registering his words. On the other end, Ma Tai gang furrows his brow, his demeanor serious. Although they hadn't previously established any code phrases, he keenly senses the underlying meaning in Wei Xia's words. After hanging up, he rubs his chin thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. Go to the nearest funeral home's wreath shop and look for clues beneath the red wreaths. In less than an hour and a half, the team returns swiftly, clutching a small glass vial. The wooden cork seals it from air, containing a piece of paper. Exposing it to a flame quickly reveals its contents. A secret note detailing the addresses, routes, and detailed floor plans of 3 drug manufacturing sites. The paper, coated with lemon juice, becomes legible when heated. Matiegang squints, increasingly astonished. Even he cannot help but exclaim, "What a remarkable young man. I thought he was just another streetwise kid, but he is truly skilled. Notify the Yi City Drug Enforcement Unit immediately. We will collaborate on this case starting now. Prepare for a crackdown. This time, we will uproot the entire network of pill dealers in the urban village." In the headlines, many viewers fail to grasp the significance, yet numerous professionals are left in disbelief. A scholarly professor was the first to articulate an article. Indeed, the phenomenon of lemon juice-coated paper revealing itself when exposed to an open flame, is not difficult to comprehend. Anyone who has attended a chemistry class would understand that this is merely the most rudimentary organic matter undergoing dehydration and carbonization upon heating. However, it is essential to recognize that Wei Xia is merely a young man who has forsaken education for several years. Despite navigating the complexities of society, contending with drug traffickers, and safeguarding his family, he has managed to acquire such a wealth of knowledge. On Douyin, a biological blogger was captivated, offering explanations in his live broadcast. The plant, known as snake vine, typically flourishes in the Guangdong regions and possesses a unique characteristic. Upon contact with urine, it will rapidly swell and sprout within 72 hours, effectively being catalyzed into growth. The abnormal growth rate here suggests frequent human presence. Unexpectedly, Wei Xia utilized this seed to ascertain the locations where drug dealers patrol, allowing him to deduce the number of henchmen, their timings, and the locations of their hideouts, ultimately revealing their routes. This underscored the significance of biological knowledge to the audience. At that moment, a content creator on Bilibili crafted a provocative title on the interference of copper wire mesh hats with communication devices. A notable detail emerged. Why was Wei Xia not overheard by the listening devices? The answer lay in this seemingly innocuous mesh hat. Listening devices capture radio waves in the environment for data transmission, and such simplistic devices, devoid of radar-like configurations, are particularly susceptible to signal interference. As numerous hosts elaborated, many viewers became increasingly astonished by the intricate details. Biology, physics, chemistry. This 18-year-old youth orchestrated a textbook-worthy display of espionage before their eyes. Simultaneously, various websites proliferated with sensational titles: espionage-level disguise and covert theft, Wei Xia and AMP, Oppo's ruthless tactics, and dismantling the drug syndicate, a show of force. In this moment, within the Douyin live stream, a viewer posed a poignant question. Is he truly accomplishing all of this with ease? The chatroom fell silent. Memories of the past resurfaced. In the alley of Erdehezi, within a casino, gamblers, blinded by their losses, clamored incessantly. Yet in truth, this was one of the largest production sites for narcotics in Yecheng. Presently, Wei Xia, a newcomer who had incurred significant losses, naturally attracted considerable attention. Within a small room, casino enforcers approached to interrogate him. In reality, Wei Xia had already been apprehended. A dealer presented a narcotic, initiating an interrogation. Wei Xia did not refuse, expertly consuming the drug while laughing nonchalantly. Seizing upon Wei Xia and AMP, Oppo's momentary distraction, the enforcers, having previously contacted their internal informants, obtained some information about him. Now, capitalizing on his disorientation, they began to question him further. He Xiaodong, male, born in 1978, with a hereditary bone deformity in his left ankle and a history of porphyria. The scars on his body were from previous territorial disputes in Luochio City, and his hoarse voice was a result of having swallowed glass during a confrontation over territory, severely damaging his vocal cords, compounded by worn fingerprints. The enforcer, known as Jean, confirmed all details. A doctor in a white coat scrutinized Wei Xia and AMP, Oppo's fingerprints and left foot for affirmation. The enforcer, codenamed Jean Yao, squinted with satisfaction, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had dispatched someone to investigate Luochio, and the results corroborated his findings. Regardless of his identity or Luochio and Oppo's connection, this individual was merely a petty thug. Yet, he owed money, and this was not Luochio. It was not his territory. Currently, Wei Xia was confined within the casino, consuming meager rations, drinking heavily, and indulging in the narcotic. His body growing increasingly frail, his demeanor listless, and his mind foggy. With a throbbing headache, the air was thick with the acrid stench of alcohol and gastric acid. Gradually regaining consciousness, Wei Xia began to retch violently, splashing cold water on his face in a desperate attempt to awaken himself. Seizing an unguarded moment, he pried open the bathroom window and painstakingly climbed to the rooftop of a nearby building, the sound of car doors slamming echoing in his ears. Several vans blocked the exit, and narcotics officers, in collaboration with local police, had nearly surrounded the area, the sounds of kicking doors and startled cries reverberating. Weak, Wei Xia lay on the rooftop, observing as they initiated control over the scene according to the route he had provided, gunfire erupting. In that moment, he struggled to rise, clutching a water barrel on the eaves. His body was too weak, suffering severely. The potent narcotic concoction forced upon him had not been refined, causing his head to feel as though it might explode, compounded by the frigid wind seeping into his chest, inducing a violent cough. At that moment, he gazed upwards, feeling the world spin around him. Listening to the chaos from the casino and the drug production facility, he heard the sound of someone igniting a fire. While gamblers fled in every direction, Wei Xia began to slap his own face, striving to bring himself back to lucidity. After several vigorous slaps, he finally regained a semblance of clarity. He leaped from the rooftop, wrapping himself in garbage bags, securing them tightly, and then plunged into a dumpster. Throughout the latter part of the night, police sirens wailed incessantly. Captain Ma Taigang searched tirelessly, yet Wei Xia remained elusive. As dawn broke, he surveyed the 3 dismantled drug production facilities, perplexed. Why aren't an amp? Oppos, to you showing yourself? What are you afraid of? Ma Taigang suddenly sensed something amiss. Wei Xia seemed exceedingly cautious regarding his informant connections, even hesitant to trust other members of the police force. At this moment, the viewers in the chat were abuzz with commentary. He doesn't an amp. Oppos, he dare to gamble. He is not an innocent soul. Wei Xia has faced the harshest of realities, rendering him exceedingly wary. This is the terrifying aspect. No one knows how many insiders the perpetrator has corrupted, but it illustrates the depth of Wei Xia and amp. Oppos as calculations. They are all ruthless individuals, each more deranged than the last. Many viewers also witnessed a new scene featuring Wei Xia. In late August 1996, a capture operation in the urban village of Erdehezi lasted a day and a half. Wei Xia remained hidden in the dumpster, gradually succumbing to fever, hunger, and thirst. Ensconced within the garbage bags, murmuring to himself in delirium. Pingyang, how was your trip? Is this world beautiful? The farthest I and Oppos, the bin is yetching. You should explore more in the future. Pingzheng, have you been slacking off? Have you mastered the basic function formulas? Pingsheng, your mind is agile. But if you wish to start a business, you must be true to your conscience for a brighter future. Pingling, your rabbit doll and amp. Oppos, stuffing is almost gone. I want to buy you a new one. Chapter 56, Such a Person. An undeserved in the program memory retrospection of the eldest son continues to gain immense popularity, spreading across various nations. In just 25 years, ordinary individuals have witnessed Wei Xia's relentless dedication over a year and a half in 1996, caring for his siblings while enduring immense hardship and perilously confronting drug traffickers with fierce aggression. This marks a departure from the previous assassination attempts on drug dealers. Now, the focus shifts toward dismantling the drug supply chain. On the night of February 7, 2025, many viewers of the program felt not comfort, but profound sorrow. For Wei Xia and amp. Oppos, memories are steeped in tragedy. Collaborating with anti-drug police, he helped to dismantle 3 methamphetamine production facilities in the urban village of Yeching. Yet, Wei Xia did not meet the police. He remained hidden within a refuse bin, silent, his parched lips and gaunt visage betraying his dire state until the police lifted their guard, allowing garbage trucks to begin their transport. As refuse was tilted, Wei Xia was unceremoniously discarded into the truck. Once the vehicle exited the city, he tore open a garbage bag, seizing the opportunity to leap from the moving truck as it turned. Despite the slow pace, his frail body ached in agony. After days of consuming nothing but alcohol, his strength waned, and darkness clouded his vision, compounded by various drugs that pushed his body to the brink. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Wei Xia reached a small clinic and managed to dial Huang Mao and amp. Oppos, number. Chang Jiang hurried to the Ming clinic outside Yeching Sen Hospital. By the time Huang Mao arrived, Wei Xia had already lost consciousness, his pallid complexion marred by numerous injuries. Observing Wei Xia and amp. Oppos, cracked lips and sunken eyes. Huang Mao and amp. Oppos, vision blurred with distress. How is he? The doctor frowned, scrutinizing the unconscious figure. I and Amp, Oppos, V never seen so many afflictions afflict a single individual. There are traces of stimulant drugs, signs of allergic reactions, and potential long-term nutritional deficiencies leading to gastrointestinal damage. His mental state may have been excessively stimulated, and his heart function is also compromised. We must first administer some nutrients to restore his functions, then proceed with injections. The doctor shook his head and departed, leaving Huang Mao at the bedside, unable to bear the sight. What a pitiful sight it was, reeking of filth, with limbs emaciated to the point of resembling skeletal remains. Hair disheveled, and face unkempt, he lay curled upon the bed. Huang Mao could not fathom why his elder brother insisted on treading this path, correct yet devoid of hope. He lamented, opposing these wretches, they are all scoundrels. Their influence extends so far that even the authorities have their agents. Yet he gritted his teeth, acknowledging a harsh truth. His brother was not one to be dissuaded. He could only vow to stay by his brother and Amp, Oppos, aside next time. When Wei Xia regained consciousness, he struggled to rise with Huang Mao and Amp, Oppos, as assistants. Though still weak, a flicker of vitality returned. Alcohol lingered in his stomach, and the effects of the drugs continued to induce nausea, rendering him unable to eat. Nevertheless, he forced himself to consume food, feeling wretched yet determined to swallow. He felt a surge of gratitude for surviving, realizing he needed to regain his strength to face his younger siblings. Otherwise, they would mock his frail state. After some time of treatment, the doctor examined the test results with a furrowed brow. Young man, there are certain substances you should avoid. Wei Xia nodded appreciatively, contrasting sharply with the group of rough individuals surrounding him. After a brief wash, he and Huang Mao boarded a train back to Luochio City. Through the train window, Wei Xia clutched a classical economics book, his emaciated fingers flipping through the pages, taking notes. Huang Mao sat beside him, frowning. This year has been peculiar. Many of our associates have been caught, including those with scars from the underworld. Wei Xia nodded, narrowing his eyes. Fortunately, we are not involved in illegal dealings. We merely provide security services for nightclubs, albeit on the grimmer side of things. We do not bully others, nor do we conceal any weapons. Yet, he knew it was time to transition with his brothers. Upon arriving in Luochio, Wei Xia, burdened with fatigue, began contemplating future paths for his brothers. Many former gang members in Luochio noticed that the underlings under the madman had gradually ceased fighting for territory. Over 20 youths dyed their hair back to black, now merely collecting kickbacks from suppliers at convenience stores. Simultaneously, Wei Xia and Huang Mao began frequenting various nightclubs, signing contracts for security and hospitality training, and even taking over the nightclub parking lots. They also acquired a billiard hall in the old city, arranging investments and staffing with their former comrades. Lu Changjiang, still sporting his dyed hair, began dressing more formally, eagerly following Wei Xia as they inspected the security team, hospitality staff, parking lot, and video hall. These were now their enterprises. However, Huang Mao scrutinized the signs with dissatisfaction. Qingqing hospitality team, Lingling billiard hall, Shaoxing video hall, Shaoxing parking lot? They lack grandeur and sophistication. Brother, I've noticed many establishments are named either Mona or Heisa. Shouldn't we change our names? Wei Xia shook his head, observing the bustling crowd at the billiard hall. They sound unappealing. In that moment, Huang Mao finally realized, were these not the names of the eldest brother and Oppos, as siblings? He grinned, giving a thumbs up. Brother, you're quite discerning. As Huang Mao and Oppos' demeanor shifted from arrogance to humility, Wei Xia smiled, his eyes sparkling with warmth. It was now late October 1996. Wei Xia had departed Luochio City at the end of August, arriving in Yecheng to assist the anti-drug police in dismantling drug networks. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since he last returned home. Yet, he had begun transitioning his brothers from hired thugs to individuals with legitimate occupations, securing proper channels for work and income. In the crisp autumn air, with the sun shining warmly, Wei Xia reflected on the days spent with his brothers, his smile fading into a serene expression. The hospital room, billiard hall, video hall, the errand Oppo's as distinctive enterprises left Wei Xia in a daze, prompting memories of the past. In 1996, his adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, would drive him to and from school, during which he overheard conversations about the rampant gang violence in Dongcheng province, provoking a crackdown. He once worried whether Wei Xia might face execution. Yet, he forced himself to accept that scoundrel deserves it. Later, he passed by an unusual video hall, oddly named Shaoxing Video Hall, and shared his curiosity with classmates as he walked past Shaoxing Billiard Hall, commenting on the ridiculousness of its name. His classmates laughed, suggesting it was likely named by a wealthy yet uncultured individual. The vivid imagery of the live broadcast replay surged back to him. Wei Xia smiled at Huang Mao, his eyes softening at the names. In that moment, Wei Xia felt a wave of realization. Shaoxing, Shaozheng, Lingling, Qingqing. So, they were named after us, Weren and Amp, Oppos. They? He never forgot his siblings and never forgot his role as the eldest son, the brother. In the hospital room, Tang Rulong gazed at the scene with a complex expression, his voice distant and filled with sorrow. During that era, opportunities for growth abounded, and existing on the fringes of legality allowed for rapid accumulation of wealth. Had he not cared for his younger siblings, with his capabilities and temperament, he could have thrived remarkably. Yet such individuals generally meet a grim fate. Chapter 57. What do you desire? A new scene unfolds in the memory of the eldest son. The storm of crackdowns on drug traffickers intensifies in 1996. In Luoqiao City, at a tea shop, a resounding bang echoes as Lu Chong kicks down the door, his voice laced with fury. Are you fools? The police are practically at your doorstep, and you're still producing? Enough of this nonsense. Amidst the lamentations, a figure before him is already drenched in blood. At present, they have only just begun to establish the ecstasy market in Yecheng, and their initial investments, money, manpower, and connections, lie in ruins. A phone call comes in, filled with rage from the south of Yunnan. If such issues arise again, you'll be of no use to us. The bald man understands the implication, his fear mounting, a mix of rage and terror flooding over him. After a long silence, the call ends. Wiping away his sweat, he trembles as he lights a cigarette, deep in thought. Such a grand upheaval must have a mastermind pulling the strings. Who is targeting the ecstasy market in Yecheng? Who could it possibly be? Suddenly, the family tree of the Wei clan and the Yecheng drowning case flashes in his mind. Could it be the Wei family? Unthinkable. Apart from the old fool, all that remains are a bunch of insignificant children. Who could it be? Lu Chong, consumed by rage, turns to his subordinates. Quickly find this hidden puppet master, and simultaneously investigate the Wei family. We must eliminate them. Perhaps then the fires will die down. Frustrated, he extinguishes his cigarette, narrowing his eyes, feeling as if invisible hands are tightening around their throats. Moments later, his voice grows hoarse. The drug trade in Luoqiao must pause until the end of the year. First, we eradicate the Wei family. New comments flood in, causing many viewers to shudder in fear. Backed by the drug trafficking syndicate in western Yunnan, surrounded by desperate men. You are formidable and terrifying, but who knows? Your opponent is a madman. Wei Xia is indeed a reckless lunatic. You are merely ruthless. But he is even more merciless towards himself than his enemies. This man will stop at nothing. Currently, the eldest son and Amp, Oppos, as comparison program transcends the internet, becoming a sensational phenomenon. Trending first on Weibo, topping the charts on Douyin, leading in online video clips, and commanding the highest traffic. Local television stations have begun to broadcast it, with viewership soaring. The live coverage's intensity escalates. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a new scene emerges. In November, on Wei Xia's birthday, he plans to return home. To the north of the old city lies a small commodity street, where items are cheap and stalls abound. Following him are a dozen tattooed figures, currently in search of something. The young man crouches down, grasping the ears of two rabbit plush toys, murmuring softly, "This one is shedding a bit. This one is too small. The stitching is coming undone. It won't do." Indeed, he is on the hunt for a rabbit plush. Beside him, several thugs rush over, each clutching a rabbit toy. Lu Huangmao hugs a white rabbit plush. "Boss, I think this one is all right. it and Oppo's, is soft. Mine is large enough to equal 3 of his. Look at mine, boss. It's made to scale with a real rabbit. The stall owner, visibly intimidated, watches as the gang surrounds Wei Xia. He hesitantly hands over a bill. I don't need it. Just take whatever you like. His voice trembles, forcing a smile. Wei Xia cheerfully stuffs the money into the owner and Oppo's hand, tugging at the rabbit and Oppo's ear. This one is truly adorable, much better than the one at home. Pingling will surely love it. She adores little rabbits, just like her personality. Oh dear, if I'm not around in the future, what will happen to her? Who will protect her from bullies? Wei Xia mutters to himself, occasionally furrowing his brow in concern. The stall owner, anxious, watches him. Suddenly, Wei Xia smiles brightly. Boss, could you please sew some words on it? Make it cute. She loves pretty letters. Without missing a beat, Wei Xia beams, his eyes crinkling with joy. Just right. For the most radiant little princess, Wei Pingling. In that moment, sunlight cascades over the black-haired youth's face, despite his hoarse voice. His smile warms the stall owner's heart, making him forget his fear. The stall owner begins to embroider carefully while Wei Xia sits beside him, grinning as he watches. Filled with happiness, after taking the rabbit plush, Wei Xia doesn't return home immediately. Following prior investments in the nightclub, he has gained some recognition among local merchants in Luochio. The nightclub manager informs him of a gathering hosted by several directors from the economic and commercial offices, requesting his presence for drinks. Frowning, Wei Xia carefully stows away the rabbit plush before arriving at the private room. In the dead of night, outside the Mona nightclub, Wei Xia stumbles, leaning against a tree, looking quite disheveled. A captain from the Luochio police, just exiting, bursts into laughter. Is that all you can handle? A few men drape their arms around him as Wei Xia shouts back, promising to treat them next time. It isn't until everyone departs that he leans heavily on his knees. He is reluctant to drink, but he has no choice. He must cultivate these relationships to ensure the billiard hall and parking lot businesses continue. His brothers need to eat, and these ventures are vital in combating drug traffickers. Shaking his dizzy head, Wei Xia, clutching the plush, wearily returns to the Wei family home. Cheng Zhong glares at the inebriated Wei Xia, brows furrowed. Wei Xia pays him no mind, simply handing the rabbit plush to Wei Pingling. Someone thought Pingling was adorable and sent this. Wei Pingling, trembling with fear, curls up beside her grandmother, terrified she might be sent away too. Her grandfather, Cheng Zhong's expression darkens. What do you mean by this? You're not planning to send Pingling away, are you? Yet, Wei Xia says nothing, staggering off to his room, collapsing onto the damp wooden floor, until he falls asleep. In the living room, Wei Pingling cautiously holds the plush, gazing at it. It's soft, clean, and charming. She feels a warmth in her heart as she speaks to the doll. They even wrote for the most radiant little princess. They must be a wonderful person, right? In the hospital room, Wei Pingling watches a little girl hugging a doll, lost in thought. Is that the same doll? Now, residing in a mansion, she keeps this plush beside her bed, despite it being faded and the bow slightly unraveled. She has painstakingly repaired it multiple times. Back then, her siblings had all been sent away. Dressed in old, faded clothes, she would clutch her sister's tattered rabbit plush, gazing at the children outside. Each one was radiant, with numerous new toys. All she had was this doll. She didn't dare speak to them, feeling utterly inferior. It was because of this new doll that she felt like she mattered. Thus, she gradually grew more confident. So, this is how the doll came to be. Wei Pingling lowers her eyelids, suddenly murmuring, Wei Xia, what do you desire? It seems no one has ever given you a gift. Chapter 58. A clear conscience. The scene of memory continues to unfold. It is now early December 1996, and the weather has turned colder. The small video hall is bustling with patrons, and the local pool hall has begun to attract a steady flow of regular customers. The reputation of the welcoming team has spread to Luochio City, increasing the clientele. The parking lot and security training business are also showing signs of improvement. In the old district of Luochio City, a middle school, Wei Xia now focuses more on Wei Pingsheng. This year, his younger brother is 13. In the second year of junior high, Lu Huangmao follows closely behind the elder brother, not feeling surprised, as the elder has always valued his siblings above all else. Although his brother is growing up, his potential remains largely untapped. He needs opportunities that are bestowed by others, and he intends to provide them. He will nurture his brother well, ensuring he does not merely live a mundane life. Children of the Wei family must shine. In the early morning, the owner of a breakfast and grocery store collects payment from Wei Xia, instructs the elderly at home, and begins a performance aimed at Wei Pingsheng. Before Wei Pingsheng even reaches the school gate, he sees an elderly man on the roadside, clutching his chest and gradually collapsing, breathing heavily. "Elderly sir, what is the matter?" "Heart medicine. I live at Changsheng grocery store. My heart condition has flared up." Wei Pingsheng glances at the school gate, about to close, grits his teeth, and helps the elderly man back to the grocery store. Later, the middle-aged shopkeeper, with tears in his eyes, tightly grasps Wei Pingsheng's hand. "Little brother, you are our family's savior. In the future, if you come to my store, breakfast is on the house for up to 50 people. You must come. Don't be polite, or I'll go to your school and treat your teacher to a meal." Back at school, as Wei Pingsheng observes his classmates who cannot afford breakfast, he recalls the shopkeeper's words and brings them all to the grocery store. Upon seeing that breakfast is indeed free, the eyes of several impoverished classmates glisten with gratitude, realizing that Wei Pingsheng has deliberately cared for them. As a result, when it comes time to elect a class monitor, they eagerly cast their votes for him. On the weekend, as school nears its end, Lu Huangmao, accompanied by his gang, blocks a few top students from Class 6. "If you're willing to tutor Wei Pingsheng, I'll pay each of you 30 game tokens a week." Although these students excel academically, they also enjoy gaming, and the prospect of 30 tokens tempts them to agree immediately. In the class, many watch the top students tutoring Wei Pingsheng, teasing, "Helping someone with their studies? Did the monitor pay you?" The top students chuckle and wave their hands dismissively. "It's not about money. The monitor is genuinely a good guy. Hasn't he always stood up for us?" In just 2 weeks, Wei Pingsheng's academic performance visibly improves, progressing from above average. Many classmates begin to sincerely acknowledge their class monitor. Wei Xia observes the ranking report sent by Lu Huangmao and nods in satisfaction. He decides to visit the breakdancing class outside and offers some money for a tutor. On Monday, Wei Pingsheng is stopped at the school gate by a stylishly dressed man who hands him a business card. "Your physique is impressive, and your demeanor suits breakdancing perfectly. If you're interested, you can learn here for free." With the upcoming cultural performance at school, Wei Pingsheng not only starts learning breakdancing himself, but also returns to teach his classmates, preparing for their performance. As the weather grows colder, Wei Pingsheng becomes a prominent figure in the second year of junior high, returning from practice with a few classmates. In an alley, Lu Huangmao spots the gang member Luo Xiong from Class 7 approaching and nods to his companions. The other gang members turn and block Luo Xiong with their clubs. "Hand over the money, quickly." The threatening stance catches Wei Pingsheng and his friends off guard. 2 timid classmates pull back, preparing to inform a teacher. As the clubs are raised, Wei Pingsheng furrows his brow and drops his backpack. "There's no time. Let him go." Acting bravely, Wei Pingsheng strikes the arm of one thug several times, and encouraged by him, the other 2 students step forward, causing the robber to flee in disarray. Seeing that his rescuer is the very Wei Pingsheng he has always looked down upon, Luo Xiong's initial fear dissipates, and a complex expression crosses his face. "Wei Pingsheng, I concede to you. From now on, I, Luo Xiong, will follow you." After the cultural performance concludes before the winter break, Wei Pingsheng leads the dance troupe to receive awards, also being presented with a bravery medal. At that moment, he stands out in the crowd, basking in glory. Teachers praise him, and students respect him, further bolstering Wei Pingsheng's confidence. Wei Xia watches from the crowd before turning to leave. He waits at the school gate, waving from a distance. "Pingsheng." Upon seeing Wei Xia, Wei Pingsheng's smile fades, his head held high, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wei Xia's hoarse voice is especially unpleasant. "Why have you come after sending me away? Remember, we have no relationship from now on. I only have my brother and 2 sisters. No older brother." Wei Pingsheng walks away, leaving Wei Xia to watch the retreating figure. Lu Huangmao stands nearby, gritting his teeth in anger. "Class representative, of the second year? What is there to be proud of? Without the elder brother, could you have achieved this? Only knows how difficult it was for the elder brother to accomplish everything and how many people he sought for help. Wei Xia merely smiles with a sense of relief. The Yangtze River. Sometimes this is how things are. Being scorned and misunderstood is quite normal, as long as one has a clear conscience. Wei Xia smiles. At that moment, Lu Huangmao falls silent, sighing deeply. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng is utterly stunned. The live broadcast of the recalled memories presents a stark contrast. On one side stands a youth adorned with honors under the brilliant sunlight. On the other, a shadowy figure in a corner, voice hoarse. The image seems frozen. He then looks to the other side. Simulation of Wei Pingsheng. The eldest son. The scene appears again. What is he doing now? At the end of 1996, Wei Pingsheng has already sent off 4 younger siblings, but remains in solitude, evading the assailant while struggling to run a small business. In a dilapidated room, he gulps down bitter liquor, feeling particularly agitated. Elder brother, Wei Pingzheng has been bullied at school. Wei Pingyang was forced to do housework again today. That family took their child on vacation. There are many issues, all jumbled together. Bang! He slams the liquor bottle down in frustration and exclaims, I know. I can't manage it all. The pressure is immense. He cannot help but recall his younger self during this time, flourishing in the second year of junior high. Back then, he ranked at the top of his class, respected by all, a figure of honor in school. Subsequently, he rose steadily, becoming a true business magnate. Why has it come to this now? In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng remained silent for a long time, his voice bitter. At that time, Wei Pingsheng was indeed formidable. But your strength was almost built upon Wei Xia's support. It was his repeated assistance that elevated you to the class representative, someone admired by your peers. That was what truly made you strong. Behind the dazzling brilliance, someone bore all the burdens and crafted everything. Yet you have always attributed it to your own merit. Wei Pingzheng sits in a daze, finally letting out a sigh. He wonders how the second brother would react if he saw all this. Chapter 59. Here, he no longer feels alone. A new scene emerges as the winter break approaches. Households begin to prepare for the new year, and local merchants showcase an array of festive goods, couplets, lanterns, and fireworks. Wei Xia continues to observe Wei Pingsheng and summons 4 cooperative merchants from Luoqiu City, urging them to reward Wei Pingsheng in their personal capacities. Soon, the school's director calls Wei Pingsheng out of the classroom in the early morning, beaming with joy. Student, you have done remarkably well. Your courageous act has spread throughout the community, and these gentlemen, local entrepreneurs, have prepared a collection of gifts as a token of appreciation. One bespectacled merchant smiles at Wei Pingsheng, nodding in approval. Students from Luoqiu City must embody rationality, courage, and a commitment to justice. Only then can they contribute to society. This batch of Adidas sneakers is a modest gift for you. You must continue to set an example for your peers. Many students watch with envy and admiration. Adidas sneakers? They cost 100 to 200 yuan a pair. Wei Pingsheng's reputation has transcended the school, as evidenced by the murmurs of astonishment. Excitedly, he nods and begins distributing the sneakers to those he deems exceptional, not only in the second year, but also first and third year students, including some from influential families, receive sneakers in response to Wei Pingsheng and Oppos as called to form a cross-grade football team. At this moment, his influence expands beyond his grade, reaching the entire middle school. Boss, the batch of sneakers smuggled from Hong Kong has arrived. Huang Mao reports to Wei Xia outside the school. Wei Xia nods and begins to make new arrangements. A small stall quietly appears outside the school. After training, Wei Pingsheng, carrying his backpack, curiously gazes at the stall, which prominently displays gossip magazines about Hong Kong stars. With his keen business acumen, he immediately thinks of the popular figures in the video halls. He recalls how many of the top students in his class enjoy discussing them. With this thought, Wei Pingsheng purchases all the magazines and starts an underground subscription service for Hong Kong star gossip within the school. Many top students come seeking the magazines, exchanging their tutoring services for access. Wei Pingsheng's grades noticeably improve, and his influence no longer remains confined to the second year. He begins to wield the capacity to impact other grades as well. Huang Mao arranges for more people to appear outside the billiards hall, where a new scene unfolds. Soon, some third-year students return to school with furrowed brows. The billiards hall has raised its prices, and those who previously prepaid feel cheated and are dismissed when they try to complain. Upon hearing the news, Wei Pingsheng, filled with anger, arrives alone. There are two thugs dispatched by Lu Changjiang, smoking in the hall. Wei Pingsheng confronts them fiercely, raising prices without notice and refusing to refund prepaid money. Do you know what this is? It an AMP, Oppos, market disruption. We could easily call the price control department to investigate. The two thugs appear intimidated by his outburst, reluctantly discarding their cigarettes and mumbling in protest, even issuing threats. However, Wei Pingsheng stands undaunted, bolstered by the presence of numerous classmates, prompting the thugs to impatiently retract the price increase. Following this encounter, many third-year students are left astonished as they witness Wei Pingsheng single-handedly confronting the thugs, and his formidable presence begins to circulate among the students. Now, Wei Pingsheng and Oppos' reputation is ever more resplendent. Wei Xia approaches the director. What? You plan to organize a competition just like that? What about the budget? The director frowns in discontent until Wei Xia promises to exchange a billiards hall for his cooperation, at which point the director nods, satisfied. Soon, the Hong Kong Return Knowledge Competition, organized by Wei Pingsheng from Class 6 of the second year, commences fervently. Wei Pingsheng has emerged as a representative of the second year, a judge in the school and Oppos' knowledge competition, and the captain of the school football team, earning numerous accolades. Each time he appears in a crowd, students engage in animated discussions about him. The school hall buzzes with whispers as Wei Pingsheng strides into the billiard hall, teeming with thugs, rendering them speechless as they lower their prices. Even the third-year football team members must heed his authority. Rumor has it that the director has specifically requested him to lead the Hong Kong Return Knowledge Competition. The youthful and spirited Wei Pingsheng stands confidently on stage, embodying pride. Students are the new backbone of our era. We must inherit the courage to stand against tyranny and uphold justice. As the pillars of our time, we ought to contribute positively and bridge the past with the future. The youth shines brilliantly under the sun, basking in the spring breeze, becoming an idol for many within the school. Even several teachers glance at him with admiration. Applause erupts as Wei Pingsheng delivers his speech, while Wei Xia, with her dark hair, remains inconspicuous in the crowd, quietly clapping for her brother's radiant presence, though no one hears her. On New Year's Eve of 1996, Su Jianggong's family receives numerous invitations. Glancing at the letters delivered by the postman and the phone calls received, he smiles. Football team captain, student representative, chief judge of the competition. Wow, you really are something. Even the director and teachers invite you as their representative to gatherings. Now, Wei Pingsheng has become a prominent figure at Luoqiu Middle School, and upon hearing this, he beams with pride. Su Jianggong and his wife observe their child with increasing satisfaction. This child is truly clever. I hear he and Oppos, as not only the class monitor, but even older students respect him. The last time he acted bravely, he reconciled with someone he had previously clashed with. He is broad-minded and academically proficient, a true source of ease. His adoptive mother playfully scolds Su Jianggong. All right, you two, stop admiring him. Quickly serve the dishes. It's time for New Year's dinner. Wei Pingsheng responds and rises to assist in the kitchen. In that moment, the family shares a joyful atmosphere. In the Wei household, the sound of firecrackers is nearly incessant on New Year's Eve, with countless homes ablaze with light. Yet the Wei home feels desolate. The New Year's feast has grown cold, consisting of only one meat dish, while the rest are vegetarian. Grandma gazes blankly at the damp and moldy walls. Appearing much older than before, Wei Pingling clutches a brand new rabbit toy, nibbling on the increasingly cold food. Grandpa Chengzhong enters, removes his hat and worn cotton coat, and takes a seat at the dining table. In recent years, he has relied on meager earnings from street vending to sustain the family, as many factories and establishments no longer hire workers of his age. He scans the sparse home and manages a forced smile. Let us eat, Wei Pingling murmurs. Whereas Wei Xia gone? Is he not coming home on this day? The house is adorned with gifts sent by Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingyang. yet they have not returned, fearing they would be pestered for money by Wei Xia. Wei Pingsheng has not brought anything back either. Where's Pingsheng? Upon hearing Grandpa's question, Wei Pingling sighs. Second brother is now a prominent figure in middle school. He doesn't want to be associated with us. The dinner table grows increasingly lonely as memories of her childhood flood back, when her siblings would gather around their parents. Clutching her rabbit toy, she longs for home. Meanwhile, in an obscure mining town within the Chilean Valley, a nameless monument stands, and a lone youth stands before it. On New Year's Eve, Wei Xia arrives at his parents' gravestone to pay his respects. He takes out a collection of photographs and begins to burn them before the gravestone. These photographs depict moments such as Wei Pingsheng receiving awards, Wei Pingzheng being lifted by his adoptive parents, Wei Pingyang in a lovely new dress, and Wei Pingling holding her rabbit, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. These snapshots were taken in passing. Pingsheng now wields considerable influence and exudes newfound confidence. His adoptive parents adore him, and Pingyang has traveled, returning with tales of joy. Now, Ling has her own doll, brand new, and she seems to cherish it dearly. Wei Xia murmurs incessantly as the photographs before the fire gradually turn to ashes. The sound of firecrackers reverberates. It is now 1997, 2 years since the Wei family massacre. In this moment, Wei Xia feels somewhat disoriented. Born in January, he has just turned 20 this year. Father, mother, I miss you. His voice raspy. Loneliness envelopes him like a desolate net, ensnaring the youth. He finds it difficult to integrate into any group. Only here, in the frigid valley, before the gravestone, does he feel warmth. Snow begins to fall. Wei Xia starts a fire, busily preparing frozen dumplings before the gravestone. Once cooked, he places the first plate of dumplings at the foot of the monument. Fireworks ascend, and the autumn leaves dance mournfully. The young man looks up, holding the plate, the brilliance of the fireworks reflecting in his eyes. Wei Xia exhales a puff of white mist in the snowy haze. Father, mother, Happy New Year. Chapter 60, Wei Pingsheng and Amp, Oppos. Burden February 8th, 2025. Many gaze back 28 years. Beyond the valley, fireworks danced like a swirling sea of clouds. Wei Xia sat alone, mechanically consuming dumplings. The mining town remained lively, much like it had 2 years prior. The festivities of 1997 were even more pronounced, with firecrackers echoing through the air. Yet, due to the human trafficking incidents of 1995, militias frequently patrol the area. As memories unfolded, the year was 1997 in the valley before gravestones. Setting aside his bowl and chopsticks, Wei Xia began to document his solitary thoughts. In 1997, I was 20 by Eastern age, under the false identity of He Xiaodong. Age 12. In the old city of Luoqiao, I opened a billiard hall, a video arcade, a welcoming team, a parking lot, and a security training facility. Involved in a massacre case were Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, and Chu Ai, all now deceased. I dismantled a drug production chain for the shaking pill in the city. As for my younger siblings, Wei Pingsheng was entrusted to sue Jiangong from the Taxation Bureau. Wei Pingzheng was taken in by the district chief, Yu Jianjun, and Wei Pingyang was adopted by the university professor, Tang Rulong. Wei Pingsheng is currently being nurtured. He is now the representative of his middle school and captain of the soccer team, serving as a judge in school-level competitions, and is being supported to continue. Amidst the dim glow of firelight and fireworks, the youth stood before the gravestone, meticulously recording the minutiae of his siblings' lives. The desolate wilderness was pierced by the biting cold wind. The live stream and Oppos' comments reflected a complex array of emotions. Everyone only sees the glory of the other Wei children. Yet no one pays heed to Wei Xia, not even himself. Wei Xia has never cared for his own existence. All he records is the growth of his siblings, which is all he desires. In a hospital room, aside from the heart monitor, a bright light illuminated the dual memory retrieval machines currently in operation. Wei Pingsheng's body, connected to the brainwave equipment, suddenly trembled, evidently in distress. Observers turned their gaze to Wei Pingsheng's simulated life as the eldest son. Indeed, he could no longer bear it. In the simulation of being the eldest son in 1997, Wei Pingsheng chose to give up entirely. Although he had earned a modicum of wealth through business ventures in a prophetic era, he had been exploited and deceived numerous times. He lacked the ruthlessness needed. Why? Why did every memory feel so different from what had come before? The scene shifted to a banquet table where the simulated Wei Pingsheng, despite being 20 in years, appeared disheveled, with unkempt facial hair and bloodshot eyes. Empty bottles lay scattered across the table. Ask you. He continued to drink heavily, the liquor soaking through his clothes, his emotions unraveling. Even at the limits of his endurance, Wei Pingsheng did not relent. Years of evasion had left him perpetually on edge, nearly fraying his nerves. The myriad issues concerning his siblings felt like an immense weight upon his chest, suffocating him. His eyelids grew heavy, and the heartbeat within his chest began to weaken. Upon closing his eyes, Wei Pingsheng found himself spiraling into despair, questioning his plight. Something felt amiss. Why was it that Wei Xia, as the eldest son, had not faced such trials? The burden was overwhelming. With his eyes shut, he ultimately decided to abandon the simulation, releasing a breath of relief. In this era, he had grown utterly weary of the persistent entanglements of his siblings that hindered his own progress. Were it not for them, perhaps he could thrive in this time. Managing 4 children with a multitude of responsibilities was exhausting. His life, which should have been vibrant and spirited, felt instead like a heavy burden. Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling watched on, their expressions complex. The youngest, Wei Pingling, closed her eyes and sighed softly. Second brother, you cannot bear this. In a live stream, the comments lacked mockery, instead manifesting a cold reality. The plight of the Wei family and Amp, Appo's eldest son in this era is truly brutal. How could Wei Pingxing possibly endure it? He believed his success in this age was due to his own merit, thinking he could stand tall in the 1990s, oblivious to the most critical factor. In an era rife with opportunity and peril, the prominent figures are numerous. Moreover, he has always faced threats, perpetually evading confrontation, ultimately driving himself to collapse. Viewers remained transfixed. As Wei Pingxing and Appo's body trembled and halted on the hospital bed, his fingers shook, and this rising star of the business world opened his eyes, weary and scanning his surroundings. Nearly frail, supported by a nurse, he gazed at the flickering lights of the simulation machine, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue. Damn it! I have no idea what this simulation has wrought. It feels more exhausting than my initial life. The host fell silent, as Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingling remained mute. Tang Rulong observed the contrasting scene with complexity, while Ma Taigang also turned away. Wei Pingsheng quickly sensed the atmosphere had shifted, stumbling as he broke free from the nurse and Appo's support and began to review the live stream replay. Wei Xia and Appo's memories as the eldest son, concealing the bodies of their parents, fabricating a fire scene, under the guise of human trafficking, uniting police and civilians to scour the mountains, stealing a police vehicle to chase the perpetrator Yang Daong, subsequently acquiring evidence from others, disguising as a gambler, coercing their grandfather to relocate, avoiding enemy searches, utilizing illegal mines to ensnare assassins, designing a trap for Sun Xiaoli, engaging in brawls with gangsters to seize the opportunity for revenge against Chu Ai, reinventing himself under a false identity, declaring war formally, infiltrating the drug trade, conducting extensive investigations to seek nurturing families for himself, Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingyang, subtly orchestrating schemes, cultivating his business acumen and influence. Over 2 years, Wei Xia had nearly obliterated his own existence, becoming estranged from everyone. Yet, he had accomplished much. Wei Pingsheng sat in stunned collapse, staring at the screen. The image ultimately froze on the figure of a solitary youth with dark hair, eating dumplings before a gravestone on New Year's Eve. He seemed to wish to convey something to Wei Xia, but words caught in his throat, a torrent of emotions unexpressed. How could this be? How could all of this be attributed to you? It was impossible. The Wei Xia of his memories was not like this. He was merely a timid, greedy, and selfish scoundrel. Yet the truth lay bare before him, as Wei Xia instructed him. As the eldest son, this is how you must act. In that moment, the spark of ambition within Wei Pingsheng extinguished, leaving only desolation in its wake. What are you doing? In the hospital room, he was left alone, succumbing to his despair, murmuring to himself. Chapter 61. The desire for fame and the taste of experience amidst murmurs. The dazed gaze of Wei Pingsheng reflected a new scene. A retrospective of Wei Xia's eldest son. In early February 1997, the wind howled and the air was dry and cold. Students concluded their winter break and gradually returned to school. What was Wei Xia engaged in now? He busily flitted between various drinking gatherings, from business meetings to police gatherings, experiencing a parade of banquets that left him intoxicated and retching every night. During the day, he was preoccupied with opening more shops, contemplating operations and investments. Establishments like the Little Rabbit Video Hall and the Shengshen Game Hall emerged one after another in various districts of Luoqiao. At noon, Wei Xia summoned Huang Mao and, during their meal, issued directives. Find out what the teachers at the school are lacking. Boss, the demands of the grade director and the teaching director are listed here. Some need transportation, while others wish to purchase branded items. Wei Xia scanned the room, swallowing his boxed lunch with a nod. Deliver everything they need, and inform them to support Pingsheng in becoming the representative of the student council at the upcoming school meeting. Huang Mao nodded, a complex expression on his face, before departing. Subsequently, Huang Mao moved through various areas, from the teachers' dormitories to the entrance of neighborhoods. At the school meeting, the two stood outside the campus, listening to the broadcast, unnoticed by anyone. The loudspeakers on the playground resonated with youthful exuberance. Next, I announced the final candidate for the student council representative, Wei Pingsheng. Applause erupted. Under the shade of trees, Wei Xia tightly wrapped his cotton coat around him, clapping his hands. Then came the news of flooding in the surrounding counties of Luoqiao City. At the Mona nightclub, the owner of a chain grocery store and the proprietor of a clothing factory were present, along with reporters from the television station. Wei Xia, with a beaming smile and a hoarse voice, navigated through the crowd, promising various benefits. The atmosphere around the table was lively until the crowd dispersed. Wei Xia appeared pale and weak, frequently lost in thought. The next day, the school and Oppo's academic office received a visit from several businessmen. Pingsheng, these entrepreneurs have heard about the flooding next door and are prepared to donate supplies in the school and Oppo's name, specifically requesting you as their representative. Wei Pingsheng was overjoyed, nodding as he began organizing the students to gather donations. At the disaster site, reporters from Luoqiao City's television station looked on in admiration. Why did you choose to come and donate supplies at such a young age, participating in disaster relief? The boy stood tall, his eyes sparkling, representing the school and fulfilling the social responsibility of today's youth. The news made its way onto the morning papers and television, showcasing the boy's powerful voice, swiftly earning him recognition as a model of education among many parents. Now, Wei Pingsheng had become the most renowned student in Luoqiao City, adorned with various honors and basking in glory. As the student council representative and a disaster relief representative, he was celebrated as an outstanding youth of Luoqiao City. Su Jian and his wife, upon reading the news in the papers, were elated, walking with a newfound vigor at work. In this year, Wei Pingsheng entered the third year of junior high, officially becoming the first figure of admiration among his peers. What Wei Xia? Year after year, he traversed various drinking gatherings, his identity constantly concealed due to past beatings, drug encounters, and numerous injuries. Now, his body grew increasingly frail, his complexion perpetually pale, and his height stagnated. The drug dealers in the tea trade often summoned him to drinking parties, and he was perpetually engaged in maintaining relationships in various business offices. The contrast between the two figures was stark. One was a spirited youth representative, bright and optimistic. The other was a speculative businessman traversing gray areas, his smile shadowed. The sense of dissonance was palpable. In the hospital room, a despondent Wei Pingsheng sat with his head lowered. But what about you? What will you do? In an instant of emotional turmoil, he fell into a lengthy reverie, recalling the past. Since the second year of junior high, his life seemed to have taken off smoothly. Initially aiding elderly citizens, he became class monitor. Then, he bravely intervened to subdue adversaries, becoming captain of the soccer team, a representative of his junior high, and a student council representative. He remembered the various interviews he had given, love letters nearly overflowing off the table. In those days, he, basking in success, even contemplated the joys of pursuing politics rather than business in the future. It turned out that everything behind it was orchestrated by him. He recalled moments of reassurance, where Wei Xia insisted the elderly disguise themselves to avoid raising suspicion. He taught the breakdancing instructor how to give praise without revealing any hints. He instructed the billiards hall ruffians to feign anger only to later appear intimidated, lest their ruse be uncovered. He thought of the torrential rain during the smuggling of Adidas sneakers and the refusal to sell at high prices. Everything was aimed at molding himself into a figure of prominence in Luochio City. At this moment, Wei Pingsheng struggled to support himself against the wall. Gazing at his dejected reflection in the hospital bed, rendered speechless. In the hospital room, the elderly son Haiyang breathed with a creaky sound, struggling to cough. He gazed at the nearly dazed Wei Pingsheng with a complex expression, his tone bewildered. What do you think Wei Xia is doing? He is not just helping you alone. His gaze shifted to the screen, and images of Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's, recordings floated in his mind. He never intended to abandon a single brother or sister. Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth, eyes sweeping over his siblings. Thus, Wei Xia would still confront the drug dealers head-on. The thought of merely evading in simulations left him shattered. Unable to consider his siblings, he could hardly believe Wei Xia could do better. How could this be possible? I have felt it firsthand. I know how difficult it is. How desperate. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng and Amp, Oppo's, eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the dark-haired boy on the screen. He could see that Wei Xia was already weak, his abilities nearing their limits. Thus, on Douyin, live-streaming comments surged. He underestimated his brother, never truly understanding the resolve Wei Xia harbored in paving a way for his siblings. Limit of ability? No, he never considered that. A person like Wei Xia is unlike others. He treats every day as if it were his last. Amidst the debate, a sudden voice echoed in the hospital room. It was muffled yet resolute. Let me give it a try. Under the astonished gazes of many, Wei Pingsheng extended his hand, pointing at the now half-empty dual testing apparatus. I will simulate the eldest son. Yes. Wei Pingsheng decided to participate in the simulation of the eldest son and Amp, Oppo's, life. Wei Pingyang nodded, and the staff set up the sensors. The upcoming simulation would follow the timeline of Wei Xia and Amp, Oppo's, retrospective memories. In other words, he would take the place of the previous simulator who had succumbed to alcoholism and continue the chaotic narrative. Wei Pingsheng nodded, his expression solemn. If my second brother cannot endure it, then I will take on the role of the eldest brother. The hospital room buzzed with reporters from various regions, their astonishment palpable as they whispered. Wei Pingsheng was no ordinary individual, a rising political star in Dongchang province. He had participated in numerous industrial reforms and other projects, achieving remarkable results. Once he began to engage, his decisions and strategies might truly astonish. Amidst the clamor, Wei Pingsheng donned various sensors, preparing to enter the simulation. He sought to experience life as the eldest son, knowing he was different from his second brother. While his second brother was confident, he sought to remain composed. Wei Pingsheng simulates the eldest son. The scene emerged. It was chaotic, but Wei Pingsheng immediately addressed the issues of his siblings facing familial abuse and bullying at school. He then contemplated how to escalate the matter, urging the authorities to investigate the drug trade. He began impersonating officials to report the situation, swiftly moving his family into hiding after starting an investigation into the drug dealers in Dongchang province. Comments flooded the screen with admiration. Such tactics, truly befitting of a political star. Quickly sorting out the situation and beginning to respond to the crisis. Soon after, Wei Pingsheng convened a gathering of Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingyang, and other siblings. He encouraged Wei Pingsheng, uplifting him and maintaining morale. In the current meeting, as the eldest son, he exuded confidence, handling various matters with ease, though his brow often furrowed. He understood that in another timeline, the eldest son of the Wei family was exceptionally strong. He must demonstrate something new. This is indeed a contrast to the world. Moreover, He holds the esteemed position of a senior official in Dongchang province. He also wishes to experiment with whether simulation can alter the fate of his eldest son. Chapter 62. Is life truly long? In March 1997, Wei Xia found himself in possession of a significant portion of the industries in the old district of Luoqiao. At that time, a considerable number of parking spaces, billiard halls, and half of the local security teams were under his control or investment. Another portion was generously allocated to the academic director and others as resources for Wei Pingsheng. Although Wei Xia had distanced himself from the underworld, he was still referred to as Brother Black Wolf by the locals. This year, he appeared increasingly aged and emaciated. At 20, he bore the countenance of a man in his 30s. Once a handsome youth, he was now left with a weathered visage, juxtaposed with an eternally youthful spirit. Standing beside him was Liu Changjiang, with his youthful appearance radiating vitality. Through the haze of smoke, he looked on with concern. "Brother, have you quit?" As ashes fell from Wei Xia's cigarette, he understood the inquiry pertained to drugs. He nodded, albeit with a rueful smile, gazing out the window. "They still want me to partake. Otherwise, they want and damp. Oppose, to believe me." Liu clenched his teeth, his expression fierce. "Damn it, I and amp. Oppose. I'll take my men and deal with them." Wei Xia raised a hand, nearly stumbling as Liu yanked him back, coughing amidst the smoke. "Not yet. The time ISN and oppose. T-right." Outside, the wailing of police sirens pierced through the air, signaling a much more tranquil environment than the previous year. Wei Xia squinted, recalling the crackdown in amp. Oppose. 96 that had instilled fear and caused a retreat among rival forces. "I have yet to catch their tail. We need to send someone to continue. But they must investigate without drawing near. Remember that." The loyal cadre of former underlings surrounding Wei Xia eagerly volunteered upon hearing their leader in amp. Oppose. As call. As if they were embarking on a quest for untold riches rather than a perilous endeavor. Observing his brothers, Wei Xia felt a surge of emotion as he began to deliberate, considering their personalities and motivations, as well as their investigative skills. He ultimately selected two individuals, one named Man Han, a burly Mongolian, and the other Yu Zai, a delicate and astute fighter. Wei Xia then commenced a methodical analysis of the investigation. The adversary, now operating their own chemical factory, would undoubtedly require raw materials. Man Han, you will assume the role of safety officer at the chemical plant, serving as a driver to supply them with necessary materials. I will place your photograph within the factory, disguised to deceive them. Subsequently, I will arrange for someone to liaise with you to gain their trust. Yu Zai, you will infiltrate their underground casino as a money launderer, showcasing your skills and utilizing mahjong to relay drug trafficking information. I have prepared a set of mahjong tiles for you, which contain hidden compartments concealing cyanide spray. In case of danger, use it immediately. Safety comes first. You both must remember, under no circumstances should you come into contact with drugs. Wei Xia and amp. Oppose. S voice grew grave, punctuated by a cough, his gaze piercing. If they force you into drug use, you can use acupuncture needles dipped in phenolphthalein. This reagent will react with alkaline blood, causing visible markings, allowing you to feign drug withdrawal symptoms. His attention then shifted to Liu. Changjiang, you two must take action. Establish contact with the dog racing scene in Luoqiao City to understand the breeding channels for Dogo Argentino and subsequently infiltrate their drug transport system using trained fighting dogs. This will provide us with a strategic advantage in tracking their warehouses and drug hiding spots. In the small, smoke-filled room, the resolve of Liu, Yu Zai, and Man Han was palpable as they nodded in agreement. They understood the gravity of their task, driven by a sense of duty. Should Wei Xia deny them, they would venture forth independently. Despite his exhaustion, Wei Xia and Oppose, his eyes sparkled as he watched their departing figures. Soon, information began to circulate. Liu forged canine vaccination records, leaving blank spaces for tracking, while simultaneously training dogs and monitoring the drug lord and Oppose as hideouts. Man Han officially became a driver for the chemical plant, stealthily transporting hydrochloric acid and ether, essential raw materials for the drug trade. Introduced by acquaintances, he became acquainted with the nephew of a local crime lord. After thorough verification, The crime lord even dispatched agents to investigate the chemical plant, ultimately allowing Manhan to supply materials. Upon arriving at the underground casino, Uzai and Amp, Appo's skillful card manipulation quickly won the admiration of the casino and Amp, Appo's boss, who soon appointed him as a personal assistant responsible for maintaining order. Each day, he communicated various drug trafficking messages through coded mahjong parlance. Meanwhile, Wei Xia expanded his network, inquiring about the major drug lord and Appo's whereabouts within Luochio and Appo's tea houses. Boss, we and Appo's trace the company behind them. It is Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Limited in Dongchang Province. This foreign-funded enterprise, established with capital from Hong Kong and Macau, posed a formidable challenge. Wei Xia and Appo's eyes narrowed. They were not merely contending with the drug chain from Yunnan, but also a large foreign pharmaceutical company serving as a facade, with hidden operatives and Southeast Asian drug lords lurking in the shadows. Recalling how his father had once dismantled 3 of their operations, Wei Xia silently lifted his gaze, pride swelling within him. Father, I am proud of you. Little did anyone anticipate that, despite the overwhelming forces at play, premier thugs from the small town of Luochio would audaciously infiltrate the investigation. At that moment, the sunlight shone brightly, yet the small room remained shrouded in darkness. The youth stood solitary against the encroaching shadows. In the hospital room, Ma Taigang appeared aged beyond recognition, yet he and his apprentice, Zhao Jing, gazed on in astonishment. Zhao recalled the news from years past regarding the investigation into Tianhai Pharmaceutical and the standoff in Southeast Asia. Numerous reports surfaced, seemingly unrelated, yet simultaneously explosive. They had once pondered the existence of an unseen hand orchestrating these events. Now, as Zhao observed the solitary figure of the youth, he spoke with complexity. You intend to confront such an organization? They're supported by foreign powers and involve Southeast Asian drug lords. The energy behind them is unfathomable, transcending to another realm. Even the slightest ripple could obliterate anyone. Ma Taigang, returning to reality, could scarcely believe the gravity of the situation. It was only at this moment that he grasped the magnitude of what the once carefree boy, who had expressed a desire to be an informant, was about to face. Just the thought of it filled him with dread. Could he truly contend with such formidable enemies? How could he even dare? As the simulation ended, Wei Pingsheng beheld the recollections of Wei Xia for the first time, staring blankly as he murmured, "Is this the enemy our fathers sought to confront? He sacrificed himself, and now you have chosen to walk the same path. How can one possibly oppose such foes? They are ruthless without boundaries, supported by external forces. An entire Southeast Asian drug trafficking organization and various hired assassins. This is beyond human capability to combat." The comments at that moment reflected a complex sentiment. Did you see that? Wei Pingsheng appeared confident, yet he was ensnared by his own thoughts and fears. This is his weakness and tragedy. He lacks the unwavering courage of Wei Xia, who dares to confront anyone without fear. While Wei Xia battled on, another timeline began to unfold. The eldest son of Wei Ping, Zheng, commenced his strategic planning and organization. On one hand, he guides his younger brother, instilling confidence and encouragement in Wei Pingsheng, while on the other hand, he begins to exhibit the demeanor of the eldest son, masquerading as a grassroots official and initiating reports against drug traffickers. Gradually, individuals in Dongchang Province started to take notice and investigate, albeit at a sluggish pace. The barrage of comments has begun to surface, acknowledging that his handling of the situation surpasses that of Wei Pingsheng, as his planning and management are notably clearer, yet it remains challenging to see immediate results. Unbeknownst to him, he is about to face formidable adversaries, comprising foreign forces, Southeast Asian drug lords, assassins, and agents. Simultaneously, many cast their gaze towards another scene, tracing the timeline of Wei Xia's life. Currently, Wei Xia closely monitors the investigative progress of Uzai, Manhan, and Huangmao, while also facilitating investments in other districts of Luochio City alongside his brothers. His establishments, including pool halls and video arcades, have nearly formed a chain. Presently, Wei Xia lowers his gaze to a newspaper, where the image of Wei Pingsheng frequently appears. He has risen to fame at a young age, successfully garnering attention. His eyes then shift to another photograph, Wei Pingsheng Zheng, in the depths of night at the Jinha Hotel in Amp. Oppo's private room, Li Ziqiang. The section chief of the economic office in the urban renewal district gazes at the young man with a hint of perplexity. The investments and constructions are all attributed to our economic office in Amp. Oppo's efforts. A promise of over 200,000 in investments within a year. What exactly do you desire? With a vacant position above, competition is rife, and a sum in the millions is not insignificant for a district. This achievement could potentially propel him further in his career. However, Li Ziqiang remains non-committal, his curiosity piqued as he observes Wei Xia. There is a child in the old district in Oppo's Chunhua Middle School named Wei Pingsheng Zheng. Could you take some time to mentor him? Cultivate a political aura around him and arrange for him to assume a grassroots official role. Wei Xia mutters to himself as he invests money and seeks various leaders, all to pave a political path for Wei Pingsheng Zheng. Chief Li Ziqiang squints in intrigue. A mere child, worthy of such investment and cultivation of a political presence? Yet, he chooses to acquiesce, recognizing the necessity of securing this investment and not wishing to offend Wei Xia and Oppo's connections. Li Ziqiang takes a note and proceeds as instructed. Upon arriving at the school, Li Ziqiang, under the pretext of nurturing exceptional students, selects 10 pupils, including Wei Pingsheng Zheng, who is in the second year of junior high. He personally guides Wei Pingsheng Zheng at the entrance of the county committee courtyard, instructing him on his walk, speech, exit timing, body language, and the angles of his interactions. Subsequently, under the guise of learning, he takes Wei Pingsheng Zheng to the urban village for speeches, reading the evening news to elderly residents, and helping Wei Pingsheng Zheng shed his dialect accent. The young boy is elated, as his accent has always been a source of insecurity, especially since he relishes the feeling of leadership and harbors a passion for politics. Within a month, facing various business associations and meetings, although Wei Pingsheng Zheng appears somewhat naive, he speaks with poise and composure. In April, Li Ziqiang arranges a meeting with Wei Xia, curiously inquiring, "I find this child rather ordinary. What do you see in him for cultivation?" Wei Xia smiles, yet his eyes reflect earnestness. He must excel. When asked why, Li Ziqiang receives no response and shakes his head, departing. As night descends, Wei Xia speaks to himself, "After my demise, the Wei family must have someone to uphold it. Pingsheng is overly confident yet lacks strength. Pingyang is oblivious to the intricacies of the world. Pingling is too fragile. Thus I must choose Pingsheng Zheng, and you must rise to the occasion. You are capable." Rarely displaying anxiety, Wei Xia feels a sense of urgency. His brothers are investigating drug traffickers. Uncertain when chaos may erupt. He may not have a tomorrow, and after his passing, the Wei family requires a pillar of support. Otherwise, how could he explain it to his parents? In the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng, appearing disheartened, remains motionless for a long while. His gaze shifts to the other side of the brainwave device, where Wei Pingsheng Zheng is simulated, adorned with the apparatus. Do you know what he is doing, third brother? Can a single person in Oppo's will truly reach such heights? Wei Pingsheng seems to question himself, as well as the frail figure on the hospital bed. He must deploy individuals to infiltrate and investigate drug traffickers while contending against a complex web of forces. Simultaneously, he must cultivate his younger self and prepare Wei Pingsheng Zheng to become the cornerstone of the Wei family. Pingling remains young, unsure of an escape route, causing him concern. Wei Pingsheng hesitates to immerse himself in Wei Xia and Oppo's life, for he is steeped in despair, with only forward momentum upon opening his eyes. In the hospital, the host of Lachio Evening News suddenly addresses the camera. Many believe Wei Xia to be collapsing, in disarray, or even mad. Yet that is far from the truth. For when sorrow approaches the brink of collapse, Wei Xia seeks solace from his parents, drawing strength. Moreover, he solely paves the way for his siblings, wholly indifferent to how he is treated devoid of negative emotions. Misunderstood and maligned. None of it matters. It's just the host and amp, oppos. S voice falters, tinged with tears. What will he do? Life is long. What will he do? Chapter 63, April 1997. In the Old Town, a plethora of new shops began to emerge in the newly developed areas. With the prevailing trends of economic growth and market demand, commerce flourished increasingly. Observers noted that the once modest video rental stores in the old city were gradually evolving into a multi-district chain. Simultaneously, Wei Xia faced multiple arrests due to brawling and drug use. His aggressive market maneuvers offended local merchants, leading to reports against him and subsequent investigations by the Commercial Development Group. Business negotiations, which yielded insufficient benefits for local representatives, resulted in direct investigations and arrests. He also faced the closure of his establishment by a tax representative from the new district, incurring substantial fines. Within a few months, Wei Xia had endured numerous harrowing encounters with officials and had only just been released. In the office of a video rental store in the new district, Lu Huangmao presented Wei Xia with a new outfit, cursing vehemently. Damn it, these bastards just want our money. If we don an oppos, T-pay, they arrest us. If we pay too little, they still arrest us. It end amp, oppos, s worse than the street. Wei Xia, unperturbed, focused on the new information he had received during his time away. Boss, we have news from Tianhai, Lu Huangmao said, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity as he reported. Those drug dealers plan to establish a factory on the northern outskirts of Luochio, claiming it and amp, oppos, as for building a new plant to support local economic development and provide employment. Lu Huangmao pointed at a newspaper photograph, frowning. Officials from the Commercial Development Group and the Employment Bureau are involved, including district leaders from the new area. Over 20 officials in total, all with significant connections. At that moment, Wei Xia and amp, oppos, S gaze became piercing as he scrutinized the officials depicted. The Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, was substantial, poised to become a major taxpayer in the future, which made the officials and oppos' interest understandable. Little did they know that behind the facade of the pharmaceutical company lay drugs and an infiltration of foreign forces. Their establishment of a factory here was a calculated move to unleash a drug epidemic, transforming Luochio into a Colombian-like haven. What about Yuzai and Manhan? Wei Xia inquired. Yuzai has relayed considerable information, and Manhan has identified some storage locations. However, they're currently only probing from the periphery. Upon hearing this, Wei Xia nodded, his voice gravelly. Do not approach. Just knowing the general location is sufficient. I will handle the rest. In that moment, the youth and oppos' eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve. This was his affair to resolve, without dragging anyone else into it. Lu Huangmao continued to assign personnel to monitor the tea shop, while Wei Xia began dialing the phone of the narcotics police captain, Ma Taigang. Captain Ma, I wish to report several locations suspected of drug processing and storage. If left unchecked, Luochio may soon become a second Yeching, plagued by rampant drugs. I recommend the immediate formation of an investigative task force. On the other end of the line, Ma Taigang and oppos' voice was laced with skepticism. What? Have these people offended you too? I investigated the Yeching incident myself, and you even made a trip there to eradicate the drug dealers. A street thug, someone with connections, surely had ulterior motives. The casual tone of Ma Taigang ignited a cold fury within Wei Xia. Offend me? You know better than anyone what these people are capable of. If you can end amp, oppos, uncover the information, that's one thing. But now that I end amp, oppos, am providing it, and you still remain inactive, what kind of narcotics police are you? Wei Xia and oppos' demeanor was notably agitated, but Ma Taigang and oppos' temper flared in response. You've been involved with this stuff yourself? What right do you have to question me? Who knows if you're trying to use this as an opportunity to eliminate your rivals? Taking a deep breath, Wei Xia attempted to regain his composure. Apologies, Captain Ma. This situation requires urgency. If this substance spreads, it will harm countless individuals. In the small room, Wei Xia seemed to envision his father and oppos' silhouette, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. This is over 4,000 kilometers from the southwestern edge. It's the result of countless narcotics officers risking their lives to protect what is sacred. The youth felt a profound solitude and concern, his voice hoarse with complexity. Ma Taigang sensed the unease in the young thug. What was he truly up to? Why such a deep concern for the drug epidemic, especially when he himself was involved? All right, I'll start an investigation on my end. What assistance do you require? There was a moment of silence on the line before Wei Xia and Amp. Amp, Oppo's voice changed. A set of narcotics police attire, or a hat will suffice, or perhaps shoes. Anything issued by your department. Ma Taigang paused, uncertain of Wei Xia and Amp. Oppo's intentions. Understood. We will leave it by the side of the small video rental store on Chunhua Street for you to collect. Thank you, Captain Ma. Strangely, the tone of his gratitude seemed different from before. In the hospital, the aged Ma Taigang bowed his head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. The memory of that hoarse voice was distinct. Anything issued by your department will do. At that moment, the echo of his voice seemed almost sharp enough to pierce through another realm, until he caught sight of a renewed memory, a standard officer in Oppo's cap issued to a narcotics team. Yet, it was upright, adorned with a badge, solemn and sacred. Indeed, that year, Ma Taigang had merely given that young thug a hat. Nothing more. In a small room, at the wash basin, in front of the mirror, the wrapped hat was placed neatly to one side. Wei Xia vigorously rubbed his hands. The scars and calluses were washed clean. Yet he continued scrubbing fervently. These hands had once been stained with the blood of criminals, had once touched drugs. They were filthy. He must cleanse them. Only then did he lift the hat, almost reverently gazing at the badge atop it. As he placed it on his head, he tugged at the floral shirt he wore. Dissatisfied, the shirt appeared disheveled, reeking of a ruffian's essence. Wei Xia fastened every button, tucking the hem into his belt, smoothing it out meticulously, ensuring no wrinkles remained, before finally gazing at the reflection in the mirror. A sincere smile gradually faded as he raised his right hand in salute. The atmosphere shifted, becoming solemn. His hoarse voice rang out, resolute. I voluntarily become a new student of the police academy. I vow to dedicate everything for the badge upon my chest, for the people, for the citizens, for justice. I shall eradicate all drugs and dangers threatening the populace. The mountains and rivers shall serve as my monument. History shall not remember us. Each word was articulated slowly, as the youth saluted in the mirror, his posture erect, filled with fervor. In that moment, he felt truly alive, not merely as Wei and Amp, Oppo's eldest son, a soulless being seeking vengeance and protecting his family. This was a narcotics officer in Amp, Oppo's hat, akin to his father S. Like the man who had dismantled 3 drug trafficking routes in the Southwest. The youth spoke to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement. Report, codename 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, requesting to return to duty. Like a child, imbued with youthful exuberance, Wei Xia recalled memories of the police academy officers, bouncing with energy, meticulously adjusting their hats over and over. He turned on music, resonating with solemn tunes. Attention, stand at ease. No one knew that within this dilapidated small room, a young thug was measuring something profound. Yet his solemn stance seemed to indicate he had truly found a belief that he could integrate into and dedicate his life to. The youth stood with gravity, the badge radiating solemnity. At that moment, he was Wei Xia, not a wolf in sheep's clothing, not an informant, nor a businessman mingling in the nightlife. He was a narcotics officer. He understood that he could never truly become one, but he possessed a hat bestowed upon him by the narcotics police. In the hospital room, the memory echoed with conviction. Report, codename 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, requesting to return to duty. Ma Taigang suddenly trembled, watching his almost uncontrollable arm, emotions surging within his chest. Tears streamed down his cheeks, utterly crumbling in that moment. He watched that solemn youth salute, filled with reverence. The floral shirt and solemn hat appeared incongruous, yet they seemed to find a sense of belonging amidst desolation. He declared, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, requesting to return to duty. No one was aware. The narcotics officer Luo Chio did not bear your name, but in the future, many will remember it. Ma Taiging freed himself from Zhao Jing's supportive grasp, trembling as he rose, his aged voice quivering yet resolute. 2943, approved for return to duty. His voice resonated throughout the hospital room. On the bed, the middle-aged man, adorned with tattoos, exuded a faint presence as the fog from the respirator gradually dissipated. It seemed as if even his chest no longer rose and fell. The attending doctor observed the various readings on the electrocardiogram in silence. His body grew increasingly frail. The heartbeat slowed, and the blood oxygen saturation continued to decline. Within the ward, the host scrutinized the middle-aged figure before him, suddenly noticing the scarred fingers of Wei Xia on the bed tremble slightly. Chapped lips murmured, though no sound emerged. It seemed to convey, received. In that moment, the middle-aged silhouette gradually overlapped with the youthful figure in his memories. Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, received. Chapter 64. Insufficient time, a new scene unfolds. It is April, the beginning of spring, with a biting cold wind. Wei Xia is still clad in a heavy cotton coat, her gaze fixed on the documents before her. These are the records meticulously compiled by Lu Huangmao and his team, detailing the situations of various families in the vicinity. This one wanted amp, oppos, Tidu. Look, this family lost their child due to a lack of care, missing the prime opportunity for treatment. She murmurs to herself. This family is relatively well off, but there are rumors of discord. They are likely to divorce in the future. East District? It's quite chaotic there, with plenty of delinquents loitering during school hours. Indeed, Wei Xia has begun the search for a new family to adopt her younger sister, Wei Pingling. The girl has a fragile disposition, prone to feelings of inferiority. It is crucial to find her a family that offers understanding and support, a stable environment. Otherwise, what will happen if she is bullied in the future? If I am no longer here, who will protect her? As she sifts through the documents, her voice, hoarse and strained yet overflowing with tenderness, spills forth. This is not the first time she has spoken in this manner. Lu Huangmao's eyes glisten with unshed tears, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of oppression. He wipes away his tears. Without the boss, I will also cease to exist. The boss, who has endured a life more arduous than anyone else in AMP, Oppos S, feels more like a brother to him. In that moment, Wei Xia furrows her brow and gives Lu Huangmao a sharp slap. Immediately, her fierce gaze softens. Sorry, but you must not say such things again. Meeting Lu Huangmao's stubborn eyes, Wei Xia maintains her solemn demeanor. You all must live well, and you must strive to reach the age of 100. Embrace this world fully, and also see if there are any traces of me left behind. At this point, her gaze dims unexpectedly, her voice faltering as she turns back to the documents. Never mind, there won't be any. A profound solitude envelopes the room. Wei Xia's voice continues softly as she searches through the records. It is imperative to find a family that is warm yet powerful, one that can truly cherish Pingling. This child, who has been timid since childhood, deserves to grow up in warmth, loved by others, so that she can learn to love this world in return. The dark-haired youth gazes down earnestly, his brows softening as he murmurs about his sister. Lu Huangmao, still with reddened eyes, nods earnestly. I will continue to have the brothers gather information. In the afternoon, as school draws to a close, Wei Xia coughs and listens to Li Ziqiang's report. That child is beginning to project a certain presence. He no longer appears timid and shows some depth of character. It seems to be bearing initial fruit. With a smile, Wei Xia nods and signals for someone to approach. Wei Pingzheng has recently been reading the evening news to the elderly in the urban village area. Next, have people spread the word at school that a staged fight is to occur at the Tianji Internet CAF at the intersection. Let us observe how he handles the conflict. Soon, Wei Pingzheng inadvertently learns that two groups of delinquents from different schools have arranged a confrontation at the Tianji Internet CAF, with several classmates involved. Gritting his teeth, he heads over. Despite his ordinary attire, Wei Pingzheng walks with his hands clasped behind his back, his gait gradually acquiring an air of confidence. He begins to approach conflict resolution from the perspective of mutual interests, focusing on the portion of the students who wish to avoid physical confrontation. Before long, both sides lower their flags and surrender. Consequently, Wei Pingzheng is awarded the Outstanding Youth Award by the Luoqiu Education Bureau. Subsequently, Wei Xia organizes an event at an abandoned lime pit in the suburbs, where the safety barriers have become loose due to previous heavy rains. He instructs a few delinquents to feign play near the lime pit during the stormy weather. Under Li Ziqiang and Amp, Oppo's political arrangement, Wei Pingjing also arrives there, immediately noticing the precarious safety barriers. Recognizing the danger, should anyone fall, he quickly devises a plan to lure several delinquents away from the perilous spot by inviting them to play games. As a result of his rescue efforts, Wei Pingjing naturally garners the gratitude of the parents involved and finds himself facing an interview with Luochio city journalists. Safety precautions are of utmost importance. We must continue to enhance infrastructure and maintenance. Wei Pingjing remains composed, articulating his points clearly, gradually exuding a commanding presence. This interview earns him the moniker of a young official in the Luochio Daily. Numerous publications circulate the news, praising Wei Pingjing and Oppo's innate political acumen. Following the publication, the media swiftly receives related funds from Wei Xia, who continues to promote his cause vigorously. Li Ziqiang watches the entire scene, astonished. You are truly remarkable. This child is so young, yet already cultivating ambition. As twilight descends, Wei Xia gazes at the school, shaking her head. It's too slow. We need to accelerate our efforts. Only after Li Ziqiang departs does Wei Xia, feeling solitary, roll up her sleeves, observing her thin, scarred arms dotted with needle marks. In the hospital room, Wei Pingyang watches, beginning to piece together the entire narrative. Now, Wei Xia has commenced nurturing the third brother. This involves navigating a web of delinquents, officials, and media. The depth of this strategic layout momentarily leaves her in a daze. She then turns to observe her third brother, Wei Pingjing, simulating the role of the eldest son. Wei Pingjing simulating the eldest son. At the same timeline, Wei Pingjing is simultaneously reporting drug dealers, strategizing counterattacks, and beginning to educate Wei Pingjing. Wei Pingjing starts learning business planning, market environment forecasting, commercial competition, conflict division, and how to sow discord among opponents. It appears to be progressing well. Yet, Wei Pingyang can only smile bitterly as she speaks. Third brother, when you exit the simulation and reflect on your childhood, how will you feel? It turns out your path into politics was initially designed for you, paved with ease. On Douyin, the live broadcast comments echo. Did you see? Wei Xia has used all her business profits during this period, aside for what her subordinates deserved, to present gifts. Pool halls, parking lots. These were all given to school leaders, various businessmen, and officials, smoothing the paths for Wei Pingjing and Wei Pingjing in their ventures into business and politics, cultivating their reputations. He has left himself with almost nothing. In another live streaming room, psychologist Yang Xiao observes, analyzing the complexities. The most critical aspect is that even if the cultivation fails, the worst outcome would be the exposure of Wei Pingjing and Wei Pingjing. Yet their enemies would dare not act. For these two children, their adoptive parents include the head of the tax department and the district head of the old city. Both Wei Pingjing and Wei Pingjing are already notable figures among the youth of Luochio City. Should anything happen, the repercussions would be significant. Wei Xia's methods are astute, meticulously orchestrating and safeguarding everything both overtly and covertly. Chapter 65. The path you walked in the years that followed the scene continues, now set around the summer of 1997. During this period, Wei Xia returned home infrequently, yet each time she did, she sought out Wei Pingjing. Observing her younger sister, who was cradling a new rabbit plush toy, Wei Xia spoke softly, Pingjing, you must be braver in the future. As she fiddled with the toy, the innocent Wei Pingjing looked up curiously. Why? Wei Xia averted her gaze, not meeting those pure eyes, instead focusing on the view outside. You will grow up, and you must be courageous. You cannot always shrink back when faced with challenges. With goals and dreams, you should boldly pursue them. What is your dream? Wei Pingjing tilted her head, pondering for a long while, her eyes sparkling. I want to sing. I want to become a singer, so everyone will like me. Her love for singing was evident, her gaze pure and filled with aspiration. Then sing boldly, Wei Xia encouraged her, tinged with an unnoticeable sense of concern. However, upon hearing this, Wei Pingjing fell silent. her gaze dropping to her worn clothes, nervously clutching the ears of her rabbit toy. She was afraid. Singing would attract many listeners, and she feared they might not like her. More than that, she dreaded being bullied. Wei Xia watched her with a look of deep worry. Amongst their siblings, Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng were stable and confident. Even their fourth sister, Pingyang, possessed a strong inner resilience, able to face difficulties and adeptly self-regulate. Yet, it was Pingling who concerned her the most. This child was timid and fragile, lacking the ability to cope with setbacks, and she might struggle to overcome them if faced with adversity. With this thought, Wei Xia knelt down to look at her anxious little sister. Do you miss Mom and Dad? Would you like to know when they will come home? Mom and Dad. Wei Pingling's eyes lit up, her small hands tightening around the rabbit toy as she nodded eagerly. Then wait for them. When you can sing into the tape recorder they left behind, filling the room with their voices and news, they will be with you. Wei Pingling was somewhat skeptical, yet she gazed at Wei Xia with hope. Subsequently, she began to isolate herself in her room, timidly starting to sing. She looked forward to the day she would see her parents again, believing that perhaps then she would have nothing to fear. While her sister practiced, Wei Xia returned to her own room, shutting herself in as well. She retrieved the only relic left by their parents, the tape recorder. Carefully, she placed the small tape on the insulated pad in the compartment, then forcefully pried it open to replace the tape, inserting one that required a magnifying glass to read the label. She began soldering connections on the circuit board, knowing she had to trigger this point to prevent the magnetic head from melting and to access the hidden content. Surrounding her were numerous professional books, including those detailing the disassembly of tape recorders and cassettes. She immersed herself in reading, learning, and assembling, working tirelessly until late into the night, her eyes bloodshot and utterly fatigued. Once everything was arranged, Wei Xia spoke to herself while meticulously soldering the final details. Little Ling, by the time you hear this message, you will surely be a great singer. Once the tape recorder and amp, Oppo's, melting point is damaged, I will be able to play the hidden tape. The greatest worry of our parents was you, for you are the youngest and the most timid. I worry about you too. Let me sing you a song. This is a song our parents often sang to you when you were little. With the tape recorder activated, Wei Xia inserted the hidden tape, clearing his throat with utmost seriousness. The scene then shifted, revealing Wei Xia in the living room, holding the tape recorder. Wei Pingling, clutching her rabbit toy, gazed at the tape recorder and cassette left by their parents, her eyes bright with anticipation. At that moment, Wei Xia shook the Journey to the West tape in his hand, beginning to teach his sister how to assemble and disassemble it. As he demonstrated, he forcefully pried open the magnetic head, revealing a note tucked inside. He pressed the play button, and, as the theme song of Journey to the West played, he adjusted the volume, tapping out a Morse code signal. Wei Pingling did not notice, but Wei Xia continued to demonstrate, knowing that his sister was still young and would understand when she grew up. Receiving the tape recorder left by their parents and having the chance to hear their voices made Wei Pingling smile joyfully. Clutching the tape recorder, her tender voice began to sing along. In that moment, Wei Xia simply listened, closing his eyes. This was his youngest sister, the one he worried about the most. In the hospital room, Wei Pingling reflected on the details of her memories. Her thoughts gradually returned to those days filled with anticipation. She realized the depth of his intentions behind the scenes. She instructed her assistant to retrieve the old tape recorder from home and bring it to her. As she gazed at the battered and time-worn tape recorder, her delicate fingers traced its scars and marks, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She skillfully inserted the tape, pressing the button for the Journey to the West song, revealing the hidden message. The hospital room fell silent, the old tape recorder crackling to life with a raspy sound, steeped in nostalgia. As the melody played, she recalled her brother's voice, weary yet tender. Moonlight clear, the wind calm, leaves shading the window, crickets chirping like strings of a zither. Moonlight clear, the wind calm. Mom sang this to Little Ling. Now I teach it to you. It was the voice of a young Wei Xia, exhausted yet filled with concern for his youngest sister. But that year, apart from himself, no one knew. Wei Pingling listened, entranced, as the sound from the tape recorder continued to echo. She thought of her past self, It was after receiving the tape recorder from her parents that she began to sing alone, recording her voice. At that time, it felt as if her parents were there, encouraging her. However, she had merely fixated on filling the room with tapes, longing to see her parents, unaware of the underlying issues. After graduating, she became engrossed in her career, still keeping the tape recorder, yet forgetting what Wei Xia had said. Little did she know he had hidden his heartfelt words within it. To be precise, she had not used it again. The old tape recorder, crackling with the song, played on a loop, enveloping the hospital room in silence. Eventually, Wei Pingling spoke. Since 1997, we have not seen him again. What happened to him afterward? Wei Pingsheng pondered, recalling the past. Indeed, I have not seen him since. He was deep undercover within a drug trafficking organization, secretly opposing Tianhai Pharmaceuticals. Someone began to support Xiaozheng, nurturing his political ambitions and reputation. Pingyang was taken in by Professor Tang Rulong, and you were also sent away that year. What happened to him afterward? In 1997, that dark-haired youth vanished from everyone in Oppo's sight. The next time they met, he was a middle-aged man, armed and resisting arrest, lying weakly on a hospital bed. They were oblivious to what had transpired in between. Now, everyone was gathered around the hospital bed, watching intently. Chapter 66. Reading is his passion. February 9th, 2025. For others, it is merely the most ordinary mid-January to February. This period might simply serve as a time for visiting relatives and friends, confronting the monotonous routine of life. Yet now, the live broadcast from February 1995 to early August 1997 marks a profound turning point in one person's existence. In a small mining town, many now come to pay their respects. The once neglected riverside, overgrown with wild grass, now witnesses the laying of paper boats. These boats, carrying candles, are set adrift, igniting light and flowing with the current. A young boy, backpack slung over his shoulder, gazes up at the cave where a madman of similar age once appeared 30 years ago. The valley is desolate, with many car parts long decayed, bearing the marks of time and cloaked in rust and moss. Deep within the valley, an unmarked tombstone, weathered by the elements, shows signs of past care. Once entwined with wild smoke and weeds, it is now adorned with numerous flowers. A figure appears at the site of the Wei family, consumed by flames 30 years prior. The dilapidated remnants of a structure are gone, replaced by ruins where wild grass flourishes. They recall the day the fire was extinguished, the ash-covered boy kneeling here, looking up and confessing to his family. He set the fire, as his parents had departed. In that moment, Wei Xia's eyes were calm, devoid of turbulence. He had no inkling of how his life would unfold thereafter. The Phoenix journalist bowed silently, without uttering a word. Reporters from Moachio Morning and Southern News lowered their gazes. Local villagers, witnessing such an assembly of journalists for the first time, couldn't amp, oppose, help but recall the days when human traffickers scoured the mountains. The elderly village chief arrived, trembling, wiping away tears, bowing repeatedly while murmuring, thank you for remembering them. The Phoenix journalist suddenly smiled, his gaze icy. The once lonely boy trapped here, with no one willing to extend a helping hand, now finds himself renowned, with others feigning kindness to commemorate Wei Xia's parents. A journalist quietly spoke, his eyes falling upon the ruins. Did the world only begin to recognize him as he approached death? In the hospital room, the aged narcotics officer Ma Taigang observed, accompanied by his apprentice Zhao Jing. Professor Tang Rulong, Officer Sun Haiyang, nurses Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling were gathered. 8 pairs of eyes converged on the hospital bed as the monitor emitted a sharp, piercing sound. Wei Xia, whose breath had been faint, his chest nearly collapsed, seemed to respond to some stimulus. Blood oxygen saturation declined, and vital signs weakened. The nurses and doctors wore grave expressions, swiftly preparing instruments and medications for resuscitation. The retrospective continues. The technician responsible for tracing brainwaves observed with a furrowed brow. Perhaps Wei Xia was about to confront one of the most harrowing moments of his memories. Only then would he experience significant emotional turmoil, even contemplating the relinquishment of life itself. Wei Pingyang turned to meet Wei Pingling and Oppo's gaze, witnessing profound shock in her eyes. What event could possibly overwhelm Wei Xia, who had endured the tragedy of losing his family and the betrayal of loved ones? At that moment, the brainwave device displayed an image. It was now 1997, during winter break. As the festive atmosphere of the new year began to wane, Wei Xia perused newspapers. Luoqiu Evening News occupied nearly one-third of its space with the headline, 15-year-old official rescues children. Several newspapers lay on the table, also reporting on Wei Ping's political news. An armed brawl erupted at Tianji Internet CF, involving dozens, but was thwarted by a student. The articles praised this student, commending his youth and eloquence. Others lauded him for embodying the spirit of his predecessors and serving as a role model. Wei Xia smiled rarely, carefully saving the newspapers and commencing his studies. The desk was cluttered with books on modern economics, classical economics, and various geography and political texts, spanning from middle school to university levels. Wei Xia found it challenging to study, yet he persisted, attentively focusing. The pages had become worn, his handwriting clear. Whenever Lu Huangmao and others visited, Wei Xia would promptly lock the books in the drawer, igniting Lu Huangmao and Appo's curiosity about what the leader concealed. Later, when Wei Xia went out, Lu Huangmao had sneakily peeked. The pages were filled with notes, self-taught in a difficult journey. He could almost envision how arduous and exhausting it was for Wei Xia during his studies. Grappling with countless challenges, uncertain if tomorrow would come, yet he continued to learn, not only for himself but also to mentor and assist his younger siblings. It was a formidable task, yet he bore it alone. Lu Huangmao and Appo's vision blurred, a hint of moisture forming his eyes as he continued to peruse the new materials. Currently, Wei Xia was engrossed in a book on judicial examinations, essential for civil service. Legal principles, jurisprudence, criminal procedure, commercial law. Flipping to a marked page, he encountered a judicial examination question. Case, defendant, a male, 33 years old, Russian, co-pilot. On December 19, 1985, defendant A, along with Captain B and other crew members, piloted civil aviation flight 101 aboard aircraft number 234 in Russian airspace. While the aircraft was in flight, defendant A seized the opportunity when a navigator left for the restroom, deceiving the mechanic under the pretext of mechanical failure, locking the cockpit door, and forcing Captain B at knife point to change course, ultimately landing in a foreign field. Question: does A's crime fall under our jurisdiction? Below is Wei Xia's case analysis. This case involves the spatial applicability of criminal law. Although A is a foreign national, judicial authorities possess the right to exercise jurisdiction over his criminal conduct. First, A and Appo's hijacking of the aircraft violates international treaties, simultaneously fulfilling the obligations outlined in Article 9 of the criminal law, which pertains to crimes defined by international treaties ratified or joined by major powers. Secondly, Article 6, Clause 13 of the criminal law stipulates that all offenses committed within the territory of major powers apply, unless specifically provided otherwise by law. Lu Huangmao, though not well-read, perused Wei Xia's numerous examination papers, noting their clear structure and mastery of various legal codes required for judicial examinations. His handwriting was commendable, in a formal script, dignified and appropriate. In addition, there were many historical questions, including views on historical figures like Yuan Chengwan. Lu Huangmao reached out, touching the inked words, tears brimming in his eyes. He could not fathom how much time Wei Xia had invested in these studies. He only saw how Wei Xia arranged for and dealt with drug trafficking groups, which consumed most of his life. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What would his leader be like had he not endured all this? Footsteps echoed from outside the door, and Lu Huangmao hurriedly wiped away his tears, reddening his eyes as he hastily tidied everything away, feigning ignorance. The door swung open, and Wei Xia returned with a smile, confidence glimmering in his eyes. He proceeded to arrange for the fishmongers to dine in the new district, a team-building event celebrating the brothers and Appo's professional advancements. However, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not join you. You take them. Wei Xia grew serious again, retreating to his room. This time, Lu Huangmao refrained from inquiring about his plans, understanding that his leader was short on time and deeply engrossed in study. In his mind, He recalled the unguarded sight of his leader's rage and hatred towards drugs. He genuinely aspired to become a narcotics officer, yet he could not. He was incapable of becoming a narcotics officer. In that moment, Lu Huangmao cast his gaze downward, turning away in solitude. After all, those who pave the way for others with their own lives have no path of their own. Chapter 67. Times change, yet matters remain unaltered. A modern hospital. Zhao Jing, youthful and sharp-eyed, now finds himself in a state of shock. Suddenly, he recalls a scene from the past. Amidst heavy snowfall, a young man standing outside a police academy, umbrella in hand, gazing inward. His solemn oath exudes a solitude that evokes despair. Now Ma Taiging coughs, shivers, and seems aged like a withered skeleton. Zhao points at the image, his voice feeble. "You, my boy." He suddenly chuckles bitterly. "You were telling me. You. Zhao assists his mentor, lowering his eyelids, unable to bear the sight any longer. He will not speak, for he still seeks vengeance, still yearns for bloodshed. Such a person could never wish to burden others or entangle them in his turmoil. He is even reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Becoming a narcotics officer is merely a dream for him, a fantasy he holds yet consciously tears apart. His words falter, and Zhao remains silent for a long time. But truly, he is exceptional material. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a promising candidate for narcotics enforcement. If he were a narcotics officer, he would undoubtedly be the finest of stalwarts. In early 2025, at a police academy in Hunan, two newly admitted students sit in their dormitory, watching a live stream. The scene freezes on a solitary youth, secluding himself in his room, preparing for a judicial examination. One student picks up a police cap, examining the emblem, reminiscing about the days spent studying until dizzy. For them, it is a scene of helplessness, yet for that young man, it is a longed-for aspiration. He is infatuated, entranced, even reveling in it. Had life not been tumultuous, he might have been among the most remarkable individuals in the academy, the most outstanding narcotics officer. Wood and Amp, oppose, Teehee. The two students exchange glances, their eyes resting on the emblem. The solemn atmosphere grows increasingly grave. To forge a spirit of loyalty, to cultivate a sense of justice, to unite the essence of righteousness. On Weibo, the live broadcast appears. At this moment, the barrage of comments seems to brew an overwhelming tide of emotions, emerging with unprecedented fervor. Many women watch, their hearts aching intensely. Let him pursue it. Why can't he fulfill his ultimate dream? How can a person endure such a fall into the mire for a lifetime? Can't he experience joy just once, even if only once? Since his parents and Appo's departure, his last glimmer of light, apart from family, has been his dream, yet he cannot even deceive himself. Only the most lucid souls can be so cruel, tearing apart their final beacon. Wei Xia has never liked being a thug. Never. So why can't he live for himself just once? The news scenes continue. Now, without pursuing further studies or examinations, Wei Xia is busy. "Boss, we have already identified several suspicious locations in Luochio City. The newly developed breeding area in Luochio City, filled with abandoned farms, emits a foul odor, making it highly suitable for the cultivation and refinement of narcotics. The Yingtai community, one of the most upscale neighborhoods in the past decade, is now completely occupied by Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, ostensibly a high-rise management apartment." Lu Huangmao reports, his expression grave. The suspicious locations indicate that the adversaries are cautious. The areas are difficult to access or reek strongly, complicating investigations. Even narcotics officers might struggle to probe them. Lu Huangmao continues his report. Secondly, the pharmaceutical company has begun to develop, currently promoting its products. A plethora of newspapers and magazines appears before Wei Xia. The Luochio Morning Post headlines, "Pharmaceutical giant may settle in Luochio, becoming a new taxpayer." Southern publications report that Tianhai Pharmaceutical anticipates production and construction, which will create 100,000 jobs in Luochio City. The figures are not exaggerated. They are based on prior statistics from Tianhai Pharmaceutical. Thus, various media outlets flock to report. Wei Xia casually picks up a few newspapers, skimming through them, when a business card slips out. It is an invitation from a representative of Tianhai Pharmaceutical, asking the boss to attend a banquet. Thirdly, the tea house, previously frequented by Liu Chong and others, has vanished. Renamed as the Luochio City Tea Sales Base, everything is in sync with the changing times. At that moment, Lu Huangmao and Oppo's demeanor becomes increasingly serious. They have hidden themselves more profoundly. Even Tianhai Pharmaceutical seeks to mingle in officialdom under the guise of commerce. As he speaks, Huang Mao reveals a hint of concern. Once the adversary establishes connections within the official realm, it will be even more challenging for them to cope. Wei Xia remains silent, sifting through the documents, searching, categorizing, and identifying. Each pig farm and the Yingtai community have personnel assigned for observation. He remains composed, exuding patience, his gaze resolute and tranquil, brimming with confidence. Yes, even if the adversaries are formidable and ever-changing, he will not falter. Regardless of how the times evolve or what the future holds, I shall locate him and seize him. In that moment, Wei Xia raises his head. The black-haired youth's voice is hoarse, yet his gaze is sharp and determined. Judge him. A new scene unfolds. Wei Xia's personnel begin to head to the Yingtai community, disguising themselves for distant observation. At the pig farm, others are assigned to monitor in shifts, maintaining constant vigilance. Now, in his rented, dilapidated home, the walls are yellowed and moldy, dampness permeating the air. Yet, Wei Xia remains indifferent, fixated on the densely packed photographs, the network diagrams, and various pieces of evidence adorning the walls. This includes fingerprint information extracted from the Chunhua guest house and the old Fan's farmhouse, photographs, and clothing. Additionally, there are DNA comparison reports from provincial hospitals, images of various toxins, past storage records, and transportation routes. Even fingerprints taken from the Wei family's ancestral home are included. For this purpose, Wei Xia spares no expense, acquiring relevant equipment to begin identifying features, capacitive sensors, noise reduction processors, self-study techniques for enhancing contrast and binarization. Now, he examines the fingerprint extraction images from the Chunhua guest house. After brief processing, transforming the image to black and white, he meticulously studies the ridge endings and bifurcation points, distinguishing between arch, loop, spiral, and other diverse shapes. Each detail is magnified until preserved clearly. On the other side, a brand new computer stands, algorithms running. Although no database is available for matching, Wei Xia has created a simple comparative model, awaiting the moment he can find the adversary's fingerprint to initiate comparisons. Setting similarity and threshold parameters is challenging, including balancing false acceptance and rejection rates. This is no simple endeavor. The comparisons are arduous, yet Wei Xia has never wavered. He then packages the materials, placing them in a prepared brown paper bag. The yellowed bag is tightly sealed with twine, boldly inscribed with 3 characters, Lu Changjiang. Yes, this is Huang Mao's name. At that moment, Wei Xia arises, his years of heavy drinking and forced encounters with drugs, combined with scars from past brawls, leaving him looking older and frilier than his peers. Yet, he remains unconcerned, muttering to himself, Changjiang, if I were to suddenly perish. Take this bag to the narcotics team leader, Ma Taigang, in Luochio City. Deliver this to him. Outside, the sun shines brightly, yet it fails to illuminate this room. The walls are riddled with mildew, as the youth coughs softly, calmly addressing everything, as though arranging his final affairs. Now, in the hospital ward, the healthy and robust Wei Pingsheng gazes at this scene, momentarily lost in thought. In 1997, what was he doing? After being taken in by the tax department head, Su Jiangong, he became a campus luminary, leading a soccer team that achieved remarkable results in Dongchang province, eventually traveling to the south. Wei Pingyang also watches, his eyes unconsciously drooping. In that year, he seemed to be immersed in the joy of endless books. Every day, in the sunlit living room, she would curl up on the soft sofa, engrossed in her books and studies. At times, she fancied herself to be diligently hardworking. Occasionally, her adoptive parents would express their care, filling her heart with warmth and joy. In that moment, Wei Pingling gazed at the nearby tape recorder, her fists clenched tightly. That year, she had been singing, with the tape recorder as her companion, beginning to immerse herself in the joy of music, often envisioning herself as a great vocalist. Do they remember their parents? Some faces began to pale. It seemed they had forgotten. Wei Pingling's gaze grew distant. For sad memories are burdens that no one wishes to bear, and no one desires to remain trapped in the torment of recollection. The world was undergoing a profound transformation. Yet Wei Xia had not changed in the slightest. He remained forever ensconced in the new year and amp. Oppo's eve of 1995, never having emerged from that moment. Chapter 68. The Road of Integrity, a new scene unfolds in the Memory Retrospective Program. As the summer of 1997 draws to a close, Wei Xia meets with the departmental cadre, Li Ziqiang. Observing Wei Xia, who has once again found her footing, Li Ziqiang raises his teacup for a sip. You and amp, Oppo's he probably sent tens of thousands to the Southern Press, Phoenix News, Loathed Morning News, and the Morning Post, Haven and amp, Oppo's to you. In these times, tens of thousands is no small sum, enough to purchase 5 decent houses in Loathed City. And this might just be the tip of the iceberg. Considering the political achievements he has bestowed upon himself, Wei Xia has invested nearly 100,000 altogether. You are truly willing to invest, Li Ziqiang remarks, intrigued. Upon hearing Li Ziqiang and amp, Oppo's inquiry, Wei Xia smiles. Next, Wei Pingjing will receive an audience with the leadership. This investment is worthwhile. Li Ziqiang furrows his brow at the prediction. How can Wei Xia be so certain when even he, a seasoned official, has not received any news? He is eager to understand why Wei Pingjing deserves such a meeting. Wei Xia does not provide an explanation, instead savoring her tea with a smile. After departing from Li Ziqiang, Wei Xia arrives at a hotel private room where 7 middle-aged men of varying attire and status are already seated. A journalist would recognize these individuals as the parents of the young delinquents Wei Pingjing once rescued from near drowning. Among them are 2 reporters from different publications. As stacks of cash are handed out, Wei Xia begins to organize plans. Soon, a banner appears at Loathed No. 2 Middle School, proclaiming gratitude to the young hero. Wei Pingjing. When a substantial sum of money is placed in the hands of a teenager, it instantly draws many gazes. Wei Pingjing, flushed with excitement, suppresses his emotions, nodding for the camera. When queried about how he plans to spend the prize, a parent intentionally remarks to Wei Pingjing, "If it weren't for you, perhaps my child would have perished. Our family would have been shattered like those affected by the flood in the neighboring county." After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, Wei Pingjing faces the camera and declares, "I wish to donate it all to the flood-affected county. It is the responsibility of us young people in this new era, a concept that has been passed down for millennia. When one side faces adversity, support comes from all quarters. Man can conquer nature." His voice is resolute, and for the first time, a sense of determination shines in his expression. His magnanimous words prompt many visiting reporters to eagerly report and praise him, highlighting the outstanding youth of 1997. As news of the award and donation spreads, media outlets scramble to cover the story. Loathed Morning News, the modern version of Dayu and amp, Oppo's spirit in water management. Phoenix News, new era youth, inheriting the spirit of struggle. Such headlines proliferate, with Wei Pingjing and Oppo's photographs circulating widely, enhancing his reputation. Many regard him as a natural leader, undaunted by power and adversity, embodying the qualities of a true statesman. Loathed 2 Middle School becomes a beacon of this newfound trend. Wei Xia watches from a distance, concerned. His time is limited, and he must expedite Wei Pingjing's growth. He calls for further arrangements. Next, you will meet with those counterfeit liquor dealers and expose their activities. Let Wei Pingjing lead the students in apprehending them. Once everything is set, Wei Xia hands over a stack of cash, patting a few shoulders before departing. Soon, Wei Pingjing hears whispers from his classmates. "Did you hear? Those vans at the entrance belong to counterfeit liquor dealers. They and Oppo's, waiting to make a deal." With his newfound fame and commanding presence, many classmates are willing to follow his lead. Enjoying this sense of political authority, he boldly exclaims, "Follow me. We cannot allow smuggled counterfeit liquor to harm our citizens." Leading his classmates, they swiftly confront the counterfeit dealers, clearing the trucks and alerting the authorities. Their bravery is infectious, and as the scene unfolds, a passing television reporter captures the moment. The footage quickly makes headlines across various publications. In no time, the young hero of Luochio is celebrated once more, following his previous acts of heroism and charitable donations. Leaders from education and culture in Luochio City express their satisfaction, and many praise the city and Oppo's moral standing, prompting a special assembly to honor the youth of the new era, with Wei Pingzheng at the forefront. Li Ziqiang, seated among the officials, watches the young man on stage, exuding confidence and composure, and suddenly realizes the depth of Wei Xia's strategy. From the donations to the apprehension of the smugglers, everything was meticulously orchestrated to elevate Wei Pingzheng and Oppo's status. What a clever boy with such far-reaching foresight. In the realm of politics, a youth with such credibility in society is not one to be trifled with, particularly in 1997, where even seasoned officials would seek to support him as a promising talent. The narrative continues. Now, Li Ziqiang is fully invested in guiding Wei Pingzheng and Oppo's learning, curious about how far he can go. Following Wei Xia and Oppo's directives, Li Ziqiang takes Wei Pingzheng to a machinery factory to meet the workers and take photographs. Subsequently, they visit a nursing home where retired soldiers, adorned with numerous honors and medals, reside. Though frail and somewhat hard of hearing, Wei Pingzheng gazes at their medals with unwavering determination. He approaches the veterans, offering respectful assistance and engaging them in discussions about modern military and technological advancements. Gradually, photographs of Wei Pingzheng with the veterans multiply. When news of this reaches the public, on the school anniversary, several veterans stand on the podium to present Wei Pingzheng with the Outstanding Student Award. Many descendants of these veterans, now in positions of authority across various regions, admire the young man and Oppo's image on screen. In early September of 1997, Wei Pingzheng is named the top youth in Luochio City. The host passionately describes his efforts to reinforce heating systems at the nursing home. He collected scrap steel. He assists war veterans. During a press conference, several veterans, facing the camera, extend their fingers proclaiming, "This child is remarkable, a good child. We may be old, but someone still remembers us." The young officer, Sun Haiyang, is also present and cannot help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is the attitude we expect from the new youth of Luochio." Seated nearby, Li Ziqiang is utterly astonished. Internally, he acknowledges Wei Pingzheng's rising fame and the political groundwork being laid for his future. As long as he pursues public service naturally, leveraging his prior achievements and connections, his potential is immense. Now, it is late September 1997. Wei Pingzheng receives notable praise from Dongchang Youth Daily, with his photographs beginning to appear in Phoenix News, Southern Morning News, and Yeqing Daily. The media is overwhelmingly complimentary. Meanwhile, Wei Xia journeys alone to a secluded valley, burdened with stacks of newspapers, until he halts before an unmarked gravestone. The sound of a lighter ignites a yellow flame in the quiet valley. He speaks softly, "Damom. Xiao Zheng is doing remarkably well now." Those veterans who have seen battle are all praising him, and these individuals are encouraging him. Some are high-ranking leaders in Luochio. Others are from the police department and the education bureau. "Mom, Xiao Zheng is starting to resemble a big brother." "Dad, Xiao Zheng has your youthful spirit. In the future, he will be able to bear the weight as well." The young man rambled on, igniting newspapers while recounting various details. "They're all quite well. As for me, I am on the verge of capturing the villain you have long sought. They are well hidden, but that is of no consequence. I will soon unearth them." Then, Wei Xia and Oppo's voice trailed off. "Mother, allow me to create a set of exam papers for you. Look, I can score over 80 in my essays now. If I take the examination, I am certain I could become a civil servant." Wei Xia held his head high with pride, retrieving a set of examination papers from his backpack and beginning to solve them before his parents and Oppo's gravestones, a moment he cherished most dearly. It was reminiscent of his childhood. Back then, his father was often away for work, while his mother would frequently observe him as he tackled his papers at home. Wei Xia took great delight in completing these exercises, with the aroma of meat dishes simmering on the coal stove wafting through the air. His younger siblings would gather around the hearth, chattering animatedly about various topics. Chapter 69. The Boy Who Belongs Only to Him, February 10th, 2025, Monday. Some are on their way to work, others to school, while overseas Chinese in places like Malaysia watch this scene unfold. At the end of September 1997, the frail 20-year-old Wei Xia leaned against the door of his rental apartment, retching violently, stirring concern in the waiting Lu Huangmao. Boss, Lu said, noticing Wei Xia and Appo's trembling hands resting on his knees, his back unable to straighten, his complexion ashen, and his eyes bloodshot. Has the drug dealer been tormenting you again? With his arms still shaking, Wei Xia wiped away the uncontrollable tears and snot, forcing a bitter smile. To gain the trust of the drug dealers and become an informant, one must endure this. To continue sourcing drugs, I must associate with them. After splashing cold water on his face to regain a semblance of alertness, Wei Xia dialed Ma Tiegong's number to begin his report. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company may be deeply involved in the Yecheng drug case. I suspect they could be the source of the drug chain. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Wei Xia and Appo's weary, hoarse voice, Ma Taigang and Appo's expression gradually shifted. Be cautious. You must understand that Tianhai Pharmaceutical is an enterprise personally introduced by Dongchang Province. It provides immense support in terms of taxes and job opportunities every year and is a key project in the city and Appo's development in recent years. Any disruption to taxes or economic progress is absolutely intolerable. Without evidence, do not make reckless assumptions, or the anti-drug team will not be able to protect you. Indeed, the implications of Tianhai and Appo's involvement were unfathomably vast. As expected, Wei Xia and Appo's voice remained calm, though his frailty was hard to conceal. Understood. By the way, I would like to introduce a new informant to you, Lu Changjiang. Ma Taigang paused, his tone growing heavier, as if sensing something ominous. What do you mean? Nothing. If I suddenly get arrested, Lu Changjiang can be trusted and will liaise with you. In that moment, Ma Taigang fell silent for a long while. What is your real name? He had checked before. The identities previously concealed were well hidden, and this young man and Appo's SID might not be authentic either. He was uncertain what the other party truly wanted. I will tell you later. Before hanging up, Wei Xia and Appo's voice was weak to the extreme. He was currently receiving an injection, his health deteriorating to the point where many old injuries could not be disguised. After the doctor administered the foredrip, Wei Xia leaned against the wall, drank half a bowl of millet porridge, and finally caught his breath before returning to his small room. Only Lu Huangmao knew of this place. Not even the most loyal brothers had ever visited. Only upon returning here did Wei Xia feel truly alive. On top of an old wooden cabinet lay a neatly arranged anti-drug police cap, its badge polished to a shine from constant cleaning. The desk was cluttered with various exam papers, legal studies, and professional books. The walls were adorned with several relationship diagrams, including the first batch of evidence from Chunhua Guest House and Laofan and Appo's farmhouse, the second batch from the 3 casinos in Yecheng, and the latest third batch from breeding farms and chemical factories. Near the bed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, filled with various photographs and newspaper clippings. 15-year-old official rescues drowning child, contemporary youth discusses scientific water management students and Appo's union representative from Luo Chio Middle School leads soccer team to victory in Dongchang Province. Most of the articles featured Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzhong, alongside a few photographs of Wei Pingyang studying earnestly in Professor Tang and Appo's living room, dressed in a fluffy skirt, and Wei Pingling joyfully singing to a tape recorder while hugging a little rabbit doll. The room was shabby, with peeling walls that leaked and were moldy, exuding a musty odor. Yet, it was only here that the frail Wei Xia felt invigorated. He sensed that this place embodied his life, everything he possessed, and the reason for his existence. Wei Xia lay comfortably on the floor, surrounded by what seemed like countless stars. His younger siblings laughed, warmth enveloping him, and the anti-drug pledge echoed in his ears. The emaciated Wei Xia gazed at the ceiling, where a few patches of putty dangled precariously, curling amidst the mold. In that moment, his eyes cleared, and he felt a surge of clarity. He suddenly wanted to call his siblings. Struggling to rise from the floor, Wei Xia dialed Su Jianggong and Appo's number, but there was no answer. He then called Wei Pingzheng, only to hear Yu Jianjun call out Wei Pingzheng, who was busy, and hung up the phone. After a brief silence, Wei Xia called Wei Pingyang. What do you want? I and Amp. Appo's. LL give the money to Grandpa. So Don and Amp? Appo's. T think about it. Wei Pingyang and Amp. Appo's. S voice was clearly irritated as she spoke quickly. Shall I recite a text for you? Wei Xia asked, unfazed, as his sister was the only one willing to take his call. On the other end, a scoff of disdain was heard. You just finished middle school. What can you recite? A hoarse voice began. The responsibilities of today lie not with others, but entirely within my youth. If the youth are wise, the nation will be wise. The busy tone rang out in the small villa as Wei Pingyang impatiently watched. What nonsense! He probably wants money again. Meanwhile, Wei Xia ignored the busy signal and continued reciting. As the red sun rises, its path is radiant. The river flows forth, rushing into the vast ocean. The sounds filled the little room, reminiscent of their childhood, when their parents would recite together with the five of them. In the hospital room, dressed in a long coat, tall and poised, exuding a cool demeanor, Wei Pingyang watched and suddenly murmured, the responsibilities of today lie not with others, but entirely within my youth. 30 years later, she recalled a day that had nearly been forgotten. Wei Xia remembered, and it turned out that until that moment, he had not forgotten that their parents once brought them together to recite. It was as if a family was reflecting the era in transition. You never forgot, but at that time, only you had not forgotten. Suddenly, Wei Pingyang felt a sharp pain in her chest, a wave of sorrow crashing over her. She dared not imagine how desolate Wei Xia and Appo's situation must be when no one answered his calls. Even she, the only one willing to answer, had impatiently hung up without hesitation. At that moment, the host and the representative from Phoenix News felt somewhat forlorn watching the boy recite with a hoarse voice. Vort by vort, he could no longer contain his anger towards his enemies. It was time to confront them. He had endured for too long. The hatred had always been buried deep within, taking root and sprouting. Now, he was ready to do what he had long desired. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew increasingly heavy. Wei Pingsheng observed this scene, stunned, searching his mind. It was that day. Memories began to overlap with the live broadcast. That year, he was riding high, wearing brand-name sneakers, constantly training, planning, and organizing various school activities. Just returning home, the phone rang in the living room. He looked down at the number, frowning. The ringing was too loud, and his adoptive father, Su Jianggong, leaned in to look, equally furrowing his brow. It had Amp, Appo's, Wei Xia. At that moment, he reached out, pressing down on his adoptive father and Amp, Appo's hand to prevent him from answering. Don and Amp, Appo's answer. This person is annoying. I'm not on the same path as him anymore. No need to take his calls. He felt a sense of impatience, deliberately staring at the incessantly ringing phone. As his thoughts drifted, Wei Pingsheng watched his memories unfold. In a small room, one person recited a text to a busy signal. One wall represented his younger siblings, while the opposite wall bore the weight of blood-soaked enmity. Suddenly, Wei Pingsheng found it hard to breathe, leaning against the wall in despair. The pride he had cultivated over the years, basking in success and wielding great power, began to dissipate. Chapter 70. Do you remember? A prominent entertainment creator on Bilibili with millions of followers released a new video. As the sun rises, its brilliance illuminates the world. The river flows with hidden currents, surging forth in torrents. The initial scene within a small room reveals a hoarse voice resonating in solitude. The camera shifts, capturing a raven-haired youth who, driven by determination, tirelessly studies for the judicial examination late into the night, diligently taking notes. As the scenes unfold, the focus shifts to his studies on DNA and the foundational knowledge of fingerprint and database comparisons. Finally, The imagery portrays him enduring harsh winds and torrential rain. His pallor stark as he curls up in a restroom or behind a trash can, observing his adversaries. He is beaten and drugged in a logistics warehouse. The frame freezes, revealing a pair of arms, marred with countless needle pricks and scars, for which a winged tattoo emerges. In that moment, the weight of loneliness nearly tears the scene apart. A silent yet overwhelming surge of emotion. New comments flood in. Such a person is born at the wrong time. He ought to be a brilliant genius or the most steadfast narcotics officer, yet he is shackled by his younger siblings. This is the eldest son of the Wei family, the brother of four. His high intelligence, strong execution, and ruthless mindset should have placed him on the front lines, fighting for his ideals throughout his life. A contrasting image appears. Wei Pingzheng, the third son of the Wei family, simulating the eldest son, possesses considerable political experience, adeptly managing plans amidst the tumult of officialdom. Now, at the end of September 1997, he begins to assume the role of the eldest son in the Wei family. On one side, he falsely reports drug lines under the guise of an official identity. On the other, he garners temporary protection and intimidation due to the official and oppos as performance metrics. This newly minted eldest son of the Wei family is now guiding Wei Pingsheng in engaging with various small vendors, attempting to start a stall, beginning from the very basics of commerce. He is aware of how astonishing Wei Pingsheng will be in the future in the business realm. When faced with threats from small vendors, he boldly reveals his powerful backing. Concurrently, he assists Wei Pingyang in transforming their family dynamics. By fabricating official connections, he begins to intimidate others, urging them to show more concern for his sister. Now, Wei Pingzheng walks alone, weary and isolated, as the sun sets and shadows stretch across the street. Exhausted, he appears to handle everything with ease, yet only he knows the struggles that weigh heavily upon him. The complexities of life nearly suffocate him. Rubbing his forehead in contemplation, he furrows his brow. The enemy lurks in shadows, and the pressure mounts as he prepares for the civil service examination. The matters concerning his siblings feel like chains binding him, compelling him to instigate change. Exhaling deeply, Wei Pingzheng regains his composure and speaks confidently. Never mind, I am the elder brother now. Yet, he continues to ponder another timeline. At this moment, what is Wei Xia doing? After 1997, he seems to have vanished. The bullet screen comments emerge. Your brother is preparing to battle the enemy. Wei Xia has never uttered a word of fatigue, for he is unlike you. He is unaware of what the future holds. A new scene unfolds. A retrospective of Wei Xia and Oppo's life as the eldest son. Now, Wei Xia is invigorated, setting out to find Wei Pingsheng. Due to prior events, Wei Pingsheng is not only the representative of Luo Qiu Middle School, but also the representative of the youth football team, participating as a student judge in various school competitions, garnering continuous media attention and interviews. Wei Xia stands amidst the crowd alongside Lu Huangmao, watching Wei Pingsheng being interviewed on stage. Aside from your personal efforts, do you believe other factors have influenced your current achievements, such as your environment or family background? The camera focuses on the elevated platform, the crowd awaiting his response. Wei Pingsheng, without hesitation, speaks with confidence. Certainly, my family plays a significant role. Firstly, a good family condition is essential, coupled with meticulous attention to education. My father, Su Jianggong, has been steadfast in ensuring that every aspect, from my learning environment to material needs and psychological guidance, is adequately addressed, instilling in me a correct set of values. It is within such a family that I found the courage to stand against various injustices that I encountered previously, and it is the righteous values that empowered me to intimidate wrongdoers. Many recall the moment when Wei Pingsheng, alone, confronted thugs at a pool hall, demanding a price reduction. The applause is thunderous. Lu Huangmao clenches his fists in the crowd, calling him father. Could Su Jianggong truly be your biological father? And to intimidate wrongdoers? He reflects on the previous incident at the pool hall. Had the thugs not been his own men acting on directives from their leader, but real thugs, this boy would have dared to confront them, likely resulting in a broken leg. This boy truly has no understanding of the chaos of 97, Wei Xia pays little mind. He is merely satisfied, standing amidst the crowd, watching. The youth on stage, brimming with confidence, possesses a certain aura. Let's go. After a brief observation, Wei Xia, pleased, motions for Lu Huangmao to follow as they turn to leave. His smile gradually fades. Go. Hire a middle-aged man to present this notebook as a gift to Wei Pingsheng. Wei Xia produces a pristine notebook, its leather cover fresh and accompanied by a pen holder before departing. Lu Huangmao operates with impressive efficiency. Wei Pingsheng, now in possession of the new notebook, feels a sense of satisfaction. He learns that the middle-aged man is one of the parents of his classmates, who purchased it as a gesture of gratitude for his care towards their child. However, while working on problems later, he discovers an image within. The footer contains a triangular formula marked with dashed lines. Additionally, he finds a fragment of a 2B pencil lead concealed within the tape. With his grades soaring, he begins to solve the problem, eventually uncovering a city map at the back of the notebook, complete with area codes and postal information. 1995, 1:30, postal code 352123. The time and location are familiar, yet Wei Pingsheng, having solved the problem, pays it no heed, oblivious to the intended message. He merely finds the little game entertaining. He casually tucks the notebook away and departs from school, adjusting his hair and clothes. An interview awaits him this afternoon. He revels in the adoration, basking in the delightful sensation of being praised. He often fantasizes about how splendid his future will be as he matures. In the hospital room now, Wei Pingsheng leans against the wall, staring blankly for an extended period. The weight of despair grows heavier. He recalls a moment from the past when his father was still alive, teaching him and Wei Xia how to graffiti in disguise, how to decipher codes. Only now, upon seeing that series of deciphered numbers, does he truly comprehend. They signify the date and address of his parents' sacrifice. New Year's Eve, 1995, postal code, Mining Town. You give me this, intending for me to remember the past at some future moment. You wish to remind me to remember our parents, to never forget them. Wei Pingsheng and Amp, Oppo's. S voice is hoarse, his gaze vacant. Yet, at that time, he had long since forgotten New Year and Amp. Oppo's, S Eve, forgotten his parents. Before him, a vision materializes. Late at night, Wei Xia quietly conceals the pencil lead, murmuring to himself. The young one will eventually know, but it is best if he does not learn too early. That would be detrimental. It is sufficient for him to understand later. Wei Pingsheng clenches his fists, gritting his teeth. He can almost envision the worry etched on Wei Xia's face at that moment. In the hospital room, Tang Rulong's voice is complex and aged. I hope that you will have a brilliant life with certain experiences and influence before learning of these matters. I do not wish for you to encounter them prematurely, for it is a burden too great to bear, one that could truly lead to despair. I can bear it, but you cannot. This is a matter that could weigh upon one for a lifetime. Chapter 71. You are strong, but the opponent has lost their mind. The scene continues. October 1997. The video hall has truly begun its chain operations from the headquarters office. Under the cover of night, Manhan stealthily exits the chemical plant, while Yuzai also makes his way out under a different pretext. Both bear serious expressions as they report new intelligence. Boss. The new delivery address is the state-owned motorcycle factory in a new district that has gone bankrupt. A substantial quantity of chemical supplies is being sent there. We have just learned that they are about to commence deliveries. I noted down the final handover time for the chemical stockpiling on a slip of paper. Yuzai nodded. I've been reassigned to the underground casino at the arcade on the 3rd Ring Road in the new district. Many unfamiliar faces have entered, along with a portion of mechanical parts. Their delivery schedule is also linked to this location. Wei Xia received this information and nodded, instructing several individuals to remain vigilant. He also learned from Lu Chong and others about the current status of the anti-drug police in Luoqiu City, who are intensifying their investigations into the growing drug trade issues. A team personally led by Ma Taigang is currently stationed next to the small billiard hall in the old city. However, Wei Xia has been under surveillance by Lu Chong's men, who remain skeptical of his loyalty. Thus, the transmission of information must be conducted discreetly. Wei Xia secludes himself in a room, and after a considerable pause, he finally emerges. handing over a freshly sealed ping-pong paddle that bears no distinguishing marks compared to others. Send a truckload of ping-pong paddles to the small billiard hall in the old city. They have just set up a new ping-pong venue, which will come in handy. When delivering, ensure to include this address and room number, but do not let anyone see it. The subordinate nodded and departed, while Wei Xia began to write anew. In a notebook, he meticulously recorded coal accounts. January, 1 ton for heating, $2. February, 1 ton for $19. The records were fragmented, yet Wei Xia wrote calmly, subsequently handing the notes to a subordinate, pretending it was coal for the guest house, deliberately dropping it as Ma Tai Gang and others passed by. He also arranged for his subordinate to casually mention that the hats they delivered were quite stylish. Once everything was set, Wei Xia continued to arrange new gatherings, maintaining relations with various officials. At the guest house, Ma Tai Gang stared in astonishment at the truck driver who delivered the paddles, frowning. Faced with the unexpected delivery, without prior notice, Ma Tai Gang and his men scrutinized the items for an extended period, finding no pertinent information. Could there be some form of communication embedded within the paddles? Should we invite an encryption expert from Dongchang province to examine it? Before long, a middle-aged man with glasses appeared, exuding an air of authority. Ma Tai Gang regarded him with a hint of respect. This man was Dong Ting, one of the notorious 8 tigers of major cases in Dongchang province, renowned for his expertise in code breaking and DNA technology. After careful observation, Dong Ting quickly identified the issue. There were subtle marks on the bottom rubber. Upon peeling back the paddle's base, beneath the trademark layer, a carbon copy of the truck's license plate was revealed. By applying a developing solution to the wood grain on the back, a set of dark coordinate data was obtained. Dong Ting's eyes widened in amazement. This was likely the license plate and delivery location for the drug traffickers. First, he soaked the bottom rubber in vinegar. Then the coordinates were revealed through the caustic soda application. Such methods were not typical of ordinary individuals. Ma Tai Gang furrowed his brow, feeling at a loss, and could only smile wryly. They now had the location and vehicle information, but not the timing. At that moment, a commotion arose outside, seemingly from a delivery of coal to the boiler room, accompanied by a low dispute over pricing. Ma Tai Gang stood to close the door when the delivery driver accidentally dropped a ledger, quickly being shoved away by his boss. He frowned, intent on picking it up. The ledger had fallen. The driver merely cast an impatient glance before departing. Your hats are quite nice. At this moment, Ma Tai Gang, who had initially been indifferent, felt a chill. Hats. He recalled the recently decoded transaction location and license plate, as well as the dark-haired youth. Was it him? At that moment, he firmly grasped the ledger and shut the door. Dong Ting observed the various bills in Ma Tai Gang and Amp, Oppo's, S-hand, narrowing his eyes and beginning to analyze. Day and night passed, and after several days, both men were utterly exhausted. January, 1 ton for $2 corresponds to the transaction time of January 1st at 2 a.m. February, 1 ton for $19 refers to February 1st at 7 p.m. Dong Ting was somewhat stunned. Is this really your informant? A mere thug? The information from the paddles clearly outlines a complete drug production supply chain, from the unregulated Minglan bar to the breeding farm, then to the dock, and finally to the nightclub. Chemistry, code breaking. This young man is a genius. May I meet him? Matyagang chakwad bitterly. It's unlikely. This young man is peculiar. He only requested a hat in exchange for his services. Dong Ting pondered for a long while. Perhaps this individual harbors genuine respect for anti-drug officers, but he is entangled in personal matters. He is formidable, and I suspect the anti-drug center is also under scrutiny, which is why he has adopted this approach. At this moment, even this seasoned investigator felt the complexity of the situation. I eagerly anticipate meeting this person. He bears the shadow and skills of the first-generation anti-drug officers. Ma Tai Gang felt an even greater urgency to initiate an investigation. He would await messages from Wei Xia, ready to strike decisively against this batch of drug traffickers. In Yunnan, border patrols and anti-drug officers surveyed the mountainous terrain with complex expressions. Code breaking, messages transmitted between life and death. These are the tactics of the first-generation anti-drug officers. Back then, it was far more chaotic than now. There were no instruments for inspection, only reliance on oneself. If Wei Xia truly is a drug lord, it is indeed terrifying. The stationed anti-drug officer sighed, yet felt fortunate. Such individuals possess remarkable intelligence, a clear and comprehensive thought process, and extensive strategic planning. Moreover, they exhibit strong counter-surveillance and disguise abilities. But at least for now, he is not. The Border Patrol nodded, both men gazing expectantly. As memories traced back, post-1997, he vanished from the sight of his family. What transpired afterward? The recollection continued to unfold. Now, Wei Xia was orchestrating the transmission of messages, listening to Huang Mao's report. Boss, earlier when you were sneaking out to transport Adidas sneakers and dining with several officials from the new district, there were individuals tailing you. 2 others appeared outside the private room at the Mona nightclub as well. The fishmonger and others have also been followed, and so have I. As Lu Huang Mao reported, he squinted, suspecting that the other party might have already discovered something or sensed an undercover investigation. Wei Xia, noticing Lu Huang Mao's concern, contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. We have not been exposed. They're likely planning significant moves. The 1996 crackdown had considerable repercussions. As new market opportunities are emerging and the impending reforms are imminent, during this period, drug traffickers must adapt, preparing for large-scale production, mobilizing various overseas resources for development. Times have changed. Lu Huang Mao snapped back to attention, increasingly admiring his boss. The boss is astute, with a broad strategic vision, yet does not overlook minute environmental observations. In the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng observed this scene, rising in shock. Tang Ru Long and Ma Taigang, both elderly men with graying hair, gazed in awe. They realized that the adversaries were not merely aiming for localized control. They intended to infiltrate the broader market. Yet the drug traffickers remained blissfully unaware of the storm that was the calm, yet frigid Wei Xia. On the other side, in a high-end residential complex in Yi City, the now-retired Dong Ting, nearly 80, watched the live broadcast, waving his hand. Don and Amp, Oppos, T-Block Grandpa and Amp, Oppos, S-View. He gazed at the screen, removed his reading glasses, and reminisced about the 2 records of code breaking from years past, smiling softly. His gaze settled upon the young man with dark hair. At last, I have found you. Dong Ting had never encountered Wei Xia in his lifetime. He had seen his methods of deciphering codes, observed his handwriting, yet he had never laid eyes on the man himself, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. You are comrade. Dong Ting and Oppos. S voice resonated with conviction. While others questioned, doubted, and even dismissed, Dong Ting remained unfazed from the moment he first beheld the coded messages. He understood the immense difficulty in obtaining such information and the peril the sender had faced in delivering it. As Dong Ting reflected on the past, he also beheld the image of Wei Xia in his hospital bed, surrounded by loved ones, and suddenly, an overwhelming sense of silent sorrow enveloped him. This young man, from 1995 to 2025, it seemed he had never received a single word of affirmation, neither from family, nor from the narcotics enforcement team, nor from the elders of the community. No one ever acknowledged or believed in him. Humans are inherently social beings, Dong Ting murmured to himself. In a world oblivious to one and Amp, Oppos, S existence, one stands alone amidst the vastness, unafraid. This is true bravery. Chapter 72. The moment of vitality now, Dong Ting has grown old, having witnessed the evolution of criminal investigation forces since the 1990s. His modest study is adorned with various certificates. The Honorary Certificate of Criminal Investigation from Dongchang Province, the Certificate of Technological Innovation in Criminal Investigation from Dongchang Province, and the Contribution Certificate of Criminal Investigation from Luoqiu City. The walls are nearly filled with accolades, and medals abound. Yet, what was once a home of honor in 1997 now appears particularly dilapidated, with a wooden sofa and chair legs marred by peeling paint, as if the glories of the past have faded into history. His young grandson points at the television, bewildered. Grandpa, do you know him? Upon hearing his grandson and Amp, Oppos, as question, a flicker of reminiscence crosses Dong Ting and Oppos, brow. As for us, I have only seen the various encrypted messages he sent. I never truly knew him. At that time, I always felt a profound sadness emanating from him, a sense of immense power that felt almost illusory. I had an inkling that he might vanish at any moment. He appeared vibrant and full of fighting spirit, yet the underlying sadness of the person, or perhaps the absurdity of the era, seemed unworthy of him. As he speaks, a myriad of astonishing methods flashes through Dong Ting's mind. Techniques involving physics, chemistry, biology, and cryptography. It is as if the mysterious figure of the first generation of drug enforcement officers is reflected in the fabric of time. In this moment, he immerses himself in recollection. The scene shifts back to early October 1997. Luoqiao City is embracing an era of open development, with plans underway for the construction and growth of the old city and new districts. Industries flourish, creating a brief but vibrant prosperity. Wei Xia stands at the window of the Mona nightclub, observing the bustling activity. Behind him are Lu Chong, the bald man, and Sun Bin, among others. He still has not caught a glimpse of the person behind the scenes. Wei Xia raises his glass, swallowing deeply, allowing the alcohol to scorch his esophagus, igniting a fiery sting, his expression remaining impassive. Fortunately, he is not entirely empty-handed. His gaze sweeps over the private room, where many regional representatives are present, all formidable figures, recklessly indulging in drugs without a care for themselves. All right, this batch is pure. I want 200 pounds. I want 200 pounds as well. Yet, Wei Xia is even more reckless, drinking while listening intently. 500 pounds of pills. His voice is hoarse, sharp, carrying an icy chill. As his words settle, many around him turn, their eyes gleaming red, coldly fixated on the figure with dark hair. There's only so much. If someone takes more, others must take less. You claim 500 pounds? The representative from He City grins, his expression grotesque, as he slams a dagger onto the table, producing a resounding crack. You little brat, not afraid of choking to death. If you want to snatch the goods, why not first play a game with knives and fingers? Wei Xia sets down his glass, and in the ensuing silence, he turns to meet their gaze. What kind of eyes are those? Utterly rational, yet profoundly deranged, resembling a true wild wolf. Representatives from Yecheng, Baiqing, and the Liu brothers squint, sensing a chill in their hearts. Moments later, Wei Xia bursts into laughter, producing 3 cups. That game of yours is dull. Let us play with mine. If you win, my share belongs to you. In a leisurely manner, he pours concentrated sulfuric acid into 1 cup, while the other 2 contain liquor, then inverts the other cups, making them spin alternately. Choose a cup. Supporting himself on the table, Wei Xia spreads his arms, his smile gradually twisting. The previously fierce representative from He City's eyelids twitch violently, his teeth clenched, unwilling to act. Wei Xia remains calm, smirking. Then allow me. As he speaks, he casually snatches a cup and drains it in 1 gulp. At that moment, he tosses the remaining 2 cups aside, one of which crashes to the ground, emitting a corrosive sound, the stench horrendous. Representatives from Yecheng, Baiqing, and He City gaze at the grinning young man with dark hair, feeling their scalps prickle. This is a true madman. The representatives laugh, nodding in deranged agreement. Deliver the goods, all of it, following the reforms. We can provide as much as needed. Let us seize all surrounding markets. Glasses clink against the table until deep into the night, as representatives from various regions gleam with greed and excitement, anticipating the wealth to come from conquering neighboring markets. Only in the corner does Wei Xia and Appo's gaze grow dim, his eyes sweeping over the scene, silently cataloging the characteristics of each individual as he watches them embrace women in a drunken frenzy. Afterward, he raises a 4-ounce cup of liquor and downs it in 1 go. Other representatives observe, acknowledging Wei Xia and Appo's ruthlessness, feeling a twinge of fear within. Yet, they dismiss him for not engaging with women or market discussions, finding him contemptible. Having sunk this low, what is the point of pretending to be noble? The representative from He City squints, seething in anger, until he is utterly intoxicated and collapses. Wei Xia is supported out by his underlings. The representative from He City pushes away a companion, pouring poison over her back and inhaling deeply with a sinister grin. This mad dog has finally rolled away. Other city representatives similarly glare coldly at Wei Xia. They are all involved in the underworld, merely competing in ruthlessness. They are not lacking in that regard. The only difference between Wei Xia and them is that he is utterly insane. At least they would not dare to gamble with sulfuric acid. Failure would mean death. Such individuals are often the ones they most fear. Having already lost face to Wei Xia and Appo's intimidation, they now listen to the representative from his city, chuckling coldly and nodding in agreement. In a silver bread truck, as it prepares to leave, Wei Xia opens his eyes, forcibly rousing himself from stupor, beginning to induce vomiting, his complexion turning crimson. The seats of the van have been dismantled, revealing a basin inside. After emptying his stomach, Wei Xia immerses himself in the ice-filled container, seeking to cool down. Simultaneously, he tightly binds a rope around his forehead, suppressing the throbbing headache. Completing these tasks, Wei Xia breathes heavily, laboriously retrieving his sketchpad to begin drawing. He aims to record the characteristics of all the regional drug representatives present. The representative from his city is middle-aged, with a horse-like face, a bald head, a black mole with hair at the corner of his mouth, and deep-set eyes. The representative from Baiqing is about 30, wearing black-rimmed glasses, standing around 1.70 meters, with a noticeable disability in his left foot. The representative from Yecheng is approximately 50, with a piece missing from his left ear and a clear 4-centimeter scar on his nose. As Wei Xia reflects and sketches, his body cools, yet he feels miserable, suffering from an intense headache. Lu Huangmao gets into the passenger seat, glancing at Wei Xia, clenching his fists. In the ice bucket, the once gentle leader forces himself to remain awake for a moment longer, recording the features of other criminals. His forehead is pale, with visible indentations, and his skin appears sunken. Due to excessive drinking and drug exposure, even the icy water proves to be a stimulus, causing him to stagger and tremble, particularly as it is now late October. The chill is biting. He wipes away tears, but remains silent. After completing his sketches, the bread truck bumps along, and Wei Xia emerges from the bucket, wrapping himself in a blanket. "Dear little sister, please do not cry." The unique disco melodies of the 1990s play, and Wei Xia and Appo's pallid face shakes his head. Switching to another song. "We are the border patrol of a great nation. We must eliminate all dangers." The song resonates with strength and determination, a solemn and powerful presence. Upon hearing this tune, a flicker of a smile breaks through Wei Xia's disheveled expression as he listens with joy, humming along, while continuing to extract his sketchpad to add new details to his drawings. Chapter 73. Spring in Jiangnan. In the hospital room, Zhao Jing, the newly appointed head of the drug enforcement team in Luoqiu City, narrowed his eyes while gazing at the screen, suddenly beginning to sift through documents. Numerous previously released files appear before him. Since 2002, they had initiated the apprehension of these drug traffickers, meticulously documenting all evidence collected, which had been provided by a mysterious informant. At that time, their identity remained shrouded in secrecy. However, upon seeing the portrait of Wei Xia in the van, Zhao Jing snapped back to reality. Indeed, it was you. These individuals were deeply concealed, some even presenting themselves as prosperous entrepreneurs, yet the portraits exposed their true identities. Zhao Jing muttered to himself, his emotions increasingly complex. He truly was engaged in this battle, steadfastly resisting until the end. As he observed the shivering youth with black hair, who, despite his discomfort, smiled while listening to music, Zhao Jing sighed with a heavy heart. An elderly voice echoed in his ears. It was his mentor, Ma Taigang. His health was rapidly deteriorating. Ma Taigang and Appo's gaze fell upon Wei Xia, whose arms bore numerous needle marks and whose frail body trembled incessantly, on the brink of collapse. Wei Pingyang stared vacantly, recalling the appearance of Wei Xia during that period in 1997. He had met me once in October of that year, emaciated and lifeless. I could hardly recognize him. Back then, I had looked down upon him, deeming him utterly defeated and a failure. The barrage of comments reflected the complexity of the moment. Beneath the lifeless exterior lies the most fervent heart. The memories surged forth once more for Wei Pingyang. In October of 1997, Metallic scaffolding extended from the ceiling, with liquid dribbling from the forebag, flowing through the tubing and into the skin. Wei Xia was receiving in 4 while perusing new investigative materials, documents obtained by his subordinates from school teachers. One composition was written by his younger sister, Wei Pingyang. As Wei Xia flipped through the essay, he observed calmly. The teacher said that science is the ladder of human progress. I aspire to be a useful member of society. Currently, I am studying physics, chemistry, and biology. Another composition read, the learning process is tedious and busy, yet I will not abandon my ideals. Subsequently, a video of a speech recorded by his younger brother played. Wei Pingyang stood on stage, gathering courage. In the future, I will become a researcher, contributing to the scientific advancement of our great nation. Wei Xia watched, absorbing it all. It turned out that Pingyang aspired to be a scientist. How wonderful! Yet, Wei Xia and Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Being a person of value to the country and its people was indeed commendable. At least it held significance. Waiting for the 4 to finish, he prepared to head to the school where Wei Pingyang studied. Professor Tang Rilong was driving to pick her up after school. Along the way, to avoid detection, Wei Xia continuously switched vehicles, from a van to a Santana, then to a taxi. Due to the recent expansion of the drug trafficking market, representatives from various districts were under surveillance, and he was within their monitoring range. He could not allow his sister to be implicated in these matters. Finally, seated in the passenger seat of a truck, Wei Xia disembarked, donning a hood that partially concealed his gaunt face, resembling one who had been drained of vitality. He waved at the freshly dismissed Wei Pingyang, his smile appearing particularly disfigured. Wei Pingyang froze momentarily, then expressed her distaste as she opened Professor Tang and Appo's car door, muttering softly, lifeless as ever. I wonder where he has been hanging around. Ignoring her, she closed the door and rolled up the window. The dark tint gradually obscured their view, as if severing their connection, completely separating them from the same world. As she watched her brother and Appo's face fade from view and the car started, Wei Xia remained indifferent to her disregard, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Did you see? That's my sister. She'll become a scientist. Wei Xia exclaimed like a child, eagerly gazing around. She will undoubtedly surpass the 3rd brother. He is too rigid. My sister will contribute to humanity. He rambled on excitedly, with no one to respond. Turning to his side, he noticed the absence of the blonde-haired figure and snapped back to reality. Chang Jiang was gone. Yes, he had left. Wei Xia, momentarily dazed, instinctively forced a smile. He then gathered himself, ready to make arrangements. He called upon a few associates, coordinating the acquisition of books from various regions, including some hard-to-find materials both domestically and internationally, particularly in the fields of biochemistry. His ventures, including numerous billiard halls, were thriving, contributing significantly to local taxes. Utilizing his wealth, he swiftly amassed a substantial collection of resources, ranging from foundational texts to leading scientific journals and reference books. Wei Xia intentionally introduced his subordinates to several physics and chemistry teachers at the school, assisting them with their elderly healthcare issues, while simultaneously making requests to ensure that these materials were delivered to Wei Pingyang through various means. During recess, Wei Pingyang was pleasantly surprised by the reward materials presented by her teacher for her academic progress. This material has eluded my father for quite some time. Thank you, teacher, she expressed gratefully. With an abundance of resources now available, Wei Pingyang, who had always been interested in research, became even more engrossed, finally gaining access to the necessary channels. Wei Xia observed from a distance, nodding with satisfaction. The reference books had arrived. Subsequently, he summoned his subordinates once more to inquire about the situation of the chemistry teacher at the junior high school. Currently, the teacher's child had been apprehended due to issues related to demolition in the old district. The situation was precarious, and the authorities were relentless, causing considerable trouble. Wei Xia took the initiative to personally intervene, offering apologies on behalf of his associates, and even gifting 2 shares of billiard halls to the chemistry teacher. The teacher, overwhelmed with gratitude, agreed to follow Wei Xia and Appo's instructions and provided a portion of experimental equipment, including beakers, test tubes, reaction vessels, and petri dishes. Wei Pingyang had begun conducting small experiments independently. Following this, Wei Xia initiated the third step. At a banquet, several educational representatives from Dongchang province were present. After a series of toasts, the representatives finally agreed to host a youth scientific research competition in Luoqiao. Following Wei Xia and Appo's promise to donate educational equipment and books worth 100,000 yuan, they even deliberately drew Wei Pingyang and Appo's name in what appeared to be a fair lottery. Upon hearing the news, Wei Pingyang was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. Many of her classmates looked on with envy. During this time, Wei Xia stood at a distance, observing from afar. In an old neighborhood, a group of ruffians was seen splashing water at a door, cursing loudly. Only after they departed did Wei Xia approach with his subordinates. The residents belonged to a retired physics professor, Niu Qingyun, who was being harassed due to his child's debts, leaving him confined indoors. "I will assist you in resolving your debt issues," Wei Xia said hoarsely, causing Niu Qingyun to momentarily freeze. "Why would you help me? What do you want?" he inquired. "In exchange, you will mentor Wei Pingyang in physics," Wei Xia arranged. Within the school, Niu Qingyun, though perplexed, complied, pretending to have drawn Wei Pingyang as a student and began teaching her. In that moment, the textbooks, tools, competitions, and guiding mentors were all set in place. Wei Xia stood in a corner, gazing at his sister with immense warmth. A new scene unfolded. In an external tutoring room, Wei Xia peered through the window, watching his young sister cautiously conducting experiments and calculating formulas, while Niu Qingyun provided stern yet attentive guidance. Afterward, he turned and returned to his beloved small house. Upon entering, he meticulously placed his hat atop the wardrobe, as if waiting for the day Wei Xia would don it. As he lovingly polished the hat, he mused to himself, "In the future, I shall emerge as a rising star in the business world, destined for brilliance, undoubtedly becoming a significant entrepreneur. I shall be a man of integrity, treating workers and society with kindness. In the future, Xiao Zheng will undoubtedly venture into the realm of politics, as his capabilities are gradually being cultivated, and his values are firmly established. He is likely to benefit society and uphold the legacy of the Wei family. Pingyang is diligently studying, demonstrating remarkable learning abilities, and even Niu Qingyun has begun to anticipate her future brilliance in scientific research. Little Pingling is expected to become a dazzling star on the stage, a celebrated singer. Wei Xia, though somewhat loquacious, cannot suppress the warmth of her smile even when mentioning the names of her younger siblings. The comments in the live stream convey a sense of oppression and sorrow. What do you wish to do for yourself? Have you considered your future? Wei Xia, do you truly intend to confine yourself within this mire, supporting your siblings? One cannot live in such a manner. Meanwhile, new scenes continue to unfold. After setting down the cloth used to polish her badge, Wei Xia falls into a moment of silence. The chatter has not ceased, yet thoughts of herself linger. As for me, what shall I do once the criminals are eradicated? After a brief moment of confusion, the young man turns his gaze. The room is damp, yet outside the window, the sunlight is warm, illuminating every blade of grass and branch with vibrant beauty. Suddenly, he feels a sense of anticipation, his eyes penetrating through the small window. When the time comes, perhaps he will bask in the sun in the warm southern regions. The north is far too cold. Wei Xia turns back, admiring her cherished hat, carefully placing it with precision. She has committed wrongs here. Thus, the desire to explore the south grows stronger. To witness the gentle landscapes, to feel the warmth of the sun, and to observe the dappled light filtering through the treetops. Let us journey southward. Chapter 74. The Green Mountains are all the same. October 7th, 1997. Noon. In the billiard hall office, the air was devoid of swirling smoke. As pages turned, Wei Xia and Appo's eyes sparkled with intensity and focus. After a brief contemplation, he resumed his writing. The desk was strewn with various texts, introductory chemistry, fundamental physics examination papers, and basic electrical knowledge. Beside him, Niu Qingyun observed, trembling slightly as he spoke. In practical application, one can calculate the specific current conditions as follows. Niu Qingyun felt a deep-seated fear, unable to shake off the memories of the individuals who had initially summoned him for guidance. Over 20 robust thugs were fixated upon him. Wei Xia nodded and continued his earnest studies. He was diligently conducting experiments, encompassing both physical and chemical inquiries. His learning was not solely through textbooks. He also benefited from Niu Qingyun and Appo's mentorship. Wei Xia and Niu Qingyun entered the kitchen to examine the experimental results. Ash was added to a beaker, followed by water raised 1 centimeter above the ash. They stirred the mixture, then filtered it to obtain a solution. In the evaporating dish, they commenced heating and stirring, ultimately extracting crystals. Sugar contains carbon, yet it is not easily combustible in the air. Niu Qingyun explained while guiding Wei Xia. To his surprise, this rough student was remarkably earnest, even astute, grasping many concepts with minimal explanation. Soon, he began observing Wei Xia as he embarked on a new experiment, modifying the battery of an electric vehicle. Upon witnessing Wei Xia's successful experiment once more, Niu Qingyun and Appo's expression turned complex, tinged with curiosity, and he finally mustered the courage to speak. You should dedicate yourself to your studies. You have the potential to become an exceptional science student. He indeed possessed great talent. Yet Wei Xia simply shook his head. My endeavors serve a purpose, merely to contend with others. They are not purely driven by passion. Previously, he had assisted Niu Qingyun in repaying debts. And now Niu Qingyun began mentoring Wei Pingyang while concurrently advising him. Upon leaving the billiard hall, Niu Qingyun commenced instructing Wei Pingyang, who began establishing an interest group at school. However, will anyone join, teacher? After all, I lack a reputation at school and am not well versed in intricate scientific knowledge. Wei Pingyang felt apprehensive, but Niu Qingyun encouraged him, gazing out the school window. There will be participants. After all, there are those who assist us silently. Upon receiving news, Wei Xia began new initiatives concurrently. Zhang Shui and Li Zio were both academically accomplished in physics and chemistry. We intercepted Zhang Shui twice on the way home from school. He agreed to join Wei Pingyang and Appo's research group. Li Zio and Appo's family faced significant hardships. We hired 2 caregivers for his disabled father and promised him 200 yuan monthly. And he too joined the group. Listening to his younger brother's report, Wei Xia nodded with increasing composure. Zhang Shui, Li Zio, the research group. Wei Pingyang gazed incredulously at the 2 individuals before her. They were the pinnacle of academic excellence in physics and chemistry at their school, and unexpectedly, they had joined her initiative instead of forming their own team for the upcoming research competition. Wei Pingyang was overjoyed, looking at her teacher. Perhaps it is the teacher and Appo's reputation that attracted them. Niu Qingyun was equally astonished as he watched a dozen top scholars arrive one after another. Is it truly necessary to employ such grandiose measures merely to nurture a single individual? The group, hastily established for the purpose of entering the Lucio research competition, was swiftly assembled. Simultaneously, Niu Qingyun observed Wei Pingyang immersing herself in discussions with group members, her learning progressing rapidly and her growth accelerating. Initially, Zhang Shui and Li Zio had joined the research group under duress or for personal gain. However, upon recognizing Wei Pingyang and Appo's remarkable aptitude for learning, they became fully engaged, continuously proposing innovations. Wei Xia watched from a distance, with Niu Qingyun standing beside him. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Niu. This shall serve as your reward. Do not refuse. Here is an additional 30,000 yuan to support the research group as participation in various competitions. The sum of 10,000 was substantial, a considerable amount in this era. Niu Qingyun accepted the additional 30,000, his expression filled with complexity. Subsequently, Niu Qingyun made numerous donations to the research activities, and Wei Pingyang and Appo's group ultimately triumphed, overcoming challenges to secure first place in the youth physics competition, creating a sensation in Lucio. Moreover, with the remaining funds, upon Niu Qingyun's suggestion, Wei Pingyang personally donated to impoverished students, acquiring experimental apparatus and books. In no time, an increasing number of students began to share resources, with Zhang Shui, Li Zio, and other scholars continuing their research endeavors. By mid-October, a benevolent female scholar emerged from Lucio, her reputation soaring. This female scholar was none other than Wei Pingyang. In a modern hospital room, the once formidable Wei Pingyang's demeanor had shifted. She reflected on her past, her life trajectory resembling a meteoric rise. Initially, she had acquired suitable books, subsequently catching Professor Niu Qingyun and Amp, Appo's, attention, who began to mentor her diligently. The interest group she formed attracted several top scholars, propelling her to new heights. They participated in the Lucio Youth Physics Competition, advancing rapidly to clinch first place. Ultimately, due to her generous donation of various experimental materials, she nearly encompassed all the top scholars in Lucio, transforming them into invaluable learning resources. That year, she became a prominent figure in Lucio and Amp, Appo's youth research community, frequently gracing the pages of newspapers and garnering widespread media attention. The memories of those moments filled her with joy and pride, yet abruptly ceased. My brother, Wei Pingyang and Appo's voice turned hoarse as she recalled Wei Xia and Appo's tireless efforts to assist others, merely to earn the opportunity to learn from them. Time and again, his calculations had attracted talent to the previously overlooked research group. He was even willing to invest 50,000 yuan to organize a research competition for her. The money he earned from the video hall and billiard hall had nearly been depleted. With a slight sting in her nose, Wei Pingyang raised her head, drawing closer to the hospital bed. On the bed lay a middle-aged man, connected to a respirator, his body marred by scars and in disarray. In contrast, she stood clad in a trench coat, exuding an air of cool detachment, a captor of suspects, a scholar of research. You could have told me. Wei Pingyang's assistant remained silent, yet spoke softly. You have forgotten how often he sought money from you after that. As memories resurfaced, a new scene unfolded. The phone rang. Pingyang, it's your elder brother. I lost some money again recently. Not much, just 500. Your family's doing well now. And you are so accomplished. You should at least contribute a little, right? The voice on the other end was hoarse, tinged with greed. Wei Pingyang felt irritated, even agitated. I've given all my money to Grandpa. I have no money. Gambling. What else can you do besides that? You're perfectly able-bodied, yet can't support yourself? The voice on the other end continued. What kind of talk is this? As your brother, shouldn't you lend a hand during difficult times? Don't forget how you came to be in your current situation. Fine, just 100. I can't give more. The call ended, the last words filled with anger. Wei Xia paid no mind and went out to withdraw money, carefully returning to his small room. The room was filled with bags. Lu Huang stared as Wei Xia picked up a pen, writing the name Pingyang with precision. The bags in the room contained numerous envelopes, most of which bore Pingyang's name, along with 30,000 yuan placed there by Wei Xia. Yangtze, if anything happens to me in the future, use this money to support Pingyang's research endeavors. This child doesn't know how to save. She spends money too quickly. What will she do when she runs out? She can't let others have power over her. Lu Huang lowered his head, speaking dully. Boss, you can get it to her yourself. You can definitely manage that. Wei Xia smiled as he secured the money, his laughter causing Lu Huang's eyes to glisten with emotion. As memories faded, a barrage of comments appeared. The adversary has commenced extensive preparations, poised to seize the market entirely and unleash chaos. Wei Xia seems resolved to fight with his back against the wall. He has meticulously calculated every aspect, including his own demise. Meanwhile, many spectators have shifted their gaze to another scene. The narrative unfolds with Wei Pingyang orchestrating plans, resulting in a more favorable situation than before. Wei Pingyang has not faced bullying from school delinquents, and Wei Pingyang is gradually receiving more attention in his foster home. The two younger sisters are safe and have begun their studies. The enemy has temporarily evaded capture due to Wei Pingyang and Appo's ongoing reports. However, as he gazes at photographs of his siblings, he is on the verge of collapse. Having sent them away previously has inevitably impacted their mental state, and now, witnessing the cold indifference of their eldest brother, his heart aches. Wei Pingyang grits his teeth. You must understand me. He is plagued by anxiety, feeling burdened by his siblings, unable to realize his aspirations of public service and misunderstood by them. At the same moment, In the parallel life of the eldest son, Wei Xia scrutinizes the report cards of his siblings. The table is adorned with numerous accolades. Outstanding youth athlete of Dongchong, student representative, exceptional young hero, child prodigy in physics, benevolent academic achiever, champion of the youth physics competition. These honors belong to Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingzheng, and Wei Pingyang. Various awards, newspaper articles, media interview invitations, and conference participation requests reflect their achievements. Wei Xia meticulously examines, cleans, and organizes the photographs of his siblings and Oppos awards. However, the warmth in his eyes vanishes upon turning away, replaced by coldness and ruthlessness. He is now perusing new intelligence from Man Han, who is masquerading as a chemical factory transport driver. The drug traffickers are prepared to bring in new narcotics and a substantial quantity of raw materials by mid-December 1997. This time, the substances are no longer simple pills, but potent drugs capable of inducing hallucinations, causing shock, and leading to physical deterioration while remaining highly addictive. Wei Xiao's expression grows increasingly grave as he furrows his brow and speaks to himself. Mom and Dad, this time I will surely draw out one of the culprits from back then, that bald man, along with several others wearing masks. I have waited too long for this. In a surge of emotion, Wei Xia rises, clenches his fists, and gazes fiercely within the confines of his small room. He senses that this substantial market occupation will inevitably involve all individuals connected to Luo Qiu. The adversaries must reveal themselves, especially since they have remained hidden since the murders of Chu Ai, Sun Xiaoli, and Yang Daong. It seems that previous actions, coupled with recent governmental crackdowns on crime, have forced them into hiding. Yet, this time, they will have no choice but to surface, as their superiors will be involved as well. At that moment, Wei Xiao whispers, looking out the window, Mom and Dad, I have not tarnished our family name. His voice is feeble as he glances at the myriad of needle marks adorning his arm. Yet, this time, there is a lack of resolute determination in his gaze, replaced by uncertainty. His expression reveals traces of dejection and helplessness. This body, once vibrant, now lies broken and sullied. February 12, 2025, the Lantern Festival. In the north, people enjoy Yuan Shao, while in the south, they indulge in Tangyuan. The commercial streets are bustling with an abundance of free Tangyuan offerings and Tangyuan making competitions. In the north, preparations for Yuan Shao are underway. The streets are aglow with brilliant lights, filled with joy, accompanied by the sounds of drums and festive music, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. In the mining town of Luoqiu City, numerous Tangyuan competitions are organized by factories, schools, and banks. Yet, many are engrossed in live broadcasts, revisiting the past. They observe the once confident Wei Xia, now appearing uncertain and despondent, for an extended period without uttering a word. They have never seen him in such a state, contrasting sharply with the fearless figure who once relentlessly pursued justice. He now appears defeated, dispirited, and lost, as if enveloped by desolation, unable to confront the world. Outside a community in Luoqiu City, a child watches the live stream, gazing upward with innocent eyes. Mom, when can Wei Ge go to the south? He asks, expressing his desire for Wei Ge to visit. The child furrows his brow. Tell Wei Ge to stop helping others. Why should he? The mother, caught off guard by the question, remains silent, pondering for a long time before bitterly responding, but he is the eldest brother. The child and Oppos, his eyes glisten with unshed tears as he fixates on the dejected young man with his head bowed. But he is human too. He deserves his own life. Why must he endure this existence? At this moment, the mother struggles to find words, finally murmuring, he will find a way to make amends for himself someday. One and Oppos. Tee. In the frame, the young man with black hair stands silently, his bowed head piercing the hearts of all who gaze upon him. Chapter 75. The triangular game. The sound of firecrackers reverberated throughout the night. In ancient times, such sounds were initially employed in sacrificial ceremonies to ward off the mythical beast known as Nian. Subsequently, the belief emerged that these firecrackers could dispel ailments. In contemporary society, they symbolize peace, joy, and general well-being. It was the deep night of the Lantern Festival in February 2025. The hospital ward was hushed, with many watching a program featuring the eldest son. A nurse knocked on the door, presenting a bowl of tang yuan, sweet glutinous rice balls. These were gifts for Wei Xia from several gentlemen outside. The nurse in Appo's expression was complex as she gently set them down, while someone peered through the door, a mixture of emotions evident on their face. Outside the ward, and even in the hospital vicinity, a considerable number of takeout orders had accumulated. These were sent by students, drivers, and others from various regions, spontaneously rallying to support Wei Xia. The presenter from Phoenix News focused on the box of tang yuan, noticing the awkward, childish handwriting. Wei Xia. Happy Lantern Festival. Another note was penned with exquisite elegance. So, did you go south? Did you see the flowers bloom? Wei Bing Seng, Wei Bing Yang, and Wei Ping Ling were also watching, struck dumb. They had never celebrated a festival for Wei Xia before, yet now, strangers began to remember him. In the minds of the three, a new scene unfurled. Wei Ping Sheng gazed intently at the recollection of Wei Xia's life and murmured. He said he would go south in 1997. I encountered him then. At that time, I was helping impoverished students sell goods, and he was nothing like this. He was arrogant and unreasonable. The scene began to unravel in whispers. It was now mid-October 1997. I understand now. Tell Yu Zai and Man Han to be wary. Some matters do not require thorough investigation. Safety comes first. On the roadside, Wei Xia walked briskly, softly advising a messenger. Now, he was a businessman in Luoqiu City, as well as the representative of drug dealers in the area, dressed in a jacket, cigarette poised between his fingers, exuding maturity. His younger brother nodded, continuing to follow him. As Wei Xia spoke, his brow furrowed. He had just noticed someone tailing him in the reflection of a passing vehicle. It was none other than Lu Chong, the drug dealer, accompanied by a figure known as Black Panther. Narrowing his eyes, Wei Xia signaled to his younger brother and turned into the market behind Luoqiu Middle School. This area had not yet completed its urban development plans and was still connected to the old factory behind it, where many often set up stalls. Wei Xia's gaze landed on a somewhat youthful figure in the crowd, Wei Ping Sheng. Now, he represented the students of Luoqiu Junior High, displaying a commendable demeanor and increasingly professional insight to address the plight of impoverished students. He conducted multiple market surveys and decided to sell fruit here with a few of them. The cost was low, and the profits were substantial. Due to the pricing, many factory workers and students were eager to purchase, resulting in brisk business. Wei Xia furrowed his brows and approached. 2 pounds of bananas. Upon hearing this, the impoverished student, Ma Lu, looked up to greet him, but hesitance soon transformed into trepidation. Please wait a moment. Despite Wei Xia's proper attire, his 2 companions appeared like thugs, menacing in demeanor. At that moment, Wei Xia remained expressionless, grabbing the bananas and seizing a handful of cherries before turning to leave with his 2 younger brothers. Wait, you Haven Tea paid, Ma Lu stammered, but one of the younger brothers seemed enraged. Bang! A baton was brandished, and a kick overturned the fruit stall. Apples, bananas, and cherries scattered across the ground. Damn it! Are you blind? You're lucky we didn't ask for money, and you still dare to demand it from us. Seeing the fruits trampled wantonly, Ma Lu and Appo's group reddened with anger, wanting to rush forward to tidy up, but were held back by the younger brother and Appo's grip. Wei Xia, maintaining his impassive expression, narrowed his eyes, staring at the students. Do I need to pay for food? In the crowd, Wei Ping Sheng also spotted Wei Xia, frowning, preparing to greet him, but the younger brothers shoved him away without hesitation. The stall owner, usually considerate of these students, discreetly called the police from amidst the throng. Wei Xia, indifferent, coldly observed, casually peeling a banana to eat. Even though Wei Ping Sheng clenched his fists, glaring with fury, Wei Xia feigned ignorance. The drug dealer, Black Panther, silently blended into the crowd, his gaze fixated on Wei Xia's jacket-clad figure, remaining silent. When the police finally arrived, the sound of sirens abruptly halted the scuffle. What is happening here? Who is causing trouble? Who called the police? The stall owner, facing the officer and Appo's query, raised his hand, only to be restrained by his wife. Seeing the informer reluctant to speak, Bystanders who had considered testifying fell silent as well. Wei Xia glanced down at a banana peel, casually discarding it, wiping his fingers before turning to address the surrounding pedestrians. Indeed, officer, you're asking who made the call. Are there no witnesses? His eyes gleamed with arrogance and menace, compelling those around him, pedestrians and stall owners alike, to lower their gazes. Dominance. One individual pressed down on the crowd, stifling any voices. The officers clearly sensed something amiss with Wei Xia and his companions. Yet with no complainants or victims, they found themselves powerless. You lot, behave yourselves. Don't let us catch you. Otherwise, none of you will escape. The officers stormed off in anger. The onlookers and merchants remained silent, afraid to lift their heads. At this moment, Black Panther finally emerged, accompanied by several individuals. Looking quite imposing, let us go. It's time to make the deal. Wei Xia was surrounded, flanked by Black Panther and Appo's men, all brandishing weapons. Upon hearing Black Panther's words, Wei Xia swaggered in the crowd, skillfully smoking and engaging in drug dealings, sharing a few words with Black Panther and laughing boisterously. Wei Pingsheng watched in disbelief, his eyes filled with disdain. Amidst the throng, Wei Xia continued to listen, exhaling a puff of smoke. You're acquiring more and more goods. It's time to introduce you to the real big boss, Black Panther said with a sinister smile. What big boss? They're all old acquaintances. I only feel at ease collaborating with you. Black Panther chuckled, observing Wei Xia's nonchalance with growing satisfaction. Let us go to the 61 National Road outside Luochio North to collect the goods unbeknownst to anyone. Wei Xia had already narrowed his eyes. Inside the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng merely listened to the address, his eyes widening in horror. Wei Xia, are you truly unafraid? He had once participated in simulations. Even the lowest-level thugs like Lu Chong had suffocated him with their mere presence. But now what was Wei Xia planning? He aimed to infiltrate, establishing contact with the drug dealers in an undercover capacity. This madman, Wei Pingsheng, gritted his teeth, observing the new scene unfold. Having obtained the address and drawn by the allure of the newly opened market, representatives from any region would be hard-pressed to remain indifferent. Wei Xia set off to collect the goods, casually glancing behind him. His counter-surveillance instincts alerted him to individuals who had changed clothes, even switching between two groups, persistently trailing him. Realizing that they remained suspicious and had dispatched someone to monitor him, Wei Xia began to contemplate